Mom, how could you accept the betrothal money from that Wang Lizi? You're forcing me straight into a living hell. He's lazy, a good for nothing who gambles all day. His own parents died of anger because of him. Wah, wah. Shouting, Mom is sorry to you. But Mom has no choice. Your father's leg is broken, lying in the hospital. If we don't pay, they'll stop his medication. But, my whole life is ruined. Wah, wah. In the courtyard, a mother and daughter clung to each other, weeping bitterly, their cries tragic and desolate. Inside the room, Zhang Ping slowly opened his eyes, feeling a heavy, painful weight in his head. His body felt as if trampled by countless llamas. Every movement was excruciating, like his tendons and bones were being pulled apart. Not a single part of him felt comfortable. The room was dimly lit, everything blurry, much like his own mind, dazed, hazy, dreamlike. The sobbing from outside struck him as strange. Since when did other people come to my house? Zhang Ping, in his 40s, had never married. He lived alone. Suddenly hearing other women's voices was startling. The voices were familiar, his motherly Xiaomei and his sister Zhang Ying. But hadn't they both been dead for years? Could I be dreaming again? Confused, he slowly crawled up, stumbled unsteadily to the door, and peered outside. Buzz. Instantly, a long-buried memory surged violently into his mind, leaving him utterly stunned. This is the courtyard of the old family home in Huan Village. The courtyard was a sea of yellow earth, with rammed earth walls and yard, simple and dilapidated. Across stood 5 shabby tile-roofed rooms, 2 on the east, 3 on the west where he stood. 2 pagoda trees stood tall. Near the wall roots were 2 broken jars, each only half remaining. He remembered all of this, especially those 2 broken jars. When he was 13, he stole 2 cigarettes from his father, Zhang Dachuan. His father chased him with a wooden club. He ran to the kitchen seeking his mother's protection, but as he entered, he knocked over and shattered 1 jar. The other was smashed by his father in a rage. For this, he was hung from the persimmon tree in the backyard and beaten with thin bamboo strips, leaving dozens of bloody welts on his back. It was the first time he'd been beaten so severely. He knew this place too well. It was a sacred place buried deep in his memories. He also saw the young girl clearly, now her pretty oval face, pale skin, very thin from malnutrition. She wore a red floral cotton jacket, patched in several places, her only winter coat now, streaming tears, pitiful to behold. Zhang Ping gasped in shock. Sister? The weeping pair instantly turned their heads. Zhang Ping saw the face of the middle-aged woman and let out another cry. Mom? At that moment, waves of shock crashed through Zhang Ping's heart. Slap! He slapped his own face. It hurt. Not a dream. He looked at his hands, then at his clothes. He had been uncertain about the memories flashing in his mind, but now he was absolutely certain of one thing. He had been reborn. When the mother and daughter saw him, his mother immediately showed joy. Ping Ping, you're finally awake? Then tears burst forth again. His sister also flashed a look of happiness, but it instantly turned to fury. Yet, just a moment later, she resumed, sobbing uncontrollably. Zhang Ping's head buzzed. Could it be? That event has already happened? In an instant, all his memories flooded back. Zhang Ping's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground with a thud, tears gushing from his eyes. Mom, sister, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. At this moment, decades of buried guilt and longing for his family from his past life surged uncontrollably, transforming into overwhelming remorse. At the end of 1983, Zhang Dachuan, his father and the production team leader, brought home the year's settlement of 1,500 yuan for the entire team, preparing to distribute it to all the villagers. This was the final year's settlement under the communal pot system. Everyone was watching this money closely, as rumors had spread that this year's payout would be significantly higher than previous years. But before the money could be distributed, Zhang Ping stole it to gamble. In one night, he lost every single yuan. Enraged, Zhang Dachuan grabbed a wooden club and beat him senseless. One blow struck Zhang Ping's head. When he realized the severity, Zhang Ping was already unconscious. But the family had no money left. They could only call the village barefoot doctor, who said it wasn't serious, just let him lie down. He'll wake up. So they left him in the house. Zhang Ping from his past life knew the truth. That doctor thought, let this pest die. Zhang Ping lay unconscious for 5 full days. When he opened his eyes again, his family's world had collapsed. First, the news of him losing the settlement money leaked. Enraged villagers stormed their home, demanding repayment. Zhang Dachuan was beaten severely, his leg broken. He was sent to the hospital, but facing high medical fees, their savings were nowhere near enough. When the news spread, another tragedy unfolded. Wang Lizi, a hooligan from a neighboring village Wangjiagu, had long coveted Zhang Ping's beautiful sister Zhang Ying. Seizing the opportunity, he brought 200 yuan as betrothal money and demanded an engagement. With no choice, motherly Xiumei borrowed the money, paid the hospital fees, and saved Zhang Dachuan's life. But when Zhang Ping woke up again, he was furious at his father, angry that over a little money, his father nearly killed him, treating him as anything but a son. He had graduated from middle school and even passed the high school entrance exam, considered highly educated in the village, and had always been the most pampered child. The best food and drink were always given to him first. But this favoritism made him feel he had suffered an immense humiliation. He believed it was all about money. Once he had money, no one would ever treat him so poorly again. From intermittent village radio broadcasts, he learned that a special economic zone had been established in Shenzhen in the south, where business was very free. A cousin of his classmate had gone there and, in just 1 year, sent back 2,000 yuan to his family. He believed his intelligence would make him countless times more successful than that cousin in Shenzhen. At that rebellious age, he acted immediately. As for travel expenses, he set his sights on his soon-to brother-in-law, Wang Lizi. He found Wang Lizi, demanded 50 yuan under the pretext of increasing the betrothal money, then directly boarded a southbound train to Shenzhen to make his fortune. After he left, his sister was forced into a hasty marriage with Wang Lizi on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. But Wang Lizi had been a delinquent since childhood, constantly fighting. As a child, he'd been kicked in the groin during a fight, destroying one testicle, rendering him infertile. Thus, his sister never became pregnant and was cursed as a hen that can't lay eggs. Wang Lizi stubbornly blamed his sister, subjected her to constant domestic violence, and she often appeared bruised and battered, too ashamed to leave the house or visit her family. Her arms had even been broken several times. Only fear of killing her kept Wang Lizi from being even more brutal. Beaten regularly and enduring gossip from her in-laws and villagers, his sister suffered unbearable humiliation. Years after marriage, unable to endure the torment, she drank pesticide and committed suicide. His mother, knowing she had wronged her daughter, soon died of depression. Due to lack of funds, his father Zhang Dachuan's leg was never properly treated, leaving him permanently lame. Depressed, he gradually became an alcoholic and died 2 years later, freezing to death after passing out drunk in the snow. Zhang Ping was single-mindedly focused on making big money in the special zone, but earning money was never easy. A newcomer, blind and easily cheated, his fortunes only improved after a kind benefactor gave him guidance. Starting with selling small food and clothing items, he eventually built a conglomerate involved in hotels, entertainment, clothing, electronics, machinery, and various import-export businesses, amassing a fortune in the millions. After 10 years away, he finally remembered to return home, dreaming of a triumphant return to impress the relatives who had always looked down on him. But when he returned, he was stunned. His eldest sister had died in humiliation by suicide. His mother had passed away, filled with regret. His father, unable to afford surgery, had become lame. After the deaths of his mother and sister, he turned to alcohol and froze to death in the snow the following winter. His second brother, Zhang Gui, was imprisoned for assault. His younger brother Zhang went to work in a coal mine at 16 and was crushed by a falling rock, breaking his leg and becoming lame like his father. The youngest sister, Zhang Lan, sold herself to an old traveling man from the south for 1,000 yuan to pay for her younger brother's leg treatment, then left. As for the eldest brother, his entire family had moved to the city and completely ignored family matters. When Zhang Ping returned, he found only his lame younger brother Zhang in. His brother coldly drove him out of the house. He planned to wait a while and return to care for his brother, but a year later, when he came back, the courtyard was overgrown with weeds. Villagers said his brother had gone begging and never returned. Every time he recalled these events, Zhang Ping's heart felt as if tightly gripped, aching unbearably. What good is your kneeling now? Look at what you've done. Dad was beaten, covered in injuries, and his leg broken. We can't even gather the money for his surgery. Where's the money? You. Wah! Sister Zhang Ying screamed at Zhang Ping, yet she never mentioned her own marriage once. Zhang Ping's heart felt like it was being cut with a knife. This foolish sister, even now, was deliberately protecting her disaster of a younger brother. Mom, sister, I know I was wrong, he said, then immediately banged his head on the ground 3 times. Mom, sister, I caused this mess. I'll earn the money, I'll definitely cure Dad's leg. The business Zhang Ping had done in his past life could be summed up in 4 words, trading both domestically and internationally. In short, there was nothing he couldn't sell. He had that confidence. He walked around the house, And when he saw the large persimmon tree in the backyard, his eyes lit up. Quickly, he found a basket under a pile of firewood by the rammed earth wall, containing half a basket of dried persimmons. He smiled with relief, picked up the basket, and headed out. Zhang Ping, are you even human? Our family has been ruined, and this is all we have left to eat. And you're taking it too? Sister exploded, rushing over and clinging to the basket, refusing to let go. Mother also came over, crying and begging. Ping Ping, Mom is begging you. Even if you don't care about Mom, leave some food for your younger brothers and sisters. If you take it all, how will we survive? Tears streamed down Zhang Ping's face. Mom, sister, but this isn't enough to last the whole family until the new year. Besides, we can't eat this every day. I promise you, today I will bring back grain. Even if I'm as worthless as a pig or dog, I won't betray you again. Mom, sister, please trust me one more time. How could the mother and daughter believe his words? They clung tightly, blocking his way. Zhang Ping hardened his heart, forcefully pulled their hands away, and broke free. As he stepped out the courtyard gate, he turned and said, Sister, take care of Mom. This time I swear I won't mess up. At the latest, I'll be back tonight with grain. Chapter 2. The business opening. As he stepped out of his home, many cast unkind glances in his direction. Some bore icy stares, others were expressions of mockery, and a few even spat at him directly. He regarded them with indifference and continued on his way with a calm demeanor. Upon leaving the village, he headed straight towards the county town. The distance from Hewan village to the county town was approximately 20 miles, not too far, yet not particularly close either. Zhang Ping, feeling exceedingly frail, relied solely on sheer willpower to persevere. After a series of stops along the way, he finally arrived at the county town by mid-afternoon. However, as he caught sight of the streets of the county town, a smile graced his face. He looked up and noticed that the sky was darkening. Winter nights arrive early, and with the overcast sky, twilight seemed imminent. He cradled his basket and approached an alleyway near the vegetable market, where he promptly set his basket down. Observing that a few individuals were emerging from work and heading towards the market, he cleared his throat and began to call out. Delightfully sweet persimmons, fresh and delectable. Limited quantities available. Hurry and come take a look. Don't miss out as you pass by. You can't lose by buying, and there are gifts with your purchase. But quantities are scarce, arrive late, and you'll be disappointed. He tailored his shouts to the diverse passers-by. Children will be well-behaved after eating them, and adults will find them perfect for gifting. Regret will follow if you don't buy. Despite his efforts, many seemed merely intrigued, with some standing at a distance to listen. But no one stepped forward to make a purchase, as if they were merely there to enjoy his calls. Just as Zhang Ping frowned in disappointment, he noticed a striking woman in a wool coat approaching from afar, her petite leather shoes clicking crisply against the cobblestones. Instantly invigorated, he recognized her as someone of affluence. It was essential to secure a sale with her. The quality of her wool coat was evident. It likely cost no less than 50 or 60 yuan, while her shoes must have been at least 30. In an era when workers' wages rarely exceeded 50 yuan, her attire signified wealth. He immediately called out, fresh and delicious persimmons. Free samples available, delightful for couples, ensuring sweetness in their hearts and companionship until old age. Women will find their skin supple, and men, their stamina renewed, working tirelessly through the night without feeling fatigued. A man in his 50s happened to pass by and burst into laughter, exclaiming, this young man is just spouting nonsense. Does it really have such effects? If so, I'll take a dozen. Zhang Ping chuckled in response. Sir, you simply haven't tried them. Consume 10 or 8 each day, and within half a month, I guarantee you'll feel 20 years younger. 7 times a night will be a breeze. Having lived 2 lives, he was no stranger to jesting and spoke without hesitation. The men roared with laughter, while several women blushed, ultimately spitting playfully on the ground, muttering, Teske, shameless. Youngsters these days lack decorum. Zhang Ping remained unperturbed. Having witnessed far worse in his previous life, he merely smiled at their reactions. At that moment, the elegantly dressed woman drew nearer, her beauty captivating even Zhang Ping, who had seen many lovely faces in his past. The woman's face seemed to flush slightly as she approached with a smile, saying, Young man, I could hear you calling from afar. You certainly have a way with words. Zhang Ping was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the woman was not particularly young, likely in her 30s, but had a fine foundation and appeared well-preserved, evidently untouched by hardship. Sister, do consider purchasing some persimmon cakes. They are delightfully sweet and beneficial for skin whitening. made purely from traditional methods without any additives. Eating a few daily will ensure your skin remains as smooth and supple as a persimmon. Zhang Ping eagerly promoted his product, confident that no woman would wish to forfeit her beauty and youth. Indeed, a glimmer of interest sparkled in the woman's eyes. "How much are they?" she inquired. Zhang Ping nearly choked, finding her phrasing awkward. He longed to clarify, "I sell persimmon cakes, not anything else." However, prioritizing profit, he concealed his discomfort and smiled. "Sister, they are 5 cents each. Do try one. They are sweet without being cloying and can even serve as a meal substitute." He rubbed his hands together nervously, unable to meet her gaze, feeling a bit out of his depth. The woman chuckled. "Young man, though it seems you may be exaggerating, I find your words quite charming. However, 5 cents each is rather steep. Lower the price to 3 cents, and I shall take a few more." Zhang Ping's face fell momentarily. "Sister, these persimmon cakes are the finest selected for our family's spring survival. I cannot lower the price. However, I shall certainly offer you a few extras. Your purchase of my persimmon cakes is a lifeline for my family. I sincerely thank you." Zhang Ping elongated his voice, imbuing it with a theatrical quality reminiscent of Beijing dialect, and bowed deeply to the woman. This gesture made her feel compelled to buy, and she relented. "Oh well. Seeing as you are such a charming young man braving the cold to sell, I shall kindly assist you. Give me 20. She produced a cloth bag from her belongings, evidently prepared for shopping. Zhang Ping considered correcting her grammatical error but decided against it, recognizing the importance of the sale. Curiously, she observed him and inquired, "Where did you learn that Beijing accent? It's been ages since I've heard it." Realizing she possessed a Beijing accent herself, Zhang Ping replied, "Sister, to be honest, an elderly gentleman from Beijing came to our village for re-education. Out of pity, I occasionally shared food with him, and he taught me a few things. After listening to him speak, I picked up some of the accent." He smiled sheepishly, presenting an honest and earnest demeanor. This performance was second nature to him. As they conversed, their rapport grew significantly. "Are you from Beijing?" Zhang Ping casually inquired. "Indeed, I've been relocated here for work for about 6 months. You resemble my brother from long ago. What is your name?" "Zhang Ping. Long-armed Zhang, with Ping meaning peace. From now on, you may consider me your brother, sister. What is your surname?" Zhang Ping seized the opportunity to forge a closer connection. "Hee, my name is Xiao Monli. You may call me Sister Li." It seems that the woman is in quite a good mood. Zhang Ping hurriedly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Hello, Sister Li. Thank you for taking care of my business." He promptly began packaging the persimmons, counting as he went, reminiscent of a primary school student. 1, 2, 3, 17, 18, 18. He intentionally repeated 2 of the numbers. Yet with each count, he placed another persimmon into the package, effectively giving the customer extra. The eyes of the middle-aged women who had gathered around sparkled with delight. Xiao Monli chuckled, fully aware of Zhang Ping's intentions, but chose not to expose him, merely giving him an additional 50 cents when it came time to settle the payment. Naturally, Zhang Ping quickly fulfilled his obligation to provide the proper quantity of persimmons. "All right, once you've finished these, when you come back next time, I'll buy some more." Xiao Monli's gaze was warm and affectionate, as if she were genuinely looking at her younger brother. Zhang Ping accepted the money with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, sister."
Business is booming. Xiao Monli smiled and took her leave, murmuring to herself, "This young man is quite interesting." Chapter 3. Mom, I brought back some food.
As soon as Xiao Monli departed, Zhang Ping turned to the 2 middle-aged women whose eyes were gleaming with excitement and asked, "Ladies, these persimmons are quite sweet. Do try them. If they aren't sweet, you want owe me a thing." The 2 women immediately approached, unabashedly each taking a persimmon to taste. One of them exclaimed with delight, "Ah, this is the flavor. I used to enjoy these every year at my grandmother's house." "You're quite honest, young man. Selling them for 5 cents each, right? Please pack me 20. "Of course." Zhang Ping promptly began packaging the persimmons. Using the same strategy, he again repeated 2 of the numbers, effectively gifting them 2 additional persimmons. He distinctly heard someone behind him murmur, "Hee, this fellow doesn't know how to count. Should we buy some?" Another replied, "Sure." As he worked, Zhang Ping absorbed all their comments, chuckling inwardly. "As long as you're happy." The second woman added, "I have a large family. Let us make it 30. Zhang Ping swiftly packed persimmons for both women, once more adding 2 extra for each, receiving $1 and $1.50 in return. Just as he finished selling to the 2 middle-aged women, they spotted acquaintances nearby. One called out to an approaching woman. Xiao Yun's mother, these persimmons are delightful and sweet. You should buy some too. Before long, the two women had summoned 3 more familiar faces, leading to the sale of another 80 persimmons. In truth, there were only about 400 persimmons in that half basket, sold in batches of 20 or 30. And with the extra gifts, they were completely sold out in less than 20 minutes. Zhang Ping gazed at the now empty basket, a smile gracing his face. Noticing the encroaching darkness, he quickly rose and dashed towards the other end of the street. At this hour, the grain and oil shop was predominantly state-owned, and it was evident that they had already closed for the day. He needed to hurry to the black market in hopes of purchasing some food. Having taken all the persimmons for his family, if he couldn't bring back any grain tonight, it would truly spell disaster. The thought of his mother and sister's desperate eyes filled him with profound guilt. Fortunately, today fortune smiled upon him. Upon his arrival, he indeed spotted an individual selling grain from a cart, and to his delight, it was flour. Good sir, how much for your flour? Zhang Ping inquired. Young man, you are quite fortunate. I just arrived and you showed up. The grocery store sells it for 8 yuan per jean, but I'll let it go for 2 yuan per jean without a receipt. What do you say? Absolutely. Zhang Ping replied without hesitation. How much would you like? The vendor's eyes gleamed with anticipation, for in business, one hopes to sell out as swiftly as possible. Zhang Ping meticulously counted the money in his possession, totaling approximately 21 yuan, and promptly stated, then I shall take 30 jeans. It wasn't that he wished to purchase less. Rather, he felt that any more would be too burdensome to carry. Noticing that Zhang Ping lacked a bag, the vendor, keen on making a sale, transferred the excess flour into an enamel basin and handed it to him along with a bag. Zhang Ping bowed in gratitude, paid the vendor, and set off with the flour. Spotting another vendor selling meat, he spent 3 yuan on 3 jeans, adding it to his basket. After meandering through the marketplace, he was pleasantly surprised to find a plethora of stalls. Nearly everything one could desire was available. Salt, vegetables, garlic, ginger, and an assortment of items soon filled his basket. Overwhelmed by the abundance and his hunger, he felt lightheaded. Turning around, he noticed a vendor selling buns. After deliberating on the number of family members at home, he decided to purchase a meat bun for each, though he only consumed one himself, wrapping the others in paper to keep them warm for the return journey. He felt a deep sense of obligation to make amends for the past shortcomings towards his family. By 9 o'clock that evening, Zhang Ping, drenched in sweat, finally stood at his doorstep. Just as he was about to knock, he heard footsteps coming from the yard. His mother, Li Xiaomei, called out, "It's so dark, Xiaoying. Where are you going?" Zhang Ying sighed, replying, "Alas, Zhang Ping has taken the last of our food. We must find something to stave off our hunger, or we'll faint from starvation and be unable to work. I'm going to dig for some cunning soil. It's too embarrassing to be seen during the day. And now no one is around. Mom, you don't have to come. I'll be back shortly." Li Xiaomei immediately began to weep, and Zhang Ping could hear her footsteps approaching. As he listened, the yard door suddenly swung open, and the siblings locked eyes, both startled. Zhang Ying was about to unleash a torrent of rebuke when she caught sight of the flour bag slung over Zhang Ping's shoulder and the basket in his hands, rendering her momentarily speechless. The lantern she held clattered to the ground, extinguishing in an instant, plunging them into darkness. "Ah, sister, I didn't mean to. I was just about to call out to you when you opened the door." Zhang Ping hurriedly apologized. Hearing his voice, their mother rushed over, anxiously asking, "Xiaoying, what's wrong? Is Ping back?" "Mom, sister, I brought food home." Zhang Ping gasped for breath, intending to smile, but his voice cracked instead. Tears streamed down his face. He had finally done something good for his family. His voice trembled with emotion. "Where did you acquire all this?" Zhang Ying stammered, her voice quivering. The mother's vision had adapted to the darkness, and she faintly perceived her son carrying a multitude of items, her expression one of sheer terror. After a moment of hesitation, as if a thought had crossed her mind, she abruptly pulled Zhang Ping inside and swiftly closed the door, guiding him hastily into the room. Zhang Ping, already frail, nearly stumbled under the weight of the items as he was drawn in. Upon entering the room, he had just set down his belongings when Li Xiaomei, with a face full of concern, inquired, Ping, tell me honestly, where did you get these things? Did you buy them?" Zhang Ping was somewhat bewildered. His sister, Zhang Ying, seemed to have realized something as well. Her expression turned grave, and with a tone tinged with anger, she exclaimed, "Zhang Ping, are you still deceiving us? These items must have cost at least 5 or 6 yuan. Those persimmons are sold at 5 fen per gene by the supply and marketing cooperative. Even if you sold all of them, how much could you have made? Mother and I understand your intentions, but you must not act recklessly. Theft and robbery are both crimes, and many have faced execution this year. Can you truly make life easier for our family? As she spoke, tears began to stream down her face. Zhang Ping was taken aback, but quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. This was 1983, amidst a crackdown. And he finally comprehended why his mother and sister had behaved in such a manner, feeling profoundly moved. He hurriedly reassured them, "Mother, sister, these items were indeed purchased. It is not a crime. The money is from selling persimmons, entirely legitimate, with no issues whatsoever." Is that so? His mother clearly doubted, though his sister remained silent. Her gaze was filled with skepticism. Zhang Ping could only offer a wry smile and continued, "Mother, sister, I will clarify everything shortly. Please prepare some food. I am terribly hungry." Suddenly, Zhang Ying pointed at his clothing, exclaiming, "What are you hiding in there? It looks bulging." Zhang Ping looked down and remembered the buns. Hastily retrieving them and offering, "Mother, sister, these are buns I bought for you. You must be starving. Have one to tide you over." Chapter 4. Family heart to heart, noticing the redness in his mother and sister's eyes, as if they were on the verge of tears once more. Zhang Ping quickly shifted the topic. "Mother, where is my second brother, and what about Xiao Hua and Xiao Lan? Why haven't I seen them? Are they already asleep?" Indeed, the change of subject seemed to lift their spirits considerably. Li Xiaomei replied, "Your second brother is at the hospital caring for your father. There has been much to manage at home these past few days, and many have been looking at us with disfavor, especially those whom your father once criticized. Therefore, Xiao Hua has been staying at a classmate's home for the past few days, and Xiao Lan has gone to your aunt's place in Wangjiazwang, which can also save us some food and is closer to school, a mere few steps away." However, upon hearing this, Zhang Ping's expression darkened. He was not overly concerned about his second brother, Zhang Gui, or his younger brother, Zhang Yan, but he felt a deep sense of worry for his sister, Zhang Lan. This situation had occurred in his previous life as well. No one in the family, apart from him, knew what she had endured at their aunt's house. Zhang Lan was quite introverted and seldom spoke. Each morning, she rose early to tend to the pigs, and as the night grew cold, she had to stoke the fires in their home's multiple Kong beds, ensuring they had enough warmth, while also preparing firewood for the kitchen, or else there would be no food to eat, all before she could finally attend school. During the midday hours, not only must she serve meals and wash dishes and pots for the entire family, but she is also tasked with caring for a baby boy under 1 year of age. The afternoon after school brings a multitude of chores, leaving her with scarcely a moment of respite throughout the day. According to her aunt, this is a duty that comes with residing in their home. One cannot indulge without contributing. Yet, what is even more outrageous is that the aunt insists that Zhang Lan, a young girl, share a bed with 3 cousins who are all older than her. At merely 10 years of age, she is already aware of many things. Yet Zhang Ping cannot fathom the inner world of his younger sister from a past life. This frail little girl endures such a grueling existence daily, and it is no surprise that she often drifts off to sleep during class, resulting in dismal academic performance. It appears that this year marks her final year of elementary school, the 5th grade, and dropping out may soon become a reality. In an instant, Zhang Ping feels a pang of anguish as if he were being cut deeply. He yearns to rescue his sister at once. However, as a mature soul now, he recognizes that such impulsive actions are unwise. The household is already burdened with numerous issues, and he must not add to the chaos. If he is to bring his sister back, it must be during the day. Additionally, their mother, being the eldest, has always harbored deep affection for her younger siblings. Even if she were aware of her daughter's plight, it is unlikely that she would confront the aunt. After Zhang Ping's repeated assurances, their mother and sister finally retreated to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Yet, as his sister glanced back before leaving, there was a softness in her gaze that stirred something within Zhang Ping. Nevertheless, he could not find peace, for he felt the weight of the immense damage he had inflicted upon this family. The sins of his past life shall not be repeated in this one. With the heavens as his witness, Zhang Ping vowed to heal his father's leg, restoring his health and confidence. He would ensure his sister breaks her engagement to marry a man who truly loves her and makes her happy. He promised to bring joy to his mother and guide his second brother onto the right path, allowing him to lead a distinguished life. For his younger siblings, he vowed to enroll them in the finest schools, enabling them to gain admission to prestigious universities and embark on a confident and smooth journey in life. Should he ever stray from this oath, he would renounce his humanity. Having declared his intentions, he knelt in the courtyard, bowing his head thrice to the earth and sky. In his previous life, he had never bowed to anyone, yet in this life, for the sake of his family, he was willing to sacrifice everything, even his life. Upon returning to his room, he lit a kerosene lamp and began to tally his earnings for the day. He pulled a handful of notes from his pocket, some 1 yuan, some 2 yuan, but mostly there were many 10-cent, 20-cent, and 50-cent notes, along with coins of 5, 1, and 2 cents. In total, he possessed 12 yuan, 60 cents, and 7 fun, which constituted all of his current wealth. It was imperative that he earn money swiftly. Only by ensuring his family had ample food, warm clothing, and good health could he hope to have them accept the new version of himself. Zhang Ping silently vowed to himself. He gazed intently at the flickering flame of the kerosene lamp, akin to a glimmer of hopeful light, as he rapidly contemplated his next steps. First and foremost, he needed to acquire more persimmons. Only then could he begin to fill his wallet. All the persimmons at home have been sold by me, leaving me with no choice but to seek them from others. In this vicinity, every household possesses persimmons, so acquiring them poses no significant challenge for Zhang Ping. Soon, his sister, Zhang Ying, entered with a bowl of noodles, her eyes glistening with tears. It's time to eat. Although her demeanor remained somewhat aloof, her tone softened considerably. Taken aback by her appearance, Zhang Ping hurriedly inquired, "Sister, what's wrong? Has something happened at home?" Seeing his anxious and urgent expression, Zhang Ying's gaze softened, and tears streamed down her cheeks. "It's nothing. We hardly get to eat white noodles throughout the year. Knowing you can bring some to the family is already a heartfelt gesture." Zhang Ping sensed the underlying worry in his sister's words, which stirred his emotions. He quickly reassured her, "Sister, I promise, this money is all from selling persimmons, and there is absolutely no ill-gotten gain involved. Look, there is still some left." He hastily pulled out the remaining money and placed it before her. "Wow, how did you manage to gather so much?" A glance was enough to reveal the substantial amount, leaving Zhang Ying utterly astonished. Zhang Ping chuckled, "Sister, I know you must be starving. Hurry and eat. Afterward, I'll explain everything to you and Mother." "Oh, all right." Seeing the sincerity in her brother's words, she nodded, refraining from further questioning, and handed the bowl to Zhang Ping. However, as she exited, she sighed softly, murmuring, "Sigh? As long as my brother is fine, perhaps this is my fate." As Zhang Ping savored the bowl of noodles, he felt it to be the most delightful meal he had ever had, a true comfort. He poured himself a generous bowl of noodle soup and smiled as he observed his family enjoying their meal. After tidying up the kitchen, the two sisters sat in Zhang Ping's room. "Ping Ping, do tell us how you acquired this money. Those persimmons couldn't have fetched that much." His mother, Li Xiaomei, urgently asked as soon as they settled down. Zhang Ping, not wishing to conceal anything, recounted the day's events regarding the sale of persimmons, albeit briefly, and laid the remaining money before them. Hearing that Zhang Ping had sold persimmons individually, earning more for 1 persimmon than others would for an entire pound, left them utterly speechless. Witnessing their astonishment, Zhang Ping felt a pang of sadness. Those who had never ventured beyond the village truly found it difficult to fathom the outside world. "Mother, sister, this money is from selling our persimmons. But it's still not enough for us to sustain ourselves until the next harvest," he began, but was interrupted by his mother. "Indeed, this is a considerable sum. But it won't last us until the summer harvest." Zhang Ying remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on her brother. Zhang Ping continued, "I plan to collect persimmons from other families in the village to sell tomorrow. However, you must not mention this to anyone. If anyone asks how I sold them, just say you don't know." Although Zhang Ping did not wish to alarm his family, he felt compelled to, despite the myriad opportunities outside. He lacked the necessary capital to pursue them. At this moment, what he desperately needed was money. At all times, one's financial affairs must remain confidential. This is a fundamental principle of life. The reason for confiding in family is merely to alleviate their worries. At this moment, Zhang Ying comprehended the situation, reflecting that although her brother was reckless, he was indeed the most astute one in the family. Now, as the prodigal son returns, it might not be entirely a negative development, and a faint smile graced her lips. However, their mother, Li Xiaomei, wiped her tears and lamented, "It is my inadequacy that has burdened you with such concerns at such a young age." The trio of mother and sons shared another round of tears. Ultimately, Zhang Ping produced 10 yuan and handed it to his mother, saying, "Mother, take this 10 yuan with you. Please go to the hospital to care for my father tomorrow. I need my second brother to return. I require assistance in this matter." All right. Seeing her son suddenly mature, Li Xiaomei could no longer contain her tears, but unlike before, her heart brimmed with joy. Chapter 5. This is merely my pocket money. The next morning, the winter sun streamed through the gaps in the window, casting its warmth upon his face. Zhang Ping slowly awakened, realizing he had overslept, and quickly sprang up. After a night of howling north winds, the morning had miraculously turned clear, just right. "Ping Ping, you're awake. I've boiled some hot water in the small pot. Wash your face quickly." Just then, Zhang Ying entered, her face lighting up with a smile upon seeing him awake. "Oh, good." Zhang Ping responded absently. Today his sister exhibited none of yesterday's indifference, which filled him with happiness. His sister had finally begun to accept him. Her simple words bestowed upon him a much-missed sense of care. Family. As he approached the kitchen, he discovered that breakfast was already prepared, the aroma of rice wafting through the air. On the counter lay 2 pieces of flatbread, made from white flour, igniting a delightful appetite within him. This was a true meal. Clearly, his sister and mother had risen early to prepare it, touching him deeply. What wonderful family members he had. The house was tranquil, as if only the 2 siblings remained. Upon emerging from the kitchen with water for washing his face, he casually inquired of his sister, who was tidying the yard. "Sister, where is mother?" "Mother left for the county hospital before dawn." "Oh." Zhang Ping felt a flush of heat on his face, refraining from further questions. Just after finishing breakfast, a middle-aged woman with a forced smile sauntered into the yard. "Oh, I can smell the food. It seems you are enjoying quite a feast. Is that fine white flour? How rare." Zhang Ying, still clutching her broom, scowled at the sight of her. Zhang Ping also turned to look, his mind racing. He quickly recognized her as Li Xiaohua, their neighbor to the east, notorious in the village for her boisterousness and quarrelsome nature, making her someone few wished to provoke. Relying on her modest looks, she often incited gossip among the village men. Furthermore, in his 2 lifetimes, Zhang Ping had learned more. This Li Xiaohua's husband was Zhang Chuanjia, who, as rumors suggested, was inadequate in bed, leading to frequent beatings and scoldings from Xiaohua. In their household, she held the reins, unlike others where men dominated. In their home, all good things belonged to Xiaohua, leaving Zhang Chuanjia in a state of humiliation within the village. However, this was no trivial matter. Zhang Ping was well aware that Xiaohua would later commit an act that would astonish the entire county, the murder of her husband. This was information Zhang Ping had gleaned from the villagers upon returning from abroad in his previous life. Discontent with her ineffectual spouse, Xiaohua sought the companionship of a local bachelor named Zhang Ke, a man in his mid-20s. Zhang Ke hailed from a poor family with numerous siblings, rendering him incapable of marrying. Yet, despite his impoverished circumstances, he was youthful and possessed a certain charm, and somehow, the 2 found mutual attraction. It was said that although Zhang Ke limped, he was quite vigorous in bed, and ultimately, he could not bear to part with Xiaohua. The 2 conspired to murder Zhang Quanlai, and when the crime was unveiled, it sent shockwaves throughout the county. Zhang Ping furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing it, asking nonchalantly, "Oh, is it Aunt Zhao? How curious that the grain you pilfered from my home has already been consumed." His words struck the woman, draining the color from her face. "You mustn't speak such nonsense, Zhang Ping. How could I have taken your grain? We are not that sort of people. I was visiting my family that day, and wasn't he even in the village?" Xiaohua quickly defended herself, yet her pallor deepened as she retreated, pondering her folly in visiting him that morning. Zhang Ping, maintaining a cold demeanor, replied, "Oh really? Whether or not you stole it is not for you to declare. Many witnessed it, including my mother and sister. Rest assured, I will see to it that you return everything you took, one by one." Xiaohua found herself at the threshold of the courtyard and, suddenly composed, sneered, "You little brat. How dare you speak to your elder in such a manner? I am your aunt." Zhang Ping approached with a calm smile, a grin that sent shivers down Xiaohua's spine. "What do you intend to do? I remind you, I am your aunt. Do you dare to raise a hand against me?" Xiaohua exclaimed, her voice a mix of bravado and fear. Without hesitation, Zhang Ping delivered a resounding slap across her face, the sound crisp and undeniable. Stunned, Xiaohua was momentarily speechless. "Addressing you as aunt is merely a display of my courtesy," not an acknowledgement of your virtue. What are you to come to my home and flaunt your authority? If you dare to return, I shall break your legs. Now leave." Zhang Ping, known for his mischievous antics and clever schemes, had undergone a significant transformation. His stern expression was indeed somewhat intimidating. Zhao Hua, overwhelmed by fear, turned on her heel and fled without uttering another word. The villagers who had gathered to witness the commotion erupted into laughter. Zhang Ping rolled his eyes, reflecting on the age-old tradition of spectators relishing in the chaos. He surveyed the crowd, well aware that many among them had participated in the previous incident of raiding his home and assaulting his father. However, this was not the time for retribution. Vengeance could not solely rely on brute force, but rather on intellect. With a beaming smile, he addressed the onlookers. "Ah, you have all gathered. Perfect timing, as I have a matter to discuss with you, esteemed uncles and aunts." Noticing their silence and disdainful expressions, Zhang Ping understood their sentiments and continued speaking. "Surely, the villagers are aware that our family has fallen on hard times since we were robbed a few days ago. But look, today we are still enjoying a good meal." Saying this, I took out half a piece of white flatbread from my pocket and waved it around. Instantly, everyone's eyes glimmered with envy. That was white bread, a rarity in our household. Soon, someone with a sly grin asked, "Ping Ping, it seems that money truly was pocketed by your father, huh?" Zhang Ping immediately shot him an annoyed glance and retorted, "Zhang Erling, go away." He then raised the bread again and asserted, "That money was indeed stolen, and we are out of funds, but this white bread was purchased with my own earnings." "Your earnings? Haha, Zhang Ping, I've heard tales of your gambling tendencies, yet I have never heard of you making a profit. Did you strike it lucky this time?" Someone inquired with a laugh. Zhang Ping remained unfazed, responding with a grin, "Nonsense. Who says I, Zhang Ping, am solely a gambler? Making money is my true talent. This white bread was bought with the money I earned from selling persimmons in the city." "Persimmons? Haha, I heard your family only had half a basket left, and you merely got lucky last time. Keep selling. But with just a few coins, I wonder how long you can sustain yourself?" Another jeered. Zhang Ping's gaze shifted to the speaker, a man in his 40s named Li Dagan, who harbored resentment towards his father for being the production team leader. He had long been a thorn in the village, particularly after his family's decline, and had been particularly oppressive. Of course, in recent years, Zhang Ping's father, Zhang Dachuan, had dealt with him multiple times, and it was only after the land was contracted that Li Dagan regained his footing. He was the one who had broken Zhang Ping's father's leg last time. Zhang Ping's eyes swept over his face, his expression remaining unchanged. "Haha," Zhang Ping sneered, pulling out 2 coins from his pocket and displaying them to everyone. While 2 coins may not seem like much, for many, it was a considerable amount. In Hewan Village, few families could casually flaunt 2 coins. "This is just my pocket money. This morning, I had my mother take 50 yuan to the hospital for my father's medical fees." Chapter 6. You two really have thick skin. Upon hearing this, most dismissed his claims as mere boasting, though some expressed doubt. "Ping Ping, can you truly sell dozens of pounds of persimmons for such a price? 1 yuan per pound?" Zhang Ping had been steering the conversation, and upon hearing this, he turned to the speaker with a smile. The man, Zhang Yukai, had a name that suggested wealth. Yet his family was desperately poor, with children who could hardly afford pants, and his 7 or 8-year-old son running around without clothes. Zhang Ping smiled at him and said, "Uncle Yukai, I cannot sell persimmons for 1 yuan per pound. They are not made of gold. However, yesterday in the city, I encountered a distinguished individual, a high-ranking official from the county guest house. He sampled my persimmons and declared them delicious, immediately ordering 20,000 pounds, and those few coins are merely a deposit. In other words, I began assisting him in collecting persimmons, priced at 5 cents per pound, identical to the rate set by the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. However, the quality must be impeccable. Any that are moldy or rotten should not be brought. I must clarify one thing. Though, I have already paid my father's medical expenses as a deposit, and thus cannot provide you with cash directly. If you trust me, then please deliver the persimmons. Within 2 or 3 days, I will pay you every single penny." After finishing his statement, Zhang Ping turned and entered the courtyard. He then found a scale to place on the windowsill and brought out a few baskets, displaying a readiness to commence work. Zhang Ying, who had been listening attentively from the courtyard, expressed her concern, asking, "Ping Ping, are you certain this is permissible? We must avoid being accused of speculation. That could lead to imprisonment." Zhang Ping replied with a smile, "Sister, there is no need for worry. The government has long since implemented policies encouraging individual entrepreneurs to engage in business. Haven't you noticed that no one is being apprehended for setting up stalls in the commune? That is precisely the reason. What I am doing is not a crime. Oh, Zhang Ping acknowledged that her brother had a point. She had indeed heard such announcements from the village loudspeaker once or twice, and was aware that many locals were now conducting business. Though still uneasy, she refrained from further commentary. However, as time passed, no one came to purchase persimmons. Zhang Ping sighed, realizing that money was not so easily earned, and shook her head as she retreated to the kitchen. After a considerable half-hour had elapsed, someone cautiously inquired at the courtyard entrance, "Ping Ping, I have some persimmons left at home. Would you like to buy them?" Zhang Ping was instantly delighted and greeted the caller with a smile, saying, "Uncle Zhang Kai? Of course. Bring as many as you have, provided they are of good quality. I want to be picky." "All right then. I will fetch them right away," Zhang Yukai exclaimed, turning to leave, but shortly returned with his eldest son carrying a basket. Zhang Ping chuckled, "Uncle, you are the first. Since you trust me so much, I will give you a price increase of 5 cents per pound." "Really?" Zhang Yukai's face lit up with joy at the inquiry. Zhang Ping nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Indeed. Though I may enjoy gambling, I am a man of my word. I will honor my commitments. I assure you, you will receive your payment within 2 days." "Excellent." Haha. Zhang Yukai rubbed his hands together excitedly. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "Could you also trade some of that white flour for me?" "Certainly. I will bring some back. Just let me know how much you need, and we can exchange it on the spot." "Wonderful." Zhang Yukai's eyes gleamed with delight at the thought of enjoying white flour again. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Ping exited the kitchen and was astonished to see someone actually selling persimmons. After weighing the fruit, Zhang Ping, with a pencil in hand, wrote in a notebook while announcing, "Uncle Yukai, the total weight is 158 pounds. After deducting the basket's weight of 6 pounds, the net weight is 152 pounds. The unit price is 5.5 cents per pound, which totals 836 yuan. He then tore off a receipt from the notebook and handed it over, saying, "Here's the receipt. Keep it safe and bring it when you come for your payment. If lost, I want to be able to pay you." With a playful grin, Zhang Ping bid farewell to Zhang Yukai. As he gazed at the 2 large baskets of persimmons, a smile spread across his face. The business had officially commenced. With one customer secured, he felt confident that others would follow. Zhang Ping knew that stability was now assured. Indeed, after another 20 minutes, a family approached, carrying 2 baskets. Zhang Ping quickly greeted them with a warm smile, ultimately assuring them with a receipt detailing the amount and weight before they departed. Despite many having participated in the earlier vandalism and looting of Zhang Ping's home, no one wished to jeopardize their finances, and soon enough, several individuals began to deliver persimmons. However, Zhang Ping noted that the contributions varied. Some were over 100 pounds, while others were merely 40 or 50. Yet, he harbored no disdain, accepting all as long as the quality remained satisfactory. As noon approached, just as Zhang Ping was preparing to close up, he suddenly noticed a figure timidly entering through the courtyard gate. It was Li Xiaohua and her husband, struggling to carry a basket brimming with persimmons. "Ping Ping, I apologize for my earlier actions. We also have a basket of persimmons for you to collect." Zhang Ping cast a sidelong glance, and a surge of anger welled up within him. Once the couple set down the basket, he coldly remarked, "How audacious of you to bring back the persimmons you previously stole from my home to sell them to me. Zhang Ping, do not slander us. These are clearly our persimmons." Li Xiaohua's expression shifted instantly. Zhang Ping scoffed, "Can you not see the name Zhang Dachuan emblazoned on the basket?" Li Xiaohua, illiterate, turned pale and glanced helplessly at her husband. Zhang Quanlai, however, recognized the name, and his face fluctuated between white and red upon seeing it. "Oh, indeed. Zhang Quanlai. Li Xiaohua, your audacity is remarkable. You steal from others and then attempt to sell it back. Have you no shame?" A bystander leaned in to confirm, spotting the name on the basket, and swiftly redirected the ire toward Zhang Quanlai and Li Xiaohua. After all, they had already sold their persimmons and were now hoping for Zhang Ping to pay them. "Li Xiaohua, I always knew you lacked shame, but I never anticipated your audacity to this extent. Zhang Quanlai, your wife is disgraceful, and you are no better. Leave at once. Do not bring further disgrace upon the Zhang family." Instantly, several villagers who had gathered to witness began to denounce them, seemingly eager to distance themselves from the couple. Unable to endure any longer, Zhang Quanlai's face turned a deep shade of crimson, and in a fit of rage, he abandoned the basket and stormed off. Such a disgrace. With the man gone, Li Xiaohua recognized that their deception had been exposed, and her composure crumbled. Initially hoping to take the persimmons back, she found herself too weak to carry them. After several futile attempts, she was left with no choice but to flee in a panic. Amidst a chorus of insults from the onlookers, Zhang Ping coldly observed the scene, refraining from uttering a single word to intervene. Chapter 7. Two Great Helpers by midday. Zhang Ping calculated that he had collected persimmons from 18 households, totaling around 2,000 pounds. Although he felt somewhat dissatisfied, it was still a commendable amount. Considering that he could sell his own several dozen pounds of persimmons for 21 yuan, he pondered the fortune he might earn from this bounty. The thought of such a prosperous scene brought him immense joy. During lunch, the second brother, Zhang Gui, returned home. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the sight of a pile of persimmons in the courtyard. "Sister," Zhang Gui called out, and both Zhang Ping and Zhang Ying emerged from the house. Zhang Ping, delighted to see his older brother, exclaimed, "Second brother, you're back. Ping, did you bring these?" Zhang Gui, evidently informed by their mother about the situation, displayed a cordial demeanor towards Zhang Ping. "Indeed, this morning we collected them from the villagers. After lunch, we shall take them to the city." Zhang Ping winked at him, signaling to continue their conversation indoors. Zhang Gui, being a clever lad, understood immediately and followed suit. Zhang Ying joined in with a smile. "Little Gui, come inside and rest for a bit. We can eat together." "All right," Zhang Gui replied cheerfully, glancing into the kitchen and playfully inquiring, "Sister, what are we having for lunch?" With a smile, Zhang Ying responded, "Noodles with sliced meat. How does that sound?" A glimmer of hope appeared in her demeanor, and her smile brightened, making Zhang Ping very happy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Gui rushed in for a closer look, astonished to find it was indeed true. "Sister, you really have made noodles. I thought you were joking." Zhang Ying's eyes suddenly glistened with emotion. "This is all thanks to Ping." Zhang Gui nodded appreciatively. "Oh, I must go have a word with Ping." As soon as he stepped inside, he asked, "Third brother, did you really sell the persimmons at a high price?" Zhang Ping nodded, grinning. "Yes, we'll sell the ones in the yard this afternoon. And they should all be gone by then. How did you manage that? Where did you get the money to buy the villagers' persimmons? Did they really want to sell them to you?" Zhang Gui was filled with confusion. Zhang Ping recounted the events of the morning, causing Zhang Gui's eyes to widen in surprise. After a moment, he chuckled and teased, "Third brother, you truly have a clever mind. No wonder you excel in your studies. Second brother, if only you had applied yourself in school, you would have surpassed me." This flattery made Zhang Gui feel quite pleased, and he chuckled, "Hee, it's fine that I didn't study well. As long as you excel, that's enough for me. From now on, I'll follow you to make a fortune." Zhang Ping laughed, "Hee, let us earn money together and ensure our family enjoys a good life." "Absolutely. When brothers unite, their strength is unbreakable." Zhang Gui momentarily impressed with a cultured remark. With shared laughter, the three siblings joyfully finished their lunch, and Zhang Ping and Zhang Gui began preparing to take the persimmons to the city. Unexpectedly, at that moment, someone entered through the courtyard gate, shouldering a large bamboo basket. Ping, "Oh, Gui is here too." Zhang Ping looked up and immediately recognized the newcomer as Zhang Jianmin, the eldest son of his uncle Zhang Jinchuan. "Brother Jianmin, what brings you here?" Zhang Ping asked, somewhat surprised, but upon noticing the large bamboo basket, he quickly deduced the purpose of his visit. According to his recollection, Uncle Zhang Jinchuan and his father Zhang Dachuan had a neutral relationship, not particularly close, yet not distant either. They had not interacted much due to Zhang Dachuan's reputation as a fair production team leader, offering little favoritism towards his relatives, which led many in the family to harbor grievances against him, accusing him of lacking empathy. However, Zhang Ping held a favorable impression of his cousin Zhang Jianmin. Though not particularly loquacious, he was a person of integrity who stood up for his younger siblings in times of trouble, setting himself apart from others. Zhang Jianmin appeared somewhat awkward and, with a sheepish smile, remarked, "Oh, I heard that you have a way with persimmons, and since our family is running low on grain, we thought we might benefit from your good fortune." Zhang Jianmin was notably tall, standing over 6 feet, and due to years of labor under the sun and rain, his skin was darkened. Although he was somewhat lean, he possessed a robust and formidable presence. Zhang Gui was already aware of the incident when their father was assaulted, and he disdainfully remarked, "Humph, when others vandalized our home and attacked my father, where were you and your family to lend a hand? Now you come seeking money. Such is often the nature of human relationships, where the actions of kin can inflict the deepest wounds, and Zhang Gui felt a sense of resentment. Zhang Ping, however, patted his elder brother and said, "Brother, what nonsense are you spouting? We cannot blame Jianmin for what happened back then. It was my doing. I should bear the responsibility." As he spoke, his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Upon realizing that this incident had been brought up, Zhang Jianmin's embarrassment deepened, and he found himself at a loss for words, unsure whether to remain or to leave. Zhang Gui merely sought comfort in his words. Yet he understood that if he did not relent, he might irreparably offend their uncle's family. Yet, conceding too easily did not sit well with him either. In rural life, one cannot navigate alone. Many matters are interconnected, and without the support of others, one would find it difficult to thrive in the village, regardless of wealth. Clearly indecisive, Zhang Gui turned to Zhang Ping. Among their family, Zhang Ping was the most spirited, but also the most astute. Therefore, when faced with such a situation, Zhang Gui was hesitant to make a unilateral decision, especially considering the fraught relationships among their uncle's family. Zhang Ping surmised that Zhang Jianmin's visit was likely a result of familial discussions, and it seemed unfair to put the onus on the honest man alone. "Ah, Jianmin, there is no need for such formality among family. I accept persimmons, the entire village does. How could I not accept from my own kin?" Zhang Ping emphasized the term family with intention. He understood that he could not operate in isolation. Even if he were able, he needed the support of trustworthy individuals. And indeed, his uncle's family was well suited for this. Noticing Zhang Jianmin's discomfort, he quickly added, "Jianmin, set it down. I will weigh it for you." Zhang Jianmin, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, chuckled and placed the basket down. Since his younger brother had made such a statement, Zhang Gui felt it inappropriate to say anything further and joined in to assist with the weighing. After weighing, the net weight was 86 pounds. Zhang Ping, like he did with others, wrote him a note. Zhang Jianmin felt a twinge of shame for not having assisted during the earlier incident when their uncle was attacked. And looking at the persimmons, he asked, "Ping Ping, how will you transport so many persimmons to the city?" Upon reflection, Zhang Ping found himself in a bit of a quandary. His original plan was for him and his brother to each take a cart, dividing the load equally for their journey to the county town. However, a cart laden with 1,000 pounds was no trivial matter. Casually mentioning his intentions, Zhang Jianmin quickly interjected, "Well, I have nothing pressing to attend to. How about I assist you both with the delivery?" After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Ping nodded in agreement. "All right then, Brother Jianmin, please take this note home first and inform the family. If your cart is available, bring it along as well." "Certainly." With Zhang Ping's approval, Zhang Jianmin promptly turned and headed home. Once Zhang Jianmin had departed, Zhang Gui hastily remarked, "Third brother, we must be discreet. While including him poses no issue. Aunt's loose lips could soon have the entire village gossiping." Zhang Ying approached, adding, "Indeed, Ping Ping, is this wise?" Zhang Ping smiled reassuringly, "Sister, second brother, there is no cause for concern. This venture is not intended to be a long-term endeavor. I merely aim to earn enough to cover our father's medical expenses and ensure a joyful new year for our family. By the time they catch wind of our plans, we will have already secured our profits and moved on to other pursuits." There was an unspoken thought lingering in Zhang Ping's mind. In this era, opportunities abound, yet few possess the audacity to seize them. He found little fear in the prospect of others discovering his endeavors. Currently, he lacked both capital and connections, and he regarded the persimmon cake business with a sense of indifference. His true aspiration was to establish a factory, focusing initially on food production. The prevailing conditions in the country were not akin to those of future years, where abundance and competition reigned. Rather, the significant issue at hand was the disparity of information. Goods often went unsold while those with wealth struggled to procure them. Particularly in terms of basic necessities, the scarcity was palpable, presenting Zhang Ping with his first substantial opportunity for ascendance. He felt a surge of optimism, especially with the support of two capable allies, which bolstered his confidence in this venture. Chapter 8. The third brother's lack of sincerity. Upon hearing that there were additional business prospects, the siblings were taken aback, sensing a profound transformation in their brother. Nevertheless, this was a positive development. Observing Zhang Ping's composed demeanor, they refrained from further discussion. Zhang Ping continued, "Uncle's family isn't entirely unfavorable. It's merely that he is overly cautious and hesitant to take risks. Although Jianmin is earnest, he is a good person and does not speak much. I trust he won't gossip when I inform him. After all, he is family, and it is beneficial to have support. Furthermore, his strength far surpasses ours, making our task considerably easier. Indeed, that is true. His strength is remarkable, Zhang Gui conceded. Both he and Zhang Ping were often labeled as layabouts by the villagers, and despite their reluctance to engage in labor, the prospect of free assistance was certainly welcomed. With their plans in place, they swiftly busied themselves, loading half of their own cart, leaving the remainder for when Zhang Jianmin returned. As they continued their work, Zhang Jianmin arrived, bringing his cart and quickly loading the rest of the cargo. The trio wasted no time. Eager to make progress, they set off with their cart. Zhang Ping found the task manageable, alternating between assisting the others with pushing the cart. Zhang Ying stood at the doorway, watching the three depart. A hint of worry etched on her face. As they departed from the village, numerous individuals stood at the entrance, gazing intently, while simultaneously offering reminders to exercise caution on the journey and to return promptly. Zhang Ping understood that these individuals were preoccupied with their monetary concerns, and he responded casually. He was confident that once he delivered the money into their hands, all doubts would dissipate, and he was certain that he would receive even more next time. It is an eternal truth that people are inherently motivated by financial gain. Throughout the journey, it was primarily Zhang Jianmin who pulled a cart, while the two brothers shared the burden of another. Yet, Zhang Jianmin still managed to outpace them, occasionally stopping to wait for them, which rendered the two somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, their exhaustion masked any discomfort, their faces flushed with fatigue. With Zhang Jianmin's assistance, their pace quickened considerably, and they reached the city in merely 2 hours. Instead of seeking a location to set up a stall immediately, Zhang Ping turned to Zhang Jianmin and said, "Brother Jianmin, please watch the cart here while my second brother and I make a quick trip to the post office." Zhang Gui, taken aback, inquired, "What do we need to go to the post office for? Are you sending a letter?" Zhang Ping smiled and replied, "I need to purchase some large envelopes to pack the persimmons. Otherwise, how will people carry them? It would look more presentable, wouldn't it? Isn't that a waste of money? Each one costs 5 cents. Zhang Gui lamented, "Dear second brother, your frugality will not serve you well in business. If you are reluctant to spend a little, how can you expect to earn more substantial profits?" Zhang Ping chuckled, pulling him directly into the post office. Upon entering, the hall was relatively quiet, with only 2 individuals present. After waiting for the person in front to finish, Zhang Ping approached the counter and greeted, "Hello, comrade." The woman behind the counter, appearing to be in her 40s, glanced up with an air of disdain and replied, "For mailing letters, use the mailbox outside. To send packages, go to the first table to weigh them. For telegrams, pay at the left window, and for phone calls." Her tone was haughty, completely disregarding Zhang Ping. Unperturbed, Zhang Ping understood the current state of affairs and maintained a smile, saying, "Excuse me, ma'am." At this, the woman became irritated, glaring at him with her bulging eyes, exclaiming, "Who are you calling ma'am? I am only 38. Is there something wrong with your eyesight? If you are nearsighted, go get glasses. Rural folks have no manners at all." Zhang Ping was taken aback, contemplating, "Wow, at 38, should I still address you as young lady?" Nevertheless, having experienced the world, he quickly composed himself and apologized, "My sincerest apologies, sister. My vision is indeed poor, and I failed to notice. However, upon seeing you, I knew I had encountered a kind-hearted person. You remind me of my elder sister, who is always compassionate and caring." As he spoke, he silently expressed his regret to his sister, Zhang Ying, acknowledging that all of this was in pursuit of financial gain, not a personal slight. Upon hearing his words, the woman's demeanor softened, and with a huff, she said, "You do have an eye for people. I am the eldest in my family, responsible for raising my younger siblings. Now, what do you need?" "I would like to purchase some envelopes, the large kind that can hold documents," Zhang Ping quickly replied. "Ah, each one costs 5 cents. How many do you need?" the woman inquired, already preparing to retrieve them. "Sister, I need quite a few. Can you offer a discount?" Zhang Ping negotiated. The woman chuckled. Haggling over a few envelopes. "Pray tell, how many do you intend to purchase? If you can manage to buy more than 50, I might consider giving you a discount, just 4 cents each." She lifted her cup from the table to take a sip of water, her demeanor dripping with disdain. Zhang Ping calculated the total of his money, which amounted to 2 yuan and 67 cents. After some thought, he declared, "I shall take 65. He knew it wasn't enough and would likely need to return for more. Cough, cough. "You truly want that many?" The woman, having just taken a sip, nearly choked. Anger flared in her eyes as she hastily wiped the water off her clothing, glaring at him. Indeed, I genuinely need that many. Zhang Ping stifled a laugh and quickly handed over the 2 yuan and 60 cents. Upon seeing the money, the woman, surprised, inquired, "Which organization do you belong to require so many?" Zhang Ping fabricated a tale. "Oh, I'm purchasing them for my cousin. She didn't specify what they were for. She works at the county committee." As he uttered these words, the image of the beautiful woman who had first bought persimmons from him flashed in his mind, and he spun a story based on her. Hearing that this seemingly inconspicuous young man had a relative in the county committee, the woman's demeanor transformed instantly. She smiled broadly and exclaimed, "Ah, so that's the case. We mustn't delay national affairs. Your sister must be involved in something significant. I'll fetch the envelopes for you right away." The woman's movements became agile as she swiftly counted the envelopes. Within 2 minutes, 65 craft envelopes lay before Zhang Ping. While handing them over, she cheerfully asked, "Young man, what's your name? I find you quite agreeable. You have a different spirit about you." Zhang Ping was left speechless. Though he had witnessed many women change their expressions in his past life, he had never seen such a sudden transformation. Nevertheless, he smiled and replied, "Sister, my name is Zhang Ping, and this is my brother Zhang Gui. If I'm busy later, just let him handle the envelope purchase." "All right, I'll remember that. My name is Chun Li Juan. From now on, we are like family. So feel free to reach out." The woman beamed with joy. "Thank you, sister. I'll take my leave." Zhang Ping quickly returned her smile. "Take care. If you have time, come back and chat. It can be rather dull here." Chun Li Juan stood up, watching Zhang Ping and his brother depart with a glimmer in her eyes. Zhang Ping was accustomed to such expressions and felt indifferent, but Zhang Gui was left utterly astonished. Upon exiting the post office, Zhang Gui hastily grabbed Zhang Ping's arm, his face a mask of shock. "Third brother, your talent for deceit is remarkable. Why didn't you claim our father was the county magistrate?" "Uft. Ha. Second brother, look at you, still mingling with the crowd outside. Can't you navigate such simple twists?" It was merely a casual remark. Whether she believes it or not, we managed to secure the envelopes at a bargain. As they approached the cart, Zhang Gui still seemed unable to comprehend, muttering, "Third brother, you're being rather insincere. What if we get caught?" Chapter 9. Lessons learned at the gambling table. Zhang Ping disregarded his brother's murmurs and called out to Zhang Jianmin, urging him to pull the cart as they headed towards the vegetable market where they had previously set up their stall. Turning to Zhang Jianmin, he said, "Brother Jianmin, I plan to visit my father today. Could you please inform my mother and the others at the hospital not to buy dinner tonight? I'll bring them something to eat." Zhang Jianmin glanced at Zhang Ping, sensing that the young man was concealing something from him, yet he still agreed to leave. Once Zhang Jianmin departed, Zhang Ping turned to Zhang Gui and said, "Second brother, let us set up our stall here to sell, but when I am selling, just watch without asking questions. Your role is simply to assist with collecting money and moving the baskets." Zhang Gui, somewhat puzzled by the intricacies of selling persimmons, decided to heed his younger brother's words. 3 carts were prominently displayed, and despite the cold winter day and the absence of a mealtime crowd, a few passers-by soon took notice. An elderly lady, whose eyesight was failing, approached and upon recognizing the persimmons, exclaimed, "Oh, young man, it's you. I've been waiting for you. I couldn't purchase any yesterday as the neighbors bought them all, and my grandson has been quite upset." Zhang Ping quickly responded with a smile, "Grandma, you are truly wonderful. Your grandson is indeed fortunate to have such a caring grandmother." The old woman beamed at his words, laughing, "Haha, it's all a sin." Nevertheless, she promptly handed over 2 yuan, stating, "You sell them for 5 cents each, right? I'll take 2 yuan worth." "Certainly," Zhang Ping replied enthusiastically, fetching a brown paper bag to fill with persimmons while adding, "Grandma, mind you, for 2 yuan, that's a total of 40 pieces, no less." He counted aloud as he packed. 1, 2, 3, 26, 27. Upon finishing, he even included 2 extras as a bonus. The elderly woman felt elated, thinking to herself, "They say this young man cannot count, and yet he has given me an extra piece and added 2 more as a gift. That's 3 for free." She departed with a cheerful grin. Seizing the moment of solitude, Zhang Gui pulled Zhang Ping's arm and queried, "Ping Ping, you miscounted earlier. You gave away 2 extra pieces and added 2 more. Isn't that a loss of 20 cents? Zhang Ping chuckled, "I didn't give away anything. That was intentional." "Why?" Zhang Gui asked, perplexed. Zhang Ping pondered briefly before explaining. This concept is known as the desire to gain psychology, akin to a gambler's mentality, where one hopes for small, improbable advantages. I exploit this psychology. However, unlike a casino dealer who aims to take everything, I offer them small benefits. In doing so, they value these little perks and are more inclined to spend money on our goods. Thus, with a minor sacrifice on our part, we can sell more persimmons and accrue greater wealth. Zhang Gui mulled over this for a while before responding with a smile. Oh, third brother, you just like to obfuscate. Isn't it simply about taking advantage while risking loss? Why not say it plainly instead of using complex terminology? Zhang Ping paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. Well, whatever the label, as long as you understand. Second brother, remember this, in business, it is essential that the other party also reaps corresponding benefits. Otherwise, the venture will falter. Seeing that his brother was grasping the concept, Zhang Ping felt a sense of joy. He did not wish for his elder brother to stray onto a path of misfortune and imprisonment. All right, since you are adept at business, I shall follow your lead. Zhang Gui chuckled casually. Old third, who would have thought? Everyone knows your penchant for gambling. Yet here you are, deriving wisdom from the gaming table. As more customers arrived, Zhang Ping refrained from further explanations and hurried to attend to them. As time passed, the crowd of shoppers gradually increased, and the business of persimmon cakes flourished, keeping both brothers, Zhang Ping and Zhang Gui, quite busy. Zhang Gui's hands trembled as he collected money. Having only heard about his brother's lucrative persimmon cake venture, he was astonished by how swiftly the profits accumulated. At that moment, he was oblivious to the substantial amount tucked within the large envelope he held, but he was certain it was considerable. With the convenience of the large envelope for carrying persimmon cakes, it also offered the bonus of a sturdy paper envelope, much to the delight of the buyers. Their cousin, Zhang Jianmin, had returned and was helping to move some baskets, which was not tiring at all. However, he was puzzled. Hadn't Zhang Ping mentioned that a high-ranking official from a guest house was supposed to procure persimmon cakes? Why were they being sold here? He felt somewhat deceived. Old third, we're running low on envelopes, Zhang Gui exclaimed as he reached for more, only to discover that only 5 or 6 remained. He hurriedly said, Zhang Ping, you should go buy some more. Let us get 300 this time. Let Jianmin handle the money. All right. Zhang Gui counted out 12 yuan and handed the money envelope to Zhang Jianmin before turning to leave. When Zhang Gui arrived again at the post office, it was nearly closing time, and there were no customers inside. The attendant, Chun Li Juan, was still at the window, and upon seeing Zhang Gui enter, she smiled brightly. Oh, brother Zhang Gui, back to buy envelopes, are we? Having mingled in the outside world, Zhang Gui had witnessed Zhang Ping's dealings. He forced a smile and replied, Yes, sister. I must trouble you again. This time, Chun Li Juan did not display any displeasure. Instead, she asked with curiosity, How many do you need this time? 300? What? 300? Chun Li Juan was taken aback. Who buys so many craft paper envelopes these days? Previously, it was 65, and now another 300. What was the purpose? Her curiosity piqued. She stood up and casually inquired, Is your sister the one from the county committee? Why would you need so many large envelopes? Zhang Gui thought to himself that his sister had never even set foot inside the county committee, so how could he know which official it was? Yet, he played his cards wisely, smiling as he replied, I'm afraid that it's not convenient for me to disclose. I'm merely running an errand. Unable to extract more information from him, Chun Li Juan became even more convinced that the brothers had connections within the county committee. In this day and age, having a relative in the county could elevate one's status. Even a mere clerk could look down on others, fearing connections would lead to favoritism. Zhang Gui and Zhang Ping's modest demeanor suited such a family background perfectly, prompting her to resolve to cultivate a good relationship with them. If she could have them speak a few words to someone influential, perhaps her position could improve, rather than spending her days at this window, exposed to the cold. However, she was wise enough not to press further, quickly fetching the envelopes. She returned with 3 bundles of 100 each, handing them over. Since you're ordering in bulk, we'll charge 4 cents each, as per regulations. That's the lowest price. However, should there arise a need for my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. If you find yourself in the city, do visit my home. I reside in the postal staff neighborhood, and everyone will know my name upon inquiry. Chun Li Juan remarked with a knowing smile. Ah, very well. I sincerely appreciate your kindness. And my brothers and I shall certainly pay you a visit when time permits. Zhang Gui quickly replied. understanding that one must not speak too definitively. This was a lesson he had learned through experience. After settling the payment, the two parted ways amicably. Chapter 10. She truly belongs to the county committee. Upon Zhang Gai's return to the market, he was taken aback by the throng of people gathered. Even more than before, business seemed to be thriving, but the sounds of reprimands from within indicated that something was amiss. "Make way, please. Excuse me." Zhang Gui endeavored to push through the crowd, only to discover that it was not a bustling market, but rather a confrontation brewing. Zhang Ping and Zhang Jiamin stood beside a cart, facing three young ruffians. The one in front, with hair dyed a repugnant shade of yellow, exuded an unmistakable air of menace. It appeared that local thugs had come to disrupt the scene. "Kid, who gave you the right to set up shop here? Do you not know this is Yongguo's territory?" The brash youth declared with an air of arrogance, clearly believing he had the upper hand over Zhang Ping and his companion. Zhang Ping, forcing a smile, inquired, "Oh, Yongguo, what is it that you desire? What do I want?" Your attitude is acceptable. It's good to know the rules. It's simple. Hand over 20 yuan, and you may operate here freely from now on." Yonggu replied, his tone dripping with disdain, thinking how easy it was to intimidate these country folk. With the prospect of 20 yuan within reach, a proud smile crept upon his face. 20? This kid's truly unscrupulous. It's akin to half a month's salary for an ordinary person. He probably charges others just 1 or 2 yuan. He's clearly trying to extort money because he sees they're doing well. Someone murmured quietly. Yongguo's brow furrowed at this, and he glanced back to identify the speaker, but upon finding no one, he coldly retorted to Zhang Ping. "Once you hand over the money, you will be under my protection. Feel free to invoke my name, and no one in Feng County will dare to provoke you." Zhang Ping chuckled suddenly, reminiscing about his own past when he had no idea where Yongguo was playing in the mud. How audacious to attempt to rob his ancestors. He had engaged in similar activities in his previous life, having once been at the mercy of others, leading a group to extort from shops rather than street vendors, demanding sums of 1 or 2,000 while brandishing a rubber baton. The bravado of these thugs paled in comparison. "And what if I choose not to pay?" Zhang Ping replied nonchalantly. Yongguo, already irked by Zhang Ping's earlier grin, now became infuriated, responding coldly, "If you refuse to pay, do not blame us for being uncivilized." "Oh, I'm curious to know what that entails. Will it be a battle of wits or of strength?" "I am prepared for either." Zhang Ping, though youthful, spoke with a remarkable air of maturity. This only served to incite Yongguo's wrath further. "You're asking for trouble. You will regret this." Yongguo fumed. "Humph, then do try your hand." Zhang Ping challenged boldly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Gui could no longer contain himself. Embracing the envelope, he stepped outside, casually tossing it into the cart's basket, rolling up his sleeves in preparation for a brawl. Such matters were not foreign to him. Zhang Ping, while unafraid of physical confrontations, was reluctant to be mistaken for a criminal. Although the offense was minor, in 1983, the state was conducting a severe crackdown, and being labeled as a typical offender could lead to dire consequences should an incident arise. The favorable impression he had just begun to cultivate with his family would be irrevocably lost. He had no intention of sabotaging his future. Any of these outcomes would spell disaster for him. He grasped his elder brother's arm, urging, "Elder brother, do not rush. This is the city. This is a place governed by law. I truly do not believe a few ruffians would dare to assault and rob in broad daylight." Zhang Ping's words immediately calmed Zhang Gui, preventing him from advancing further. Zhang Gui, having navigated the streets, was well aware of various matters and knew of many who had been apprehended, which fueled his apprehension. Indeed, upon hearing this, Yongji's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated this mud-stained fellow to confront him so boldly. "You're courting death." Yonggu seethed. In the town of Fengxian, apart from those he dared not provoke, it was the first time he encountered someone so audacious. Surrounded by societal miscreants, he wondered who dared to challenge him. At that moment, a woman's sharp rebuke pierced the air. The crowd hastily turned to see, and Zhang Ping's heart leaped with joy as he recognized Xiao Monli. Clad in a stylish wool coat and polished leather shoes, she remained as beautiful and striking as ever. However, unlike their previous meeting when she had exuded warmth, her voice now bore a cold edge, sharp as a blade. Zhang Ping had thought he held a high estimation of Xiao Monli, yet he suddenly realized he had underestimated her. The composure she displayed in the face of adversity was not something one could cultivate in an ordinary household. It felt as if a humble youth had stumbled upon a wealthy heiress. Yonggu also beheld Xiao Monli, her beauty igniting a sense of greedy desire within him. Yet her piercing gaze instilled a profound fear, akin to poison, leaving him both enamored and terrified, unable to look away. Although Xiao Monli was not young, her fashionable attire and striking features obscured her age, and the aura of maturity she exuded rendered her a veritable siren to men. Even Zhang Ping, accustomed to beauty, found it difficult to withstand her allure. How much more so for a lowly thug like Yonggu, who stood utterly mesmerized. Still not leaving? Do you wish for me to call the police and have you all arrested? Xiao Monli, having noticed the covetous glances from Yonggu and his cohort, felt disdain, and her expression turned frosty as she issued a sharp reprimand. Yonggu snapped back to reality, realizing this woman was no ordinary individual, far beyond his reach. However, he felt it would be undignified to simply retreat, so he feigned aggression, saying, "Do you intend to protect this lad? I would like to inquire who you are. Do share your name, so I might pay a visit another day." Clearly, Yonggu sought to intimidate Xiao Monli. Xiao Monli, undaunted, coldly remarked, "I am Xiao Monli from the County Committee's Publicity Department, and Zhang Dongliang, the Deputy County Mayor, is my husband. Are you contemplating an act of aggression against me? I shall certainly inform the police of your threats." In an instant, Yonggu's expression transformed. He had never anticipated that the individual before him was the wife of a deputy county mayor. Not only did his face change, but his legs also began to tremble. However, it was not just Yonggu who was taken aback. Everyone present, including Zhang Ping, was equally astonished. Indeed, she was a member of the county committee. Zhang Ping was also stunned. He had suspected that Xiao Monli held a significant position, but he had not imagined she was a high-ranking official. The very wife of the deputy county mayor. Her status was indeed formidable. Yonggu, though appearing unrefined, quickly regained his wits. He hastily exclaimed, "Madam, please do not misunderstand. We are merely good friends of Zhang Ping, here to extend our greetings. What transpired earlier was merely a jest, without any ill intent. We shall take our leave now." He then kicked his two companions sharply, and they fled as if their behinds were on fire. Chapter 11. An additional sister. Once they had distanced themselves, the three of them halted, panting heavily like three little hounds, ensuring no one pursued them. After regaining their composure, one of the lackeys cursed. "What unfortunate luck to encounter such a prominent figure. That woman is clearly extraordinary." Yonggu, having calmed slightly, turned to the speaker, frowning. "Chen Ergu, do you know that woman? Is she truly from the county committee?" Ergu nodded. "Yes, I have seen her enter the county committee compound several times with a man. By her demeanor, she must be an official, a high-ranking one at that." Another lackey, lacking foresight, suddenly exclaimed, "What a pity. She is so beautiful. If only I could spend a night with her, even if I were to die afterward, it would be worth it." Smack! Yonggu immediately slapped him on the head, followed by a kick. "Wang Cheng, don't drag us down with your reckless fantasies. Do you even know how many brain cells you possess?" Feeling unsatisfied with just a slap, he unleashed a flurry of blows on Wang Cheng, venting the frustration he had felt from Zhang Ping and others. Seeing their leader take action, Chen Ergu, fueled by his own indignation, joined in, as he had never felt such humiliation before. Eventually, when they were exhausted, Wang Cheng lay on the ground like a defeated dog. Yonggu gritted his teeth. "That woman is formidable. We cannot afford to provoke her." However, judging by their demeanor, their relationship does not seem particularly close. You two will uncover the details about this Zhang Ping and his relationship with her within the next few days. Tomorrow, I shall consult my elder brother. In this Fengshan city, no one dares to challenge me. Ho Yong. His eyes gleamed with malice. Meanwhile, at the market, as Ho Yong and his companions departed, Zhang Ping hurriedly approached. "Sister, thank you. Had you not intervened, we surely would have faced dire consequences today." At this moment, Zhang Ping completely disguised himself as a genuinely weak rural youth, evoking a sense of sympathy from those around him. This was a remarkable skill, honed through various adversities in his past life. Although his acting prowess may not rival that of professional performers, it was undeniably impressive, with his expressions and gestures strikingly on point. He had never attended university, yet the school of life had imparted countless lessons upon him. No one was aware of the solitary struggles he endured in the special economic zone in his previous existence. A middle-aged man nearby could not help but interject, "Young man, I advise you to be cautious in the future. Those individuals are not to be trifled with." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ping immediately inquired, "Sir, do you know those fellows?" The moment Zhang Ping posed the question, the middle-aged man appeared somewhat intimidated. He glanced around at the surrounding crowd, noticing that Xiao Monli was also observing him, and hesitated to leave, hastily shaking his head and saying, "I don't know them. I don't know them." Realizing that he was under scrutiny, Zhang Ping did not believe that he would be easily overlooked. He seized a bag of persimmons that had been prepared but not given to a customer and thrust it towards the man, proclaiming, "Sir, it is our duty as the proletariat to uphold justice and combat the forces of evil. You must not shield wrongdoers." The middle-aged man was taken aback by this bold assertion and leaned closer to Zhang Ping, whispering, "I've heard that there's a gang called the Qinglong Gang in the north of the city, notorious for their ruthless methods. Many have suffered at their hands. And while they have been relatively quiet for the past 6 months, there are still occasional reports of people falling victim to their assaults. These individuals are likely affiliated with the Qinglong Gang." Having delivered this cautionary tale, the man quickly excused himself and departed, anxious about being implicated as an informant, which could spell disaster for his family. "The Qinglong Gang?" Zhang Ping murmured, furrowing his brow. Xiao Monli, who had been listening intently, furrowed her own brows in concern. "I have heard of the Qinglong Gang as well. Numerous criminal cases have been linked to them. The county has attempted to take action several times, but due to insufficient manpower and the gang's extensive connections, they always seem to receive a tip-off and evade capture. They typically only manage to apprehend minor members, while their leader, Ho Chong, remains elusive. In light of this, you should indeed exercise caution." In his previous life, Zhang Ping had never resided in Fengxian County and was unaware of such a gang's existence. The revelation heightened his vigilance. He was not particularly fearful. After amassing wealth in his past life, he had invested significantly in learning a basic form of close combat to guard against kidnapping and robbery. After years of practice, he had developed a certain proficiency, and despite being somewhat out of practice now, he was confident that dealing with a dozen petty thugs would pose no challenge. However, he had family to protect, and these individuals were capable of anything. Concern gnawed at him. Sensing Zhang Ping's apprehension, Xiao Monli promptly said, "Zhang Ping, since you have called me sister, I cannot turn a blind eye to this matter. From now on, be cautious in your actions and remain vigilant, regardless of what transpires. Prioritize your safety. I will be stopping by the police station shortly to ensure they are aware of the situation. If you encounter any difficulties, report them immediately. Mentioning that you are my relative, they will respond promptly." Zhang Ping never anticipated that Xiao Monli would be so kind to him. Were it not for the realization that she was merely a generation younger than his own mother, he might have mistaken her for a long-lost sister. Having spent the majority of his past life in solitude, devoid of familial warmth and affection, he found himself profoundly moved, on the verge of tears. "Sister, thank you. With a sister like you, my life has not been in vain." This heartfelt sentiment caught him off guard, as he had gained an earnest sibling who genuinely cared for him. How sentimental. A young man behaving like a woman. "I am not here to indulge in your sentimentality, but rather to purchase persimmons. Hurry and pack them up, 1 bag for a yuan. I need 15 bags for gifts. Quickly now." Xiao Monli's commanding demeanor resurfaced, and although Zhang Ping recognized her intentional change of subject, he felt even more touched. To ensure he understood her seriousness, she added, "I'm speaking of business here. Do not play around, just 1 yuan per bag." Initially, Zhang Ping took her words lightly, but upon her insistence, he realized her sincerity and promptly called for Zhang Gui and Zhang Jiamin to repack the persimmons. As was customary, they filled the bags according to the original count, although this time they did not tally them up. Nonetheless, Zhang Ping added an extra bag, personally handing it to Xiao Monli. "Sister, had it not been for you, I shudder to think of how my day would have unfolded. This bag is but a token of gratitude from your brother. It is not a valuable item, so please do not refuse it." He then summoned Zhang Gui to assist in delivering all the persimmons to her in a bamboo basket. He understood that her kindness stemmed from a place of compassion for his struggles, yet he could not truly regard her as a sister. He would remember this kindness, but he must not forget the complexities of social relations. While he could not repay her kindness at present, he knew that opportunities would arise in the future to maintain their connection. Seeing Zhang Ping in this light, Xiao Monli felt a sense of comfort. He was a young man who understood propriety and boundaries, and her fondness for him only deepened. Chapter 12. How else could business be conducted? After bidding farewell to Xiao Monli, business resumed, and despite the earlier interruption, sales soared beyond previous levels. The reason was simple. She had connections with high-ranking officials in the county. People are peculiar. They are fully aware that purchasing Zhang Ping's persimmons would not forge any links to these influential figures, yet a glimmer of hope lingered within them. What if Zhang Ping, however, remained unconcerned with such matters? The primary goal was to sell. The persimmons were flying off the shelves, swiftly transforming into cash within large envelopes. By the time Zhang Gui returned, all the persimmons had been sold. Zhang Jianmin's hands ached from counting the money. 5 bulging envelopes filled with cash were in his grasp. Even without knowing the total amount, he understood it was substantial. He had never imagined that earning money could be so effortless. The waves of excitement within him surged uncontrollably. Seeing Zhang Ping finally at leisure, Zhang Jianmin thrust the 5 hefty envelopes into Zhang Ping's hands, as if they were scalding hot. This left Zhang Ping momentarily dazed. But upon observing his expression, he quickly realized that he had been taken aback by the money. In his previous life, he had encountered a similar situation. When he first earned $1 million, gazing at the pile of money before him, he felt inferior even to Zhang Jianmin. He chuckled softly, refraining from further comments, and simply retrieved a 5 yuan note from an envelope, handing it to Zhang Jianmin, saying, "Brother Jianmin, since you've come along today, you now understand how I make my money. You've put in considerable effort, so take this as a token of appreciation." Zhang Jianmin hurriedly declined, saying, Ping, what are you doing? I came to help. How can I accept your money?" Zhang Ping firmly pressed the note into his hand, stating, "Brother, we are family. If there's wealth to be gained, we share it. I won't let your family go hungry." He then counted out over 100 yuan, neatly stowing it in his pocket, before shoving the remaining envelopes into his clothing, securing them tightly with his belt to prevent them from falling. However, this made him appear somewhat bulkier, resembling a portly figure, which was quite peculiar. "Let us go. We're all hungry. Let us grab a meal," Zhang Ping declared, making the decision unilaterally. Zhang Gui thought little of it, considering him a brother, and thus there was no need for formality. Yet, Jianmin felt uneasy clutching the 5 yuan note. It was the first time he had earned such a sum in a single day. After all, it had only taken half a day of work, merely moving a few baskets and making a trip to the county with the cart. He usually received 50 cents for such a journey, making this money feel almost too burdensome. However, with Zhang Ping already preparing to leave with the cart, he reluctantly accepted the money, resolved to assist his uncle's family more diligently in the future. At the state-run restaurant in Fengshan County, the server initially felt pleased to see 3 young men enter, but her demeanor changed upon noticing their attire, causing her to frown and halt in her tracks. Zhang Ping, aware of the prejudices held by such individuals, addressed the server directly. "Hello, we would like to place an order." He promptly ordered 5 pig trotters, a portion of braised pork and shredded potatoes, listing 6 dishes in one breath, which startled the server, who thought they might be there for a free meal. He Xiaohong, who worked as a server, had encountered wealthy patrons before, tables that ordered dozens of dishes, but those guests exuded affluence, whereas these 3 were covered in dirt and patched clothing. She wondered where they would procure the funds. Seeing the server's hesitation, Zhang Ping felt perplexed. Zhang Gui muttered under his breath, "Humph, how dare they look down on us? Thinking we're broke?" Zhang Ping quickly grasped the situation and casually placed several bills on the table, including 5 and 10 yuan notes, totaling no less than 30 or 40 yuan. He Xiaohong was momentarily taken aback, as she hadn't anticipated that these seemingly impoverished country folk actually possessed wealth. And rather surprisingly, it was the youngest among them who pulled out the money. However, wealth was wealth, and her demeanor transformed into a bright smile as she promptly said, "I apologize for my earlier distraction. Could you please repeat your order?" Zhang Ping, feeling somewhat incredulous, could only oblige and restate their order once more. The dishes were served expeditiously, and as Zhang Gui and Zhang Jianmin beheld the sumptuous spread before them, they were astonished to find that 5 of the dishes were meat-based, rendering the scene almost surreal. "Ah, Ping, have we perhaps ordered too much? If we cannot finish it, it would be a waste." Zhang Ping shook his head, replying, "We can manage it. Each of us will have a pig's trotter, and the remaining 2 are for my parents. We will also take some of the meat dishes for them." In an era devoid of plastic bags, Zhang Ping decided to purchase 2 aluminum lunchboxes from the restaurant, filling each with half a portion of rice and a generous assortment of various dishes, packing them to the brim. Only then did the 3 begin to eat. As young men, they devoured their meal with remarkable speed and efficiency, leaving He Xiaohong utterly astonished. In the end, they retrieved 2 leather bags to carry away the remaining large pig trotters. The entire meal cost them merely 4 yuan and 30 cents. Zhang Ping mused about the astonishingly low prices of this era. However, Zhang Gui and Zhang Jianmin were somewhat taken aback by the cost, never anticipating that they had consumed so much. Yet, having eaten and spent, there was nothing more to be said. Upon exiting the restaurant, Zhang Ping waved his hand, declaring, "Let us go to the black market." The term black market was an old-fashioned one. It referred to a time when street vending was prohibited, and people would sell their goods clandestinely. Now that restrictions had eased, it had transformed into a legitimate market, yet the name persisted. "What is the purpose of going to the black market?" Zhang Gui inquired, puzzled. "To buy grain, of course. Many people are in need of it, and our household does not have much left. We should purchase some to bring back, and if anyone needs it, we can trade it for grain." Upon hearing Zhang Ping's plan, Zhang Gui ceased his questioning. However, Zhang Jianmin couldn't help but feel increasingly impressed by his cousin's intellect and resourcefulness. Furthermore, Zhang Ping displayed great affection for his family, embodying loyalty and sentiment. Aligning with him would surely not lead to misfortune. Unbeknownst to Zhang Ping, he had already spotted a cart selling grain. As he approached, he recognized the vendor from the previous day who had sold flour. "Ah, young man, are you here to buy flour again today?" The vendor had also recognized Zhang Ping, remembering him as his first customer from the day before. Zhang Ping smiled, responding, "Business is thriving, I see. I've come to take a look today. If the price is right, I may purchase some." The vendor, beaming with enthusiasm, urged, "The flour is excellent today. Do buy some, and I will give you a discount." "Oh, how much of a discount?" Zhang Ping inquired with a smile. "Yesterday, it was 2 yuan per jean. Today, I'll sell it to you for 1 yuan and 90 cents. What do you think?" The vendor's expression was one of eager anticipation. Zhang Ping surveyed the bags, noting that each was nearly full, indicating that the vendor had yet to commence sales for the day. He chuckled, "I intend to buy quite a bit today. This price seems a bit steep. I shall look further ahead." "Oh, don't go. The price is negotiable. If you buy 100 jean, I can offer it at 1 yuan and 80 cents. The vendor, unwilling to lose a genuine customer, hastily attempted to entice him further. 1 yuan and 50 cents. Zhang Ping stated without hesitation, suspecting that the vendor's flour was not sourced through conventional means, and the cost was likely low. Upon hearing Zhang Ping's counteroffer, both Zhang Gui and Zhang Jianmin were left in a state of bewilderment. Was this truly how one purchased goods? It felt more akin to a hostile takeover, too harsh. They feared that the transaction might not go through. Indeed, the boss's expression changed in an instant, and he firmly rejected, "Impossible. I want 300 pounds. Zhang Ping uttered another phrase. "A deal." The boss was momentarily taken aback, but quickly agreed, a smile returning to his face. The speed of this transformation left Zhang Gui and Zhang Jianmin in a state of astonishment. They were both somewhat skeptical of what they had just witnessed. Could business truly be conducted in such a manner? Chapter 13. This young man's provisions. The boss had a total of 6 bags of flour on his cart, each weighing 50 pounds, which were swiftly cleared out. The total came to 45 yuan, and without batting an eye, Zhang Ping produced the money. The sight of such a sum made the boss's eyes gleam with delight. "Thank you very much. I am Li Laohe. I set up my stall here every evening, and my home is the 3rd house down the alley behind. If you ever need grain and cannot find me, feel free to come to my house." With the money received, the boss wore a broad smile, looking at Zhang Ping as if he were a living bodhisattva. "All right, if I need anything, I will seek you out," Zhang Ping replied succinctly, and without further ado, he departed with the 2 others. After purchasing some vegetables and meat, they finally made their way to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Zhang Ping, burdened with numerous items from their purchases, instructed Zhang Jianmin to stay behind and guard the belongings while he and Zhang Gui entered the hospital with the food. The moment he stepped inside, Zhang Ping suddenly felt an overwhelming heaviness in his legs, rendering him almost unable to move. Guilt. The guilt from 2 lifetimes. Having been reborn, he was finally about to see his father. Moreover, his father's hospitalization was due to him, which nearly paralyzed him with fear. Zhang Gui noticed that something was amiss with Zhang Ping and quickly inquired, "Third brother, what's wrong? Are you unwell?" Zhang Ping hurriedly shook his head, replying, "Second brother, I'm fine." He mustered his courage and forced himself to move forward. Zhang Gui, who had been accompanying their father, was aware of the ward's location. The orthopedic department was on the 1st floor and not far away. At last, they halted in front of a room marked with the number 16. Zhang Gui turned to Zhang Ping and said, "This is it." With that, he pushed the door open and entered. "Dad, Mom, look at what I've brought you." Steamed rice and several hearty dishes, hee. As he spoke, Zhang Ping heard the sound of placing the food box down, followed by his mother Li Xiaomei's exclamation. "Oh my goodness! Ah Gui, how did you buy such expensive food? Where did you get the money?" Soon after, Zhang Dachuan's stern voice resonated, "Second son, you better confess honestly, where did this money come from?" Zhang Gui immediately grinned and replied, Dad, Mom, this isn't my doing, it was third brother who bought it. And I assure you, the money is entirely legitimate, without a trace of taint. By the way, I also brought you pig trotters. Hey, where's third brother?" Meanwhile, Zhang Ping remained standing outside the door, unable to move his feet for quite some time. He was afraid, truly afraid. He was not afraid of being scolded or beaten by his father. He feared his father's indifference. In his memories, Zhang Dachuan was a man of strong character, intolerant of wrongdoing, and such a situation could certainly lead to him never forgiving Zhang Ping. Reflecting on his past life, he recalled the indifference displayed by his younger brother, Shaoan, upon his return home, a clear indication of the profound hurt he had inflicted upon his family. The most severe punishment for hating someone is not physical reprimand, but rather the chilling embrace of indifference and neglect. This very coldness he had witnessed in Shaoan during his previous existence, and he dreaded the prospect of encountering it in his father's gaze once more in this lifetime. As he continued to spiral into his thoughts, he was suddenly roused by the voice of his second brother, Zhang Gui, who called out, "Third brother, what's the matter with you? Hurry up and come in." Zhang Ping found it difficult to lift his feet, but under Zhang Gui's urging, he gradually shuffled inside. He dared not raise his head, maintaining a low posture as he approached the hospital bed. "Third brother, quickly, take out the pig's trotter. It will get cold," Zhang Gui urged. Zhang Ping hurriedly opened his clothing and retrieved 2 pig's trotters, wrapped in a large envelope. However, the atmosphere in the ward shifted to one of palpable tension. Zhang Ping could sense his father's unwavering gaze upon him, filled with fury. "What are you here for? To see if I am dead?" Zhang Dachuan's voice was laced with severity and indignation, brimming with an impending eruption of anger. Bang! Zhang Ping collapsed to his knees, the sound echoing against the concrete floor. "Dad, I was wrong. I am sorry. I truly realize my mistakes." The ward was not solely occupied by their family, being a shared room. The other 2 families stared in astonishment at the commotion unfolding. Li Xiaomei gently pushed Zhang Dachuan, whispering, "He already acknowledges his mistakes. Don't be too harsh on him." "Can you truly disown him?" "Humph." Zhang Dachuan snorted through his nostrils, remaining silent. Zhang Gui hurriedly pressed the pig's trotters into Zhang Dachuan's hands, saying, "Dad, I must tell you, third brother is quite remarkable. He earned the money to buy these today, and we 3 have already feasted on them. It was my first time enjoying such an abundance of delicious dishes." Noticing Zhang Dachuan's lack of response, Zhang Gui insisted, "Dad, third brother says the pig's trotters will help your legs heal faster, as they are rich in calcium, truly beneficial. You must eat them. In my opinion, given the mischief this lad has caused, you should indulge him. Not only should you eat, but eat heartily. This boy is clever and can earn money. In the future, you can ask him for anything you desire." Zhang Ping was already in tears, prostrating himself and knocking his forehead against the floor with a resounding thud, evoking deep sympathy from Li Xiaomei, who shed tears uncontrollably. "Dad, please just eat a little. This is the children's filial piety." A man from the adjacent bed interjected, "Brother Dachuan, your 2 sons are truly commendable. If my 3 boys had even one like yours, I could sleep soundly." A middle-aged woman beside another bed added, "Indeed. Brother Zhang, we are all family. There should be no lingering grudges. No matter how great the anger, he is still your son, after all. Look, the child has even injured his forehead." Upon hearing about the injury, Zhang Dachuan's gaze softened slightly, and he turned to Zhang Ping. "Get up, or you'll truly knock yourself out here and tarnish my name." Zhang Ping felt a wave of relief wash over him. He understood that he had finally passed this hurdle. "Thank you, Dad. I vow never to engage in such disgraceful acts again. If I do not recognize me as your son." Zhang Ping burst into tears, finally lifting his gaze to behold his father's face for the first time. Zhang Dachuan was tall, and even while seated on the hospital bed, he appeared taller than most. Yet he was gaunt, the result of years of labor under the sun, his skin weathered and darkened, his face lined with wrinkles. making him look nearly 60 despite being in his 40s. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, his complexion bore an unnatural pallor, which only deepened Zhang Ping's sorrow, tears streaming down his cheeks. Nevertheless, his gaze remained sharp, causing Zhang Ping to shy away from direct eye contact. His left leg was amputated, encased in plaster and bamboo, the bed covers only draping over his upper half, leaving his thickly wrapped lower leg exposed. How old are you to be shedding tears? Stop acting like a coward and bring me shame. Zhang Dachuan scolded again. Yet, Zhang Ping felt a swell of emotion. If his father truly did not care, he would not have reproached him. Father, I recognize my mistakes and promise never to repeat them. You and mother, please eat quickly while the food is warm. Wiping his tears with his sleeve, he suddenly remembered his primary purpose for coming, bringing money, and hastily placed it on the bedside table. Mother, take this money for the medical expenses tomorrow and keep a little for meals. Don't be frugal. If it runs out, I will bring you more. He said this while stepping back to the foot of the bed, afraid to breathe too loudly. However, Zhang Dachuan's eyes sharpened at the sight of the money. Where did you get this money? Zhang Ping had no intention of deceiving his father, but there were many people around, and he preferred not to disclose the information. He looked pleadingly at his elder brother, Zhang Gui. Father, we will explain this later, but I assure you it is from a legitimate source. It cannot be explained in a few words. We will elaborate later. Zhang Dachuan, having once been a production team leader, possessed keen insight and quickly perceived that they wished to keep this information private, so he refrained from pressing further. Fine, but remember what you just said. Should you engage in any wrongdoing, you shall never enter the Zhang family door again. Zhang Ping hurriedly nodded in agreement. I remember. Now, father, mother, please eat quickly. It's getting dark, and my brother and I must return home. We will visit you again tomorrow. With that, he swiftly exited the ward. As he stepped out of the hospital, tears streamed down his face once more. At last, his father had acknowledged him. He had finally received his father's forgiveness. After 2 lifetimes, this wish had finally come true. Compared to obtaining his father's pardon, he felt that earning money was exceedingly effortless. Third brother, why are you crying so? Have you bumped your head and lost your wits? In rural life, minor injuries were not considered significant, and Zhang Gui felt the same. Zhang Ping shook his head. No, brother, it's nothing. I am overjoyed. Our father finally does not blame me. In the hospital room, Zhang Dachuan, clearly hungry, pulled a pig's trotter from the envelope and began to gnaw at it heartily, his mouth muttering curses. Humph, this rascal has done little good, yet excels at spending money on food. Xiaomei, you should eat quickly while it's still warm. Yet, his voice carried a tremor. Li Xiaomei felt a surge of happiness in her heart as she wiped away her tears, exclaiming, Eat. This little rascal must eat. By the time the 3 brothers returned to the village, it was already 9:30 at night. Power outages were almost a norm in the countryside, enveloping everything in darkness. However, as they approached the entrance, a group of over 10 people emerged from the shadows, startling them. Ping Ping, you're back. Zhang Ping recognized the voice of Zhang Yukai and quickly realized they were not there to welcome them, but rather to collect money. Uncle Yukai, why are you lurking in the dark? You scared me, Zhang Ping said, somewhat irritated. Zhang Yukai chuckled awkwardly. I was just waiting for you. It's so dark. I was a bit worried. Zhang Gui interjected with a scolding tone. Worried about us? More like worried about the money. This comment made Zhang Yukai even more embarrassed. Panting, but remaining silent, another person spoke up. Ah Gui, how can you speak like that? These are your elders. You should show some respect. Zhang Ping, sensing the tension, pulled Zhang Gui back to prevent an argument. Chapter 14. Sisters Hope. A crowd followed the 3 brothers into the house. Zhang Ying, clearly awake, heard the commotion and immediately emerged from the room with a lantern. Behind her was a 13-year-old boy, Zhang En, who had chased Zhang Ping away in a previous life due to his lameness. Zhang Ping had no time to deal with him, but he felt a wave of nostalgia. In the dim light, everyone caught sight of the large haul from the cart, especially the 6 bags of flour, which made their eyes widen with excitement. Zhang Ping turned to Zhang Yukai and the others, saying, Uncle Yukai, it's too late to see anything now, and we are all exhausted. Come back tomorrow morning. In the light of day, everything will be clear, and I assure you, you will receive every penny owed to you. Here, I have white flour priced at 8 yuan per pound. I want to profit from you. If you wish to exchange it for flour instead, that is fine. Discuss among yourselves whether you want money or flour. We will settle it together in the morning. Some were reluctant to leave, hesitating. Zhang Ping, with a fierce glare, said, "What? Do you think I would run off with the goods while you're here? It's too dark. If something goes wrong, who would want that?" This remark left the crowd speechless, and ultimately, they reluctantly departed, though they kept glancing back at those 6 bags of flour. They were convinced that Zhang Ping had indeed sold something valuable, and the so-called high-ranking officials from the county guest house were certainly real. "Jianmin, lend me a hand and help move everything from the cart into my house," Zhang Ping called out. The 3 brothers hurried to unload the cart, while Xiaolan held the lantern, and Zhang Ying and Zhang and quickly assisted. Once everything was moved, Zhang Ping turned to Zhang Jianmin and said, "Brother Jianmin, you've worked hard all day. You should head home and rest." "All right, I'll come back at dawn." Zhang Jianmin nodded vigorously, still shaken by the events he had witnessed that day, leaving the cart behind in the yard as he made his way home. Zhang went to close the yard gate and soon returned, his eyes widening in astonishment at the pile of goods in the room. "Brother, did you buy all these things? How much did this cost?" In Zhang's heart, the abundance of items before him was something he had never encountered during previous New Year's celebrations, which stirred his senses. As for Zhang Ying, she felt an almost surreal sensation, reaching out to touch the bags of flour, appearing somewhat dazed. Zhang Ping chuckled and said, "Sister, please tidy up the meat and vegetables. We wouldn't want the mice to ruin them by nightfall. Have you all eaten? I shall prepare dinner." Zhang Ying, being the elder sister, was still mindful of such matters. "Sister, we have already dined. Ping treated us to a splendid meal. We even brought some for our parents, but sadly, it has cooled by the time we returned. So we couldn't bring any for you. But fret not. Next time I shall ensure to bring you delicious treats." Zhang Gui quickly added. Zhang Ping, feeling slightly embarrassed, remarked, "Sister, next time I will bring you something different to enjoy." "Third brother, I want to eat meat buns," Zhang suddenly exclaimed, evidently informed by his sister Zhang Ying. Zhang Ping felt a pang of emotion, but smiled as he affectionately ruffled his head, saying, "All right, I will definitely bring some next time." Then he turned to Zhang Ying and said, "Sister, our household will not lack for grain in the future. Eat well. Especially since Xiaoan and Xiaolan are still growing. They must not go hungry, otherwise they won't grow tall." Upon mentioning Xiaolan, Zhang Ping felt a wave of sorrow wash over him, reminding himself to retrieve his sister soon, resolving to do so the next day. Zhang Ying's eyes reddened as she nodded. "Yes, I understand." After sending Zhang off to bed, who was reluctant, Zhang Ping refrained from urging him further. He securely closed the doors and windows, and only then did he pull out 5 brown paper envelopes from his clothing. "What is this?" Zhang Ying inquired, puzzled. Zhang Gui chuckled, "Money." As he spoke, he opened one of the large envelopes and proceeded to pour its contents onto the Kong. "How much is this?" Zhang was astonished. It was the first time he had seen such a vast amount of money in his life. Zhang Ying also appeared momentarily lost in thought. Ignoring their surprise, Zhang Gui and Zhang Ping swiftly emptied the contents of all 5 envelopes. Instantly, except for Zhang Ping, the others' breaths quickened with excitement. Though a portion of the money consisted of small bills, the sight of such a large sum together was undeniably exhilarating. "Brother, is all this money ours?" Zhang asked, still unsure about the sudden fortune. Zhang Ping smiled and ruffled his hair. "Yes, it is all ours now, but we must pay for the persimmons tomorrow first. What remains will then be ours." "How much do we owe them?" Zhang inquired. Zhang Ping pondered briefly. "Approximately 100 yuan, I believe." "How much do we have here?" Zhang seemed quite curious. Zhang Ping replied with a grin, "I don't know. Let us count and find out." The 4 siblings began to organize the bills: 10 yuan, 5 yuan, 2 yuan, 1 yuan, along with the small denominations, carefully sorting them before commencing to count. They toiled for a full half-hour, counting repeatedly until they were certain of the total, their faces unable to conceal their exhilaration. 385 yuan and 75 cents. Zhang Ping declared a figure. "Is it really that much?" Zhang Ying gasped in astonishment. Zhang Gui chuckled. "And this doesn't even account for the money we need for grain, meat, vegetables, or our meals. By the way, Ping has also sent a considerable amount to our parents. It must be around 100. On this occasion, Zhang Ying and Zhang both exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Ping raised his hand to signal for silence, declaring, "What is this amount of money? In the future, our family's wealth will only increase. Rest assured, as long as I am here, our family will not fall into poverty." Had Zhang Ping uttered such words a few days prior, he would have undoubtedly received a chorus of skeptical eye rolls. Yet, with the tangible wealth before them, disbelief was no longer an option. Zhang Ping counted out 200 and handed it to Zhang Ying, saying, "Sister, please keep this money safe and later return the embezzled public funds to father. The remainder is for my own use. I shall hold on to it for now." The four siblings retired for the night, but none except Zhang Ping found solace in sleep. The excitement was overwhelming. Just days ago, they struggled to find enough to eat, their home having been ransacked and pillaged. Who could have anticipated such a swift turnaround to abundance, both in sustenance and finances? This reality felt surreal. Meanwhile, Zhang Ying wrestled with a troubling thought. She yearned to inquire of her brother whether they could first return the 200 yuan betrothal fee to Wang Lizi. This weighed heavily on her mind. As she had been plagued by nightmares for several nights, waking in terror, previously devoid of hope, she now reignited her fervor for life. That night, she drifted into a hazy sleep, only to dream once more of a hideous beast intent on devouring her. Yet, a valiant hero descended from the heavens, swiftly vanquishing the creature. In her dream, she discerned the hero's face, which bore a striking resemblance to her brother, Zhang Ping. Chapter 15. A Profitable Venture. Third brother. Rise and shine. At the break of dawn, Zhang Gui roused Zhang Ping from his slumber. "What's the matter? What time is it?" Zhang Ping groaned. Reluctant to open his eyes, his expression one of displeasure. "Oh dear, you sleep soundly. Our home is teeming with visitors. If you don't get up soon, they'll come in and drag you out for a public display." Zhang Gui remarked, exasperated. What has happened now?" Zhang Ping asked, startled, his mind clearing as he opened his eyes wide. "What else could it be? It's about the money. Didn't you promise to pay them today?" Zhang Gui hurriedly replied. "Oh, how could I have forgotten that?" Zhang Ping fully awakened at that moment, recalling the outstanding payment for the persimmons he owed. He understood all too well what this money represented to those who awaited it, though it might seem a trifling sum in the rural economy. Such an amount could be quite substantial over the course of a year. By the time Zhang Ping stepped out of his room, dozens of people had gathered in the courtyard. Adults chatted idly while glancing into the house, and children frolicked joyfully throughout the yard, creating a scene reminiscent of a bustling fair. He stood momentarily dazed by the crowd. "What is going on? I did not sell persimmons to so many people." Zhang Gui retorted, "Isn't it obvious? Those who sold persimmons are here to collect their money, while those who did not sell are here to see if you will actually pay." Zhang Ping looked up at the sky. The sun had barely risen. Yawning, he called out to the gathered crowd, "You all are here so early. Please wait a moment while I wash my face." However, there was no time for brushing his teeth, and he was uncertain if there was even any toothpaste left at home. The water for washing faces had long been prepared. Just after finishing, a crowd gathered around. Zhang Yukai was pushed to the forefront. "Haha, Ping Ping, I said I'd come a bit late. But these folks really want to let you sleep a little longer." Zhang Yukai offered a rather clumsy excuse. Zhang Ping, however, chose not to expose it. Smiling as he said, "It's all right. Since everyone is here, let us begin. One by one. Don't rush, and remember to bring the receipts I gave you, as they serve as proof." With that, Zhang Ping turned back into the house to fetch the ledger and a pencil, along with a substantial amount of cash. Zhang Gui immediately brought over a worn-out Kong table and set it at the entrance. Zhang Ping sat down and commenced the process. Zhang Yukai placed his note on the table, beaming with a smile, his eyes fixated on the pile of money. It wasn't just him, everyone was staring, their eyes gleaming with envy. Li Xiaohua, amidst the crowd, looked on in astonishment. "This must be at least 100 yuan, right?" Her husband, Zhang Quanlai, standing beside her, replied, "Not just that, it's at least 150. So much? Can persimmons really sell for that much?" Li Xiaohua appeared somewhat incredulous. Zhang Quanlai shook his head, saying, "Hard to say. This lad might not be lying. Perhaps he truly encountered a high-ranking official. Wow, who would have thought this kid had such luck? Hey, your father, why not go to the city in the next few days? You might stumble upon a big leader too." Li Xiaohua encouraged. Zhang Quanlai was momentarily speechless, thinking to himself, "Do you really believe one can just stumble upon a high-ranking official like picking up vegetable leaves at the market? Besides, would they even want to talk to you?" Zhang Ping took the note, glanced at it, and remarked, "Uncle Yukai, your persimmons weigh 152 jin, and the unit price is 5 mao 5 fun per jin, which totals 8 yuan 36 cents, correct?" Correct. Zhang Yukai hurriedly affirmed, yet his gaze remained glued to the pile of cash. Zhang Gui had already counted the money and handed it over. Zhang Yukai promptly accepted it and began to count. Seeing the money in hand, those behind him felt their spirits soar. However, Zhang Yukai wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he quickly said, Ping, I still have some persimmons at home. Do you want more? Zhang Ping smiled and replied, Of course, I want them. But let us do it in the afternoon. I'm afraid I can't manage it in the morning. All right, I'll bring them over after lunch. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back and asked, Ping, didn't you bring back quite a bit of flour? Could you sell me a few, Jean? Gooden has been pestering me for white flour buns. Zhang Ping chuckled, thinking to himself that Zhang Yukai was indeed a good customer, always leading the charge, and he felt inclined to award him a certificate of exemplary customer behavior. Of course, that is no problem. If you want it now, you can weigh it. Just go back and fetch something to hold it, Zhang Ping said with a smile, quickly calling out to his sister to bring out their scale. He then found an empty flour bag, while Zhang Gui had already brought over a bag of flour. As they prepared, Zhang Yukai's wife arrived, cradling an enamel basin, placing it on the Kong table, and saying, Nephew Ping, let us put it here. It's 1 yuan 80 per Jean, right? I'll take 10 Jean. Zhang Ping was aware that these folks were meticulous about small matters. In front of them, he hung the flour bag on the scale as hook and weighed it, allowing everyone to see clearly that it was 1 Jean and 500 grams. The bag of flour weighed 1.5 taels, yet I shall count it as 2 taels. Is there any objection? Zhang Ping inquired. The crowd immediately beamed with smiles, exclaiming, No problem, no problem. Counting a bag weighing 1.5 taels as 2 taels means that each household can effectively receive an additional half tael of flour without any cost. Why not seize the opportunity when it presents itself? Li Xiaohua, momentarily perplexed, questioned her husband. How can a bag that clearly weighs 1.5 taels be counted as 2? Isn't that cheating? Zhang Quan turned away, choosing not to acknowledge her. Such a disgraceful display made him wish to feign ignorance. Someone nearby chuckled, You usually appear quite astute, yet when it comes to serious matters, you seem to have the intellect of a pig. Li Xiaohua intended to retort, but her husband swiftly urged her to leave, saying, Let us hurry home and avoid further embarrassment. Frustrated, she cursed under her breath as they departed amidst a tug of war. Zhang Gui approached with a bag of flour, and the weighing commenced. Zhang Yukai exchanged 10 pounds of flour, paying an additional 80 cents, and left in high spirits. The atmosphere among the onlookers grew fervent, for they had money to gain, could exchange for fine flour, and did not have to endure the hardships of running around. It was all quite delightful. Everything lay before them, tangible and within reach. Those who received money wore joyous expressions, many opting to exchange for more flour before departing. Meanwhile, those who had not sold persimmons felt a tinge of resentment, wondering if they too could bring their persimmons to sell for some extra cash. After more than an hour of bustling activity, everyone had finally been sent on their way. A total of over 103 yuan had been disbursed. Yet a considerable amount of flour had been exchanged, resulting in 2 bags of flour and a profit of 3 yuan. Zhang Gui gazed at his younger brother with growing admiration. This business was indeed lucrative, generating profit on both ends. Once the accounts were settled, surprisingly, the cash in hand had not diminished significantly. You truly excel, earning from both sides, Zhang Gui sincerely praised. In Chapter 16, a fortuitous endeavor yielding threefold rewards, Zhang Ping smiled and remarked, Second brother, this is a joint effort. It is all ours. Indeed, it is all ours, Zhang Gui quickly affirmed. Although he was acutely aware that all the profits were ultimately Zhang Ping's, he was merely an assistant in this venture. Ping, I still have some persimmons. When will you be collecting them? I will deliver them. Zhang Jianmin, the last to approach, said with some embarrassment. Zhang Ping promptly replied, In the afternoon. Just bring them along. By the way, you're just in time to collect your payment for the persimmons. You are the last one left. Let us exchange it for fine flour. It has been ages since we had any. Zhang Jianmin hastily responded. Zhang Ping nodded. Very well, second brother. You may weigh it out. Add an extra 2 pounds. Just those words left Zhang Jianmin deeply touched. Zhang Ping was considerate of him. Yesterday he had given him 5 yuan, treated him to a good meal, and now was offering extra flour. He felt that had it not been for the goodwill established by their forebears, he would not have received such kindness. Little did he know, he was entirely mistaken. Had Zhang Ping been influenced by familial ties, he likely would not have solicited his assistance at all. The only reason Zhang Ping held him in regard was due to their cousinly bond. After Zhang Jianmin departed, Zhang Ping calculated the money in his possession and discovered that he had an astonishing 103 yuan, all of which was rightfully his. For a moment, he felt somewhat disoriented. as just days prior he had been utterly penniless. I suppose this counts as a true rags-to-riches story, Zhang Ping mused. You truly are remarkable, third brother. Zhang Gui couldn't help but express his admiration once more. Zhang Ying, the eldest sister, joined in with a query. Ping, I see you have settled all accounts. Yet your funds seem scarcely diminished. How is that? Zhang Gui chuckled. Elder sister, that is precisely why our third brother is extraordinary. His speed in making money is genuinely astonishing. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would not have believed it. Suddenly reminded of his younger sister, Zhang Lan, he quickly added, Sister, second brother, I wish to bring Xiaolan back today. Zhang Ping refrained from mentioning that Xiaolan might suffer at their aunt's house, hoping instead that this lifetime would be different for her. Upon hearing Xiaolan's name, Zhang Ying nodded in agreement. Yes, bringing her back is a good idea. Although she is at our aunt's, it cannot compare to the comfort of home. Previously, we were unable to care for her, but now that things have improved, it's best she returns to live with us. I will go pick her up after school this afternoon. Zhang Ping shook his head. Let us go at noon instead. I fear we will be busy in the afternoon. In truth, he wished to spare his sister from any further distress, wanting to delay not a moment. Seeing his insistence, Zhang Ying acquiesced without objection. Zhang Gui, indifferent to the timing, expressed no dissent. Zhang Ying occasionally glanced at Zhang Ping, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. She believed that her modest dowry would surely be returned by her brother. Meanwhile, in a unique bungalow within the county committee courtyard of Fengxian County, Xiao Manli had just finished tidying up the dishes after breakfast. Wang Guodong adjusted his attire and, as he was about to leave, noticed a cowhide envelope on the table and suddenly appeared somewhat forlorn, remarking, I never imagined I, Wang Guodong, would need to resort to such measures to curry favor and secure a favorable evaluation. Xiao Manli emerged from the kitchen, untied her apron, and shot him a glare, stating, Isn't it because I see you haven't produced any results at work? Otherwise, why bother with such antics? Wang Guodong could only manage a wry smile. We have been in this county for half a year now, tasked with overseeing economic work and invigorating the market. Yet you can see how challenging it is to make any headway here. In Fengxian County, lacking both mountains and rivers, we possess no advantageous resources. If I don't employ some small favors to win over the gentlemen in the offices, my evaluation this year may very well be unsatisfactory, and a mere public vote could send me packing. At that point, the old man might even cast me out of the house. After a moment of contemplation, he added, By the way, you should take some as well. Since you're in the publicity department, those folks are well connected with considerable influence. Do your part to cultivate those relationships, and be cautious not to be undermined. At this, Xiao Manli sighed indeed. They claim to be high-ranking officials, yet they are constantly constrained. Hardly more liberated than a rural lad selling persimmons. Wang Guodong suddenly chuckled. You've mentioned that persimmon seller daily. You speak of him as if he were a flower. I must admit, I am quite curious to meet him. Xiao Manli laughed in response. Very well. When you have the time, I shall invite him over. I assure you will take a liking to him. Wang Guodong chuckled, dismissing his wife's grumblings as mere complaints. Nonetheless, he felt a twinge of curiosity about the young man selling persimmons. What could possibly be so remarkable about him? Were it not for his understanding of his wife's character, he might have doubted her fidelity, especially considering their age. Once they had tidied up, the couple set off for work together. Upon arrival at the office, Wang Guodong began distributing the persimmons to his colleagues nearby. Come. Everyone should try these persimmons. They are truly delightful. In no time, the persimmons were handed out. After all, they were not an extravagant item, and no one suspected any impropriety in accepting them. A silver-haired gentleman in his 50s sampled a persimmon, raising his eyebrows in admiration. Xiao Wang, these persimmons are indeed quite exceptional, sweet and tender. Wang Guodong beamed in response, saying, Director Zhao, if you enjoy them, I shall bring you another bag next time. Upon hearing this, Director Zhao feigned a stern expression, gazing at him intently. Xiao Wang, that won't do. Tasting them is one thing, but if you continue to give them away, it may be construed as bribery. After a moment's contemplation, he added, You likely purchased these. If you truly wish to show your thoughtfulness, gather account of how many each person would like, and pay for them yourself. Simply help facilitate the order. We cannot foster a culture of corruption. Wang Guodong nodded earnestly, acknowledging, Indeed, Director Zhao, your reminder is most pertinent. We must avoid any missteps. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Director Zhao, Since you also appreciate these, I believe they would make a splendid addition to this year's holiday gifts. As a local product, they are inexpensive and would support the local economy. What do you think? Director Zhao raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Wang Guodong before nodding in agreement. That proposal is rather appealing. However, since these are gifts, we must pay careful attention to the packaging. Using this envelope would be inappropriate. Bring me a sample, and if the packaging is satisfactory and the cost remains low, then we can proceed. Wang Guodong was elated, promptly agreeing, very well. I shall set this in motion within the next few days. He then sought a moment of respite to visit the publicity department, where he found his wife, Xiao Monli, and quietly conveyed the details of their discussion. Monli, since Director Zhao has given his approval, we must act on this and ensure it is executed splendidly. Please take some time to find that young man. I need to meet him as well. Upon hearing this, Xiao Monli recognized it as a tremendous opportunity. Not only would it enhance her standing with the leadership, but it could also stimulate economic development, benefiting Zhang Ping significantly. It was a trifecta of advantages. She readily agreed. All right, that young man typically sets up his stall in the afternoon. I will go and see him then. Chapter 17. Brother, I am coming to take you home. As noon approached, Zhang Ying was preparing to head into the kitchen to cook. Zhang Ping recalled Xiao Lan and quickly set aside his work. Sister, second brother, I am going to the elementary school to pick up Xiao Lan. This matter had been previously mentioned. Zhang Ying stepped out and placed a white steamed bun into his pocket, saying, All right, wash your face before you go. When you visit your aunt, speak politely and refrain from being confrontational. Zhang Ying had never contemplated the possibility of her aunt mistreating her sister. Yet she was aware that her aunt was not one to engage in amiable conversation. She feared that Zhang Ping might inadvertently offend her with his words, leading to an unpleasant encounter. Zhang Ping replied with assurance, Rest assured, I will behave. After washing his face and brushing off the dust from his clothes, he set off. In the rural landscape of the late 83, the majority of the countryside was still teetering on the brink of subsistence. He, like everyone else in Hewan village, was preoccupied with thoughts of food and warmth, with no inclination to change clothes before venturing out. Indeed, simply being covered was a blessing. After ascending the hill and walking for 20 minutes, Zhang Ping soon found himself at the entrance of the primary school. The melodious sounds of children reciting their lessons wafted from within the campus, providing a soothing atmosphere. At that time, elementary school students typically returned home in groups, devoid of the notion of being picked up. Upon seeing Zhang Ping, the school gatekeeper regarded him with suspicion, as if he were a nefarious figure attempting to abduct children. Zhang Ping felt an inexplicable confusion, coupled with a natural apprehension towards the gatekeeper, leading him to wait off to the side. The old man, perceiving Zhang Ping's behavior as dubious, intensified his scrutiny. They locked eyes across a wooden fence, maintaining a distance of over 10 meters. After a considerable pause, the gatekeeper retreated into the building, only to emerge shortly after with a 1-foot-long steel rod, striking a broken bell to signal the end of classes. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Ping exhaled a sigh of relief. During his own primary school days, he had been quite curious about ringing the school bell and always yearned for the opportunity to try it. Fate indeed granted him that chance. Back then, the weekly schedule comprised 6 days of work followed by 1 day off, and the school operated similarly, with Saturdays being half days. One Saturday afternoon, after school was dismissed, he discovered that the gatekeeper had forgotten to take the bell down. Seizing the moment, Zhang Ping picked up the bell and struck it for the entire afternoon, ultimately breaking it into 3 pieces. Consequently, for the next 2 weeks, the school was devoid of the customary ringing of bells. The gatekeeper had to knock on each classroom door instead. Frustrated, the old man resorted to kicking the doors, but in a twist of fate, one kick shattered a classroom door, resulting in a deduction from his salary and nearly leading to accusations of sabotaging socialist endeavors. Every time he reflected on this incident, he felt a pang of guilt towards the old man. Even though it was not the same individual he faced now, he still felt a tinge of embarrassment. As the bell rang, the classrooms erupted into a harmonious chorus of teachers bidding farewell, and the campus transformed into a flurry of activity, with children rushing out like a torrent unleashed from a dam. In later years, this phenomenon would be likened to mythical beasts breaking free, a description that truly resonated. Zhang Ping hurriedly scanned the crowd, and after some time, he spotted a frail little girl at the end of the line, resembling a sprightly bean sprout. A wave of bittersweet emotion surged within him. This was his sister, Zhang Lan, whose eyes were strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of their mother. However, her face appeared gaunt, her skin a shade of yellowish-brown, with ear-length hair that was dry and lifeless, an unmistakable sign of malnutrition. With a tattered, army green satchel slung over her shoulder. She wore a black cotton jacket, patched with 4 or 5 mends, yet still revealing several corners of yellowed cotton. This garment was undeniably old. Zhang Ping recalled having worn it himself. In this era, every family struggled financially, with many children to care for. A single piece of clothing typically passed from the eldest to the second, and so on, continuing down the line as long as it remained usable and there were children to wear it. Zhang Lan, the youngest in the family, naturally donned hand-me-downs from her older siblings. Zhang Ping could hardly remember her wearing anything new. She walked slowly, seemingly reluctant to step out of the school gate. Beside her, a boy of similar age persistently tugged at her clothing, urging her to move along while kicking her legs, leaving numerous footprints on her. Suddenly, the sleeve of her cotton jacket tore away, revealing a large swath of the old cotton inside. Zhang Lan's eyes instantly filled with tears. Yet she refrained from uttering any angry words, her face betraying a clear sense of timidity. The boy, although not in pristine condition, wore clothing that was evidently new from the previous year's New Year celebrations. He displayed no remorse for his actions. Instead, he wore a mocking grin, saying, "Zhang Lan, your clothes are just too shabby. Don't blame me." Zhang Lan's tears flowed even more abundantly. That was her only cotton jacket, and once torn, it would be irreplaceable. In this lifetime, Zhang Lan's departure remained an everlasting pain for Zhang Ping. Anger surged within him, and in a few swift strides, he kicked the boy squarely in the backside. The boy immediately fell to the ground, and upon recognizing Zhang Ping, he began to wail, "Wow, Zhang Ping, how dare you hit me? I'll tell my mom." He cried loudly, scrambling away toward home. Third brother? Zhang Lan was startled, and as she recognized Zhang Ping, her tears flowed even more freely as she rushed into his embrace, sobbing. Zhang Ping quickly comforted her, patting her back. "It's all right. You've endured so much these past few days. It's my fault. I promise it won't happen again. I'll take you home now. No one will bully you anymore." "Really? That is wonderful. I want to go to Annie's house again. I'm so afraid of her." Zhang Ping sighed inwardly. Auntie was indeed just as she had been in his previous life. Just looking at that boy had revealed everything. He recognized the lad as the third child from Annie's family, nicknamed Zhuzi, though he could not recall his full name. Zhang Ping reached for his sister's hand, only to draw back sharply upon feeling her icy fingers. When he realized the state of her hands, his eyes nearly brimmed with tears. Her small hands were covered in frostbite, with over a dozen cracks, some oozing with a hint of blood, and they felt painfully rigid. "Come on, let us retrieve your things and head home. I'll buy you some clam oil tomorrow to apply, and it will heal in a few days," he assured her. Zhang Lan's eyes glistened with tears, but at last a smile broke through. "Thank you, brother." The old man at the gate had been watching the scene unfold, but ultimately chose not to intervene. Zhang Ping, merely 16 years old himself, and appearing quite slender and tall due to nutritional deficiencies, resembled just another child. Since it was a matter of children squabbling, and they seemed to be familiar with one another, he felt no inclination to meddle. Upon seeing Zhang Ping, Zhang Lan's apprehension diminished significantly, replaced by a flicker of a smile. The smile, however, did not linger for long. Before the siblings could reach their aunt's doorstep, a woman in her 30s, filled with fury, approached them, dragging along the boy named Zhuzi, whom Zhang Ping had just kicked. Li Hongmei initially dismissed her son's words as mere exaggeration, but upon witnessing the confrontation, her expression darkened. "Zhang Ping, you scoundrel. After a year of absence, you return only to cause trouble. You've just put your father in a cast, and now you come to my home to bully my child? You certainly possess a great deal of audacity." Chapter 18. You truly are our little aunt. Zhang Ping held a poor impression of his aunt from his past life, and the earlier incident only deepened his disdain, leaving no trace of a smile on his face. "Oh, it's you, aunt. Is this how you greet your nephew at the door?" he retorted, his tone lacking warmth. It was midday in winter, and the rural folk, having little to occupy their time, had gathered to witness the commotion. Someone, who had a grudge against Li Hongmei, seized the opportunity to make a snide remark. "Oh, Aunt Hongmei, this is quite unbecoming of you. Even if you are a bit domineering in the village, must you treat your nephew with such hostility? He hardly visits home, and as his aunt, you should show him some kindness." "Indeed, aunt, how can you stoop to such levels with your younger relatives? This is a disgrace to our family. Li Hongmei, taken aback by Zhang Ping's words, found her countenance growing even more somber. Zhang Ping quickly discerned that his aunt was not well regarded in the village. He calmly stated, "Aunt, rest assured. I am not here to mooch off you. I merely wish to take Xiaolan home with me." As for the incident with Zhuzi, he assaulted her, even tearing her cotton jacket. In this biting cold, how can she venture outside without proper clothing? There's still a week before the holiday. He then displayed the tattered sleeve of the jacket for emphasis. Zhuzi, realizing he had not disclosed this detail, instinctively shrank back. It was evident that Zhang Ping spoke the truth. Yet, Li Hongmei was unwilling to concede. With a cold tone, she retorted, "You little rascal. Do you expect me to replace that jacket?" It was already in tatters, the fabric was worn, and it was on the verge of being discarded. "Why would you blame my Zhuzi?" Zhang Ping had no intention of engaging with his unreasonable aunt. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "It's merely a jacket, and I, Zhang Ping, am not concerned. I will make a new one for Xiaolan tomorrow. I only wish to clarify the situation with you." However, he added, Zhuzi must be properly disciplined. He may have encountered Xiaolan, who is gentle and forgiving, but should he cross paths with someone less accommodating, he might find himself obliged to replace what he has damaged. My primary purpose here is to take Xiaolan home. I have already overstayed my welcome at your house for several days. Xiaolan works tirelessly for your family, attending to numerous chores, tending to the urine pot before school, stoking the fire, and washing clothes in the evenings. Just look at Xiaolan's hands. They should suffice to cover her living expenses. I intend to take her home to rest for a few days. Zhang Ping's words were blunt, yet they struck Li Hongmei like a slap. He would not have spoken so harshly under normal circumstances, but Xiaolan's plight, coupled with his past regrets, compelled him to voice his concerns. The situation has become quite astonishing. The villagers were aware that Xiaolan was being severely bullied by the Li Hongmei family, but they were oblivious to the extent of the mistreatment, which even included the dumping of their entire family's chamber pots. This was truly outrageous. In an instant, everyone unanimously rallied behind Zhang Ping. Li Hongmei's face flushed with anger. She could not comprehend how Zhang Ping had discovered these disgraceful secrets, which were never meant to be disclosed. She glared at Zhang Lan, seemingly wanting to inquire if she had revealed anything, yet found Zhang Lan equally astonished by Zhang Ping's knowledge. Zhang Lan was equally bewildered by how her brother had come by this information. Of course, her actions at her aunt's house went beyond this, but she had never shared anything with anyone otherwise. Zhuzi and her two older sisters in middle school would have constantly berated her. Li Hongmei's audacity stemmed from a simple fact. Her own children were unwilling to work. The elder was lazy, while the younger was perpetually lost in play. Seeing Xiaolan, who appeared meek and easily frightened, further emboldened her. Moreover, her older sister, Li Xiaomei, was a quintessential soft-hearted person who would never confront her over such matters, opting instead to endure the situation quietly. She would never stir trouble over trivial child-related issues. The trusting nature of good-hearted individuals makes them easy targets, and this was the simplest explanation. However, unbeknownst to her, Li Xiaomei was not afraid to confront her. Rather, she wished to maintain harmony among the sisters. Having cherished this only sister since childhood, how could she bear to argue? Nevertheless, Zhang Ping was not inclined to indulge her. After speaking, he took Xiaolan by the hand and headed towards their aunt's house. Li Hongmei, her face ablaze with anger, seized his arm and demanded, "What do you intend to do? You've already struck Zhuzi and caused your aunt to lose face in the village. Do you wish to create more chaos?" "I have no intention of causing trouble. I simply want to retrieve the change of clothes Xiaolan brought. It would be wise for you to accompany us, lest you later accuse me of stealing your family's belongings." Each of Zhang Ping's words struck her like a blow, rendering her unable to endure the humiliation. She considered herself an elder. Even if she were to strike or scold Zhang Lan, her sister would not dare confront her. Her brother-in-law barely acknowledged the presence of this young girl, which emboldened her actions. Yet, she had not anticipated that Zhang Ping would show her no respect whatsoever. "Mark my words, Zhang Ping. I will go find my sister and ask her how she raised such an insolent son." Li Hongmei seethed with fury, feeling utterly humiliated. Zhang Ping remained unfazed by her threats, replying coolly, "Oh, that sounds good. My mother is at the county hospital caring for my father. I'll bring Xiaolan along. And if you're not embarrassed to make a scene in front of everyone in the county, I'll ensure they all know how you treat your own niece." "You." Li Hongmei trembled with rage. If this had been a matter involving the villagers, she could have resorted to her usual tactics of crying and throwing a tantrum. But this was her nephew, and such antics would serve no purpose other than to further humiliate her. The villagers, enjoying the spectacle, gathered around. Some squatting at the door with bowls in hand, eating while watching the drama unfold. Who would have thought that Zhang Dachuan from Hewan village would raise such a formidable son? Oh, it's truly surprising. Li Hongmei has such a poor character. Not only does she create chaos in the village, but she even treats her own niece in this manner. What a venomous woman she is. What a disgrace it is for the Wang family to harbor such a malicious individual. In the blink of an eye, Li Hongmei found herself branded as a villain in the eyes of everyone, so enraged that she felt utterly humiliated to stand in public. Rushing into her home behind Zhang Ping, Wang Mingkue, you useless wretch. Your woman has been bullied to this extent, and you hide away like a coward? Li Hongmei shouted as she stormed through the door. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping was already busy gathering a few of Xiaolan's clothes. The rumors he had heard in his past life were indeed true. Xiaolan was not living with her two cousins, but was instead crammed with 3 boys on the same bed, which darkened his expression considerably. The room was dim and reeked foully, permeated by a strong odor of urine, evidently the result of someone wetting the bed. What infuriated Zhang Ping even more was the discovery that several of Xiaolan's garments had been used to soak up the mess on the bed. In a fit of rage, he yanked all the bedding off the bed and flung it into the yard, which was littered with chicken droppings. Just then, he saw his aunt entering and coldly remarked, "Aunt, you truly are an ant. Xiaolan is already 10 years old, yet you allow her to sleep crammed with several boys, and when your son wets the bed, you use Xiaolan's clothes as a mat. You truly are a wonderful aunt." Li Hongmei was initially seething with anger, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, but upon being confronted by Zhang Ping, her face flushed with embarrassment, rendering her speechless. After a long pause, she managed to choke out, "We're all siblings. What's wrong with sleeping together?" Zhang Ping sneered. "That is a statement from you, aunt. In a couple of days, I shall come over to stay the night at your house, and I'll sleep with my sisters. Xiao Fong and Xiao Fun. After all, we're all siblings." You. Li Hongmei was left utterly speechless, her discomfort palpable, her complexion resembling that of a bruised liver. Mottled and purple, Zhang Ping no longer felt the need to tidy up Xiaolan's clothes and took her by the hand, leading her out. Aunt Wang Mingkue had yet to emerge, evidently feeling too ashamed to face Zhang Ping. As for the others in the house, several heads peeked out to observe, but given the undeniable wrongdoing, they could hardly speak. Moreover, arguing with a relative, especially a younger one, would be far too embarrassing. Thus, they chose to ignore the scene and let Zhang Ping and his sister depart. Xiaolan followed, tears streaming down her face. This was the first time someone had stood up for her so fiercely, especially a relative like her aunt. The profound warmth she felt made her want to cry out loud. Yet, these tears were not of grievance, but of happiness. "Third brother, you are truly wonderful," Xiaolan exclaimed, unable to contain herself. Zhang Ping tenderly stroked her brittle hair and replied, "Silly sister, you are my sister, Zhang Ping. Of course, I must take good care of you. No one in our family shall be bullied." Hearing this, Xiaolan's tears flowed even more freely. Just as they were about to enter the village, Xiaolan suddenly tugged at Zhang Ping's sleeve, timidly asking, "Third brother, can you please not tell our family about today's events? Otherwise, how will mother face aunt?" Zhang Ping couldn't help but chuckle in frustration. "Xiaolan, you are too kind-hearted. Do you truly believe that keeping this from our family will prevent aunt from causing a ruckus?" Xiaolan, somewhat anxious, responded, "But mother cherishes aunt the most. If she finds out, she will only feel sad again." Upon finishing her words, she cast a pitiful glance at Zhang Ping, evoking a deep sense of compassion. "I implore you, third brother, please refrain from speaking, all right? Father is still in the hospital. Let's not provoke them further, shall we?" Zhang Ping found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. The saying that children from impoverished families mature early held a kernel of truth. His younger sister, so tender in years, had already learned to empathize with others. It was no wonder that in a previous life, she ultimately sold herself to fund a treatment for Xiaolan's leg. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Ping finally nodded. "Very well. I shall not inform our family for the time being. However, with only a week left until the holiday, do exercise caution while at school. If you happen to encounter relatives from your aunt's side, be sure to avoid them." "Understood." As they entered the home, Zhang Ying, emerging from the kitchen, spotted them and cheerfully exclaimed, "Xiaolan is back." Quickly, Go to your room and warm up. The noodles will be ready soon. Noodles? Do we have noodles to eat? Zhang Lan looked at Zhang Ping in astonishment. Indeed, we have noodles, made from fine flour. Fill your belly. Zhang Ping replied with a smile. Zhang Lan appeared somewhat skeptical and dashed into the kitchen to verify. Soon, her delighted exclamations echoed from within. Wow, elder sister, they are truly white flour noodles. Where did they come from? In her recollection, their household had long been devoid of food. Zhang Ying laughed heartily. This is all thanks to your third brother. And there's even meat. You'll be left speechless. Zhang Lan's little face radiated joy, her surprise so profound that she seemed to have forgotten the mistreatment she had endured at her aunt's home. Witnessing his sister's delight stirred a wave of emotion within Zhang Ping, lightening his heart. During dinner, it was evident that Xiao Lan was the happiest of all, devouring 2 large bowls of rice, leaving her 3 older siblings in astonishment. Zhang Ping, alarmed, dared not allow her to eat more for fear it might harm her health. Nevertheless, Zhang Lan still appeared unsatisfied, casting a pitiful gaze at Zhang Ying. Zhang Ying, though somewhat helpless, ultimately refrained from offering her more. Xiao Lan. It's not that I don't want you to eat more, but consuming too much at once could harm your health. We can have more when you return tonight. All right. Seeing that her siblings were resolute, Xiao Lan reluctantly set down her bowl, her dejected expression making Zhang Ping and the others feel as if they had committed a grave offense. Had it not been for witnessing her empty plates, Zhang Ping might have doubted whether she had consumed anything at all. Once again, he felt a pang of sympathy, pondering how Xiao Lan had fared during her days at her aunt's home, to have become so famished. Ping Ping, have you eaten? Just as they were conversing, Zhang Youcai's voice resonated from the yard, prompting Zhang Ping to hastily step outside. Zhang Youcai stood in the courtyard, his face beaming with delight, flanked by his 2 sons and wife. At their feet lay 3 baskets of persimmons, while several other families stood nearby, each with their own baskets. Among the crowd, he even spotted the curiously Zhao Hua and Aunt Tian Shui. Zhang Ping smiled faintly. Indeed, the allure of money was potent, compelling these cautious farmers to cast aside their reservations and approach him eagerly. Ah, Uncle Zhang, Auntie, you have arrived so quickly. Zhang Ping immediately donned a cheerful expression to greet them. Zhang Youcai quickly replied with a smile. Ping Ping, you have the ability to sell persimmon cakes. We have 3 baskets of persimmons at home that we can't finish, so we brought them to you to exchange for some money. Zhang Ping promptly responded with a smile. All right, the terms remain the same as before. Payment within 3 days, and the price will be unchanged. Zhang Youcai's wife eagerly leaned in, her face alight with expectation as she quietly inquired, Dear nephew, is it still 5 cents and 5 mils per pound? Zhang Ping was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded. Yes, just like last time. I told you Ping Ping is an honest child. He won't change, but you didn't believe me. Zhang Youcai's wife beamed with delight. Zhang Ping could only smile. Zhang Youcai was the first person to sell him persimmons, and he genuinely felt gratitude. A few extra cents would not be an issue, as it would repay the kindness of his initial support. Aunt Tian Shui swiftly pushed through the crowd, pulling her son and husband in, her face radiant with joy. Ping Ping, my child, you engage in such significant matters, yet do not even inform us. If it weren't for your brother Jianmin returning home to mention it, we would still be oblivious. Since the family has no pressing matters these days, let your uncle and brother Jianmin assist you. This was Zhang Ping's first encounter with his aunt since his rebirth, yet she appeared entirely different from his memories, embodying the essence of a loving elder. Zhang Guoxian clearly disapproved of these 2 relatives and immediately stated, Auntie, there's no need to trouble yourselves. We can manage. Aunt Tian Shui's expression darkened instantly, the authority of an elder manifesting fiercely. Aguai, you stubborn child. With your parents absent, how could I allow you children to handle these affairs alone? What will the villagers think of us? Zhang Ping's lips twitched. His aunt's ability to change her demeanor was worthy of a performance in a Sichuan opera. He glanced at Zhang Jianmin, who promptly averted his gaze, lowering his head with an expression of guilt. In an instant, Zhang Ping understood that he had succumbed to the family's pressure and revealed everything. Auntie, that's fine. I happen to be quite busy. So let uncle and brother Jianmin help out these next couple of days. After speaking, Zhang Ping signaled to his second brother not to speak out of turn. In the countryside, no one can exist in isolation. Even Zhang Ping, as a reborn individual, could not evade this truth, for it would render him powerless. Seeing Zhang Ping speak, Aunt Tian Shui's face lit up with joy, her smile returning. Look, Ping is still considerate. Aguai, you are outdone by your younger brother. Take a lesson. Zhang Gui's face darkened immediately, his fists clenching. Zhang Ping hurried over to nudge him. Second brother, stop being dazed. Everyone has brought the persimmon cakes. Let us get to work. Zhang Jianmin was already leading their uncle to fetch the baskets and small tables, displaying more enthusiasm than Zhang Ping's brothers. Aunt Tian entered the kitchen, inhaling the aroma of the meal, and exclaimed with delight, "Oh, these white noodles smell divine. They are so comforting." Noticing Zhang Ying still standing at the door in a daze, she urged, "Xiaoying, why are you just standing there? The men are working. We women should quickly help tidy up the house. Look, the bowls are still sitting there. Hurry and wash them." As she urged Zhang Ying to work, she herself had already taken the initiative to wash, leaving Zhang Ying momentarily stunned, feeling as though this scene was quite foreign. Zhang Ping also began to busy himself. Though he had 2 additional helpers today, which undoubtedly made the task considerably lighter. Yet, he remained concerned about Zhang Lan and turned to say, "Xiao Lan, this afternoon, please walk to school with the others. Do not go alone." Zhang Lan shyly nodded, equally astonished by the unfolding scene, completely unaware of what had transpired at home. The white flour and pork, items she had seldom dared to dream of, she found herself indulging in today, and in abundance, creating a surreal sense of reality. However, Zhang Ping underestimated the power of those few coins. Throughout the afternoon, the persimmons seemed endless, leaving him utterly exhausted. He spoke so much that his throat became hoarse. Under the eaves, a neatly arranged row of persimmon baskets stood like a wall. "Third brother, did we collect too much today?" Zhang Gui asked nervously. Zhang Ping, staring at the total recorded in his notebook, was equally taken aback. 162 pounds. Had the entire village brought forth their stock? Zhang Ping expressed his astonishment. Zhang Gui's lips twitched as he replied, "That's an understatement. Several households even called relatives from neighboring villages." Previously, Zhang Ping had been too occupied to notice the people around him, unaware that the news had spread to neighboring villages. Gazing at the baskets of persimmons filling the room, he almost exclaimed, "Have they all gone mad? Third brother, second brother, hurry and wash your faces. It's time for dinner." Xiao Lan had returned from school and was now placing a basin of water beside them, her small face still reflecting her astonishment. In Fengshan County, Xiao Manli stood at the entrance of the vegetable market, holding her basket, momentarily dazed to find it utterly empty. Zhang Ping had not set up his stall today. How frustrating. She should have inquired about his residence. If he continued to be absent, Old Wang's plans might just fall through. Though irritated, she could only stamp her foot in frustration before turning to enter the market. Chapter 20. This brother is too ruthless as for whether others had lost their minds. It was evident that Li Xiaohua was indeed going mad, currently at home venting her frustrations at her husband. "Zhang Quanlai, you good for nothing. Look how everyone in the village is sending their persimmons to Zhang Ping's house, and he is turning them into money, while we're left with only coarse flour and wild vegetables to eat." Zhang Quanlai squatted on the ground with a look of despair, helplessly replying, "Isn't that you're doing? You insisted on joining in to seize their goods that day." This remark instantly ignited Li Xiaohua's fury. "So now you blame me? Who do you think I did it for? I stole for your family. You worthless man, how dare you raise your voice at me? I, Li Xiaohua, bore 3 sons for the Zhang family and am raising the entire household. I deserve at least some credit for my efforts. Zhang Quanlai, you better find a way to get some white flour, or I'll return to my family tomorrow, and you can take care of your son on your own." Li Xiaohua may not have been educated, but she was adept at wielding the tactics of a rural shrew. Her word was law, and if you opposed her wishes, you were in the wrong. Zhang Quanlai, inherently timid, rarely dared to raise his voice at his wife. However, a careless reprimand earlier, though not loud, had inadvertently stirred up a significant trouble. While he found his wife bothersome at times, he realized that without Li Xiaohua at home, he would truly be at a loss. Just managing mealtime for their numerous family members posed a considerable challenge. Upon witnessing Li Xiaohua genuinely lose her temper, Zhang Quanlai immediately softened and hastened to placate her. "Xiaohua, please do not throw a tantrum. It is not that I am unwilling to sell the persimmons. As you can see, Zhang Ping holds a grudge. If he refuses to accept our persimmons, there is little I can do." Li Xiaohua, fueled by her anger, paid no heed to his reasoning and shouted, "Get lost. That's your problem. If you want me to continue living here, then from now on, we shall only eat white flour. I refuse to consume that pig feed mixed grain and wild vegetables any longer." Li Xiaohua was entirely indifferent to the potential harm of her words, even including herself in the rebuke. With that, she turned and retreated to the bed, wrapping herself in a quilt to sleep. Their 4-year-old daughter, Nyonyo, who sought her attention, was unceremoniously shoved aside and ignored. Zhang Quanlai, scratching his head in distress, suddenly thought of a solution and quickly said, "Xiaohua, do not be hasty. I will seek out Uncle Air and see if he can help us sell the persimmons." Li Xiaohua was not truly furious to the point of losing her rationality. Upon hearing this, she immediately sprang up. "All right, go quickly, but keep an eye on him. That old trickster is sly. Do not let him deceive you." Zhang Quanlai reassured her, "Rest assured, Uncle Air may not have the best character, but he is family. He would not betray his own kin." With that, he turned and left. In less than 20 minutes, Zhang Quanlai returned, brimming with excitement and joy. "Uncle Air has agreed. He said we should bring the persimmons over right away. He intends to sell them at Zhang Ping's house tonight." Li Xiaohua did not object. It was only at Zhang Ping's residence that they could convert their produce into cash. The couple hurriedly took advantage of the night, quietly transporting the baskets, even bringing along their 2 adolescent sons. It took 3 trips to deliver all 6 baskets of persimmons to Uncle Zhang Daming's house. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping's family, weary from a long day, was preparing for dinner. Zhang In, aware that the household was back in order and that there was white flour to eat, had just returned with items from a classmate's home and was assisting in tidying up the stall. Suddenly, the courtyard door swung open, and 3 men and a woman struggled to carry several baskets inside. Upon seeing them, Uncle Zhang Jinchuan frowned but still greeted them. "Daming, you're selling persimmons this late?" Zhang Daming, known for his poor reputation in the village, sensed the unkind tone in Zhang Jinchuan's words but chose not to contest it this time. Instead, he turned to Zhang Ping and said, Ping, I just remembered we had a few more baskets of persimmons at home, so I hurried to bring them over. Since you've already taken so many, it doesn't hurt to take a few more, so please accept these." Hearing this, Zhang Ping felt discomfort. What did it mean to say it doesn't matter? He enjoyed earning money, but it did not imply he would accept everything. He was well aware that this old man had been among those responsible for the previous vandalism at his home, from which a significant quantity of rice had been taken away. However, while he knew this, he had no proof. His mind was racing, and suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a shadow lurking outside the courtyard gate, obscured by darkness, rendering it difficult to discern the figure, though he could faintly make out its outline. In this era, the availability of electricity at night was scarce, and the villagers had grown accustomed to navigating the darkness. Nevertheless, he recognized that the figure was a woman, seemingly Li Xiaohua. In an instant, he realized that she did not belong to Zhang Daming's household, but rather to that of Zhang Quanlai. As they were uncle and nephew, he yearned to find an excuse to decline, but upon seeing Zhang Daming's wrinkled smile, something stirred within him, and he promptly said to Zhang Jinchuan, "Uncle, since we are all from the same village, we must accept it. It will only take a few minutes." Seeing that Zhang Ping had already agreed, Zhang Jinchuan fell silent, while Zhang Gui and Zhang Jianmin reluctantly reweighed the goods. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Ping quickly skimmed through the afternoon's acquisition records and indeed found that Zhang Daming had delivered 3 baskets of persimmons earlier that day, only to bring 4 more now, which was clearly irregular. No one in Hewan village would go to such lengths for something so trivial and utterly useless. Zhang Ping was now wholly convinced of the origin of these 4 baskets of persimmons, a sly smile creeping upon his lips. Once the weighing was concluded, Zhang Ping remarked, "Uncle Daming, you already have 3 baskets from this afternoon. Let us consolidate the accounts." Zhang Daming appeared unfazed by this, readily nodding, "Sure. It's easier to keep track that way." Zhang Ping replied, "All right then, Uncle Daming, please hand me the receipt from this afternoon, and I will draft a new one for you, combining the 2 accounts for convenience and settlement." Without much thought, Zhang Daming sent his eldest son to fetch the receipt. Soon enough, it was delivered, and Zhang Ping combined the 2 accounts, clarifying everything before issuing a new total receipt and retrieving the previous one. Watching Zhang Daming's family depart with smiles adorning their faces, Zhang Ping himself couldn't help but smirk slightly. At that moment, Zhang Jinchuan could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, Ping, in my opinion, you should not have accepted Zhang Daming's persimmons. Let them consume them at their leisure." He added, "You might not know, but last time, he not only took rice from your home, but also smashed a jar." Realizing he had perhaps spoken too freely, Zhang Jinchuan paused slightly, his face flushing with embarrassment. Ping. Agaway, I apologize. It is I, your uncle, who is ineffectual. I failed to assist last time, which caused your father distress. Zhang Ping was taken aback, surprised that his uncle would apologize to the younger generation. Such humility was exceedingly rare in a rural society where respect for elders and male dominance prevailed. Noticing Zhang Jinchuan's awkward demeanor, Zhang Ping quickly alleviated the tension, saying, "Uncle, please don't say that. Anyone would be frightened in such a situation. I heard many people were involved. Even if you had come, it wouldn't have made a difference. It might have even put you in harm's way. It is all in the past now." Zhang Ping's words provided Zhang Jinchuan with a way out, immediately lightening his mood, though guilt still lingered in his heart for not standing by his own brother, leaving him despondent. Fortunately, Zhang Ying and Zhang Lan emerged with bowls in hand, serving the group as usual. It was noodles, of course, still made from white flour, as Zhang Ping had brought back quite a substantial amount of it. Each individual was served a generous bowl of noodles, accompanied by a substantial portion of meat, which captured everyone's attention, directing their focus toward the delightful dish before them. The noodles were exquisite. When paired with the seasonings and the fragrant sauce, they erupted with flavor at the first bite, leaving a delectable sensation that was utterly indulgent. Zhang Jinchuan couldn't help but glance at Zhang Ping, his eyes reflecting a peculiar curiosity. He had heard from his son about how Zhang Ping was selling persimmons. Yet he found it perplexing that this young man, who once led a reckless life, had suddenly transformed into a diligent entrepreneur. However, their family had stayed up late the previous night, discussing this matter thoroughly, arriving at the conclusion that Zhang Ping had indeed changed. He was capable of earning money and needed to cultivate good relationships. This decision was not solely his own, but rather the insight of his astute wife, Zhang Ping's aunt, Tian Shui, which garnered unanimous support from the family, explaining their presence today to lend assistance. After the meal, as Zhang Jinchuan prepared to depart, he remarked, Ping, it seems you will be quite busy these days. You and Aga might struggle to manage everything. Let Jianmin help you while he has no particular tasks at home." Zhang Jinchuan left, leaving Zhang Gui and Zhang Ying utterly astonished that their elder uncle would utter such words. Zhang Lan was even more taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief. Aware that her sister's hands were frostbitten, Zhang Ying did not permit her to assist with the cleaning, completing the task of washing the dishes alone. Once everything was tidied up, the 5 siblings finally gathered, each eager to inquire about Zhang Ping's recent endeavors. As soon as they settled down, Zhang Gui could no longer contain himself and immediately questioned, "Third brother, you really shouldn't have accepted those persimmons from that old scoundrel Zhang Daming. Doesn't that just present us as weak and easy to bully?" Zhang Ying chimed in, equally incensed. "Exactly. He stole our rice and even broke a jar. How can we simply let that go?" Zhang Ying was not without her own temper. She merely tended to be overly compassionate. Zhang Ping chuckled and replied, "Second brother, eldest sister, there's no need to rush. Just wait and see the spectacle unfold. If we can avoid confrontation and let the villains turn against each other over a few coins, wouldn't that be a delightful outcome?" This statement left everyone momentarily speechless, their gazes fixed on Zhang Ping. "What do you mean, third brother?" Zhang Gui was baffled. Zhang Ping displayed a sly smile, tinged with mischief. "Do you truly believe those 4 baskets of persimmons belong to Zhang Daming? If I am correct, they belong to Zhang Quanlai. Otherwise, they would have been delivered together earlier in the afternoon. Why wait until nightfall?" They belong to Zhang Quanlai." Zhang Ying was slightly taken aback. Zhang Ping nodded, "Indeed. I am 90% sure. I intentionally merged the accounts. You know Zhang Daming's character. He will certainly find a way to swindle Zhang Quanlai. At that point, if we subtly reveal some information about the quantity, do you think Li Xiaohua will confront Zhang Daming?" Zhang Gui blurted out. "I fear it might lead to a violent clash. Third brother, your strategy is quite ruthless." In an instant, all eyes were on Zhang Ping. Filled with a sense of unfamiliarity, Zhang Ying felt a slight tremor in her heart. Her younger brother was indeed exceptionally cunning. Chapter 21. Some matters must be resolved with fists that night. The 5 siblings slumbered soundly, untouched by dreams. Before dawn, the entire family arose, aware that Zhang Ping and Zhang Gui would set off early to sell persimmons. Zhang Jianmin and their uncle, Zhang Jinchuan, also joined them. Zhang Ping had anticipated this. And fortunately, Zhang Ying had prepared an ample breakfast. After their meal, as the first light began to break, Zhang Lan departed for school with the village children, while Zhang Yin set off for junior high at the commune. Zhang Ping, Zhang Gui, and Zhang Jianmin were also bound for the county town. each preoccupied with their respective tasks. Zhang Jinchuan wished to accompany them, but Zhang Ping firmly declined. He did not mind Zhang Jianmin's involvement in business matters, yet he was reluctant for his uncle to be entangled. Zhang Jianmin maintained a degree of discretion in his dealings, whereas Zhang Jinchuan was somewhat dominated by his wife, unable to conceal even minor affairs. Zhang Ping did not wish to bring undue attention to his business so soon. As for Zhang Jianmin informing the family about their previous persimmon sale, Zhang Ping chose to overlook it for the moment, as they were short-staffed. However, he would make it clear to Zhang Jianmin that if such behavior continued, he would reconsider certain future arrangements. In business, kindness does not command troops, and righteousness does not govern wealth. Lacking principles is a grave error, a lesson Zhang Ping had learned well from his past life. Yet this time, they did not rely on 2 carts but 3, with each brother possessing one. Upon arriving in the county town, they once again set up their stall in the bustling vegetable market. The morning market was lively, as farmers brought unique items to sell: hunted game, wild animal pelts, live fish, and freshly picked wild vegetables. Many were eager to exchange their wares for cash, making the most of their time even in the early hours. Persimmons. Sweet and fragrant persimmons. Zhang Ping called out, his voice carrying over the crowd. He had gained a modest reputation for his salesmanship, and his shout quickly attracted many. Despite the biting cold wind, shoppers remained undeterred, gathering around his stall. "Hey young man, why weren't you here yesterday? I came to buy persimmons and found you missing." An elderly woman with a wrinkled face chided. Zhang Ping responded with a smile, "I sincerely apologize, dear grandmother. I was unable to come due to family matters. I promise to give you a few extra persimmons today." Her face brightened, the wrinkles blooming like a chrysanthemum. Zhang Ping fulfilled his promise, packing an additional 4 or 5 persimmons for her. "If you find them delightful, please tell others when you return. I arrived early today and should sell out quicker." Delighted by his kindness, the elderly woman agreed and, on tiptoes, slowly walked away. As business began to flourish, more customers arrived. Although Zhang Ping's hands were numbed by the cold, he bore the discomfort with resilience. To endure hardship is to ascend to greatness. Such is the nature of small-scale enterprises at all times. If one desires to bask in glory, one must inevitably endure suffering in silence, a timeless truth. Yet, as Zhang Ping persistently sold persimmons and watched his leather envelope gradually swell with earnings, his heart surged with warmth. The sun rose higher in the sky, and the chill of the wind seemed to abate, rendering the atmosphere more pleasant. Zhang Ping estimated it was around 8:30. Business had been exceptionally good during this period, with hardly any respite. After bidding farewell to a customer, he finally found a moment to rest. 1 cart of persimmons had been entirely sold, while more than half of the second cart had also been cleared. The envelope bulged with 4 bundles of cash, a sight that brought him comfort. Suddenly, a loud, jarring voice broke the tranquility, causing discomfort. Zhang Ping looked up to see a man in a tattered Zhongshan suit approaching, his face adorned with arrogance and disdain. A red armband on his sleeve bore the words "Market Management." Zhang Ping quickly recognized him as a market administrator and greeted him with a smile. "Greetings, comrade. This is my first time setting up a stall, and I truly wasn't aware of the application process. Would you kindly enlighten me?" His tone was polite, and his smile genuine, yet the man's expression turned icy, as if he resented Zhang Ping for his supposed ignorance. "Do you know that this is the market's territory? Setting up a stall here requires a management fee," the administrator stated. Zhang Ping feigned confusion, shaking his head. "I didn't know." The man's face darkened immediately. "Well, do you know now?" "Oh, I understand now. But how much is it?" Zhang Ping inquired with a slight smile. 10 yuan. Zhang Ping refrained from expressing his outrage, thinking it was an outrageous demand. Zhang Gui stepped forward, exclaiming, "This is a public street. You, a mere market administrator, have the audacity to impose your authority here? You demand 10 yuan right off the bat. Are you attempting to extort money?" "Humph, young man, I advise you to watch your tongue. Who is extorting money? This is a management fee mandated by the state." Initially, Zhang Ping considered simply paying the modest amount to avoid trouble. However, the abrupt demand of 10 yuan irked him. He was unwilling to be treated as a fool. "Comrade, we come from the countryside and know little of these matters. Before our arrival, we inquired about such fees and never heard of a 10 yuan management fee. Could you kindly provide the relevant regulation for us to review and enhance our understanding?" Zhang Ping spoke earnestly, though his words carried an undertone of defiance. The administrator, incensed, retorted, "How dare you argue? We have encountered many like you. If you refuse to pay, I'll give you 10 minutes to vacate. Otherwise, I will return with the police to have you taken away. The police station had always been a place that ordinary people dreaded, evoking a sense of criminality. At the end of 1983 and the beginning of 1984, this was indeed a place that instilled fear. The crackdown was still ongoing, and many had been imprisoned. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiamin's expression shifted, and even Zhang Gui furrowed his brow. However, Zhang Ping merely chuckled, remarking, it is indeed better for the comrades from the police station to intervene. I shall have them inquire about the origin of your 10 yuan fee regulation. The law of the land is designed to protect the virtuous, not to empower the wicked to oppress the good. The man with the red armband's countenance darkened, his gaze turning menacing. Yet, he ultimately refrained from uttering any insults. Clearly wary, he intended to intimidate Zhang Ping, but was taken aback by Zhang Ping's apparent fearlessness. Should the situation escalate, he would not emerge unscathed. As such matters would hardly warrant the police's attention. They were too engrossed in their pressing cases to bother with petty disputes. All right, young man. I did not expect such audacity from one so young. Just you wait. The man with the red armband departed, but not before flashing a rather sinister smile. He had never been confronted in such a manner at this market, and he would not let this slight pass unchallenged. Naturally, he understood that the market was not under his jurisdiction, which is precisely why the fees he collected were his to keep, unaccounted for. Previously, no one had dared to defy him. He typically demanded modest sums, no more than 50 cents or a yuan. Yet, Zhang Ping's thriving business had caught his attention, for he had observed the steady influx of cash into that large envelope. Old 3, that fellow clearly harbors ill intentions. Could this lead to trouble? Zhang Gui expressed his concerns. Zhang Ping furrowed his brow in response, saying, "First, let us secure the money. If anything arises, we must leave promptly. But we cannot afford to lose a single coin. We have made a substantial profit this morning, at least several hundred yuan already. I cannot let that slip away." With that, he gathered 4 large envelopes, handing 2 to Zhang Gui while tucking the other 2 into his clothing. "Second brother, you should wait elsewhere. If anything happens, hurry to report it. As that young lady advised last time, you can claim to be a relative of ours. Oh no, that won't do. You should hide far away. I'll watch the stall. I'm your brother. I won't allow anyone to bully you." At that moment, Zhang Gui embodied the protective older sibling. Zhang Ping nudged him. "If trouble arises, I can handle it. Can you? It may not even escalate to a fight. Besides, you're swift on your feet. You can report it quickly." Left with no counterargument against Zhang Ping's twisted logic, Zhang Gui reluctantly took the 2 bags of money and departed. Zhang Ping's intuition proved accurate. Barely 20 minutes after Zhang Gui left, a group of 7 or 8 young men approached, appearing to be in their 20s, swaggering with a carefree demeanor. "Quickly, find a way to slip away. These individuals are not to be trifled with." An onlooker purchasing persimmons caught sight of the group, tossed a coin, grabbed a recently packed persimmon cake, uttered a hasty remark, and hastily vacated the scene. Zhang Ping furrowed his brow, for amidst the crowd he recognized a familiar face, the very individual who had previously lingered beside Brother Yong. It was Brother Yao. Indeed, they were the very ones who had tormented Brother Yong last time. As Chun Ergu walked along, he gestured towards Zhang Ping, directing his words at a burly man in his 30s nearby. Zhang Ping subtly waved to Zhang Gui, who was sheltered beneath a shop awning in the distance, signaling him to refrain from calling the authorities for the time being. He then turned to face the approaching group, revealing a cold smile as he discreetly clenched his fists. He felt the urge to take action. Some matters could only be resolved through force, lest certain individuals remain oblivious to pain. Chapter 22. The Fraternity of Plastic Flowers. Zhang Ping lifted his gaze, observing the advancing group with a calm demeanor, devoid of any hint of panic. His indifference irked Yao Xiang, who was accustomed to commanding fear and respect from those around him. Yet here stood a youthful figure, still bearing traces of innocence, who regarded him with such detachment, igniting a flame of rage within Yao Xiang. "You're quite audacious, aren't you?" he sneered coldly. Zhang Ping responded with a peculiar glance. "And who might you be?" This direct provocation caused Yao Xiang's anger to swell rapidly. Chun Ergu immediately sprang forward. "You better watch your arrogance. Do you even know who this is?" "This is Brother Xiang, the local boss. Cross him, and you can forget about sticking around here." He punctuated his words by jabbing a finger at Zhang Ping's chest. A flash of menace crossed Zhang Ping's eyes as he swiftly raised his right hand, seizing Chun Ergu's finger and bending it slightly. Ouch! Let go! Chun Ergu yelped, tears welling up as cold sweat broke upon his brow. Regret flooded him. Why had he intervened? He had foolishly presented himself for humiliation at the hands of this rural upstart. Yet, with his finger caught in Zhang Ping's grip, he dared not utter a word, despite the seething hatred swelling within him. Zhang Ping lowered his gaze upon him. What do you think you are? Attempting to lay hands on me. Chun Ergu wished to weep. He intended to confront Zhang Ping, but rather to disgrace him. However, he feared that uttering such thoughts would cost him dearly. Yao Xiang's expression darkened. He had come to bully others, and such tactics of intimidation were his forte. Yet, today he found himself outmaneuvered by this country bumpkin, leaving him with a sense of indignation akin to having his lines stolen. You're truly courting death. Finally, Zhang Ping turned his attention to Yao Xiang, assessing the tall, lanky figure before him, resembling a thin pole, with hair styled in voluminous curls akin to a poodle. This physique was commonplace nowadays, as the once prevalent corpulence was now a rarity due to scarcity of resources and nutritional deficiencies. In these times, if one were to encounter an overweight individual and suggest they lose weight, they would likely be met with a barrage of profanities. However, you remarked that the other person is fortunate and expressed a desire to possess such a physique, which undoubtedly delighted them immensely. Zhang Ping gazed at Yao Xiang and inquired, You still haven't disclosed your true identity. If you seek trouble, at least reveal your lineage. This was indeed a deliberate provocation, as Zhang Ping sought to instigate a response. The young man retorted, I initially had my doubts, but you truly are arrogant. Remember my name. I am Yao Xiang. Subsequently, he seemed to lose interest in conversation and commanded, Strike me. Without hesitation, he unleashed a punch aimed directly at Zhang Ping's face. Zhang Jianmen, already frightened, felt his heart race. Though he possessed considerable strength, his courage was lacking. The last time, with so many surrounding him, he felt somewhat emboldened. However, now that all the customers had fled in terror, he dared not intervene. Zhang Ping scoffed, You truly dare to strike. In a split second, he deftly sidestepped and launched a powerful elbow strike into Yao Xiang's abdomen. Yao Xiang had never encountered such a fighting style and instantly recoiled, bending over like a shrimp. Yet, Zhang Ping showed no mercy. He seized Yao Xiang's right arm and yanked it forcefully. With a crack, Yao Xiang's right arm hung limply at his side, and he stumbled, collapsing to the ground in agony, rolling about as sharp pain and a suffocating sensation overwhelmed him, rendering him unable to scream, merely clutching his belly and writhing in distress. The onlookers were paralyzed with fear. They were accustomed to bullying others, but had never witnessed such decisive action resulting in Yao Xiang's incapacitation. Chun Ergu turned pale, feeling phantom pains in his fingers, and even his right arm throbbed painfully. Previously, after his arm had been dislocated, he endured a day and a half of suffering before an elderly physician managed to reset it, leaving no lasting effects. Yet, the agony was unbearable, to the point where he could hardly manage to relieve himself. Indeed, Zhang Ping's gaze fell upon him. Ah, no, brother. Grandfather, I was wrong. I was coerced into this. Chun Ergu's face drained of color as he sensed Zhang Ping's predatory stare. Zhang Ping sneered. It seems you have not learned your lesson. Last time I dislocated one of your arms, and since you cannot remember, this time I shall remove both. Please, no? I swear I won't do it again. Chun Ergu hastily retreated, attempting to flee. Zhang Ping cast a cold glance at the others and declared, Those who capture him shall face no consequences from me today. Witnessing Yao Xiang's dire state, fear gripped the crowd, and the bonds of camaraderie disintegrated. Two young men quickly seized Chun Ergu, offering Zhang Ping obsequious smiles. Brother, we have him. Zhang Ping felt a smile tugging at his lips. They truly were brothers. He nodded approvingly. Well done, you two. I shall not make things difficult for you. Stepping forward, he grasped Chun Ergu's left arm and with a swift motion, yanked it down, resulting in a sickening crack as the arm fell limply. Chun Ergu shrieked in pain, yet he was unable to resist as he was held fast, and Zhang Ping proceeded to dislocate his right arm as well. Chun Ergu hung his arms limply, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead as tears streamed incessantly down his face. Big brother, I was wrong, truly wrong. Zhang Ping lifted his head, and a youth with an intense desire to survive suddenly jolted, immediately lunging to pin Chun Ergu down, exclaiming, Big brother, I'll keep him restrained. He won't escape. Zhang Ping was momentarily bewildered, They say a woman's mood can change as swiftly as flipping a book. Yet he felt this sentiment was misplaced. These individuals shifted their demeanor even more rapidly than women. As he turned to glance at Yao Xiang, the other two youths charged forward without hesitation, swiftly sitting atop the man. And if they hadn't crushed his bones, Zhang Ping's brow would have twitched in disbelief. He then looked at Chun Ergu and inquired, I've heard there's a formidable gang in the northern part of the city. You must be affiliated with them, correct? His gaze fell upon Chun Ergu's legs. At that moment, a chill ran down Chun Ergu's spine. If his legs were further mishandled, he feared he would be rendered crippled. Big brother, I am with the Qinglong gang, as are we all. With your skills, should you choose to join us, you would undoubtedly be a prominent figure at the guardian level. Zhang Ping furrowed his brow, surprised to learn of such a gang's existence. He nodded, all right. A few of my brothers will be coming over soon. They are also interested in joining. Do speak to them about this Qinglong gang. He then stood up, and Zhang Gui approached with 4 or 5 uniformed individuals, even Xiao Manli trailing behind. Chapter 23. A major business deal hits a snag. Observing the scene, the police officers appeared somewhat bewildered. The individuals before them had rather distinctive appearances, resembling a cohesive group, yet it seemed they were turning against one another. Having dealt with at least a dozen cases, this scenario was a first for them. Old Third, are you all right? Did they harm you? Zhang Gui hurried over, scanning Zhang Ping from head to toe. Zhang Ping was now the family's financial savior. He could not afford to be in any trouble. Second brother, I'm fine. They didn't hit me. The two who attempted to do so were subdued by a few kind-hearted bystanders. Upon hearing this, the 3 youths restraining Chun Ergu and Yao Xiang nearly wept with joy. Saviors indeed. An older police officer approached, lean in stature yet with sharp, defined features exuding a formidable presence. His gaze was piercing, making Zhang Ping feel a palpable danger. This was a man seasoned by the brutality of conflict. In an instant, Zhang Ping formed a judgment, observing the man's upright posture, concluding that he was a veteran returning from the battlefield. At that moment, Xiao Manli also approached, her concern evident as she asked, Zhang Ping, are you all right? These thugs are truly audacious. Zhang Ping promptly greeted her, sisterly, what brings you here? I'm fine. He could sense the warmth in Xiao Manli's eyes filled with concern, which warmed his heart in return. Xiao Manli examined him closely and, finding no apparent issues, remarked, Zhang Ping, this is Director Wang Ming from the county police station. Upon hearing that you were troubled by thugs, he promptly arrived with reinforcements and even called me to inform me. Zhang Ping suddenly understood. The police station was quite close to the county committee, making their timely arrival entirely reasonable. At this moment, Wang Ming stepped forward and said, Comrade Zhang Ping, we kindly request you to accompany us to the bureau to document the incident that just occurred. Zhang Ping hastily nodded, Director Wang, I sincerely apologize for troubling you to come here personally. By the way, these 2 rascals claim to be members of some Qinglong gang. Isn't that an old societal gang? I'm quite apprehensive. Perhaps you could assist in handling them, or I might hesitate to conduct business in the county. As Zhang Ping spoke, his face was marked with genuine fear, portraying himself convincingly as a frightened rural youth. The nearby thugs nearly had their eyes pop out, thinking, how can you speak such nonsense? Just a moment ago, you were so fierce. Who was truly frightened? Wang Ming stared at Zhang Ping with a perplexed expression, as if he could see right through him, yet ultimately said nothing. He nodded and turned to the others, instructing, take them all to the bureau. Zhang Ping glanced at Zhang Gui and said, Second brother, please keep an eye on the stall here. I will go to the bureau to cooperate with the work and return shortly. Zhang Gui, seemingly unfazed, nodded. All right, you go ahead and come back soon. At the police station, Wang Ming finally spoke up. Did you dislocate those 2 fellows' arms? Zhang Ping, somewhat embarrassed, nodded. Yes, but I had no choice. Otherwise, they would have destroyed my stall. I am aware that fighting could lead to being arrested, and I also did not wish to be assaulted. Wang Ming regarded Zhang Ping with a peculiar gaze, causing a chill to run down Zhang Ping's spine. He felt that the police chief was somewhat off, looking at him as if he were a criminal. Even knowing the man was good-hearted, he was reluctant to engage further. Next time, there's no need to report such incidents again. Wang Ming concluded with a stern remark as he departed, leaving Zhang Ping in a state of confusion, still trying to comprehend the man's intentions. As for the documentation, it was remarkably straightforward. Chun Ergu was already terrified, and upon entering the police station, he practically lost his senses, responding to every inquiry with utter candor. Zhang Ping's situation was quickly clarified. After signing and fingerprinting, Zhang Ping prepared to greet Xiao Monli before leaving, feeling that it was only proper to express gratitude to such a senior leader for making the effort to visit him, especially since she was not his sister. Li Jia, I didn't expect you to come all this way. I truly appreciate it. Today, I must return to oversee the stall. Please let me know a time, and I would love to treat you to a meal another day. Zhang Ping hurriedly expressed his gratitude, hoping to strengthen their rapport. Xiao Monli, smiling, promptly replied, there will certainly be opportunities for a meal, but that's not urgent for now. However, I actually have something to discuss with you today. Zhang Ping was taken aback, wondering if such a high-ranking leader had business to request of him. Yet, he quickly responded, Sister, what is it? Please tell me. Xiao Monli suddenly smiled and asked, Do you wish to make money? Zhang Ping was momentarily stunned, but then a spark ignited within him as he nodded, Of course. Who wouldn't want to earn money? Do you have a business opportunity to introduce to me? Xiao Monli then smiled and said, Indeed, I have a business opportunity for you. It all depends on whether you dare to accept it. Zhang Ping promptly patted his frail chest and declared, As long as it lies within my capabilities and is lawful, I shall certainly undertake it. Xiao Monli rolled her eyes and teased, You little schemer, do you think I could possibly deceive you? With that, she revealed the plan for the county committee and government agencies to prepare gifts for the upcoming spring festival. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Ping felt a dryness in his throat and nearly sprang to his feet. Sister, are you serious? These are gifts required by the county's official agencies, and the quantity must be substantial. Xiao Monli feigned seriousness and retorted, Does your sister resemble someone who frequently tells lies? Not at all. You, sister, are clearly a person of integrity. Zhang Ping quickly waved his hands, wearing a smile. After exchanging a few more light-hearted remarks, Xiao Monli adopted a serious demeanor. Zhang Ping, you bear a striking resemblance to my brother. From the first moment I met you, I felt a connection, and I genuinely wish to assist you. However, this matter is not trivial. You cannot afford to mishandle it. It pertains to your brother-in-law's future. If you can manage it, then proceed, but if not, do not force it. Although the persimmons had garnered the recognition of the leaders, the packaging must be impeccable. They cannot continue using large envelopes. Think it over and provide me with a unit price, for I must report back to the leaders and await their final approval. Ideally, you should also provide samples. Seeing the seriousness of the situation, Zhang Ping replied earnestly, Sister, rest assured, if I dare to take it on, I am confident I can execute it well. I will certainly prepare the packaging and present samples to you in advance. Could you provide me with a more precise estimate of how many gifts are needed? This venture introduced by Xiao Monli demanded his utmost attention. To earn money while avoiding offense, he needed to clarify the details and assess whether this business was indeed viable. It was preferable to withdraw now than to find himself in a predicament later, which would truly offend others. For now, let's consider 5,000 gifts. Xiao Monli stated with caution, which will encompass both the agencies and several key factories in the county. The exact quantity can be finalized later. Zhang Ping felt a surge of excitement. 5,000 gifts represented a significant business opportunity for him at this moment. Chapter 24. Money truly is a good thing. Persimmons are not particularly costly. 2 pounds per portion would suffice to ensure the gifts are substantial, while 3 pounds would constitute a very generous offering. This posed no challenge, as the cost of 1 pound of persimmons was merely 5 cents, almost negligible. With the primary expense lying in the packaging, Zhang Ping quickly calculated in his mind. If each portion weighed 2 pounds, he would need a total of 10,000 pounds of persimmons. If 3 pounds per portion, then 15,000 pounds would be necessary. Even if he earned just a dime per pound, he would still see a profit of at least 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan had once seemed insignificant to him, but now it represented a considerable sum, capable of facilitating many endeavors. Calculating based on 3 pounds per gift, the cost of persimmons would amount to 15 cents, with the remainder covering packaging and some transportation costs, while labor costs were disregarded entirely. When conducting business with one's own kin, there was no need to account for wages. He was merely unfamiliar with the current packaging situation and dared not speak out of turn. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Xiao Monli, saying, Sister, please allow me to consider this matter further. I must first ensure the packaging is in order and will provide you with a response by 6 o'clock this evening at the latest, if that is agreeable. Zhang Ping felt fortunate that he had arrived early that morning. Otherwise, he would have lacked the time to address this issue properly. Xiaomanli was genuinely apprehensive that he might impulsively state a price, but seeing him so composed reassured her, and a glimmer of admiration appeared in her eyes. Very well. Should you finalize everything ahead of schedule, come find me at the county committee. If you have not arrived by the end of the workday, I shall seek you out at your market stall. They discussed several detailed matters, after which Zhang Ping hastily took his leave. Before exiting the police station, he glanced at the wall clock, noting it was just past 10 in the morning. He quietly devised a plan, deciding to investigate the packaging situation that very morning. He had already formed a rough concept for the packaging, primarily adhering to the basic forms of the future, distinguishing between inner and outer packaging. The inner packaging would involve using a tray to contain all the persimmons, with plastic as the provisional material. For the outer packaging, he considered using sturdy paper, akin to gift boxes, and if conditions allowed, he would contemplate applying a thin plastic film as a final layer. If that were unfeasible, he would resort to purchasing some clear tape to seal it. During his previous visits to the city, he had observed that the gift boxes in the grocery stores were rather rudimentary, many merely wrapped in a layer of burlap and haphazardly tied with string. In contrast, his proposed concept was certainly of a higher standard. As he walked, he rapidly contemplated the matter, and by the time he reached his stall, his ideas had nearly crystallized. Third brother, are you well? Why do you look so troubled as you walk? Have they given you a hard time? Zhang Gui approached Zhang Ping hastily upon seeing him. The street was relatively quiet at that moment, with business being quite slow. Zhang Ping smiled and replied, I'm fine, second brother. I wish to ask you something. Are there any plastic or cardboard box factories in our county? There is indeed a cardboard box factory, not far to the south of the county seat. The plastic factory, however, is located to the west of the city. Why do you suddenly inquire about this? Zhang Gui looked puzzled. Zhang Ping pondered for a moment before succinctly explaining the situation to Zhang Gui. Zhang Gui's eyes widened in surprise. This truly sounds like a significant business opportunity, one that could yield substantial profits. But does it truly require such high-quality packaging? That could incur considerable expenses. I've heard that if the packaging involves printed designs, it requires typesetting and is quite troublesome. Would they be willing to go through all that? Zhang Ping too hesitated over this matter. Not only did the packaging design require a mold, but the plastic trays would also necessitate one, both of which entailed costs. We must at least give it a try. After all, this is a directive from the prominent leaders of our county. If we fail to execute it properly, we risk not only offending them, but also jeopardizing our future prospects of conducting business in the county. Zhang Ping's words caused Zhang Gui to furrow his brow in concern. He had previously led a life of complacency and had never encountered such matters, particularly when dealing with high-ranking officials. Naturally, he felt a sense of trepidation. No worries. I will take a look first. You and Brother Jianmin can keep an eye on the stall. Please buy some lunch for yourselves, and if you have time, make a trip to the hospital to bring some food for Mom and Dad. I fear they might hesitate to spend money. Zhang Ping instructed and left promptly, as time was of the essence and he was quite anxious. However, before departing, he casually packed a few bags of persimmons and, upon passing a grocery store, stepped in to purchase a few packs of cigarettes. Regardless of their quality, having a prop to facilitate conversation was beneficial. The county's plastic factory was not far. Zhang Ping reached it in merely half an hour on foot. As he approached, the guard became vigilant and promptly stepped forward, asking, Comrade, which unit are you from? Though the question seemed innocuous, the tone was decidedly unfriendly. The guard scrutinized Zhang Ping, who, clad in coarse cloth, appeared to be an unlikely visitor from any official unit. Zhang Ping glanced down at his attire, feeling helpless. He realized that even an attempt at deception would be futile. He decided to take out a pack of cigarettes, opened it, and offered one with a smile, saying, Sir, I am from Hewan Village, and I would like to place an order for a batch of plastic boxes from your factory. Could you kindly guide me? Zhang Ping understood well that one should never underestimate the significance of a factory's gatekeeper. While they may possess little influence within the organization, they are undoubtedly the most knowledgeable about the factory's operations. To gauge a factory's performance, one need not consult the manager. Merely inquiring with the guard would yield insights on vehicle traffic for the past and current months, revealing the true situation. Zhang Ping was acutely aware of this and thus remained exceedingly polite. Noticing the guard's attention fixated on the pack of cigarettes, he promptly placed it into the old man's hand. Indeed, upon receiving the cigarettes, the guard's weathered face softened. Young man, you may be young, but you certainly know how to handle matters. I will share a few more details with you. The The situation at our factory this year is rather grim. The manager is eager for orders, but unfortunately, one order was canceled, leaving us with a substantial stockpile of goods. Financial constraints have led us to only accept large orders, hoping to secure a deposit before the new year. Do you understand? Hearing this, Zhang Ping's heart sank. His business required only a modest quantity of plastic trays, and he feared that the factory would not regard his needs with any significance. Observing Zhang Ping's momentary hesitation, the old man seemed slightly offended, gesturing towards a plastic box on the table that was being used for storage, saying, "This item here, we have accumulated a stock of 100,000 units. The material costs are quite substantial, and the manager is at his wit's end." Zhang Ping's gaze fell upon the plastic box, stirring a flicker of interest within him. The box was not particularly tall, approximately 10 centimeters high and 20 centimeters long and wide, featuring a central divider. Its base was uneven, with 4 specially molded circular indentations, perfectly sized to accommodate a persimmon, suggesting it was designed for a specific purpose. He picked it up for a closer inspection. The material was notably thick, and it indeed made for an excellent storage box. "Sir, what was the original purpose of this box that was ordered?" Zhang Ping casually inquired. "Oh, I heard it was intended for some snacks, but I'm not quite sure why it was abandoned," the gatekeeper replied nonchalantly. Zhang Ping cast a sidelong glance at the gatekeeper and asked, "How much does a box like this typically cost?" He needed to ascertain the price to avoid being taken advantage of. "Seems like around 30 cents. Why do you ask?" The gatekeeper suddenly appeared wary and scrutinized Zhang Ping. "Tell me, young man, are you genuinely here to place an order?" Noticing the gatekeeper's expression, Zhang Ping quickly adopted a serious demeanor. "Of course. You wouldn't want me to just come here to chat and waste your time, would you? Please point me in the right direction. I need to discuss the order." The gatekeeper hesitated, but after considering that Zhang Ping likely wouldn't come just to chat, he eventually pointed towards a row of single-story buildings on the left. "The third room in the first row is the sales department. You should speak with Section Chief Song about placing an order." "Thank you, sir." Zhang Ping finally gained entry. But at this moment, he realized he no longer needed to order anything. He could directly discuss purchasing the box. In his estimation, the box was suitable for use as a packaging container, and whether or not to include outer packaging was a secondary consideration. Naturally, there would be quotes for both options, depending on the final decision of the county leaders. He had resolved to create 2 types of packaging. One would be simple, just a colorful label affixed to the plastic box, while the other would be more upscale, featuring a rigid cardboard outer package. As he approached the door-marked sales department, a middle-aged man with a round face, around 35 or 36 years old, exited. Upon seeing Zhang Ping, he looked surprised and asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Hello. I'm here to see Section Chief Song from the sales department." "Oh, that's me, Song Tao. And you are?" The man sized up Zhang Ping, and upon realizing he did not recognize him, his expression turned perplexed. Zhang Ping offered a faint smile, which struck Song Tao as peculiar. Despite Zhang Ping's ordinary appearance, he exuded an air of authority, making Song Tao feel as if he were in the presence of an important figure. This sensation was fleeting, and he dismissed it as fatigue clouding his mind. "Hello, Section Chief Song. I'm from Hewan Village. I heard that your factory customizes plastic products, so I traveled 20 miles to inquire about the details of placing an order." Upon realizing that Zhang Ping was genuinely there to place an order, Song Tao's eyes lit up, and his round face transformed into a beaming smile. I apologize for the oversight. Please, come inside and have a seat. Let us discuss this in detail." Zhang Ping felt a sense of affirmation. Indeed, money was a wonderful thing, as it could instantly elicit a smile from the other party before he even had to spend it. Chapter 25. Bargaining. Song Tao, being a seasoned salesman, had already perfected the art of changing his demeanor, even in the early 1980s. Despite Zhang Ping's tattered attire, Song Tao remained somewhat skeptical. Nevertheless, he endeavored to exude sincerity. In an instant, Zhang Ping assessed him as a genuine businessman. Once they settled down, Song Tao hastily fetched 2 tea mugs, pouring water and offering cigarettes, engaging in a cordial exchange before finally addressing the matter at hand. "Comrade, it is truly impressive that someone as young as you is able to venture out and contribute to the village. May I inquire how to address you?" Song Tao's demeanor made Zhang Ping feel at ease, markedly different from the majority of individuals in this era. Indeed, it was far superior to Chun Li Juan, who manned the postal counter. Even though Song Tao harbored a degree of opportunism, he refrained from displaying it overtly. With a smile, Zhang Ping introduced himself. I am Zhang Ping. There is no need for such formality, Comrade Song. I am here to procure a batch of plastic boxes. I have heard that our factory possesses impressive technology. Could I possibly take a look at a few samples? If I find something suitable, it would save me the cost of creating new molds, wouldn't it? Hard work is our nation's ethos, and it also serves to conserve funds for the country. Does it not? By positioning himself on a moral high ground, Zhang Ping established his standing with a sense of national duty. Song Tao's expression momentarily flickered with disappointment. He had no intention of creating new molds from the outset and found his enthusiasm for this transaction waning. However, he felt helpless regarding the factory's circumstances. Its financial state was dire, exacerbated not only by the cancellation of an order in the latter half of the year, but also by numerous uncollectible debts. This predicament was the factory's most significant challenge, and the only hope lay in swiftly selling new products to generate revenue for salaries and the upcoming new year. Oh, we have an abundance of samples. What specifications does Comrade Zhang require? Song Tao maintained his smile. Zhang Ping succinctly articulated his specifications, subtly guiding Song Tao's thoughts toward the previously mentioned plastic boxes. Upon hearing this, Song Tao's heart leapt, as he realized that the requested specifications could be met using the surplus stock in the warehouse. With newfound excitement, his smile blossomed once more. In that case, please wait here for a moment while I fetch some samples from the warehouse. With polite urgency, Song Tao departed, returning in under 5 minutes with another person in tow, both bearing an assortment of 5 or 6 plastic boxes of varying sizes, square, rectangular, circular, and even cylindrical. Additionally, the thickness of the materials varied. Among them, Zhang Ping recognized the layered plastic box he had previously seen at the gatekeeper's station. Comrade Zhang, these samples largely meet your requirements. Please take a look and see if any completely fulfill your needs. Song Tao remained courteous, while the young man accompanying him appeared quite astonished. Zhang Ping, being exceptionally youthful, still bore the freshness of a student, his naivety not yet fully faded. Zhang Ping promptly expressed his gratitude, exhibiting a level of professionalism that, if one were to overlook his age, would portray him as a competent official. Zhang Ping meticulously examined the samples before him, deliberating carefully, and ultimately selected 3 types: a round gift box, a layered box he had long admired, and a square box, the latter chosen rather arbitrarily. These 3 appeared to be fundamentally suitable. He inquired if Director Song could provide a price quote, specifying the unit cost so that he could make a final decision. Song Tao felt a surge of joy. Indeed, the stored products met the requirements. He envisioned that once he managed to process a batch of inventory, the factory director would greet him with a warm smile. The unit price for the round box was 36 cents, the layered box was 32 cents, while the square box, with a wall thickness exceeding 5 millimeters, was priced at 40 cents. Song Tao had evidently prepared for this, promptly reporting the prices. Zhang Ping's brow furrowed instantaneously. The security guard had mentioned that the price for the layered box was around 30 cents, yet Song Tao quoted 32 cents, which seemed somewhat steep. Noticing Zhang Ping's frown, Song Tao quickly interjected, "Of course, this is the basic unit price. The specifics depend on how many you require. A larger quantity would lead to savings in machine operation losses and material costs, thereby reducing the unit price." Zhang Ping's expression grew increasingly serious. "Director Song, please provide a more reasonable price. This matter needs swift resolution. Otherwise, I will have to seek suitable paper containers from the paper factory, which would undoubtedly lower the costs further." Song Tao became somewhat anxious upon hearing this, realizing it was indeed a feasible alternative. Although paper boxes had their limitations, especially for heavier items, they would suffice for lighter contents, and the material costs could be significantly lower, potentially having the expense. After a moment of hesitation, he finally said, "Comrade Zhang Ping, let me put it this way. If you can place a bulk order of over 5,000 pieces, I can authorize a reduction of 5 cents per item. For orders exceeding 10,000, I can reduce the price by 7 cents each." He pointed to the layered plastic sample, adding, "If you order this style and the quantity exceeds 10,000 pieces, I can give you a direct discount of 10 cents. He was reluctant to propose such terms, yet the product had already consumed a considerable amount of funds, and the quantity was simply too large. Zhang Ping, however, was elated at the prospect of a 10-cent reduction, effectively lowering the cost to 22 cents per item, which represented a third of the original price, a tremendous value. 20 cents would be acceptable. If you believe it feasible, let us confirm this preliminarily. I shall return to consult with the village leaders and will provide a final response within 3 days at most. That price is exceptionally low, Comrade Zhang. I have already offered the minimum possible, Song Tao replied, visibly distressed. This is all money. 10,000 would amount to over 2,000 yuan, which isn't a vast sum. But for our factory at present, it represents a rare income, especially as it would help alleviate a significant amount of inventory without necessitating production. Zhang Ping shook his head. Just 20 cents. Director Song, please provide a definitive answer. If this is unfeasible, I will explore the paper factory's offerings, where I am confident I could negotiate a unit price of at least 12 cents. After conversing with Song Tao, he has gained a slight understanding of the current unit price of the product, and at this moment, his tone has become resolute. He is confident that the other party will undoubtedly agree. Song Tao hesitated for quite some time, frowning as he asked, "Are you certain you can place an order for over 10,000 units? If so, I will offer you a unit price of 20 cents. Clearly, this was also the limit for Song Tao. Certainly. Zhang Ping nodded without hesitation. This is just the first batch. There may very well be a second and third. Rest assured, Chief Song, this order will surely bring you great satisfaction. All right. So, it's 20 cents per unit, with a minimum order of 10,000 units. It would be best if we could first sign a simple agreement, and you should also pay a small deposit." Song Tao agreed. Zhang Ping nodded without any doubt. No problem. Zhang Ping had not anticipated that his first business negotiation after being reborn would involve such a sum, a significant improvement compared to his previous life. Chapter 26. Still too lowly positioned. The agreement was straightforward, as the factory evidently had a template ready. Song Tao promptly retrieved a copy from the drawer of his desk. After Zhang Ping reviewed it, he found no issues. It merely required him to fill in the quantity and unit price, followed by his signature. Comrade Zhang Ping. As for the deposit, Song Tao appeared somewhat embarrassed. Zhang Ping smiled, casually pulling 2 5-yuan bills from his pocket and placing them on the table. "Chief Song, please write a receipt." Song Tao was momentarily taken aback. He felt an urge to punch Zhang Ping in the face, thinking, "You're giving a 10-yuan deposit?" A deposit of merely 10 yuan would surely provoke laughter. "Since starting my career, I have never received such a meager deposit," Zhang Ping hastily explained. "Chief Song, to be honest, I just came to take a look today and didn't bring much cash with me. I sincerely apologize. However, whether the business goes through isn't really dependent on the deposit, is it?" Zhang Ping blinked, leaving Song Tao speechless. A sense of frustration welled up within Song Tao as he pondered how to report this incident to the factory manager. It was utterly humiliating. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Ping left with 2 double-layered plastic containers. Greeting the security guard on his way out, Song Tao stood at the factory gate, his eyes filled with discontent, mentally berating himself, ultimately reassuring himself. Well, selling 2 samples for 10 yuan is still selling at a high price, isn't it? He had already lost hope for this order. However, upon returning to the office, a sudden realization struck him. Reflecting on the earlier events, he recognized that he had been led by Zhang Ping throughout the process, as if everything had been orchestrated by him. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. After numerous sales experiences, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Remembering Zhang Ping's face, a sense of dread crept into his heart. Zhang Ping, unfazed by Song Tao's thoughts, spent half an hour walking back to the city stall, where he sold 5 more baskets of persimmons, leaving only 1 cart of goods remaining. Upon seeing Zhang Ping return, Zhang Gui came over eagerly. "How did it go, third brother?" Zhang Ping nodded. "Not bad. As mealtime approaches, I contemplate the necessity of dining early, given my subsequent plans to venture out. Elder brother, please keep an eye on the stall while I accompany Brother Jianmin for a meal. I shall return shortly to relieve you." Zhang Jianmin seizes the opportunity to interject, saying, "Ping Ping, we are left with only a cart of persimmons. Should I fetch another load?" Zhang Ping ponders briefly before nodding. That is indeed feasible, but it is rather exhausting for one person. "Not to worry, it is but a trifling task. I can manage it alone. After we finish our meal, you can oversee the stall while Ah Gui takes his turn to eat, and I shall return with the cart by mid-afternoon." Zhang Jianmin is quite enthusiastic. Zhang Ping recognizes that Jianmin is motivated by the prospect of profit, eager to maintain his partnership for fear of being left behind. With this realization, he ultimately consents. "Very well. After all, we have plenty of persimmons at home. Selling a few more would be beneficial." In truth, he is already contemplating whether to continue selling loose goods, as this method proves to be exceedingly slow. He fears that if his thoughts were to be discovered, he might face a backlash. After all, to earn several hundred yuan a day and still find it insufficient is, indeed, quite greedy. The three of them take turns dining. Zhang Jianmin hauls a cart home, while Zhang Ping tends to the stall, with Zhang Gui heading to the hospital to deliver meals to their parents. Upon Zhang Gui's return, Zhang Ping promptly departs with a plastic container to the cardboard factory, and everything proceeds in an orderly fashion. Unfortunately, upon arriving at the cardboard factory, Zhang Ping realizes that his trip has been in vain. This establishment only produces corrugated paper, the kind typically used for shipping boxes. Nevertheless, since he is there, he briefly discusses his intention to order a batch of boxes, ultimately receiving a quote of 8 cents before leaving, without any deposit, as the matter is still undecided. He is not one to frivolously spend his money. He is no prodigal. The specifics of what packaging to choose and whom to engage can be addressed later. However, he does glean some information. The type of packaging box he desires, akin to those in the future, can currently only be produced by the affiliated packaging factory of the county food factory in Fengxian. This matter cannot be casually approached. He must return to the city to seek out Xiao Manli first. The county food factory is the largest food production enterprise in Fengxian, employing over 800 individuals, with many of the products found in supply and grocery stores originating from them, underscoring their significance. Such state-owned enterprises adhere strictly to their planned tasks and pay little heed to outsiders. Administrative orders hold more weight than substantial contracts. Director Xiao, there's a young man at the door requesting to see you. Perhaps you should go and check. A clerk relays to Xiao Manli shortly after she begins her shift at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiao Manli is taken aback. She did not anticipate Zhang Ping's arrival to be so swift, having expected at least another day for results. Very well, I shall go take a look. Thank you. She replies gratefully, hastily setting aside her work to head outside. Upon reaching the entrance, she indeed finds Zhang Ping waiting. Zhang Ping, have you resolved the matter so quickly? She inquires. Zhang Ping feels a surge of embarrassment. Sister, the situation is not as straightforward. I encountered a minor complication that I am unable to resolve on my own. Hence my visit to seek your assistance. Upon hearing the issue, Xiaomanli paid it no mind, for after all, he was merely a rural lad, devoid of power or influence and lacking connections. Encountering minor troubles was to be expected. Noticing the security guard persistently glancing in their direction, Xiaomanli remarked, "Let us take a stroll over there. I happen to need to purchase a few items. We can converse as we walk." Both understood that the mention of shopping was merely a ruse for the guard's benefit. In a place like the county committee, where numerous eyes were ever watchful, especially since she was an outsider, the attention she attracted was undeniable. Once they reached the street, a good 200 or 300 meters from the entrance, Xiaomanli began to inquire about the situation. Zhang Ping handed over the box he was carrying and shared his plans. Upon hearing his proposal, Xiaomanli gazed at him with her beautiful, wide eyes, astonished. "You truly are just a young man raised in the countryside. Are you certain you have never ventured into the big cities?" Her surprise was genuine, for Zhang Ping's packaging concept had exceeded her expectations, bordering on astonishing. Currently, product packaging predominantly adhered to a simple aesthetic. However, according to Zhang Ping's design, the gift of persimmons would undoubtedly stand out. Not only would there be an inner packaging, but also an exquisite outer layer, both remarkably crafted. Even a woman of her worldly experience was taken aback, and she could only imagine the delight of ordinary leaders and staff members upon encountering such a presentation. "Your idea is exceptionally viable. If the cost can be kept under 3 yuan, I can confidently assure you that this venture will not only be profitable, but your brother-in-law's work will also shine brightly." Joy resonated in Xiaomanli's voice, as she had not anticipated that a casually recognized younger brother could possess such brilliance, which in turn elevated her regard for him. Zhang Ping, overwhelmed with elation, realized that a budget of 3 yuan was already impressive. He could ascertain that even if the gift were to weigh 3 kilograms, the cost per item would not exceed 1 yuan. Just imagine the profit. 2 yuan per item, with 5,000 items resulting in a profit of 10,000? Suddenly, he felt a dryness in his throat, utterly astounded. Of course, he recognized that he could not price the business strictly at the 3 yuan ceiling. Nevertheless, he would still earn a substantial amount, at least 7,000 or 8,000, an extraordinary sum. In these times, the concept of a household earning 10,000 had begun to emerge. Yet no one had ever imagined that one could so easily attain such wealth. It would undoubtedly leave many in shock. Noticing his distraction, Zhang Manli promptly asked, Zhang Ping, are you all right? Zhang Ping returned to reality and quickly replied, Sister, I am fine. Since you agree with this idea, there are no issues. However, one final matter remains. The outer packaging boxes can only be produced by the county's food factory, and I have no means to contact them. Could you possibly introduce me to someone? Upon hearing this, Zhang Manli smiled broadly. What a coincidence. Our publicity department is scheduled to visit various governmental units to gather materials. And tomorrow morning we plan to visit the county food factory. Why don't you join us? Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, wait at the entrance of the county guest house, and I will take you there. Zhang Ping had never anticipated that matters would unfold so smoothly. What he found exceedingly challenging was but a triviality to others. He bore no resentment, for he was a man who had lived 2 lifetimes, having witnessed various facets of human nature in his previous existence. He understood all too well that his current lack of standing and ability rendered even the simplest tasks formidable obstacles. Much like the difficulties he faced when he first arrived in the special economic zone, where he was constantly met with disdain and cunning. This realization only intensified his determination to rise above his circumstances, with the imperative of improving his family's current lifestyle serving as the first step. Though the burden of supporting his family was indeed substantial, he harbored no regrets. Having squandered his previous life, he was resolute not to falter again. His overarching ambition to excel remained unchanged, and he would never relinquish his responsibility to ensure a happy life for his family. After concluding their discussion, Zhang Ping casually handed 2 bags of persimmons to Xiao Manli before taking his leave. Upon arriving at the market entrance, he discovered that his cousin, Zhang Jianmin, had already arrived. The remaining cart of persimmons had dwindled to half, and with the afternoon hours still ahead, he was confident that these goods would sell out swiftly. Upon their meeting, Zhang Gui promptly handed him 2 plump envelopes. Third brother, this is the money from the sales. I organized it with cousin and arranged it neatly for you. Take it. Indeed, after sorting, the money took up considerably less space and felt quite substantial. Observing the eager expressions on Zhang Gui and Zhang Jianmin's faces, he couldn't help but smile. This modest sum was trivial compared to what he anticipated earning soon, 7 or 8,000, which would surely astonish them. He then produced the 4 large envelopes he had been concealing and handed them over. It's all right for now. Why don't you and Brother Jianmin sort this out while I visit my parents? I haven't seen them in 2 days and find myself missing them. Since my rebirth, I have yet to spend quality time with them. Chapter 27. Be kind to Ping Ping. After exchanging a few words with his brothers, Zhang Ping continued to tuck the organized money into his clothing as he made his way to the hospital. Zhang Dachuan, clearly taken aback by Zhang Ping's arrival, found himself face to face with his son, while their mother, Li Xiaomei, was absent. Zhang Dachuan's expression darkened instantly. Dad, how are you feeling? I came to see you. Zhang Ping nervously inquired upon seeing his father's stern face. I'm not dead yet. Zhang Dachuan coldly retorted, turning his gaze away from his son. A middle-aged man in the adjacent bed interjected, Brother Dachuan, what is the matter? I see your sons are quite decent and dutiful, visiting daily, bringing gifts and money. If my boys were as filial as yours, I would be exceedingly grateful. You're truly blessed, yet you remain ungrateful. Zhang Ping recognized this man from his last visit, who had previously spoken on his behalf. Nevertheless, Zhang Dachuan remained unappreciative, though his demeanor softened slightly. Brother Wang, you don't know the trouble this rascal has caused. Even killing him wouldn't quell my anger. Zhang Ping's expression darkened at this remark, silently thinking that his father had indeed struck him down once before, or else he could not have returned from decades hence. Yet, he dared not voice such thoughts. Even if he did, no one would believe him. However, with this interruption, Zhang Dachuan's expression softened considerably, and Zhang Ping felt a significant reduction in pressure. He awkwardly stepped forward and said, Dad, you seem to be in good spirits. It's a relief to see you able to scold me. Where's Mom? This time, Zhang Dachuan did not respond with his usual rigidity. His tone remained somewhat cold. She has gone to do the laundry. Aren't you supposed to be at your stall? What brings you here? Is your stall unattended? Zhang Ping quickly reassured him that his elder brother and Jianmin were overseeing the stall, allowing him some time to come over. The two exchanged a few words, creating a rather peculiar atmosphere. Unable to tolerate the awkwardness any longer, Zhang Ping hastily concocted an excuse about seeking out his mother and retreated. However, instead of immediately searching for her, he headed to the duty room to find the doctor. The attending physician, Dr. Peng, was a clean-cut middle-aged man, bespectacled and refined. Clearly a man of culture. Upon learning that Zhang Ping was Zhang Dachuan's son, he immediately reprimanded him sternly. I have a general understanding of your family's situation, which is admittedly not ideal. Nevertheless, your father's leg cannot afford further delays. If we do not secure the surgical fees and arrange for the operation soon, we may miss the critical window for treatment, making recovery exceedingly difficult. Despite your family's hardships, it is imperative to find a way to overcome this. We cannot allow him to suffer permanent disability in his later years. These words struck a painful chord in Zhang Ping's heart, prompting him to inquire further about the specifics of his father's condition. He soon learned the extent of Zhang Dachuan's injuries, 2 fractures and 3 fissures, nearly resulting in a comminuted fracture. An acute wave of anguish washed over him. The pain was incessant, yet Zhang Dachuan remained remarkably composed, seemingly bearing the burden of their family's situation without complaint. Dr. Peng, may I ask how much the surgery will cost? My parents have not discussed this matter with me. Zhang Ping pressed urgently. Dr. Peng opened a folder, reviewed it, and replied, Your father's situation is quite serious. The surgery is complex. However, our hospital has deliberated on this several times and is capable of proceeding. Due to the complexity, the cost is relatively high. A total of 600 yuan is required for the surgery, with an estimated additional 200 yuan for subsequent treatment. Currently, there is about 100 yuan in your account, so you will need to deposit another 500 yuan to proceed with the surgery. We cannot afford any further delays. Zhang Ping understood that the excess 100 yuan was from the 200 yuan he had previously deposited. The thought of needing another 500 yuan had once caused him great distress, but now he felt unperturbed. He had over 270 yuan on him, and having just given his elder brother several large envelopes before coming to the hospital, he estimated he had at least 300 yuan, which would suffice. Of course, this was not all from today's sales. Over 100 yuan was left over from a prior transaction. Dr. Peng, I wish to confirm, if the surgery is performed, will my father's leg be restored to its original condition? Zhang Ping asked anxiously, fearful of receiving bad news. However, Dr. Peng seemed to misinterpret his concern, perceiving it as doubt regarding his medical skills. He responded, somewhat displeased, Listen, young man, you may question many things, but not my ethics as a physician. If I assure you that I am confident, it is because I possess considerable assurance. He then slightly eased his tone, saying, Of course, any surgical procedure carries inherent risks. However, the likelihood of failure in your father's case is remarkably low, and I hold great confidence in this. Zhang Ping immediately exhaled in relief and promptly replied, In that case, please arrange the surgery without delay, Dr. Peng. I will step out briefly and return shortly to settle the surgical fees. Without waiting for Dr. Peng's response, he turned and dashed out. Overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect of his father's legs being restored to their former condition, no news could have exhilarated him more. Dr. Peng watched as Zhang Ping rushed out in a flurry, feeling somewhat bewildered and sensing a lack of decorum. That amount, 500 yuan, was significant, given that his monthly salary was merely 50 yuan, meaning it would take him a year to save enough. He felt a twinge of remorse, but was helpless, unwilling to see his patient suffer a disability, which was why he had been so stern with Zhang Ping. Reflecting on Zhang Ping's youth, he felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing that the claim of settling the fees soon likely meant at least 10 days. The prospect of today afternoon had never crossed his mind. Thus, he deemed it prudent to wait until the fees were paid before proceeding with the surgery. The hospital had its regulations, and he had no authority to act unilaterally. Zhang Ping burst through the hospital doors and made a beeline for the market. However, as he approached the market, he spotted a figure squatting at the corner. Fixated on his stall, it was Li Dagan from the village. Zhang Ping harbored a deep resentment towards this man, who, in his previous life, had inquired about the incident in which Zhang Ping's father was assaulted, and it was Li Dagan who had been responsible for breaking his father's leg. The animosity stemmed from a multitude of grievances, the primary one being Li Dagan's idleness and his insatiable desire for easy gains. His family background was dubious, as they were landowners, and years prior, his entire family had endured significant suffering. His parents and brother had succumbed to the hardships, and his sister, overwhelmed by the pressure, had taken her own life. Consequently, Li Dagan harbored immense bitterness. Although this animosity arose from historical circumstances, the tragedy of his family was undeniable. Now, at over 30, he remained single. The one who had executed the original task was Zhang Dachuan, who had served as the production team leader, and ultimately, all his hatred was directed at Zhang Dachuan. These sentiments were words Zhang Dachuan had uttered after his death in his previous life, yet Zhang Ping, who had been reborn, was now fixated on them. Had Li Dagan led a respectable life, Zhang Ping might have offered assistance regarding his father's plight. However, given the recent events, he was resolute in not letting Li Dagan escape unscathed. At that moment, seeing Li Dagan squatting there, Zhang Ping's vigilance heightened. He longed to call the authorities and have him apprehended, but the crowd was too dense, and he had not witnessed the act firsthand. Li Dagan could easily deny the assault amid the chaos. Suppressing his fury, Zhang Ping averted his gaze and walked directly towards the stall. "Oh, you've returned at the perfect time. We have just sorted out the funds, over 320 yuan in total. Here, take it." Zhang Gui hurriedly thrust the bag of money into his hands. Zhang Ping nodded in agreement, expressing that it was fortuitous as he too was at the hospital to withdraw money. The doctor informed him that an additional 500 yuan was needed to arrange for their father's surgery, and he intended to settle this amount today. Upon hearing this, Zhang Gui became quite excited, urging him to expedite the payment so that their father might recover sooner. Although Zhang Gui often indulged in frivolity, he was considerably more responsible than Zhang Ping and cared deeply for their family. Zhang Jianmin had no objections. After all, the money did not significantly concern him. The three brothers were comfortable with one another, and Zhang Ping took the money to the hospital once more. As he passed the street corner, he noticed that Li Dagan had vanished, but he paid it no mind and proceeded directly to the hospital. Zhang Ping quickly paid the fee at the counter, where the cashier, a young woman with a delicate appearance, glanced at him several times, her cheeks flushing slightly. However, Zhang Ping was oblivious to her reaction. After settling the payment, he made his way to Dr. Peng's office. Dr. Peng was taken aback by Zhang Ping's promptness in making the payment. He was momentarily at a loss for words. "Dr. Peng, the surgery fee has been paid. Do you have any information on when my father's operation can be scheduled?" Zhang Ping inquired eagerly. Dr. Peng's face turned crimson as he realized he had not yet arranged the surgery. Clearing his throat, he replied, "I was just attending to other patients' records. I've just completed them, and I will report to the director immediately. Please wait a moment. The results will be available soon, and I will notify you in the ward." Zhang Ping noticed Dr. Peng's embarrassment, but chose not to address it, understanding that it was not the doctor's fault and he held no grievances. Upon returning to the ward, he found their mother, Li Xiuying, had also returned. Her hands still wet and reddened from the cold water, with several frostbite sores swelling prominently. Suddenly, Zhang Ping recalled his promise to buy clam oil for his sister and almost forgot it. He quickly announced, "Dad, Mom, I have just paid the surgery fee. Dr. Peng said they will arrange the operation soon. Please wait here. I need to step out for a moment to buy 2 boxes of clam oil for my mother." Her hands are frozen. Without waiting for any reactions, he hurriedly left. Zhang Dachuan was momentarily stunned. He understood their family's financial situation, having been informed by Dr. Peng that the surgery fee was 600 yuan. He was skeptical about how Zhang Ping managed to pay so promptly. It struck him that perhaps earning money had suddenly become remarkably easy. If he were in Zhang Ping's shoes, it would take him 3 years to save such an amount. However, Li Xiaomei was aware of her son's financial endeavors and was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, "Did you hear that, dear? The surgery fee has been paid. Ping has managed to gather the funds, and your leg can finally be operated on." Zhang Dachuan opened his mouth to scold his son, but found himself unable to utter a word, his throat constricted, ultimately managing only a faint acknowledgement. Nearby, Brother Wang expressed his envy, saying, "Ah, Dachuan, you are truly fortunate. You have 2 sons who are so capable, able to gather such a significant sum." Zhang Dachuan felt a profound sense of reflection. His sons were not merely 2, but 4. Zhang An was too young to consider, and the eldest, Zhang Fu, had never set foot in the hospital. Knowing his children well, he understood the reality of their situation. "Dear, you should treat Ping kindly. He has put forth great effort this time," Li Xiaomei wisely advised. "Yes," he replied. Zhang Dachuan let out a soft hum, yet behind his lowered eyelids, hot tears surged, which he resolutely suppressed. Chapter 28. Under scrutiny, although he indeed intended to procure clam oil, he was reluctant to witness the frail side of his father. As someone who had traversed life's trials, he understood that resilient men seldom wish to reveal their vulnerabilities before others, especially in the presence of younger generations. In his previous life, he often bore burdens silently, Even when deeply moved by certain events, he would force himself to stifle his emotions, donning a smile, only to weep inconsolably in the solitude of his room at night. It was not merely a matter of maintaining pride. Rather, in the journey of life, one cannot display their weaknesses to others, lest it lead to significant adverse repercussions. As for his father, men of this era predominantly embodied a patriarchal mindset, with few exceptions. He was certain that Zhang Dachuan would never wish for his son to witness him in tears. Thus, he seized the opportunity to leave the hospital, bringing a sense of relief to both parties. People often proclaim that a father's love is akin to a mountain. Yet seldom do they acknowledge that a son's love too is a form of quiet concern, not always needing to be overtly expressed. Human relationships resemble that of hedgehogs, necessitating a respectful distance. Otherwise, they risk inflicting harm upon one another rather than offering warmth. Clam oil was readily available, sold at the supply and marketing cooperative. It came in small boxes resembling shells, which appeared rather charming. Zhang Ping was uncertain of the price, and upon inquiry, he discovered two types of packaging, differentiating only by quantity. The most expensive was merely 50 cents a box. Coming from a modern mindset, he instinctively thought that 50 cents was a trivial amount. After a brief calculation, he purchased 4 boxes for a total of just 2 yuan. The sales clerk, initially unfriendly, was taken aback by his swift and nonchalant payment of 2 yuan, blinking in surprise. 2 yuan was no small sum. She had not anticipated this seemingly humble young man to possess such funds, effortlessly producing the money. Young man, you must be buying this clam oil for a girl, right? Would you like to purchase 2 boxes of snowflake cream as well? The Hui Market's Baijiaoling brand is quite effective and fragrant, the young woman ventured. In truth, her suggestion was merely casual banter, not an earnest attempt to persuade Zhang Ping to buy. A small box of snowflake cream cost 20 cents, while a larger box was 80 cents, not exactly cheap. She would feel a pinch even when purchasing one for herself. To her surprise, Zhang Ping expressed keen interest, promptly responding, "That sounds good. Give me 3 boxes of the large ones." Zhang Ping even forgot to inquire about the price. "Are you certain?" The sales clerk hesitated, astonished not only by his desire to buy, but also by the quantity of 3 boxes. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Were it not for the fact that this young man appeared considerably younger than herself, at least 4 or 5 years, she might have been tempted to inquire about his relationship status. It was only during the payment that Zhang Ping recalled his oversight in asking about the price, prompting shared laughter between the two, while a middle-aged woman at another counter cast curious glances their way. Having made his purchases, Zhang Ping departed with satisfaction, leaving the sales clerk gazing after him, lost in thought. "Alas, Shaoan, your eyes nearly popped out. That young man is considerably younger than you. And you truly dare to bring home a companion several years your junior?" Giggles the middle-aged woman teased, causing the young girl's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. "Sister Hu, you mustn't speak so frivolously. I have no such intentions," Shaoan retorted immediately. The older woman, unconvinced, chuckled. "Oh, how could that be? Your gaze practically beckons him to be by your side." Shaoan's face reddened further, and she hastily explained, "Sister Hu, it's not like that." The other person pulled out a handful of cash when paying. "So much money, at least dozens of yuan. I never imagined he possessed such wealth at such a young age." "Is that true?" The woman expressed her astonishment. Just then, a young man, about the same age as Zhang Ping, entered, sporting a slick middle part that gleamed as he walked, though his swaying gait completely undermined his appearance. Upon entering, the young man called out to the middle-aged woman, "Mom, what is going on? What is so unbelievable? Is there something amusing?" He then turned to the shop assistant, Shaoan, and greeted her. "Hello, sisterin." With her son's arrival, the middle-aged woman forgot her teasing and, raising her chin toward the door, said, "Just now, that young man was actually quite affluent. He looks young, yet he casually carried dozens of yuan with him, purchasing 4 boxes of clam oil and 3 boxes of snow cream without batting an eye. I wonder whose child he is, so generously endowed with money, seemingly unafraid of losing it." The young man immediately displayed a look of disbelief. "No way, Mom. Could you have mistaken him? That one. He is as poor as a church mouse. His father is currently in the hospital, unable to afford surgery." "Hongliang, do you know him?" Shaoan inquired, equally surprised. Zheng Hongliang nodded. "Yes, he is from the Weishui commune. Hewan village, my classmate. He has been to school for several days. I heard something happened at home." However, he quickly shifted his gaze and asked, "Mom, sisterin, did you really see him with a considerable amount of money?" Of course. I just witnessed him pulling out a handful of cash. Shaolin confirmed. Oh, I see. I thought it was to help cover his father's medical expenses. This is indeed strange. After all, he is a classmate. I should go find him and inquire about it. Zhang Hongliang murmured to himself as he followed behind. It seems this lad has come into some money again. I must inform Brother One. Who knows? He might be able to procure some funds. Unbeknownst to Zhang Ping, his shopping had drawn attention as he continued his way to the hospital. Upon returning to the hospital room, Zhang Ping placed a box of clam oil and a box of snow cream on the bedside table, saying, "Mom, I see your hands are cracked from the cold. Please apply some clam oil. Use the snow cream too. The winter winds are harsh, leaving your face so rough." Li Xiaomei, having raised 6 children, was taken aback by such filial piety. Zhang Dachuan was also stunned. His third son had changed so dramatically that he felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Zhang Ping, not thinking much of it, assumed his parents were merely adjusting to his behavior, and after setting down the items, he found an excuse to leave. He later inquired with Dr. Peng and learned that his father's surgery was scheduled for 3 days later, which put his mind at ease. He did not return to the ward, but went straight back to the market. However, as he approached a stall, he once again spotted Li Dagan lurking at the street corner, surreptitiously observing his stall. Silently, he walked over and positioned himself directly in front of Li Dagan, obstructing his view. "Li Dagan, I haven't settled the score for my father's broken leg with you yet, and now you are eyeing my stall again. What mischief are you planning?" Li Dagan was startled by the sudden confrontation, his face paling as he looked up. Upon realizing it was Zhang Ping, a fierce expression crossed his face. "Ah, it's the Zhang family's young scion. Be careful with your words. This could lead to dire consequences." Zhang Ping sneered, "Perhaps. But let me make myself clear. From this day forth, if anything happens to anyone in my family, you will be the first one I come for. Don't claim it's not your concern. I won't waste my breath explaining. You broke my father's leg, so I will break both your legs and arms. Test me if you dare." Chapter 29. Days like a dream. Li Dagan departed, his face etched with venomous resentment. Being caught red-handed while spying made it difficult for him to save face, and he realized his own carelessness. Yet, he no longer concealed his animosity. His malicious gaze caused Zhang Ping considerable discomfort. He resembled a venomous serpent, poised to strike at any moment. However, in this county town, Zhang Ping could not take further action against him, so he refrained from cornering the man too much. After all, a corner dog could be dangerous, and he could not risk having another family member ending up in the hospital. Although he believed Li Dagan would think twice before attacking his family, he remained cautious and felt it necessary to warn his loved ones to prevent any unforeseen incidents. As the clock struck 5, the winter evening descended early, and shoppers began to emerge. Upon returning to the stall, he was pleased to see that customers were gradually purchasing persimmon cakes, and he found that only half a cart remained. It seemed that they would indeed sell out quickly today. His predictions proved accurate. Shortly after 5:30, more people finished work, and the business for persimmon cakes flourished, with the remaining stock selling out rapidly. The 3 brothers were elated. Zhang Gui handed over the money to Zhang Ping, who then began to tidy up the cart and baskets. Zhang Ping intended to treat the 2 to a meal, but this time, Zhang Jianmin firmly declined anything extravagant, simply requesting a bowl of noodles. Zhang Ping did not insist, and ordered 3 bowls for them to enjoy before heading home. This decision brought Zhang Ping a sense of relief. His cousin displayed a sense of propriety, which meant he might consider taking him along again in the future. Had he been thoughtless, it would have been easy for resentment to fester, a situation he wished to avoid at all costs. Nonetheless, Zhang Ping still slipped Zhang Jianmin 5 yuan as a token of gratitude for his hard work. This time, the latter did not refuse, though he appeared somewhat embarrassed. As for their parents, he had no worries. They had money and would not go hungry. On the way, Zhang Ping informed the 2 about Li Dagan's interest in their stall. Zhang Jianmin immediately replied, "We must be cautious from now on. This fellow managed to break uncle's leg last time. Who knows what wicked plans he is concocting this time?" Zhang Gui was hearing for the first time that it was Li Dagan who had struck his father, and an immediate surge of anger coursed through him. "Jianmin, are you certain it was Li Dagan who assaulted my father?" Zhang Jianmin, realizing he had spoken too freely, could only awkwardly nod in affirmation. "Yes, my mother witnessed it from a distance and mentioned it upon our return home." In truth, Zhang Ping had already confirmed the matter earlier that day when he inquired with Li Dagan, noting the unmistakable fury and agitation on the latter's face, as if a long-held secret had been unveiled. "Brother, do not act rashly. If we are to confront a mad dog, we must strike decisively. We cannot afford to give him a chance to retaliate. Father is soon to undergo surgery, and we still need to set up our stall without any complications. I will devise a plan to deal with him later. Hearing Zhang Ping's words, Zhang Gui inexplicably felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. He was astonished to realize that within just a few short days, he had begun to heed his younger brother's counsel, something that would have been unthinkable in the past. Upon returning home, the three brothers found Zhang Ying anxiously waiting, and their sister, Zhang Lan, had also returned, her eyes slightly swollen, suggesting she had been crying. Zhang Ping furrowed his brow and, after sending Zhang Jingguo away, quickly inquired, Xiaolan, what has happened? You seem to have been crying. At this, Zhang Lan burst into tears. Today at school, Wang Xinju hit me and even tore my homework, accusing me of spreading gossip about his family, claiming it brought them shame. His mother ordered him to deal with me. How outrageous! Zhang Ying exclaimed, her anger palpable. Zhang Gui, equally incensed, shouted, Mother continues to protect that brat, insisting we are family. But what kind of family allows such bullying? We would be better off without such relatives. Zhang Ping, his expression stern, addressed his sister, starting tomorrow, you will be responsible for taking Xiao Lan to and from school. There are only a couple of days until the exams. Additionally, you should speak with their homeroom teacher about this matter. If Xiao Lan faces any further bullying, we shall demand accountability from the school. Although the teachers held a position of limited authority, the significance of education was widely acknowledged, and respect for teachers was prevalent. With even a modicum of attention from the faculty, it was possible to deter student bullying. Our family shall not be subjected to such indignities. Once the various matters were settled, Zhang An returned from school, and the siblings gathered in the room shared by Zhang Ping and Zhang Gui. Zhang Ping produced a bottle of clam oil and a jar of snowflake cream from his pocket, placing them on the bedspread. Look at what I have here. Wow! Clam oil and snowflake cream, Zhang Ying exclaimed in delight. As a young woman, who would not desire soft, smooth hands and skin, such items were indeed their heart's desire. Zhang Lan's eyes glistened with tears of joy. She recalled her brother's promise from 2 days prior to buy her these treasures, and she was astonished at how quickly he had fulfilled it. Zhang Ping handed a box of clam oil and a box of snow cream to his sister and younger sister, saying, Sister, Xiaolan, this is for you. Quickly apply it to your frostbite, and it will heal in a few days. The snow cream is for morning use, so your skin won't become too rough. Young ladies should take care. He added that the remaining box of clam oil would be shared among the three brothers, and he had already taken care of the expenses for their parents. Thank you, third brother. Xiaolan expressed her gratitude without hesitation this time. Her voice was soft, but filled with joy. Why thank me? I'm your brother. It's only right to buy you a little something. Zhang Ping replied with a smile. Zhang Gui felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing he had never thought to buy gifts for his sisters. What a foolish oversight. Meanwhile, Zhang An's eyes sparkled with a sudden realization, and a faint blush crept across his face, though at that moment, everyone else's attention was elsewhere, and no one noticed him. After distributing the gifts, Zhang Ping took out the money he had. I've already paid Dad's surgery fee today. You can count this remaining amount. But I want to leave anything for the family, as I still need to spend money in the coming days. He refrained from discussing business matters, believing it would only cause unnecessary worry among them, so he chose to remain silent for now. Zhang Ying felt a strange sensation. It was as if she suddenly had an older brother. No one had ever cared for her in this way before, let alone spent money on snow cream. Their family's poverty made every penny feel stretched, leaving no room for indulgences. However, this newfound attention felt wonderful. She sensed that everything was improving. Her father was to undergo surgery soon, and they had money now. They even ate white flour daily, a life she had never dared to imagine. Few families in the village could celebrate the new year in such a manner. Looking at Zhang Ping, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. Surely, her brother would not allow her to marry that despicable Wang. She needed to find a suitable opportunity to discuss this matter with him. Once they finished counting the money, Zhang Ying was astonished to find there was a total of 187 yuan. Though it wasn't a large sum, it was the amount left after paying the 600 yuan surgery fee. With 200 yuan still in her possession, did this mean she had nearly earned 1,000 yuan recently? Zhang Ying felt her throat dry, as if she were living in a dream. In just a few days, life had changed so dramatically. Chapter 30. A pleasant cooperation. The next morning at 5:30 a.m., Zhang An rose early, as was his routine for school. In this era, transportation was scarce, and rural families rarely had bicycles. Students relied solely on their own two legs to reach school. Zhang Ping and Zhang Gui also got up early, as they were set to head to the county town with Xiao Monli to work at the county food factory. Zhang Jianmin was aware of the time and arrived early as well. The three of them quickly loaded 3 carts with persimmons, and after having breakfast together, each set off on their respective journeys. Upon arriving at the county town, dawn had just begun to break. Zhang Ping, without a watch to tell the exact time, rushed to the market, handing over the stall to Zhang Gui and Zhang Jianmin before hurrying to wait outside the county guest house. After a lengthy wait of over an hour, he occasionally stepped to the entrance of the guest house to glance at the clock in the hall. Finally, at 9:30, he noticed a group arriving on bicycles, all dressed in Zhongshan suits, with pins in their breast pockets, a clear indication of their cultured status. Zhang Ping surmised they were gathering to head to the county food factory. Another half hour passed before he spotted Xiao Monli approaching on her bicycle, accompanied by several others. Zhang Ping refrained from greeting her immediately, choosing instead to stand quietly to the side, in a spot where he was easily visible. Xiao Monli offered him only a fleeting glance, devoid of any warmth. Zhang Ping felt no anxiety. He understood her demeanor signified her own plans. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a large group mounted their bicycles and began to depart. A young man, approximately 25 or 26, approached Zhang Ping, pushing his bicycle. "You must be Zhang Ping," he inquired. Zhang Ping nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, I am Zhang Ping." The young man sized him up but asked no further questions, simply nodding and saying, "All right, you can ride on my bicycle." Clearly, he served as a secretary or aide, subtly advising Zhang Ping to refrain from speaking out of turn, to avoid unnecessary inquiries, and to observe more than he spoke. Zhang Ping readily complied, and they set off. The Fengshan food factory was not far away, but at that time, personal cars were a rarity. Even among government offices, very few possessed vehicles. Bicycles had become a symbol of status, akin to owning a car in later years. Even wealth did not guarantee one could acquire a bicycle. A ticket was required as well. For those fortunate enough to secure a bicycle, it significantly enhanced their appeal in the eyes of potential partners. The group arrived at their destination in just over 10 minutes, where a large iron gate, freshly painted, signified the esteemed position of the county food factory. Factory leaders were already waiting at the entrance, greeting the group with warmth and enthusiasm. "Esteemed leaders, we are delighted to welcome you. Please, come inside and take a moment to rest. Our entire factory is prepared and ready to assist with your inspection and guidance." On the way, Zhang Ping learned that the young man accompanying him was named Huang Tao. He inquired, "Brother Huang, is that the factory director leading the group?" Huang Tao turned and regarded him with a look of mild surprise, replying, "Such matters do not necessitate the factory director's involvement. Just follow me. We will discuss your case alone, and once concluded, you may leave without further ado." Zhang Ping quickly grasped the implication. There was no need for everyone to be involved. It sufficed to locate the person in charge of producing the cardboard boxes. The more individuals involved, the more complicated the situation would become, potentially leaving him vulnerable. Although he understood this, he had not previously navigated such bureaucratic waters and had expected everything to be arranged for him. He had not considered these factors until now. Upon entering the gate, Huang Tao promptly secured the bicycle in the shed and led Zhang Ping directly to the far west of the factory, ultimately knocking on the door of an office marked with the title of production director. "Come in," a faint voice echoed from within. Upon entering the room, Huang Tao encountered a middle-aged man with a round face, likely in his 40s, sporting a distinctly Mediterranean hairstyle that was quite recognizable. "Director Chu, greetings. I am Huang Tao, the one we previously communicated with." Huang Tao's demeanor was rather calm, though his smile was notably more pronounced. "Oh, so you are Director Huang. A pleasure to finally meet you. Please, take a seat." Director Chu, clearly unfamiliar with Huang Tao, seemed to have anticipated this meeting through a phone conversation or an intermediary. However, he scrutinized Zhang Ping's face with particular attention. Huang Tao promptly interjected, "This is Zhang Ping. You two can discuss the matters at hand. I shall take a stroll outside and return in 15 minutes. Zhang Ping offered a wry smile, having assumed that Huang Tao would advocate on his behalf, only to realize that he was merely a facilitator, leaving him to handle the rest independently. Nonetheless, he felt reassured, believing that Huang Tao's presence would mitigate any potential issues. Huang Tao nodded to both men and stepped outside, closing the door behind him. It was only then that Director Chu smiled at Zhang Ping, saying, "I must admit, I did not expect the individual negotiating to be such a young man. Quite unexpected. Zhang Ping chuckled, sensing a hint of condescension in the director's tone. Director Chu, my age is rather irrelevant to this matter. I trust you are already aware that I am in need of a batch of gift boxes. Let us cut to the chase. I will outline my requirements, and you can provide a quotation. We can then agree on the quantity and unit price, thus formalizing our cooperation. How does that sound? Director Chu appeared somewhat surprised, but soon smiled. Well, this young man is indeed straightforward in his dealings. Please, share your requirements. Zhang Ping nodded and produced a plastic box. I need a gift box that matches the dimensions of this one. The box should have a red base color, adorned with a peony design occupying half of the space. And the remaining area should feature the words Fengshan specialty. Director Chu nodded. This is quite feasible. What quantity are you considering? Let us start with 10,000. Zhang Ping suggested after a moment's reflection. 10,000. Is that truly the figure you intend to order? Director Chu expressed astonishment at Zhang Ping's initial quantity. Zhang Ping smiled. Director Chu, I would not jest about such matters. It is indeed accurate. What price can you offer? After a moment's contemplation, Director Chu replied. The unit price would be 30 cents each. 30 cents each? Zhang Ping frowned, taken aback by the high cost for the outer packaging. Director Chu, having perceived his reaction, stated solemnly, Young man, this is a discreet transaction. While 10,000 is a significant quantity, it is not excessively large, and I am assuming considerable risk. Should I increase the order quantity? Could we negotiate a lower unit price? Oh, by how much could you increase it? Director Chu's eyes widened in surprise. Double it. Zhang Ping answered without hesitation. If the quantity reaches 20,000, I can offer you a price of 25 cents per unit. That is the lowest I can go. And a deposit will be required. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to locate me later. Huh, it's a deal. I shall initially pay a deposit of 200 yuan, with the option for staggered deliveries. The first batch must consist of no fewer than 2,000 units, and upon receipt of this initial batch, I will settle the payment in full. For each subsequent batch, I will remit payment once, with a maximum of 5 installments to complete the transaction. The deposit may be deducted from the final payment. However, I must see the samples within 2 days. No need for 2 days. I can provide you with the samples today. Where should I send them? Director Chu inquired. I shall come to collect them outside the factory around 5 this afternoon. It's a deal. The hands of both a large and a small figure clasped together immediately. Here's to a pleasant collaboration. Chapter 31. To choose money or dignity. Huang Tao granted the two individuals 15 minutes, but in reality, Zhang Ping emerged from Director Chu's office after a mere 5 minutes. Upon his exit, he spotted Huang Tao standing not far away, cigarette in hand. Yet the manner in which he held the cigarette struck Zhang Ping as exceedingly peculiar, clearly indicating he had been waiting for him. Brother Huang, Zhang Ping greeted warmly. Huang Tao responded with a cool demeanor, yet Zhang Ping found comfort in this. The man's expression may have been frigid, but his efficiency was commendable. Everything was executed flawlessly. Although Zhang Ping recognized that this was likely the strategy of Xiao Monli or her deputy county head husband, he understood that each individual possesses unique approaches to their work. This man's adeptness was evident, and achieving such precision in every task is a feat far more challenging than merely completing a single job. A true talent. Zhang Ping, having encountered countless individuals in his past life, was struck by a sudden thought. If only he could cultivate such a person into his circle. How absurd. How shameless. After only a few days of prosperity, he fancied the idea of courting a national official. He truly was audacious. Zhang Ping was taken aback by his own thought. He was acutely aware that this was a result of his previous life's memories affecting him, causing a slight detachment from reality. At the moment Zhang Ping stepped out of the office, Huang Tao observed him, slightly surprised by the fleeting array of peculiar expressions that crossed Zhang Ping's face, sensing that this inconspicuous country bumpkin seemed to harbor some ulterior motive. This feeling was indeed strange. Huang Tao was well aware of his own appearance, status, and profession. Were Zhang Ping a young lady, he would easily comprehend that such attention implied interest, yet it was peculiar for a man to regard him with such eyes and expressions. Perplexed, he chose not to dwell on it, and casually remarked, "Have you reached an agreement?" His tone remained icy. Zhang Ping smiled and nodded. "Yes, thank you, Brother Huang." Huang Tao acknowledged with a nod. "Very well. Then, you may return." Clearly, Huang Tao's purpose for visiting today was merely to guide him, not to serve as an actual inspector. Once outside the factory, Zhang Ping quietly inquired, "Brother Huang, is Director Chu engaged in private work?" Private work refers to utilizing public materials and machinery for personal gain, with the profits pocketed by the individual or shared amongst a few. Naturally, the workers' wages would not be diminished. They would still be fully accounted for in the factory's production costs. Perhaps this matter involves undermining the foundations of socialism. Yet at this moment, Zhang Ping lacked both the capability and the obligation to address the issue. Even if he possessed the means, he would remain indifferent, especially since others were preoccupied with their own affairs. Without such matters at hand, he feared he would not achieve his current objective. Huang Tao turned to him, casting a cold and serious gaze, and sternly remarked, "Focus on accomplishing your tasks. Refrain from meddling in other affairs." The chill in the air was palpable. From this statement, Zhang Ping sensed a menacing aura. Indeed, it was not merely a coldness, but a palpable threat, akin to the lethal presence described in novels. A sensation so chilling it instilled fear at a mere glance. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Ping became certain of one thing. Huang Tao had undoubtedly witnessed bloodshed, not merely as a bystander, but as one who had taken lives. The presence of such a person within governmental ranks led Zhang Ping to a singular conclusion. This was someone emerging from a military background. In an instant, Zhang Ping's assessment of Huang Tao elevated significantly. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He had initially thought him a mere pawn, only to discover he was a formidable king. How careless of him. Noticing Zhang Ping's silence, Huang Tao mounted his vehicle and departed without casting another glance in his direction. Zhang Ping stood rooted in place, offering a wry smile as he tightened his cotton coat and began to stroll toward the county town. It was merely a short distance after all. He held no grievances. Lacking wealth, power, and status, he accepted the outcome. Once the matter was resolved, he returned directly to his stall, unaware of the sales made that day. However, as he approached within 100 meters, he once again spotted Li Dagan. To his surprise, Li Dagan had two large bamboo baskets at his feet, both filled with persimmons. A smile crept across Zhang Ping's face. He had not anticipated that the first person in the village to secretly learn to sell persimmons would be him. Yet, observing Li Dagan's demeanor was amusing. It was evident he had never engaged in business before. Though eager to earn money, he could not shed his embarrassment. Not only did he refrain from calling out to potential customers, but he also dared not lift his gaze to meet others, fixating instead on the ground as if it were imbued with gold. In such a manner, who would be inclined to purchase? Even those who initially intended to buy would turn away upon witnessing his demeanor, fearing others might perceive them as bullying a villager. Zhang Ping chuckled softly as he approached his own stall. In terms of physical strength, he might not be Li Dagan's match, but in the realm of commerce, he hardly warranted a second glance. At his stall, customers were indeed purchasing persimmons, yet Zhang Gui and Zhang Jianmin seemed to share Li Dagan's affliction. Many passers-by merely observed without making purchases, causing Zhang Ping's brow to furrow slightly. "Ping, you've arrived," Zhang Jianmin exclaimed upon seeing Zhang Ping, immediately breaking into a welcoming smile. Zhang Ping could not shake the feeling that his cousin seemed somewhat apprehensive around him, as if he were somehow inferior. Noticing Zhang Gui serving a middle-aged woman persimmons, Zhang Ping cheerfully interjected, "Second brother, this lady is a regular customer. Do send her an extra 3 persimmons." Upon the next customer, Zhang Ping took the initiative, saying, "Dear sister, you have visited us twice before. Thank you for your patronage. Allow me to gift you 2 more as a token of appreciation. Please accept." To the arriving patrons, Zhang Ping was exceedingly generous, casually gifting an extra 2 or 3 persimmon cakes, leaving every customer with a smile as they departed. When he encountered familiar regulars, even if they did not make a purchase, he would greet them warmly. If they happened to have children in tow, he would unhesitatingly offer a few cakes to the little ones, making it somewhat awkward for the parents not to buy persimmon cakes in return. The outcome was an impressive flow of sales. After efficiently sending off a batch of customers, Zhang Gui expressed admiration, saying, "Lao San, you truly possess remarkable skills. Since your arrival, sales have surged." Zhang Ping smiled and remarked, "In truth, conducting business is rather straightforward. Consider your own mindset when shopping, within your capacity. Extend some benefits and show respect to the customers, and they will naturally be inclined to make a purchase. However," he added, "that is not the most crucial aspect." Pausing slightly and noticing the attention of the 2 men, he continued, "The paramount thing is to ensure that people are aware of what you are doing. With a serious expression, he pointed ahead. Li Dagan is selling persimmon cakes over there. Go take a look and then reflect on your own situation. The two men, somewhat skeptical, ventured over but quickly returned, their faces flushed. At that moment, it became clear that Zhang Ping had tactfully refrained from reprimanding them, instead guiding them to observe Li Dagan. Zhang Ping continued bluntly, if you wish to engage in business, yet are too concerned about your pride, fearing the label of being a small trader, then do not envy those who are wealthier than you. Choose between money and reputation. It's your decision. I am heading to the hospital. I leave the stall in your hands. Manage it as you see fit. Chapter 32. A trap? Zhang Ping understood that his attitude might render the two men uncomfortable, but he could not continue to guide them step by step in every situation. They needed to confront certain challenges independently. If they remained overly concerned about their pride, it would be evident that they were unfit for this line of work. In a few years, this might become a humorous anecdote, yet at this moment, it was a common predicament. Small traders were often looked down upon. Yet people simultaneously envied their earnings while disparaging their lack of prestige. He needed to swiftly alter their mindset. A shift in thinking could dictate a transformation in life. He could not wait for their perspectives to change gradually. If they could not handle the scrutiny of ordinary folks on the street, they would certainly struggle with more significant challenges. Upon returning to the hospital, Zhang Dachuan's demeanor towards him had noticeably improved, as he surprisingly initiated conversation. Why are you here so early? Aren't you neglecting the stall? Zhang Ping, taken aback, cheerfully replied, Dad, with Air Gu and Brother Jianmin watching over things. I came to check on you. Zhang Dachuan, clearly feeling a bit awkward in the presence of his son, feigned a stern expression. What's there to see? Dr. Peng has already arranged for the surgery. I'm just waiting for it. You should head back. Zhang Ping casually pulled out a handful of money from his pocket and pressed it into his father's hand. Dad, take this money and make sure you and Mom have enough to eat. I'll send more if you need it. Don't be frugal. Have some nutritious meals to recover more quickly. Zhang Dachuan felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing he was reliant on his son for sustenance. A feeling that was indeed quite uncomfortable. Seeing his father's expression falter, he hastily sought an excuse to leave. Dad, I'll take my leave now. If anything comes up, have Mom find us at the market. Zhang Ping stepped outside, only to be met with the praises of clinical staff echoing behind him. Oh, once again he had become the exemplary child in someone else's eyes. He muttered to himself with a hint of self-mockery. He returned to Dr. Peng to confirm that the surgery was scheduled for the day after tomorrow at 9 in the morning, which put him at ease. His visit to the hospital lacked any significant purpose. Rather, it was merely an occasion for him to observe the demeanor of his older brother and cousin, thus aiding him in their future assessment. Yet, upon exiting the hospital, he found himself momentarily at a loss as to where to go. He walked silently, taking in the dilapidated visage of this 1980s town. The city bore the marks of neglect, its limited 5-story buildings predominantly housing government offices, goose houses, and food factories, all visible from a distance. The roads were equally worn, with the sole asphalt street in the county riddled with numerous potholes, clearly indicative of inadequate maintenance. While there were indeed many shops, the most prominent were state-owned enterprises, and he had yet to spot any individual businesses of note, with the local offerings limited to modest eateries, tailoring shops, and barber shops. The attire of the townsfolk was uniformly grayish-blue. Despite the fervent advancements of reform and opening up in the south, this backward county seat of Fengshan had seen little change. Old classmate, where are you off to? Lost in his own thoughts, Zhang Ping was jolted back to reality by a hand on his shoulder and a somewhat familiar voice. Zheng Hongliang. Zhang Ping looked at the face before him, struggling to recall the name from his memory. This was his high school classmate, and in an instant, Zhang Ping felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. He suddenly remembered that he still held the identity of a first-year student. He was indeed taken aback, having completely forgotten this aspect of himself. Upon awakening to the disarray of his family, his mind was consumed with guilt and the pursuit of wealth, leaving everything else forgotten. Perhaps his family had abandoned hope for his university aspirations due to his poor academic performance, or they had simply forgotten this identity in their quest for financial stability. Regardless, no one mentioned it, and he had truly come to regard himself as an unemployed drifter. It was only upon seeing Zheng Hongliang that he began to regain his bearings. Noticing the bewildered expression on his face, Zheng Hongliang was equally surprised. What's this? I hear you started making money, and now you don't recognize your old friends? It's only been a few days. You're being quite inconsiderate. However, Zhang Ping's thoughts were far from this sentiment. They drifted to a different matter entirely. The last time he had stolen money to gamble. It was this very individual who had instigated it. Truth be told, at that moment, he harbored a strong desire to dislocate this guy's arms and legs. Were it not for him, his family would not have fallen into such disarray. In fact, he was the catalyst for the tragic fate that had befallen his family in his previous life. Nevertheless, reason prevailed, reminding him that while this individual was indeed a catalyst, he was merely that, an instigator. If he did not change his own extreme thoughts, there would surely be others who would emerge in Zhang Hongliang's stead. Zhang Ping endeavored to suppress the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, managing to muster a faint smile as he replied, "Oh, of course I know him. It's just that a series of events at home have momentarily distracted me. Shouldn't you be in class at this time?" Zhang Hongliang, evidently dissatisfied with Zhang Ping's demeanor, retorted, "Today's the final exam. I just returned after completing it. We have a holiday in 2 days. Dajinya is quite furious about your unwarranted absence. If you wish to continue your studies, you ought to devise a proper plan." Dajinya, their homeroom teacher, was a stern old man with a perpetually cold expression. Known for his strictness towards students, his surname was Jean, having lost a tooth during a political struggle, which was later replaced by a conspicuous gold tooth, hence earning him the nickname that instilled fear in the hearts of all his students. "It's nothing. There are issues at home, and whether I continue my studies is uncertain. Let him be angry," Zhang Ping remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, he harbored such thoughts. Having never attended university in his previous life, he felt no attachment to it. Thus, even in this rebirth, he had not contemplated resuming his education, at least not at this moment. "If that's the case, I shall take my leave." He intended to distance himself from this individual. However, Zhang Hongliang was unwilling to let him go, throwing an arm around his shoulder. A predatory grin adorning his face as he said, "Why the rush? It's been a while since we last met, and Wen Gu and the others have missed you. As it happens, Wen Gu is treating today. Your presence will surely delight him. Come on." With that, he dragged Zhang Ping towards the state-owned restaurant ahead. Zhang Ping's instincts immediately heightened. Wen Gu was the very person who had won all his money during their last encounter, and Zhang Hongliang had merely acted as a middleman. Although he had played a few rounds, losing a mere 10 yuan before departing, he now realized it had all been a setup, 6 or 7 individuals conspiring to ensnare him. He found the situation increasingly suspicious, as if these individuals had known from the outset that his father intended to reclaim that sum of money. It was only after following Zhang Hongliang's suggestion that he learned of its existence. He became ever more convinced that this was a plot specifically targeting his family. This time, he resolved to uncover the mastermind orchestrating this scheme, which had indirectly led to his family's tragic fate in his previous life. "Very well. It has indeed been a long time. It would be good to see them." Zhang Ping swiftly altered his perspective. Chapter 33. Betrayed by brothers. Zhang Hongliang appeared to be well prepared, leading him directly to the state-owned restaurant in Fengshan County. Upon entering, Zhang Ping immediately spotted a somewhat familiar young man standing by the entrance, who approached them directly upon seeing them. The sense of familiarity stemmed from his previous life's memories. It had only been about 10 days since he had last seen this individual, who was one of the players at the gambling table that fateful night. "Ah, Pingzi, what a rare visit. It's been several days since we last saw you. I heard your family has encountered some troubles. The brothers have all been talking about you. Wen Gu is here today as well. Come inside and take a seat." Zhang Ping promptly donned a flattering smile, responding, "Thank you, Hui Gu." It was not that Zhang Ping was genuinely afraid of these individuals. Rather, he recalled how he had behaved in their presence in the past. He needed to ascertain their intentions, and it was perhaps best to maintain his composure. The trio entered a private room, and indeed, upon crossing the threshold, he beheld a person who was etched in his memory, Wen Gu, the one who had thoroughly bested him before. With his short yellow hair, prominent nose, and thick eyebrows, albeit with a distinct break, he appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, clad in a green military coat, unchanged from Zhang Ping's recollections. At that moment, Wen Gu sat behind a table, surrounded by several unruly young men engaged in smoking and idle chatter. The table was bare, and upon noticing Zhang Ping's entrance, a fleeting glimmer of derision crossed Wen Ji's eyes. Zhang Ping was no longer the Navi youth he once was. Even the dullest of individuals would gain wisdom from 2 lifetimes of experience. All of Wen Ji's expressions were readily perceived by Zhang Ping. who instantly understood that these people were not merely there for idle conversation. Their motives were undoubtedly sinister. Although he was yet unaware of their exact intentions, he was certain they had conspired beforehand. He feigned a moment of hesitation before turning to Zhang Hongliang. The latter, caught off guard by Zhang Ping's unexpected gaze instead of a greeting to Wengu, momentarily faltered, his sycophantic smile from having pleased the boss now evident to Zhang Ping, particularly the subtle signal of a wink. Ah, so they truly conspired against me. In the past, their schemes were a reflection of my own incompetence, but this time, should they attempt to manipulate me again, they would find themselves met with resistance. Zhang Ping scoffed inwardly, yet he quickly donned a facade of realization, adopting a fearful expression as he addressed Wengu, saying, "Hello, Wengu. Did you need something from me?" Wengu, observing his demeanor, let his disdain surface without reservation, even allowing a smirk to grace his lips. "Ah, Zhang Ping, it has been several days since I last saw you out and about. I heard there have been some issues at home, so I came to inquire. If you require assistance, just let me know." Zhang Ping immediately feigned embarrassment, replying, "Wengu, that is not necessary. There have been some issues at home, but they will soon be resolved." Upon hearing this, Wen Ji's expression shifted to one of sternness. "Zhang Ping, what do you mean by that? Saying such things will have people thinking I, Tian Changwen, do not care for my brothers. Enough with the pleasantries, speak plainly. After all, we are brothers." "Brothers?" The mere mention of the term made Zhang Ping want to laugh. "Well, since you insist, there is indeed a small favor I would like to ask of you, Wengu." Zhang Ping swiftly seized the opportunity. Wengu suddenly sensed something amiss. Yet it was too late to retract his words. "Speak." Zhang Ping surveyed the faces of all present and declared, "Wengu, and all my brothers here. There has been an incident at home. My father was attacked and is currently hospitalized. The surgical expenses amount to 600 yuan, but I have only managed to gather a little over 300. Since we are all brothers, could you assist in raising the remaining funds?" In that instant, the reaction was tumultuous. No one had anticipated that Zhang Ping would naively request assistance, and moreover, that he would seek money. Everyone was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Who doesn't he know that Brother Wen would eagerly empty others' pockets before even considering lending a dime? Zhang Ping observed the reactions of the crowd, suppressing a smirk while maintaining a serious facade that appeared comically naive. "Brother Wen, did you not just say we are brothers? Isn't it the duty of brothers to assist one another?" Zhang Hongliang felt his face burn with embarrassment. How could he say such a thing to Brother Wen? It was clear that this individual must be severed from any future contact. The look in his eyes was akin to that of a mortuary attendant regarding a corpse. Brother Wen's face flushed slightly, not from laughter but from indignation. Was this fellow truly asking him for money? He cast a glance at Zhang Hongliang, seemingly questioning whether this man had lost his mind. Zhang Hongliang could only offer a helpless expression, indicating his ignorance of the situation. Brother Wen felt an urge to retaliate. However, having called him brother so emphatically, it would be utterly humiliating to retract his offer now that a request had been made. His expression darkened visibly. "Brother, your request is rather amusing. Very well, let us all contribute." He turned to the group and declared, "Come on, this matter is of utmost importance. Everyone, please contribute what you can." He rummaged through his pocket, producing a crumpled 10 yuan note and slapping it onto the table with the bravado of a millionaire. "And you all, empty your pockets." The unexpected seriousness of the situation took everyone by surprise, and with no other option, they reluctantly complied. Zhang Ping found it amusing that 7 individuals could only muster a total of 48. 5 yuan, truly a gathering of misers. Brother Wen, brimming with bravado, slammed the money down in front of Zhang Ping and exclaimed, "Well, how about that? Brothers indeed." Zhang Ping immediately donned a mask of gratitude, eagerly expressing his thanks. Finally, they began to order. As the eldest, Brother Wen went first, ordering 2 plates of white-cut chicken, a dish of braised pork, and a bottle of Maodai. Zhang Ping chuckled inwardly, realizing that he had indeed fallen into a trap. By lending him money now, they would later find themselves unable to pay the bill, leaving him to cover it with borrowed funds, while they all enjoyed a free meal, later demanding repayment with exorbitant interest. Ah, the old tricks never fail. Zhang Ping refrained from exposing the ruse, and, once the dishes arrived, he eagerly grabbed the best morsels as if he were a famished ghost reborn, infuriating the others who were ready to pummel him, but were silenced by Brother Wen's stern gaze. Yet he did not overindulge. Once he felt satisfied, he ceased his gluttony. Witnessing this, the other's expressions softened considerably. He chuckled awkwardly, as if about to speak, but suddenly clutched his stomach and exclaimed, "Oh dear, my stomach. Brother Wen, I must relieve myself. Please enjoy your meal." With that, he hurriedly dashed outside, feigning urgency. Brother Wen instantly lost his appetite, fuming, "Get lost. A lowly person such as you should not be dining with us." As Zhang Ping exited the state-run restaurant, he turned back with a cold smirk, chuckling to himself as he departed. Ah, how delightful it is to outsmart one's brethren. Chapter 34. All set. Zhang Ping swaggered away, returning directly to his stall. Wen Gu and the others, waiting in the state-run restaurant, grew increasingly impatient as half an hour passed with no sign of Zhang Ping. They sent someone out to search, but he was nowhere to be found. Wen Gu, consumed by frustration, felt an overwhelming urge to dismantle the restaurant, finding fault with everyone around him. Typically, he was the one deceiving others, yet today he had fallen victim to a fool, leaving him feeling stung with embarrassment. However, the bill must be settled, after all. This was a state-run establishment. Even his usual bravado was tempered by the current crackdowns. When he reached into his pocket, it suddenly dawned on everyone that they had just lent all their money to that fool. Although Wen Gu had schemed and still held 10 yuan, it was hardly sufficient to cover the meal. A single bottle of Mao Tai cost 8 yuan, and they had consumed 3 bottles, racking up a total of 42 yuan. "You stay here while we go back to gather the money, and then we'll return to settle the bill," Wen Gu declared, nearly exploding with rage as he pointed at one individual. Zhang Hongliang stared in astonishment, realizing that the person Wen Gu had singled out was none other than himself. Wen Gu, even a fool knows that the one left behind will have to pay the bill, Zhang Hongliang thought, nearly collapsing in disbelief. Yet, Tian Chongwen turned and walked away, prompting the others to quickly follow suit, as if pursued by a pack of dogs. Zhang Ping, indifferent to their predicament, had no intention of paying the bill. He returned to his stall, taking over for Zhang Gui and Zhang Jianmin, instructing them to fetch some food. The persimmon cake business remained steady, though sales were not as brisk as at the outset. Zhang Ping recognized that the market was gradually saturating. Although Fengshan County had a considerable population, he encountered the same customers daily and sensed it was time to explore new selling grounds. Where to go? After some contemplation, he resolved to head to the entrances of the county's food factory and meat processing plant, especially since he needed to collect samples for gift boxes in the afternoon, an opportunity that would serve dual purposes. With plans in place, he tidied up the cart during his downtime. When Zhang Gui and Zhang Jianmin returned from their meal, he shared his intentions, and naturally, the two agreed without hesitation. They quickly hitched up the cart and set off. Their first stop was directly at the meat processing plant's entrance. During the brief lunch break on a winter afternoon, it wasn't long before a number of workers began to arrive for their shifts, while the majority still faced economic hardships. The sight of cyclists commuting to work was increasingly common, leaving Zhang Gui and Zhang Jianmin filled with envy. Zhang Ping, observing their reactions, found their fascination amusing, as if they were gazing upon a rare Rolls-Royce. Selling goods is just about having a bicycle. Once you have the money, you can buy one anytime. Yet, he privately acknowledged that perhaps his family truly needed a bicycle, as their current pace was far too slow for traveling to other places. Despite the envy stirred by the workers' bicycles, the bustling environment of selling persimmon cakes quickly captured their attention, overshadowing any lingering feelings of inadequacy. Ultimately, it is those who engage in work that are the true earners, standing tall and generous in their spending. Here, purchasing a single item is a rarity. The majority opt for 2 or 3. Remarkably, nearly 2 cartloads of persimmons were sold out in less than 20 minutes. Wow, these people are truly affluent, Zhang Gui remarked softly to Zhang Ping after the last sale. Zhang Ping smiled, replying, "Of course, second brother. Only those who can earn money can afford to spend it. If you manage to earn 10,000 yuan in a month, would you not hesitate to spend a mere 100? You make a valid point, but come now. Who can actually earn 10,000 yuan a month?" Zhang Gui dismissed the notion. Zhang Jianmin, too, was incredulous. Ping, although you have earned some money recently, do not entertain wild fantasies. Focus on helping Uncle San recover from his injuries and live a good life. It's not realistic to think that anyone can earn the salary of a wealthy household. Feeling fatigued from speaking too much, Zhang Ping decided to ignore them, packing up his cart to return home, planning to come back after work that afternoon. Unbeknownst to him, Tian Chongwen had followed a group of ne'er-do-wells to the market, only to find Zhang Ping had just left, leaving them frustrated and cursing in vain as onlookers gathered, amused by the spectacle, nearly provoking a physical altercation. Upon their return to the county town, Zhang Ping chose not to visit the meat processing plant again, instead heading directly to the food factory entrance. After all, he had to collect samples for gift boxes in the afternoon and might as well conduct some business while he was there. He hadn't even considered the possibility of being recognized. When he entered in the morning, few had taken notice, and the only person who might recognize him was Director Chu. Moreover, it was Huang Tao who had brought him there, so even if he were recognized, it likely wouldn't provoke much of a reaction, as he preferred to keep his side work discreet. Once his stall was set up, he inquired with the gatekeeper, and upon handing over a package of persimmons, the man cheerfully provided him with the precise time. Finally, around 5 in the afternoon, he spotted Section Chief Chu leisurely walking out, hands clasped behind his back, greeting the gatekeeper. With hardly anyone around, he immediately noticed Zhang Ping and his companions, a look of surprise flashing across his face. "Hello, Section Chief Chu. Are the items ready?" Zhang Ping quickly approached him. This was a crucial moment. Only when the gift boxes were in hand could he secure this order. Section Chief Chu revealed his hands from behind his back, displaying a small gift box with bold red coloring, adorned with the designated image of the celestial maiden, and the prominent golden characters reading Fengshan specialty, precisely as Zhang Ping had specified. As for the rest, there were no issues at all. No further printing was necessary. Inside the box was the plastic container he had previously provided, fitting perfectly. In this era, management in various sectors was rather lax, making such packaging quite acceptable. Seeing the smile on Zhang Ping's face, Section Chief Chu couldn't help but chuckle. "Comrade Xiao Zhang, everything is well, I trust?" Zhang Ping nodded affirmatively. "Yes. If the subsequent items can maintain this level of quality, there will be no issues whatsoever." Section Chief Chu instantly smiled and assured him, "Rest assured. I guarantee with my integrity that there will be absolutely no problems." Zhang Ping extended his hand, stating, "All right, I believe in your words, Section Chief Chu. I will first present this to the leadership for confirmation, and I will respond to you by tomorrow afternoon at the latest." Their hands clasped once more, each filled with joy. "Good, I'll inform the gatekeeper, so you can come directly to see me tomorrow." With everything settled, Zhang Gui astutely took the opportunity to present a bag of persimmon cakes, naturally enhancing the camaraderie between them. All was in order. Only the final confirmation remained. Chapter 35. Only awaiting the favorable wind. Zhang Ping was overjoyed upon receiving the gift box. After exchanging a few words with Zhang Gui and Zhang Jiamin, he hurried off to the county committee. He had casually inquired about the watch on Section Chief Chu's wrist, but before he knew it, their light-hearted chat had consumed the time, and it was already 5:10. Suddenly, he remembered that he had changed his stall location today, meaning that once Xiao Monli finished work, she would be unable to find him. Indeed, this was the case. Xiao Monli had learned through Huang Tao that he would obtain the gift box samples that afternoon, before the end of her shift. She had already left to search for him at the market. However, upon her arrival, she found the market empty, with Zhang Ping nowhere in sight. And she encountered several regular customers who wished to purchase more persimmon cakes, lamenting their misfortune. In a rush, Zhang Ping approached the gatekeeper at the county committee to inquire about Xiao Monli's whereabouts. One of the gatekeepers recognized him and informed him that Xiao Monli had already left, prompting Zhang Ping to bitterly smile. How embarrassing for one who has been reborn. How could such a simple matter go awry? Zhang Ping silently scolded himself, quickly thanking the gatekeeper before turning back towards the market. It was not a matter of carelessness, but rather a result of having been in a position of privilege prior to his rebirth, where such details and timing were managed by assistants. Now, facing a multitude of family issues and running around daily, fatigue had dulled his mind, causing him to only arrange a meeting place without considering the changes in his own circumstances. Alas, it appears I have yet to adapt to this identity. As Zhang Ping hurried along, he reflected on his missteps. Just as he was nearing the market, he finally spotted Xiao Monli returning. Sisterly. Upon seeing her, Zhang Ping breathed a sigh of relief and quickly approached to apologize. "Sisterly, I am truly sorry. I did not anticipate you would leave early to find me. I only learned of it upon arriving at your unit." To his surprise, Xiao Monli bore him no ill will. Her beautiful eyes immediately fell upon the gift box in Zhang Ping's hand. "Is this the sample? It looks quite impressive." Zhang Ping promptly handed her the gift box. "Sisterly, this is indeed the sample. Please take a look and discuss it with your husband when you return. Once you have reached a conclusion, let me know." If there are any areas of dissatisfaction, I will have them amended. Xiao Monli's face broke into a smile. I find this gift box quite appealing. I suspect there won't be any issues. Once this matter is resolved, do come over for a meal. Your brother-in-law has been expressing a desire to meet you. Zhang Ping initially thought this was merely a formality, but seeing Xiao Monli's genuine expression left him somewhat perplexed. He was uncertain about the vice-county head's motivations for wanting to meet him. He was not afraid of meeting a vice-county head. Rather, he was acutely aware of the vast disparity in their statuses. What could the other party possibly want from him? According to his life experience, encounters between individuals of such unequal standing typically stemmed from either past acquaintanceship or a request from one party to the other, ideally backed by legitimate reasons. However, he did not believe he could offer any benefits to the vice-county head. As for the current business arrangement, it was purely a manifestation of Xiao Monli's kindness in elevating his standing, which had no bearing on the vice-county head's interests. Unable to fathom the situation further, and hesitant to inquire, he could only nod in gratitude, temporarily setting aside his confusion, trusting that he would eventually discern the other party's intentions. Thank you, sisterly. I shall certainly visit when you have some time. Recognizing that she was part of the system, he understood that a few words of thanks sufficed. Actions would speak louder. This was a significant favor, and he would need to find a way to reciprocate in the future. After Xiao Monli retrieved the gift box, they engaged in casual conversation for a few moments. Zhang Ping mentioned several locations where he might set up his stall in the coming days, and soon they bid each other farewell. To avoid any misunderstandings, Zhang Ping refrained from escorting her home, instead watching her graceful figure disappear into the distance. With everything in place, he awaited the proverbial east wind, hoping the county leaders would swiftly approve his endeavor. Alas, young man, how much are you selling these persimmons for? Zhang Ping initially thought an old customer had recognized him, but upon turning, he discovered Li Dagan standing a few meters away, looking utterly astonished at the sight of him. What a misfortune that he had spotted him. Their eyes met, and Zhang Ping's expression soured. He was not concerned that Li Dagan would disrupt his plans. However, the persimmons required for this business venture were sourced from the villagers. If Li Dagan returned to the village and accused him of deliberately purchasing them at a low price to sell at a profit, he could easily be framed. Considering the timeline, it was now January 1984, and the likelihood of being apprehended and sentenced was low. Yet, this did not mitigate the resentment and isolation he faced from ordinary folk. If they ceased supplying him, he would indeed find himself in dire straits. He chose not to provoke Li Dagan further, casting a calm glance his way before turning to leave. As he made his way to the county food factory, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Li Dagan. While he might have managed with others, this individual had not been amicable towards his family, necessitating caution on his part. He pondered whether he could cease the persimmon business after this venture. Nevertheless, he recognized the necessity of completing this deal and fully capitalizing on the resources from the gift boxes. This transaction encompassed more than just the county committee's gifts. He could exploit it further. The only pressing concern was to ensure that future supplies remained uninterrupted. The stock from his home was insufficient. When he arrived at the county food factory, the workers had already clocked out. Groups of 3 or 5 were either cycling or walking home, many carrying bags made of cowhide, savoring persimmons as they went, their faces radiant with bright smiles. The material needs of the common people in this era were still rather modest. Even a slight improvement in their circumstances would evoke feelings of satisfaction and joy. He recalled that, decades later, many would nostalgically reminisce about the 1980s, primarily because life during that period was relatively uniform. With little competitive comparison among individuals and lower expectations for material wealth, resulting in a significantly greater sense of happiness than in the years that followed. Indeed, by the time he reached the factory entrance, Zhang Gui and Zhang Jianmin were already packing up their carts. The 3 carts, once brimming with persimmons, were now completely sold out, their baskets entirely emptied. Ping, you're back. The city folks are truly affluent. You should have seen the scene earlier. It was astonishing. A throng surrounded the persimmon stand, and I nearly made mistakes while collecting payments, Zhang Jianmin exclaimed, still reeling from the earlier excitement. He grabbed Zhang Ping's arm and spoke in hushed tones, though his heavy breathing was likely audible to the factory's security guard. The stale breath, a result of his neglect of dental hygiene, almost made Zhang Ping faint. He managed to break free and stepped back, suppressing his discomfort to muster a smile, saying, "Oh, that means we made the right choice coming here. Let us return tomorrow." In contrast, Zhang Gui maintained a more composed demeanor, though his face also reflected excitement. He remained grounded. He handed Zhang Ping 3 plump envelopes filled with cash, instructing, "Secure the money and hurry home." Recognizing the contents, Zhang Ping did not waste words. He tucked the money into his clothing, and the 3 swiftly departed. Chapter 36. Money is merely a means to resolve issues. As they walked partway home, Zhang Ping decided to voice his concerns regarding Li Dagan to Zhang Gui and Zhang Jianmin. After this deal, the new year will be upon us, and the persimmon business will likely come to a halt. You should prepare yourselves mentally for that. His words were evidently difficult for the other two to accept. Zhang Gui outright opposed him. "Third brother, are you foolish? Would you truly relinquish such a lucrative business? If you're not going to pursue it, I will." Zhang Jianmin added. "Ping, if the sales are going well, why would you not continue? You've earned some money, but discarding a profitable venture would be a shame." Zhang Ping was taken aback by their strong reactions. After all, he had only been selling persimmons for a few days. How much profit had he truly made? He had paid his father's medical expenses of 600 yuan, given his sister 200 yuan, and currently had at least 300 yuan on hand. Additionally, he estimated the cash from recent sales to be nearly 300 yuan, totaling around 1,400 yuan. This did not even account for the improved living conditions at home, where they enjoyed white flour and meat daily. For an ordinary rural family, saving 100 yuan in a year was already impressive. If the villagers learned of his ability to earn such a sum in such a short time, they would likely bind him and demand to know his secret. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "Second brother, Jianmin, here's how I see it. There are myriad avenues for earning money, and one need not solely rely on selling persimmons. Furthermore, this matter has already come to the attention of Li Dagan. Although he may not yet grasp the intricacies of making a profit, he is not unintelligent. It is only a matter of time before he discovers the way. The other villagers will inevitably come to know as well, making the future collection of persimmons increasingly challenging. Additionally, with the new year approaching, we have sold a substantial quantity of persimmons, yet city dwellers cannot subsist solely on them. Gradually, the market will reach saturation. And should others enter the fray, our earnings will surely diminish. It may be wiser to pursue a different venture." Zhang Ping's words immediately enveloped the two in silence. While they did not fully comprehend the concept of market saturation, they understood that Zhang Ping harbored doubts about the future of this business and sought to pivot to another. Zhang Gui cast a furtive glance at Zhang Jianmin in the darkness, refraining from directly asking Zhang Ping what business he intended to pursue next. Zhang Jianmin had not considered inquiring about Zhang Ping's future endeavors, yet he felt that Zhang Ping had undergone a remarkable transformation since turning over a new leaf. While he may not possess great intelligence, he was undeniably adept at generating income. Though Zhang Ping amassed considerable wealth, he too could earn a modest sum. To speak of recent days, each time he journeyed to the county seat, Zhang Ping had bestowed upon him 5 yuan as a token of appreciation for his labor. This had accumulated to 20 yuan over several visits, a sum that brought great comfort to him during the nights when his wife lavished care upon him. Over the course of the year, he had only given her a little over 30 yuan, a figure that astounded him. He resolved firmly to remain close to Zhang Ping. As long as he followed him in his endeavors, he would surely be able to reap some benefits, if not a feast, at least a taste of the broth. A profound silence descended upon them, interrupted only by the sounds of their footsteps, their breaths, and the creaking of the cart. The stillness was palpable. Winter had hushed the insects, casting an oppressive atmosphere. Zhang Ping, sensing a lack of cheer among the two, remarked, "Once this matter concludes, we will celebrate the new year. Afterward, we can explore what we might undertake next." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianmin immediately pledged his loyalty. "Very well. After the new year, with the cold weather rendering outdoor labor unfeasible, just call on me for anything. I may lack skills, but I possess strength. I can run errands." Zhang Ping found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he was like rapeseed sprouting quickly. Zhang Gui appeared to be lost in thought, finally breaking the silence. "All right. Third brother, if you think it is a good idea, I shall follow your lead." They soon turned their conversation to their father's surgery, and the trio promptly decided to arrive early the day after tomorrow, aiming to sell their goods swiftly during the workers' hours to visit Zhang Dachuan at the hospital. Upon returning home, the siblings gathered for a meal, and afterward, they congregated in the room shared by Zhang Ping and Zhang Gui to count their earnings. This activity had long since lost its initial thrill, evolving into a form of entertainment for the siblings, not merely for monetary gain, but as a vital source of security. Wow. Third brother, you all sold a staggering 562 yuan today. That's incredible. Zhang An nearly exclaimed, only to be silenced by Zhang Ying, who covered his mouth. Keep it down. Do you wish for the entire village to know of our wealth? Upon finishing his words, Zhang Gui erupted into laughter. Sister, everyone in the village is well aware that our family has become affluent. At that moment, Zhang Ying's authoritative presence was fully unleashed as she shot him a fierce glare and retorted, knowing is one thing. Hearing it with one's own ears is entirely different. Do you truly wish to invite thieves into our home? Her words rendered Zhang Gui momentarily speechless, while Zhang Lan, initially eager to contribute, suddenly fell silent, her face flushing crimson. Zhang Ping, chuckling, tousled his sister's hair and encouraged, feel free to speak your mind, just lower your voice a tad. There's no need for formality at home. Whoever dares to steal from us can come. The government is cracking down hard. The silver bracelets and peanuts are ready for them in the morning. Let anyone with the audacity come and try. Though his voice was not loud, it carried an air of authority that left the other four in astonishment. A shy smile crept on his Zhang Lan's face as she remarked, Third brother, you're truly impressive. Our family will no longer fear being bullied. Zhang Ping reassured her, of course, no one shall dare to bully us again. Later, as the family settled down for the night, Zhang Gui quietly inquired of Zhang Ping, Third brother, you mentioned venturing into a new business on the road. With brother Jianmin present, I didn't dare to ask, what exactly do you intend to do? Zhang An, unable to sleep, perked up his ears in curiosity. Let us wait and see. I haven't solidified my plans yet. First, let us handle matters at home, Zhang Ping replied. Zhang Gui felt a surge of frustration. Having endured a long journey only to receive such an ambiguous answer, Zhang An shared his disappointment, hoping for some intriguing secrets, but finding his third brother too reticent. Both turned in discontent, tossing and turning in the dark. Zhang Ping, with a faint smile, gradually closed his eyes. It wasn't that he was unwilling to share. Rather, he simply had not yet formulated his thoughts. There were numerous pressing matters to address: the dissolution of his sister's engagement, their father's recovery, the education of his younger siblings, and his own studies, all of which required careful consideration. Money was not the objective. It merely served to resolve challenges, but with limited funds. He needed to devise a strategy to balance these responsibilities. Ultimately, he would need to confer with his father before making any decisions. Life is a journey laden with responsibility, and one cannot solely focus on oneself. The true goal is to ensure a better life for every family member. Chapter 37. Aspiring to purchase a courtyard in the city the following day, the three brothers rose early as usual, arriving in the county town before 7 o'clock. However, this time they did not set up a stall at the market, but proceeded directly to the county food factory. Zhang Ping had discerned that the purchasing power of the factory workers, who enjoyed higher incomes, was considerably stronger. Although he had previously been aware of this, he initially thought selling at the market would suffice, eliminating the need for further travel. Yet, as the efficiency of selling dried persimmons at the market had diminished over the past few days, he decided to change locations. His instincts proved correct. They arrived just as the factory workers commenced their shifts. Additionally, having sold in the afternoon prior, the promotional effect lingered, resulting in a brisk business. Within merely half an hour, only 4 or 5 baskets of persimmons remained from their 3-wheeled cart. The primary reason for this was the tight timing, as the workers rushed to enter the factory and grab breakfast. Otherwise, he was certain they would have sold out completely. Let us head to the vegetable market and sell off the remaining stock. Zhang Ping, the youngest among the three, took charge and promptly garnered unanimous agreement. The timing was fortuitous, coinciding with the housewives' routine shopping hours, ensuring that the leftover persimmons would sell without any difficulty. In just 20 minutes, they were completely sold out. It was astonishing, akin to a windfall. Gazing at the empty baskets, Zhang Jianmin found it hard to contain his excitement. Zhang Ping chuckled and remarked, "This is quite typical. Many goods are produced in the countryside, yet the majority of farmers seldom venture into the city, apprehensive of being caught in speculative dealings. They are generally cautious about business, while urban supplies remain quite scarce. This asymmetry is what fuels our booming trade. However, this situation is likely to be transient. Soon, everyone will realize the profit potential, and the astute will swiftly find ways to transport goods into the city." The two older brothers gazed at him, their expressions turning to one of admiration. Zhang Gui nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you speak wisely. The youngest. Your education has broadened your mind. You are quite astute. Second brother. If you are willing to pursue your studies, it is not too late. Tuition should not be a concern. Zhang Ping suddenly interjected. Zhang Gui had merely spoken in jest, but the thought of returning to books filled him with dread, conjuring images of formulas and ancient poetry that made his head ache. He quickly waved his hand. Oh, dear third brother, spare me. I find it far more agreeable to heed your counsel and work. Seeing Zhang Gui retreat like he had encountered a tiger, Zhang Ping felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, realizing that he was truly a rough-hewn timber, impossible to mold. With this realization, he abandoned the notion of encouraging his second brother to study. Suddenly, reflecting on his own situation stirred some desire within him. Having never experienced university in his previous life, he found himself curious about what it would be like. Yet, the thought of his family brought uncertainty to his resolve. Let us return. We can make another trip today. Just in time for the lunch break, when the workers finished their shifts, the three of them reached a consensus and promptly made their way home. Upon arrival, they found the villagers gathered at breakfast, idly chatting in the winter chill. As the three brothers returned, they were quickly surrounded. Ping Ping, you've been selling persimmons for 2 days now. Isn't it time to settle the accounts? Zhang Ping, your last settlement was so prompt. Why the delay this time? Surely you're not considering shirking your responsibility? The crowd buzzed with various comments. Zhang Ping was not particularly surprised. Though Zhang Gui and Zhang Jianmin felt a surge of indignation. They had agreed on a 3-day time frame, and it was only the second day. Why the impatience? No one truly coveted a few coins as he did. However, seeing Zhang Ping's unruffled demeanor, they refrained from speaking out immediately. Zhang Ping set down the card and, with a smile, addressed the crowd. Esteemed uncles and brothers, I, Zhang Ping, am a man of my word, and I shall not default on my debts. We agreed on 3 days, and the time has not yet elapsed, has it? The crowd was momentarily silenced, caught off guard by his calm assurance. Zhang Ping, with a demeanor neither angry nor agitated, managed to render the group of several burly men crimson with embarrassment. He chuckled softly, since everyone is in such a hurry. Let us convene this afternoon. I have prior engagements this morning, but upon my return, you may come over, and I shall settle all outstanding debts. Upon hearing this, the men found themselves at a loss for words. Some sought to seize the opportunity to extract information about the whereabouts of the persimmons, while Zhang Ping and Zhang Gui engaged in light banter. Zhang Jianmin, knowing he was not one for conversation, chose to remain silent, adopting a mute demeanor, leaving everyone feeling helpless. Li Zhaohua, having finally encountered Zhang Ping, glared at him with eyes ablaze, spitting on the ground as she muttered under her breath, "Humph. You little brat, thinking you can take my persimmons and owe me money. If you don't pay up this afternoon, I swear I will curse your ancestors for generations." A nearby woman, intrigued, inquired, "Oh, didn't they confiscate your persimmons? When did you get them back?" This question left Li Zhaohua momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. "Get lost, you vixen. Your foul stench reaches me from afar. Keep your distance." With no excuse at hand, Li Zhaohua resorted to a direct insult as she attempted to extricate herself from the situation. However, the woman would not relent and retorted, hands on her hips, "Li Zhaohua, you are the one who is nothing but a worn-out shoe. How dare you cast aspersions on me? Who gave you the audacity?" As the verbal exchange threatened to escalate into a physical confrontation, Zhang Ping decisively called upon Zhang Gui and Zhang Jianmin to load the cart and return home. Others were free to brawl as they pleased, but he had to prepare for further endeavors to earn money. Zhang Ying was surprised by the trio's swift return and was delighted to see that the persimmons had sold out. She hurriedly fetched water for them to wash their faces and presented freshly made pancakes for their enjoyment. After a brief respite, the four of them organized the morning's earnings, during which Zhang Ying handed Zhang Jianmin 5 yuan, causing her heart to ache. She realized that Zhang Jianmin's eagerness to assist in selling was not merely out of goodwill, but rather for the meager sum of 5 yuan for a trip to the town. In contrast, anyone else would have scampered home for even a single yuan. Zhang Ping exchanged a glance with her, prompting Zhang Ying to suppress her ire and remain silent, though her gratitude toward her uncle's family for their assistance had diminished significantly. After a short break, they hurriedly loaded the cart, preparing to venture back to town. "Sister, go to the village this morning and make a few announcements. Those with persimmons should bring them over this afternoon. This is the final batch. We will not be collecting any more after this." Although unsure of Zhang Ping's intentions, with Zhang Jianmin present, and others peering curiously at the gate, she refrained from further questioning and agreed. Having spent less than 20 minutes at home, the three brothers loaded the cart once more and set off for the town. As they departed, Zhang Ping noticed someone lurking suspiciously, seemingly intent on uncovering their sales strategy. He understood that his decision was indeed prudent. The persimmon business needed to be curtailed. Money is an endless pursuit. But what he needed was to seize the moment and capture the largest share he could manage within his capacity. Zhang Ping's assessment proved astute. The 3 carts of persimmons sold out remarkably quickly during the lunch hour when workers were leaving, clearing the inventory in just half an hour. Many suggested that they return in the afternoon, and Zhang Ping smiled, assuring them that he would come again the following day. As he was about to head home, he visited his parents in the hospital. He observed that his father appeared quite well, though his mother, who had been keeping vigil, seemed weary with dark circles under her eyes, which tugged at Zhang Ping's heartstrings. He suddenly wished his family resided in the county town. This thought inevitably led him to contemplate housing. A flicker of inspiration ignited within him. Although there were no commercial properties available for sale at the moment, it was not impossible to acquire a home. There would always be individuals willing to part with ancestral properties they no longer needed. And Zhang Ping considered this a promising investment avenue. If he could seize the opportunity to purchase a courtyard in the county town, it would be entirely his, allowing him the freedom to reside as he wished. The age of the house mattered little. What held value was the land. As long as there was a parcel of land in the county town, within 2 decades, its worth would multiply beyond measure. This notion took root in his mind and could not be quelled. He envisioned countless possibilities: his siblings' education, his parents' retirement, and an overall improvement in their family circumstances, all seemingly within reach. He resolved to secure a courtyard in the county town as swiftly as possible. Although he remained unaware of the current housing prices, he believed that once his impending business transaction succeeded, he would certainly have sufficient funds to purchase the courtyard. Leaving an additional 50 yuan for his parents, he returned home, only to be besieged upon entering the village, eventually making his way back to the house. Some inquired about settling accounts, while others asked about the persimmon cake harvest, leaving Zhang Ping feeling quite overwhelmed. "Dear uncles and brothers, we have just returned. Whatever your intentions may be, at least allow us to wash our faces and have a meal first," Zhang Ping declared, issuing a polite dismissal. However, few in the rural community grasped the essence of his words, even those who did feigned ignorance, lingering without intention to depart. One individual even remarked, "Ping Ping, you eat your meal, we shall wait for you here," and proceeded to stride into the house, completely disregarding the concept of being a guest. Zhang Ping's expression darkened immediately, and he blocked the person's path, saying, "Uncle Deming, I wish to enjoy a moment of peace to contemplate. Otherwise, I may miscalculate when settling accounts later." Zhang Deming, the younger brother of Zhang Quan, found himself embarrassed before the onlookers, his face darkening with indignation, teetering on the brink of an outburst. Zhang Ping, however, offered him no opportunity, maintaining a stern demeanor. "I am not fond of commotion. Noise gives me a headache, and a headache leads to miscalculations. Uncle Deming, would you wish for everyone to receive less money?" With that, Zhang Deming dared not press further. Although he recognized Zhang Ping's words as mere fabrications, he understood that should he intentionally underpay during the accounting, he would face the scorn of the villagers. With a huff, he departed, grumbling to himself. The others, feeling unwelcome, finally meandered away. Zhang Ping let out a resigned sigh. In the countryside, privacy was a rare commodity, further solidifying his determination to purchase a courtyard in the county town. Chapter 38. Engaging in business in Guanshan City. With the earlier scene of Zhang Ping sternly reprimanding Zhang Daming before dinner, the villagers quieted down considerably. After all, Zhang Ping was now their significant benefactor. Who would dare jeopardize their financial interests? Not to mention, they had money in his hands. Although there were still individuals loitering outside the courtyard, none dared to venture in, for they were all grown men. Should Zhang Ping, a mere junior, deliver another rebuke to Zhang Daming, they would undoubtedly lose face. Zhang Ying found the situation amusing, while Zhang Lan, returning home for lunch, was curious. Seeing a crowd gathered at the gate, she feared something had gone awry. Upon inquiring, she learned that it was her third brother's outburst, which instantly made her eyes sparkle with admiration. Her frail third brother suddenly appeared formidable, akin to a deity descending from the heavens. She whispered to her elder sister, "Third brother is truly impressive." Zhang Ying echoed her sentiments, remarking, Indeed, your third brother is remarkable. Zhang Gui held little reverence for his younger brother, but rather a sense of pride, his face beaming as if he wanted to emblazon my brother is extraordinary across his forehead. Zhang Ping, however, remained oblivious to this admiration, simply enjoying his meal in peace, unbothered by interruptions. He never considered himself a virtuous person nor aspired to be one, for he believed that in this world, it was the wicked who lived with greater freedom. After dining, he waited until his elder sister finished washing the pot and returned from escorting his younger sister to school before allowing his second brother to inform the onlookers that they could enter. Once the work commenced, it seemed endless. First, they settled accounts with the villagers, and then began collecting persimmons. Everything progressed smoothly, even as some expressed a desire to exchange for flour. Zhang Ping, citing a lack of time, chose not to engage further, though Zhang Jianmin appeared tempted. Hesitating multiple times to speak, Zhang Ping observed silently, understanding his intentions. If one lacked the courage to voice their ambitions for profit, he would not meddle in their affairs. He was no philanthropist. While he would occasionally extend assistance to his uncle's family, he had firmly resolved to distance himself from his relatives after their failure to support his family when his father suffered a broken leg, leaving them unable to afford medical expenses. This was the rationale behind his consistent financial support for Zhang Jianmin, signaling clearly, "I am hiring you, not treating you as family." This may seem cold-hearted, but it was a lesson he had deeply internalized over decades. For the sake of money, kin could betray one another. Fathers and sons could become adversaries, and brothers and spouses could scheme against each other. As for his cold-hearted uncle, he merely sought to maintain a superficial relationship. If he encountered relatives akin to his aunt, he would not hesitate to draw a firm line. When paying Zhang Daming, Zhang Ping wore a peculiar smile. "Uncle Daming, make sure to take good care of this money. It's quite substantial." The look in his eyes unnerved Zhang Daming, causing him to feel as though his thoughts had been laid bare, robbing him of the courage to confront Zhang Ping. There was no escape. Zhang Daming hastily stuffed the money into his pocket and hurriedly departed, even forgetting to cast another glare at Zhang Ping. At that moment, his mind was not preoccupied with the sordid matters concerning Zhang Ping, but rather with the notion of appropriating his nephew's funds for himself. This time, each household sold significantly more persimmons than before, thus reaping substantial profits, causing a wave of joy to sweep through the majority of families, akin to a festive celebration, with smiles adorning every face. After settling the accounts, they immediately commenced the collection of persimmons. Zhang Ping quickly noticed that among the newcomers were many unfamiliar faces, and overhearing the discussions, he realized they were from several nearby villages, all of whom had relatives in their own village. This indicated that the persimmons from their village had nearly all been gathered, and they would now have to source from other villages. They toiled relentlessly until dusk, and Zhang Ping was unaware of the precise quantity collected. He only knew that his ledger was filled with over 20 pages of entries, and in order to issue receipts, he had torn up 4 old notebooks once used by his sister. On this day, everyone pitched in, not only Zhang Ping, Zhang Gui, and Zhang Jianmin, but also Zhang Ying and Zhang Lan, who returned from school to lend assistance, and even their uncle and aunt hastily joined in the effort. Once everything was concluded, the floor of the room shared by the 3 brothers was piled high with persimmons. There simply weren't enough baskets, so they had to be placed on the ground. Since everyone was willing to help, Zhang Ping ensured that his elder sister was generous with the meals, instructing her to prepare plenty to ensure that everyone was well fed. This delighted everyone, as they could avoid cooking at home, saving on food while indulging in fine flour, an occurrence not often witnessed. After bidding farewell to all the helpers, Zhang Ping, despite his fatigue, took stock of the funds and the persimmons at hand. To the astonishment of the siblings, Zhang Ping discovered he possessed a staggering 843 yuan in cash, alongside an astonishing 43,000 gene of persimmons. Zhang Ping was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated receiving such a bounty of persimmons that day. Zhang Ying's complexion paled, not from joy, but from fear. In times of scarcity, she had worried over a mere half-basket of persimmons, yet now, their household was suddenly in possession of tens of thousands of gene. This was beyond her imagination, more daunting than having several thousand yuan before her. If she merely considered the persimmons, she would not feel overly concerned, as her brother had already sold a considerable amount. However, the magnitude of the current figures struck her with trepidation, not from the fear of unsold stock, but from the instinctual dread and uncertainty that arose within her as an ordinary rural girl confronted with circumstances she had never envisioned. The sensation was complex, leaving her mind in disarray, yet she could not articulate it. Simply a pervasive worry. Ping, is this not too much? Zhang Ying voiced her concerns anxiously. Zhang Ying was equally alarmed, her little face taut with tension. In contrast, the youngest, Zhang Lan, felt an inexplicable trust in Zhang Ping, softly stating, "Third brother must have a plan if he can collect this much." Zhang Ping smiled warmly, reaching out to caress his sister's still withered hair. "Xiaolan is right. If I can take it on, there will surely be a way forward." He paused for a moment, then outlined the business venture he was about to embark upon, leaving everyone astonished. "Third brother, you intend to sell by masquerading as a gift box? And in Guanshan City, no less?" Zhang Ying was aware of Guanshan City, though he had never ventured to such a far-off metropolis. For a rural lad like him, Fengshan County was the epitome of urban sophistication, while Guanshan City represented opulence on a grand scale. As for provincial capitals and the capital itself, they were mythical realms akin to the heroic exploits depicted in traditional operas. "You're really going to do business in Guanshan City?" Zhang Ying could scarcely find words, her thoughts swirling in disbelief. The rapid changes in their lives felt dreamlike, too surreal to comprehend. Chapter 39. Double Joy. Zhang Ping nodded. "Indeed, in a few days, I'll make a trip to Guanshan City to assess the situation." The others were at a loss for words, each retreating to their thoughts as they prepared for sleep. The following morning, Zhang Jianmin arrived early, and the three brothers hurriedly loaded 3 carts with persimmons and set off for the county town before dawn. Their destination was the entrance of the meat processing plant, where business thrived. Arriving early ensured they sold out before the employees began their shifts. Aware of Zhang Dachuan's surgery scheduled for the day, they opted not to return home for more goods, but headed straight to the hospital. Dr. Peng, upon beginning his rounds, felt a sense of comfort upon seeing Zhang Ping and Zhang Gui by the bedside. The presence of concerned family members was indicative of strong familial bonds, which greatly benefited the patient's recovery. As a physician, Dr. Peng's greatest desire was to see his patients recover swiftly and be discharged. "Everything is stable. It's now 8:30. In half an hour, you will undergo surgery. After this procedure and some recuperation, you should be able to recover completely." Upon hearing this, the usually robust Zhang Dachuan felt his eyes redden. He harbored fears of becoming incapacitated. He had almost declined the surgery due to financial concerns. Yet, unexpectedly, his wayward third son had turned his life around, earning substantial money swiftly, granting him a chance for recovery. This stirred deep emotions within him. If it meant all his children could succeed, he would willingly endure the pain of losing his leg again. "Thank you, Dr. Peng. I appreciate your efforts." Zhang Ping longed to offer Dr. Peng a red envelope, but hesitated upon witnessing the doctor's earnest demeanor, ultimately deciding against it, fearing it might have an adverse effect. At 9 in the morning, Zhang Dachuan was smoothly ushered into the operating room. Li Xiaomei, tense and anxious, sat and stood repeatedly on a bamboo chair in the corridor, her forehead glistening with sweat. Zhang Ping approached, gently reassuring his mother, "Mom, there's no need to worry. I've already consulted Dr. Peng for them. This is merely a minor operation, not difficult at all. There's absolutely no cause for concern." Seeing Zhang Ping's calm expression and reflecting on the various things he had done recently, Li Xiaomei suddenly felt an inexplicable tranquility wash over her. "Yes, I believe you." Zhang Ping sensed his mother's lingering unease and turned to his elder brother, Zhang Gui, saying, "Elder brother, I will stay here. You and mother should go to the market and see if you can find some pig trotters to bring back. I will find a place to stew them for father's nourishment." Zhang Ping refrained from mentioning the explicit need for nourishment, as it felt somewhat inappropriate. However, Li Xiaomei immediately grasped the implication, her eyes brightening with realization. "Indeed, Ping is right. Your father has injured his leg. He certainly requires some nourishment, although it will incur considerable expense." Zhang Ping smiled and casually produced a stack of money, no less than 40 or 50 units, which he handed directly to Zhang Gui. "Mother, from now on, do not concern yourself with financial matters. Just think about what you need to purchase." Zhang Gui, without hesitation, accepted the money and took their mother out. At the hospital entrance, Zhang Jianmin awaited the vehicle, leaving Zhang Ping alone, who remained solely out of concern for any unforeseen circumstances that his elder brother might struggle to manage. Li Xiaomei, preoccupied with thoughts of purchasing pig trotters, gradually set aside her worries about Zhang Dachuan's surgery, finding a semblance of calm. Zhang Gui understood Zhang Ping's intentions and intentionally led their mother on a leisurely stroll through the market, wandering for over an hour before finally arriving at the supply cooperative's meat counter to buy the trotters. As they stepped outside, Zhang Gui suddenly spotted a striking figure in a wool coat hurrying past, seemingly in urgent pursuit of something. Li Jia? Zhang Gui immediately recognized the person as Xiao Monli, who had previously come to his brother's aid. Upon hearing someone call her, Xiao Monli halted and turned, her face lighting up with surprise upon seeing Zhang Gui. Zhang Gui, aren't you setting up your stall today? I've been searching for you everywhere. Zhang Gui was equally taken aback. Oh, you were looking for us? We sold all the persimmons early this morning. My father is undergoing surgery today, and we are all at the hospital. Is there something you need? Your father is having surgery? What happened? Xiao Monli was startled, as any trouble for Zhang Ping's family could potentially disrupt their business. Zhang Gui found himself momentarily at a loss for words, but quickly thought on his feet. Li Jia, you must be looking for my younger brother, Zhang Ping. He is at the hospital. I will go fetch him for you. Xiao Monli insisted on accompanying him, and they made their way back together. During the journey, Zhang Gui could not evade Xiao Monli's inquiries and recounted the family's circumstances, leaving her astonished to learn that Zhang Ping had once been a troublemaker and was still just a high school freshman. Li Xiaomei, feeling out of place in the conversation, remained silent, recognizing that Xiao Monli was of a different social standing and not daring to interject. At the hospital, Zhang Ping was equally surprised to see Xiao Monli approach with his mother and elder brother, but quickly rushed to greet her. Li Jia, what brings you here? Xiao Monli, her emotions complex as she regarded Zhang Ping, took a moment before responding. I came to inform you that the samples you provided have been approved by the leadership. Although there has been a slight alteration in the quantity, it is now 3,000 units. Additionally, this matter requires you to sign an agreement at the county guest house, and all goods must be delivered within 10 days. Can you manage that? Zhang Ping's face lit up with joy. Absolutely, Li Jia. Thank you. I assure you, I will complete the task on time. Seeing Zhang Ping's confident demeanor, Xiao Monli finally felt at ease. Very well, your father is undergoing surgery today, so you should stay to provide care. Once the operation is complete, head to the county guest house and seek out a procurement officer by the surname of Wu. He will surely attend to you. By the way, do hand me that pig trotter. I intend to bring it to the guest house for the head chef to stew. You can conveniently take it back with you when you sign the agreement. Zhang Ping was pleasantly surprised by this stroke of fortune, pondering that his father had likely never tasted the culinary skills of the guest house's master chef. All right then, I shall not be polite. Thank you, sister. Zhang Ping beamed with gratitude. He indeed needed a place to have the pig trotter stewed, and having the master chef from the county guest house lend his expertise was a privilege not everyone could claim. As for the favor, he would repay it when he had truly earned the means to do so. Xiao Monli departed with the pig trotter, but did not leave the hospital immediately. Instead, she made a visit to one of the vice presidents. Zhang Ping was oblivious to these details, merely informing his family that she was a kind-hearted older sister. Without elaborating further, Li Xiaomei, too, had no recourse but to focus her thoughts back on the surgical room, quickly dismissing other concerns. As the clock approached noon, the operating room door finally swung open, and Dr. Peng emerged, leading the way, his mask removed to reveal a weary yet smiling face. Congratulations. The surgery was a resounding success. The patient's leg has been completely corrected. As long as the post-operative advice is followed, there should be no lasting complications. Zhang Ping was overwhelmed with emotion, quickly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Peng. I am immensely grateful. Please extend our family's thanks to the other medical staff as well. Dr. Peng was pleased. Although medical professionals do not seek rewards from families, a word of thanks is always heartening. Zhang Ping was naturally elated. His father's fate had genuinely transformed, and he could not help but shed a tear, though he quickly wiped it away. For Zhang Ping, this moment was the most exhilarating. He had truly altered a fragment of his family's trajectory. His father's recovery would undoubtedly bring about many changes. However, this was merely not enough for him. He yearned for further transformation. Yet, there was little time to linger in the hospital. Once Zhang Dachuan emerged from the operating room, still under the influence of anesthesia and in a deep slumber, Zhang Ping felt entirely reassured after confirming that everything was normal. After exchanging a few words with his mother and second brother, he swiftly made his way to the county guest house. Upon arriving at the guest house and making a few inquiries, He soon encountered a procurement officer in his 40s who introduced himself as Wu Guangcai. "Hello, Mr. Wu, I am Zhang Ping." Wu Guangcai looked at the young man before him with surprise, having expected to meet someone in their 20s, not someone so young. "Ah, so you are Comrade Xiaozhang. The procurement of gifts is initiated by the county guest house, hence the agreement is to be signed between you and the guest house." Zhang Ping was not taken aback, as this was entirely in accordance with the protocol. The two individuals exchanged a few simple words and swiftly came to an agreement. The contract had been meticulously prepared in advance, and the signing proceeded without a hitch. The official seal was already affixed, and it seemed that everything was simply awaiting Zhang Ping's signature and fingerprint. At the moment he pressed down his handprint, an overwhelming surge of exhilaration nearly propelled him into the air, surpassing even the thrill he felt when his first company went public. He found this reaction rather peculiar, yet the excitement was undeniably intense. However, he soon realized that this marked the first genuine business venture he had accomplished since his rebirth. Prior to this, selling persimmons had been little more than a stall operation. To put it bluntly, he lacked even a fixed spot and could hardly be considered a legitimate sole proprietor. Yet at this moment, by signing the agreement, he had truly become a businessman. Naturally, this success was not solely attributed to his own capabilities. Rather, it was a fortunate convergence of timing, location, and human connections. Had it not been for the serendipitous acquaintance with Xiao Monli and her favorable impression of him, this opportunity would never have materialized. As their hands clasped together, Zhang Ping managed to regain his composure. "Thank you, Wu, for your procurement efforts. I assure you that I will deliver the goods on time. You need not worry," he said hurriedly. Wu Guangcai was also taken aback. He had observed the young man's earlier excitement and found it quite fitting for someone of his age. Yet he was puzzled by how swiftly Zhang Ping had calmed himself. To Wu's discerning eye, it was evident that this was not a mere facade of composure, but a genuine tranquility. This level of self-control was something he himself might not achieve, igniting a profound curiosity about the young man before him. Wu Guangcai nodded. "Indeed, one must possess such awareness in business. Integrity is essential for longevity. Should any issues arise, I hope we can communicate promptly." Zhang Ping nodded in agreement, and a thought suddenly crossed his mind. "Wu, your words remind me that I do need your assistance with one matter. With so many goods to transport, I wonder if you could help arrange a vehicle for the delivery. I will cover the transportation costs." Wu Guangcai showed no surprise and readily agreed. "That is not a problem. The higher-ups have already made arrangements. We have vehicles available, and you need not worry about the transportation fees. However, you will need to contact me in advance so I can organize the logistics." This was an unexpected delight. He was pleasantly surprised by the county committee's thorough arrangements. "Thank you. That resolves everything. I will contact you as soon as I have the goods ready." The two bid farewell, and Zhang Ping, elated with the agreement in hand, made his way back to the hospital. However, upon reaching the entrance, he was intercepted. "Zhang Ping, we considered you a brother. How could you betray us like this?" He was confronted by several individuals, including Wen Gu and Zheng Hongliang, the very ones he had previously duped, who were now seething with anger. Although he was uncertain about who had ultimately footed the bill, the sight of their furious expressions, especially Zheng Hongliang's bruised visage, led him to surmise the situation with considerable clarity. However, this moment is not suitable for entanglements. He immediately donned an expression of indignation and exclaimed, "Ah, brother one, I was about to seek you out. Yesterday, after exiting the restroom, I returned to the state-run hotel only to find it utterly deserted, and I was scolded by the waiter. I felt quite aggrieved. Just as you arrived, I wanted to inquire, do you still consider me a brother? You left without a word, clearly treating me as an outsider." Everyone was somewhat bewildered. This young man seemed even more incensed than them. Even Zheng Hongliang was momentarily at a loss, utterly perplexed. Had they truly made an error? Did they leave too early yesterday? Zhang Ping offered them no time to ponder, promptly stating, "This matter is far from resolved. Today, there is no time. My father is undergoing surgery. In a few days, I must host Brother One and all of you for a meal, otherwise it would be as if I, Zhang Ping, do not regard you as my brothers." "That works." Brother One felt a bit awkward. The reason he sought this fellow out was to vent his frustrations, yet now the young man had extended an invitation. What more could be said? "Very well. Let us leave it at that for today. I must head to the hospital to visit my father." As Zhang Ping finished speaking and turned to leave, a hand suddenly seized his arm. "Zhang Ping, you cannot depart." It was Zheng Hongliang, who had been unable to interject until now. What do you want, Zhang Hongliang? Zhang Ping replied, somewhat displeased. He was anxious. If this fellow delayed him, and Brother One and the others took notice, escaping would become quite difficult. After all, one could not simply resort to violence here. To his surprise, Zhang Hongliang turned to Brother One and said, Brother One, weren't you supposed to discuss business with this lad? Now is the perfect time. Business? Zhang Ping was momentarily taken aback. What business could they possibly discuss with him? Brother Wen, seemingly reminded, quickly said, Ah, right, I almost forgot the important matter due to this fellow's antics. Zhang Ping, I heard your stall selling persimmons at the market is quite successful. Starting tomorrow, let us take over your spot. You need to continue selling persimmons there. Is that acceptable? Zhang Ping had not anticipated such a suggestion. His mind raced, and he quickly realized what these individuals were aiming for. He promptly responded with a smile. Haha, is that all? No problem. I will no longer set up my stall there. By the way, Brother Wen, do you have a source for your goods? If not, I can assist you in collecting persimmons. At the cooperative price, it's 5 cents per pound, plus a 2-cent service fee for each pound sold to me. As for retail, you may do as you please. How does that sound? Zhang Ping thought to himself. This was simply fortuitous. Chapter 41. How would you like to sell? Brother Wen was equally surprised, not expecting matters to proceed so smoothly. Are you truly willing? Zhang Ping, with a troubled expression, replied, I do not wish for this either. But my father just underwent surgery, and I can hardly tend to my stall. Since Brother Wen wishes to continue selling, it is fortuitous. I have some persimmons collected at home, so I might as well transfer them to you. Of course, this must be cash on delivery, payment in hand for goods received. Upon noticing the displeasure on the other party's face, he promptly remarked, Wen Gu, as the saying goes, clear accounts make for good brothers, does it not? Being transparent about this matter will not tarnish our brotherly bond, will it? Business is business, and emotions are emotions. Moreover, my father has just undergone surgery, and he will require funds for subsequent treatments and medication. I truly cannot afford to incur any debts. While Wen Gu was reluctant in his heart, he found himself at a loss for words to refute him. In terms of physical confrontation, he had no qualms. However, when it came to verbal exchanges, he was indeed rather inept. Furthermore, Zhang Ping's frequent references to brother left him with no room for counterarguments. If he were to deny their brotherhood or openly bully his brother, it would inevitably lead others to harbor ulterior motives. Very well. However, you must deliver it to the county. Zhang Ping, somewhat troubled, replied. That may prove to be quite difficult. I lack the time. How about this? I shall forego this profit. And you can specify a location for collection and set a price. I will inform those with persimmons to deliver them. If that doesn't work, you can send people to the villages to collect. Look, Zhang Hongliang, still seething over past events, was eager for Zhang Ping to earn less, and promptly suggested, Wen Gu, I believe we should collect the persimmons ourselves from the village. Those with sloped fields certainly have them. He leaned in closer to Wen Gu and whispered, Wen Gu, allowing this fellow to collect means he will profit from the middle. For every extra penny he earns, we shall earn one less. Wen Gu considered this rationale and realized the validity of his argument. Why should they allow this lad to take their money? Thus, he swiftly changed his mind. Very well. Keep your remaining persimmons for yourself. We shall collect from the village. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for his men to prepare to leave. Zhang Hongliang followed closely behind, loudly reminding, Zhang Ping, do not forget about treating us. Zhang Ping smiled in response, but inwardly cursed, a bunch of fools. As he observed the group departing, he found it rather amusing that they had set their sights on his persimmon business. These individuals only saw his potential profit, unaware of the intricacies involved in his sales. However, that was of little consequence. His primary concern was his father's condition. Zhang Ping entered the hospital bearing a pot of braised pig's trotters, the aroma wafting through the air as he entered the ward, captivating the attention of several family members of patients in the same room. Oh, Dachuan, look. Just moments ago, we were saying your son is filial. Now he has brought delicious food. That scent must be from braised pig's trotters, right? Teased a neighbor in the adjacent bed. Zhang Dachuan felt a mix of embarrassment and surprise, even joy. Had he known in advance, he could have maintained a stoic facade. This unexpected gesture caught him off guard. A blend of emotions caused the face of this man in his 50s to flush with heat, and he feigned annoyance. What is the meaning of this? As soon as you come into some money, you start acting recklessly? Make sure to repay the 1,200 yuan first. The Zhang family, fully aware of the significance of that 1,200 yuan, immediately changed their expressions. Other patients were taken aback, urging Zhang Dachuan, "Brother Dachuan, your son is so filial. Why are you being so obstinate? It is commendable that the child possesses such talent, but you cannot demand 200 yuan right off the bat. How much does a government official earn in a month? Indeed, Brother Zhang, do not be oblivious to your blessings. Look at how wonderful your two sons are. I envy you." His aunt inquired, "By the way, does the child have a partner? Let us step aside for a word." Zhang Ping and Zhang Gui were momentarily stunned. They had just been enduring their father's constant disdain, yet the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Zhang Dachuan was equally astonished, yet he made no effort to halt the unfolding situation. He extended his hand and said, "You little rascal, aren't you going to bring it over? Do you intend for me to catch a whiff of it?" "Oh, Dad." "Here." Zhang Ping was at a loss for words. He had originally intended to mention that it was the chef's specialty from the county guest house, but now there was no opportunity for such trivialities. As Zhang Dachuan received the box containing the pig's trotters, a look of deep emotion washed over his face. Zhang Ping distinctly noticed his hand tremble. Not wanting to expose a vulnerable side in front of his juniors, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor, though it was difficult to mask his feelings. He then turned to the other two patients in the room and remarked, "These trotters are quite well done. I cannot finish them alone. Let us share." Seeing that his father was on the verge of losing composure, Zhang Ping pulled Zhang Gui aside and casually suggested, "Dad, you go ahead and eat. I'll step out for a moment and buy some food." In truth, there was no need to purchase anything else. He had noticed plenty of food on the table upon entering, evidently bought by Zhang Gui. As for lunch, the contents of the box were sufficient for both himself and his mother. The brothers reached the hospital entrance, and Zhang Ping exhaled deeply. He turned to Zhang Gui and said, "Second brother, the business I mentioned earlier is confirmed. I need to contact them soon. You and Brother Jiamin go eat first and wait at the hospital. I will join you shortly to fetch the packaging boxes." "Huh. Does that mean we make another sale this afternoon?" Zhang Gui was reluctant to forego business. Zhang Ping immediately laughed, "Second brother, the same persimmons packaged in gift boxes can sell for 3 yuan, while loose ones go for 2. How would you prefer to sell them?" "That goes without saying. Of course, we should sell them in gift boxes for 3 yuan. Such a simple truth even a fool could grasp," Zhang Gui quickly replied. Zhang Ping chuckled. "Then why run all the way home for the goods? We can simply take the gift boxes back and pack the goods there, can't we?" His words left Zhang Gui speechless. Zhang Gui scratched his head, puzzled by the transformation of the younger brother who once cowered in fear from his reprimands into the confident individual before him. Zhang Ping then made a trip to the county food market, where he declared an order for 3,000 units right off the bat, eliciting great joy. Without any unnecessary conversation, 6 neatly stacked bundles of cash were laid upon the table, causing Director Chu's eyes to narrow with delight. "Haha, young Zhang is truly promising, bold, and decisive. He is a person destined for great things." Director Chu praised Zhang Ping, elevating him to the status of a singularly remarkable figure. Fortunately, Zhang Ping was aware of his own capabilities and promptly interjected, "Chief Chu, when can I collect the goods? I'm here to pick them up." 6 o'clock in the afternoon will suffice, but there is no need for you to come. I will deliver them to you. Just provide me with a location in the county," Chief Chu replied, blinking his eyes. Zhang Ping instantly grasped the implication that this matter should remain undisclosed to the factory, making delivery all the more convenient. "Let us meet near the county hospital. I will wait for you at the entrance," he suggested. Without lingering, Zhang Ping concluded their discussion and took his leave. Chapter 42. Repeated offenses demand severe punishment upon returning to the hospital. Zhang Gui and Zhang Jiamin had already finished their meal, and the 3 brothers headed directly to the plastic factory. This time, he brought along Zhang Jiamin and Zhang Gui, paying a total of 600 yuan up front to acquire 3,000 packaging boxes, which were readily available. They simply used a cart to load them from the warehouse without any delay, heading straight home. The empty boxes were not particularly heavy, but they occupied considerable space. With 3,000 boxes plus bamboo baskets, they filled 3 carts to capacity. As for the gift boxes, that would be a simple matter. Zhang Gui and Zhang Ping could make another trip later to gather the paper items, which wouldn't take up much room. Meanwhile, as the 3 brothers made their way home, Li Dagan had already returned with a troubled expression. He felt frustrated, having witnessed Zhang Ping profit from selling persimmons. Not only clearing his own stock, but also purchasing from others to resell. He was envious. However, the animosity between them prevented him from approaching to glean information. Thus, he resolved to secretly observe how Zhang Ping conducted his sales, as he also had persimmons to sell. He dismissed the notion that Zhang Ping had any influential connections, knowing that Zhang Dachuan, known for his tough demeanor and past military service, was indifferent to associating with powerful figures and was well aware of the Zhang family's lack of notable connections. Consequently, he decided to follow discreetly and was soon convinced that Zhang Ping was nothing but a braggart, entirely dissimilar to his father, lacking sincerity. It turned out he was merely setting up a stall on the county streets. However, during his first attempt to spy, Zhang Ping caught him in the act. Unfazed, he spent the entire day believing he had learned the other's methods. After all, who couldn't he set up a stall? Watching Zhang Ping cash in, as if it were a robbery, made him green with envy. He had contemplated theft, but with Zhang Ping and his companions always together, and their familiarity with him, he dared not act, especially with the ongoing crackdown this year. Resolving to set up his own stall to sell persimmons, reality swiftly dealt him a harsh blow. Despite his persimmons being just as good as Zhang Ping's, he struggled to make sales. Zhang Ping sold his for 5 cents each, while he priced his at 4 cents, yet they still wouldn't sell. To add to his humiliation, he couldn't even call out loudly to attract customers, fearing the embarrassment of being seen by acquaintances. After 3 days, he had only managed to sell a mere half basket of persimmons, exhausting himself in the process. Seething with resentment, he sat on the edge of the Kong, grinding his teeth. Li Dagan, haven't you sold anything yet? You claimed that Zhang Ping, that little rascal, could sell his wares in the county town, yet you fail to do the same? Truly, you are insufferable. A woman with short hair stormed in, her anger palpable as she berated him fiercely. Leave. What do you, a mere woman, know of anything? Lida, already seething with rage, felt his temper flare even higher at her words, and without a moment's hesitation, he struck her across the face. A resounding slap echoed in the room, leaving a clear imprint on her cheek as her frail frame crumpled to the ground. In this era, thinness was the norm. Few in the countryside were plump, save for those with ample grain supplies. As the woman lay on the ground, she began to wail. Lida, you worthless man, how dare you strike me? I cannot endure this life any longer. I refuse to stay with you. With that, she cursed loudly, marched to a shabby box by the door, pulled out 2 garments, and stormed out, tears streaming down her face. The winter sun set early, and though it was barely past 5 in the afternoon, darkness had already begun to envelop the village. Her sobs drew the attention of nosy neighbors, eager to gossip. Lida, consumed by anger, was unwilling to lower himself to chase after her, so he sought a place to vent his frustrations. Spotting his eldest son sneaking a hand into the basket for some persimmons, his fury ignited once more. He delivered a sharp slap and scolded, "All you do is eat. What good are you to me?" The child, merely 14 or 15 and already out of school, recoiled in shock, snatching a few persimmons before darting out like a frightened rabbit. Not yet appeased, Lida turned his ire toward his second daughter, delivering another kick. "Get lost, you worthless child." He didn't spare his youngest daughter, just 6 years old, who also received a kick at the door and began to wail loudly. Overwhelmed with vexation, Lida decided to step outside for some fresh air. Upon exiting, he overheard a commotion from a neighboring courtyard, where a crowd had gathered, intrigued. Zhang Daming, you shameless scoundrel. You, of all people, would attempt to swindle us? This isn't over. The voice belonged to Li Zhaohua. Uncle, you cannot be unreasonable. We delivered several baskets of persimmons to your home for you to sell to that little Zhang Ping. How can you betray your own nephew? Zhang Chuanlai's irate voice joined the fray. Lida quickly grasped the situation unfolding and, with a flicker of cunning in his eyes, strode into the fray, seizing both Zhang Quanlai and Li Zhaohua by the arms. Quanlai, Zhaohua, Uncle Daming, cease this bickering. Do you not fear the village's laughter? It's merely a trifling sum of money. Let us speak at my home. I have an idea. The 4, each with their own dubious character, fell silent at the mention of money. The prior uproar dissipated in an instant. Li Zhaohua had a convoluted history with Li Da, while Zhang Quanlai was a coward and Zhang Daming a crafty old man. Upon hearing Li Da's proposal, they abruptly ceased their quarrel. Without further ado, Li Da turned and headed home, dragging Zhang Daming along. Once inside, the 4 gathered around as Li Da proclaimed, "If you wish to recoup your losses, you must focus on Zhang Ping. Your squabbling is of no consequence. Li Xiaohua was indeed more eloquent than the other two men. Hee. Li Dagan smirked ominously, saying, "Let me first explain how Zhang Ping makes money, and then we shall discuss our strategy." By the time the three brothers arrived at the village, night had already enveloped the surroundings. Just as they entered the courtyard with their cart, their elder sister and returning younger brother Zhang, along with sister Zhang Lan, were preparing to move the packaging boxes into the house when they suddenly heard someone shouting loudly outside. "Zhang Ping, you scoundrel, get out here. Zhang Ping, return our money. You unscrupulous profiteer, I will report you to the authorities and have you imprisoned." A barrage of insults filled the air. Instantly, the family's expressions shifted, and they hurried into the courtyard, only to find a large crowd of villagers surging at the entrance. Zhang Gui and Zhang Ping's faces turned pale, while Zhang Un and Zhang Lan trembled in fear, as the scene eerily resembled the time their father had been assaulted. "Brother, I'm scared," Zhang Lan cried out, her voice quivering. Zhang Ping made an effort to suppress his anger, patting her back reassuringly. "It's all right. I'm here. You and the elder sister, along with Shaoan, go to the back." He then approached the crowd directly. "What is this? You beat my father, robbed us once, and now you wish to do so again? This is robbery. If I report this, it constitutes repeated offenses, which carries severe penalties. Robbery starts with a 20-year sentence. Repeated offenses can lead to the death penalty. Are you all seeking to buy yourselves a peanut?" Chapter 43. A firm stance. Zhang Ping's opening words were powerful, immediately placing a heavy accusation upon the crowd. It was an accusation that could cost them dearly, and almost instantly, all mouths fell silent. Those who had intended to act forcefully now hesitated. Li Dagan, Zhang Daming, Zhang Quan, and Li Xiaohua stood in the shadows behind the crowd, their teeth clenched in frustration, yet they dared not speak. They were acutely aware that if Zhang Ping discovered their involvement in instigating this incident, they could face his wrath. Such is human nature. People seldom fear those who are their equals, but when confronted with the wealthy and powerful, they quickly become subservient, especially in China, where thousands of years of feudal oppression and servitude have ingrained a deep-rooted fear of the affluent. Ironically, Zhang Ping was currently perceived as a wealthy man in their eyes, as evidenced by the flour and meat he consumed daily. Silence enveloped the crowd as Zhang Ping's cold gaze swept over them. He then spoke with a calm demeanor. "If you have matters to discuss with me, now is the time. However, I expect a modicum of civility. With so many present, I will give you 10 minutes to select a few representatives to speak." After stating this, he disregarded the crowd and turned to Zhang Gui and Zhang Ying, instructing, "Let us move the items. We will see what they have to say in 10 minutes. Zhang Gui, Zhang Ying." The crowd, at that moment, Zhang En and Zhang Lan gazed at Zhang Ping with a newfound admiration. He appeared extraordinarily impressive, effortlessly commanding respect from a group of unreasonable villagers with just a few words. Their admiration for him was palpable. Zhang Jianmin wiped the sweat from his brow, his emotions a tumultuous blend of complexity. His cousin, who had always been a source of worry, had transformed into something extraordinary. In this moment, he could no longer deny that within the Zhang family, none surpassed Zhang Ping in excellence, not among the elder generation, nor his contemporaries, and certainly not the younger ones. As for Zhang Gui, his blind and unwavering trust was misplaced. There was no one more formidable than his brother. "All right, let us get to work," Zhang Ying quickly responded, her gaze filled with hope. The more exceptional her brother became, the better their family would fare, and the greater her chances of escaping that wretched engagement. Zhang Yukai awkwardly suggested, Ping, how about your uncle helps you with the moving?" Zhang Ping glanced at him with indifference. Once, he had thought well of this man, but now only sorrow filled his heart. "No need, thank you," he replied, polite yet distant, an unmistakable sense of separation. Though somewhat slow to react, Zhang Yukai, being a man of several decades, possessed enough discernment to feel the unease in his heart. He had not intended to come, yet the incessant nagging from his wife and the fear of losing money compelled him to join. Thus, the Zhang siblings, under the watchful eyes of over 100 villagers, transported all the gift boxes back into the house and tidied up the bamboo baskets. Once Zhang Ping had finished moving everything, someone could no longer contain themselves and said, "Zhang Ping, it must have been 10 minutes by now, right? Are you deliberately keeping us waiting?" Zhang Gui, smirking inwardly, thought, So there are indeed some clever individuals here. He was well aware that no one in the village owned a watch, and thus, no one had any notion of how much time had passed. Zhang Ping merely smiled slightly, seemingly unfazed by the unfriendly demeanor directed at him. "Oh, Uncle Yuliang, if you remain silent, I might presume you haven't chosen a representative. If a representative has been selected, step forward so we can converse, while the rest of you remain silent." His voice was soft, yet carried a chilling undertone of authority. In that instant, Zhang Yuliang felt as though he were in the presence of a formidable figure, an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain pressing down upon him, nearly compelling him to kneel. Fortunately, that sensation was fleeting, and he dismissed it as a momentary lapse in his nerves, though a sense of dread lingered when he beheld Zhang Ping's silhouette. Zhang Ping sat on the edge of the bed for a minute before 5 villagers entered the room. To his surprise, Zhang Yukai was among them. Zhang Ping offered no cigarettes, poured no water, nor offered a seat. Instead, he cut straight to the chase. "Esteemed uncles, I've had a long day and wish to rest early, so let us be succinct. What brings you here today?" Zhang Yuliang glanced at the others, hoping one of them would speak, but they all turned their gaze toward him, clearly expecting him to take the lead. Panic surged within him, more intense than the first time he had stood before a crowd to rally everyone. "It has come to our attention that you took our persimmons to the city not to present them to any county committee leaders whom you do not know, but rather to sell them at your own stall and at an exorbitant price of 5 cents each. Yet, when you acquired them from us, you did so at merely 5 cents per pound, with 1 pound containing 6 or 7 persimmons. Is this not a form of deceit? The general consensus is that you ought to reimburse us." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ping was momentarily taken aback, but then he broke into a laugh. "Ah, is that all? If there are multiple points to address, then let us discuss them all at once, and I shall resolve them in one go." At that moment, Zhang Ping exuded an air of arrogance and dominance, akin to a tyrant surveying his domain, seemingly indifferent to those before him. "Oh, Ping Ping," they said, "if you do not compensate us, we shall return the persimmons and cease our dealings with you." Zhang Yukai interjected awkwardly. "Any more grievances?" Zhang Ping inquired once more. Silence enveloped the crowd, prompting Zhang Ping to chuckle. "Well, now I grasp the situation. Since this is the nature of the issue, I shall address it publicly to prevent any distortion of your words." With that, he gestured dismissively, signaling them to depart. Reluctantly, they exited into the courtyard, where Zhang Ping surveyed the group once more and remarked with a smile, "I initially thought the 5 representatives had significant concerns, but it turns out we are merely dealing with a few misunderstandings. Allow me to clarify. The first matter is that I do not know any prominent leaders. The second is that I did not deceive anyone by selling the persimmons to the county committee. The third is the claim that I sold the persimmons at a high price and owe you all compensation. And the fourth is the demand to return the goods if I do not provide reimbursement. Are there any additional concerns? If not, I shall proceed to address these matters." Zhang Ping paused for a full 3 seconds, and when no one spoke, he continued. "Firstly, I admit that I have not sold the persimmons to the county committee. This is indeed true, at least not yet. As for knowing any significant county leaders, I believe that is irrelevant to this business transaction. I prefer not to respond to such inquiries. Interpret it as you will. Regarding the claim that I sold at a high price and owe you compensation, I must declare, take your grievances elsewhere. My ability to sell at a higher price is my own merit, and the law permits individuals to engage in trade. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to lodge a complaint. If you envy my profits, you are welcome to sell at high prices as well. It's inconsequential to me. As for the demand of returning goods without reimbursement, that is entirely your prerogative. If you believe you can sell elsewhere for a higher price, I would be pleased for your success." With a flourish, Zhang Guizha and Zhang Jianmin promptly set up a rickety table, while Zhang Ying illuminated the scene with a lantern. Zhang Ping then produced a pencil and a ledger from within, placing them upon the table, signaling that he was ready for a confrontation. "If you wish to return the goods, then do so. The current Zhang Ping is not the naive individual he once was. I am unperturbed by your threats of returns. If you wish to return, do so now. I am about to retire for the night, so do remember to bring the note I wrote for you," Zhang Ping declared resolutely. The voice was faint yet chilling, slicing through the air like a knife, accompanied by the biting cold wind against the face. The atmosphere was eerily silent, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. No one anticipated that Zhang Ping, a mere child, would exhibit such audacity and assertiveness, his demeanor even more domineering than his father, Zhang Dachuan. However, this tranquility lasted but a few fleeting seconds before it was swiftly drowned out by a cacophony of noise, dissipating the previous air of intimidation. What to do now? This fellow is as stubborn as a mule, unwilling to relent. Naturally, who would willingly part with their hard-earned money? This rascal is no good. Perhaps retreating would be wise. Yet, would that mean trudging back to the commune to sell for a mere 5 cents? Carrying a basket for miles, only to be met with disdain? What if they refuse to take it back? No, one must not be intimidated by this young scamp. I am solely motivated by profit. If I can secure a higher price, then I shall withdraw. Otherwise, I shall not. The crowd bickered for quite some time. Yet not a single soul stepped forward to demand a return, nor did anyone mention leaving. It seemed they had settled for idle chatter. Zhang Ping rolled his eyes and turned to his sister, Zhang Ying. Sister, please go prepare dinner. We are quite famished. After our meal, we shall retire early. Zhang Ying intended to inquire about the packaging boxes, but clearly, the moment was ill-suited for such questions, so she proceeded to the kitchen, followed closely by Zhang Lan to assist. Zhang Ping then addressed Zhang Yin. Fourth brother, fetch a basin of water for us to wash our faces. His dismissive demeanor irked everyone present, yet they dared not cause a commotion, for their fortunes were firmly in Zhang Ping's grasp. After everyone washed their faces, they noticed dinner was nearly ready, yet still, no one came forth to request a return. Zhang Ping, unperturbed, directly inquired, "Is anyone here wishing to return their goods? If not, I shall commence my meal. Do you intend to stand in my yard all night?" Internally, the crowd cursed. The situation was already precarious, and this little rascal had the audacity to press them further. Many felt inclined to strike him. Humph! Without Zhang the butcher, did they expect to consume a pig still covered in hair? Suddenly, one person stepped forward. Zhang Ping recognized him as Zhang Yuming, the brother of Zhang Daming. Very well, hand over the receipt I issued to you, and let us settle this matter right here. Chapter 44. Hope abounds. Zhang Ping offered a faint smile, displaying no hesitation as he opened the ledger. He then addressed Zhang Gui and Zhang Jianmin. Second brother, Jianmin, please prepare 326 pounds of persimmons for Uncle Yuming. Zhang Yuming was taken aback by Zhang Ping's resolute demeanor, displaying such decisiveness. This left him somewhat flustered. He did not genuinely wish to return the goods, but merely sought to negotiate for a better price. Zhang Ping, you are being unreasonable. Zhang Yuming stammered, his thoughts in disarray. Zhang Ping regarded him coolly. Uncle Yuming, did you not express a desire to return the goods? Present me with the receipt I provided. And once the scale is verified, you may take your persimmons, and we shall be square. Zhang Yuming was momentarily at a loss for words. He could hardly admit to wanting to extract more money. What is this? No longer wishing to return? Are you deliberately toying with us? Zhang Ping's words were merciless, addressing you all, and thus implicating everyone present. In the dim glow of the flickering lamp, Zhang Yuming's expression fluctuated between anger and despair, which Zhang Ping found rather amusing. It was truly laughable how they sought to maintain a facade of propriety while indulging in their selfish desires, as if they could monopolize all the favorable circumstances. What a delusion! Zhang Yuming remained silent, disregarding the matter entirely, instructing Zhang Gui and Zhang Jianmin to set aside the agreed-upon persimmons, turning his attention to Uncle Yukai. Uncle Yukai, are you also thinking of withdrawing? Uncle Yukai, who had been merely spectating, was caught off guard by Zhang Ping's direct inquiry. His heart raced with panic as he stammered, I didn't say anything about returning goods. Internally cursing under his breath, he lamented how this little rascal had singled him out, threatening to tarnish his reputation. Of course, he had no intention of returning goods. His stock of persimmons had long been sold out, and the last batch had come from his relatives. Should he dare to return any, his relatives would scold him mercilessly. Little did he realize, this seemingly amiable character was the most damaging, lacking conviction in times of trouble, always eager to reap benefits, and blindly ingratiating himself with others. Oblivious to the fact he was being used as a pawn, Zhang Youcai's face twitched, his voice considerably diminished. Zhang Ping regarded him coolly, stating, since you are not returning, Uncle, you might as well head home early. It's cold tonight. Don't catch a chill. I've had a long day, so I want to keep you. With that, Zhang Ping fixed his gaze upon him, leaving Uncle Yukai feeling embarrassed to even stand there, and he forced a wry smile before turning to leave. Once Uncle Yukai departed, Zhang Ping spoke coldly. Those who do not wish to return goods should leave promptly. Those who remain are indicating a desire to return. Bring out your slips and line up. I've had a long day and lack the time for frivolities. Instantly, everyone felt a stinging sensation on their faces, akin to a sharp slap. Hesitantly, They began to exit one by one, even Zhang Yuming melting into the crowd. What alternative did they have? Could they truly linger here to return goods? That would jeopardize their ability to sell persimmons and earn money. Did they truly wish to endure the humiliation of seeking favors from the supply cooperative? Gradually, the courtyard fell silent. In the back of the crowd, Li Dagan seethed with resentment, astonished at how effortlessly Zhang Ping had subdued so many, feeling utterly powerless to intervene. Zhang Gui, Zhang Jianmin, Zhang An, and Zhang Lan observed Zhang Ping's youthful visage, still tinged with innocence, and felt a sense of reverence, something even their own parents had never instilled in them. Dominant and resolute, Zhang Ping exhaled softly, stating, "Zhang An, close the door. It's time for dinner." Zhang An promptly dashed over to secure the courtyard gate, while Zhang Gui and Zhang Jianmin hastily cleared the small table. Zhang Ping collected the account books and entered the room. The space was already brimming with persimmons, and the newly arrived gift boxes had filled it to overflowing. Zhang Ying, suppressing her excitement, approached with a large bowl of noodles. "Ping, come on, eat quickly, or it will turn mushy." This treatment was originally exclusive to Zhang Dachuan at home. However, it is uncertain when others began to willingly extend this privilege to Zhang Ping, despite the fact that he is still a child in the household. After dinner, Zhang Ying and Zhang Lan swiftly washed the dishes, and everyone reconvened in the cramped room of the Zhang Ping brothers, sitting in a row along the edge of the Kong due to the lack of space. Ping, I was just about to ask you, what are you doing with these boxes? And these gift boxes are truly beautiful. They appear to be brand new. What purpose do they serve? Zhang Ping smiled and replied, "Oh, I was just going to tell you about that." He then picked up a double-layered plastic container and deftly began to fill it with persimmon cakes. Each layer contained 4 circular recesses, with each recess perfectly accommodating 2 persimmon cakes, totaling 8 cakes per layer, and 16 in total for the 2 layers. Once he had assembled the container, he carefully wrapped it in exquisite decorative paper, transforming it into a gift box before sealing it. A splendid gift emerged before the eyes of everyone present. After showcasing the gift, Zhang Ping stated, "Did you all see this? Our most pressing task now is to pack the persimmon cakes into similar gift boxes. Let us work diligently tonight to get them ready as quickly as possible, and then I will find someone to transport them for sale." Zhang Ping's explanation was straightforward, yet he did not mention how much they would sell for or to whom. Although everyone was full of questions, no one dared to inquire further. Zhang Gui was aware of the situation but was uncertain about the details of the transaction. Nonetheless, he felt a surge of excitement, as Zhang Ping had informed him that this business could yield substantial profits. Zhang Jianmin had even less information but also recognized that it was a lucrative venture. Zhang Ying refrained from asking questions because she believed Zhang Ping, by not revealing more, wished to keep Zhang Jianmin in the dark, as he was an outsider. Zhang An and Zhang Lan were utterly astonished, at a loss for words, wanting to ask numerous questions but unsure where to begin. Ping, do you mean we need to finish packing these tonight?" Zhang Gui asked in surprise. Zhang Ping furrowed his brow and responded, "Originally, I did not wish to rush. But given today's events, I believe it would be better to finish packing and send them out sooner. Earlier, I spotted Li Dagan and Zhang Daming amidst the crowd, and it is evident that they are the ones stirring up trouble. We need to address this promptly." Upon hearing Li Dagan's name, Zhang Gui expressed confusion, saying, "Are you suggesting that this situation was instigated by them?" Zhang Ping nodded. "He has secretly observed our persimmon sales in the city, and I have seen him attempt to sell persimmons, but he clearly lacks the skill, having sold very few. Isn't he simply looking to cause trouble? He certainly does not wish to see our family thriving. Li Dagan truly is despicable for resorting to such actions." Zhang Jianmin exclaimed in dismay. Zhang Ping waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. Tonight, let's endure a bit of hardship and work through the night to prepare these gift boxes." With the family's finances stretched thin, the prospect of earning money made everyone willing to endure the labor and late hours, and there was no dissent among them. Zhang An and Zhang Lan have also completed their examinations, completely unburdened by the thought of school, and naturally, they were eager to participate. Without further ado, the siblings immediately began the process of packaging persimmons in their room, stacking the finished boxes in Zhang Ying's room. In a humble household, there are seldom rigid customs. As long as personal garments are tucked away, family members are free to come and go. Zhang Jianmin suggested calling his wife and parents to assist, but Zhang Ping, citing sufficient manpower, successfully dissuaded him. In truth, Zhang Ping wished to avoid too close a connection with his uncle's family, particularly with relatives who remained indifferent even when their father suffered a broken leg. He preferred the comfort of his own siblings. As for Zhang Jiamin, he had no choice but to accommodate the guests who had been staying for several days. He could not simply dismiss them. The task was straightforward, initially slow. But as everyone gradually gained proficiency, the pace quickened considerably. With 6 individuals working on 3,000 gifts, each person was tasked with assembling 500, which was not an overwhelming workload. Nevertheless, they labored until the early hours of the morning, around 2 o'clock, all feeling the strain in their backs and legs. With Zhang Ping particularly reluctant to lift a finger. It was far too late. So Zhang Jiamin had no choice but to squeeze in and sleep with Zhang Ping and his siblings, all rugged men unconcerned with niceties. The following morning, Zhang Ping awoke to the light of day and promptly called out to Zhang An, "Let the others sleep a bit longer. You stay here and keep an eye on things. If anything arises, wake them up. I'm heading into town." With that, he quickly departed. This time, Zhang Ping ventured out alone, without any persimmons in tow, which puzzled Li Dagan and Zhang Daming, who had been keeping a watchful eye on him. Zhang Ping's sole purpose for entering the city was to inform the county committee's guest house to procure supplies for Wu Guangcai, requesting that he send a vehicle to transport the goods. Zhang Ping was not keen on the arduous task of hauling everything with a cart. Upon learning that the goods were ready, Wu Guangcai was naturally delighted and promptly agreed to dispatch a vehicle by noon. Zhang Ping, feeling elated, decided not to rush home. He arranged to ride back with Wu Guangcai and thought to visit his parents at the hospital, wondering how they were faring post-surgery. After the operation, Zhang Dachuan's leg was bound tightly, resembling a zongzi, but his spirits were high. Upon seeing his son, the previous stern demeanor softened, and he casually inquired, "What brings you here so often? Aren't you supposed to be setting up a stall? You should keep an eye on things." Your second brother and Jiamin don't quite grasp it. Zhang Ping felt a warmth in his heart. This was his father's way of showing concern. It is indeed a rarity for a man to express such tenderness, and Zhang Dachuan's ability to articulate even a single kind word was commendable. Zhang Ping quickly smiled and replied, "Dad, we're not setting up today. It's only fair to let everyone rest a bit, right?" However, Zhang Dachuan grew agitated. Reprimanding him, "Rest? Is this more exhausting than repairing a riverbed? The debts we owe still need to be repaid." Zhang Ping was momentarily taken aback. His steadfast father had finally come to accept the idea of setting up a stall for business. However, upon reflection, it is quite understandable that earning a living solely through farming is no easy feat. It became apparent to him that while his son may not excel in agriculture, he possesses a remarkable aptitude for business. He is not one to cling rigidly to tradition, and accepting this reality is not difficult. With these thoughts settled in his mind, Zhang Ping's countenance brightened with an even broader smile, as he remarked, "But it's too late now. Let us take a day to rest. We cannot burden ourselves with relentless toil, can we?" Zhang Dachuan, though fuming and puffing in frustration, refrained from dissent. His ire was not directed at his son's choice to rest rather than set up a stall, but rather at the audacity of the young man to counter his views. Meanwhile, Li Xiaomei observed this exchange with a sense of joy. It was the first time the father and son communicated without resorting to harsh words. This atmosphere felt refreshing. A transformation in the son heralds a brighter future for the family, instilling a sense of hope. Chapter 45. He must not succeed this time. The father and son managed to avoid squabbling, which brought Zhang Ping considerable satisfaction. When noon arrived, after accompanying his parents, he purchased lunch for them before heading to the county committee's guest house, where Wu Guangcai was indeed awaiting him. As he approached the entrance, he spotted a Dongfeng truck parked outside, confirming that matters had indeed been resolved. Upon entering, he was greeted promptly by Wu Guangcai. "Wu, have you eaten yet?" Zhang Ping inquired casually, but he could clearly discern the admiration in Wu Guangcai's eyes. With a pat on his shoulder, Wu Guangcai remarked, "Well done, young man. You've secured the goods so swiftly. The leadership is already aware and is quite attentive to this matter. Let us proceed." Zhang Ping was uncertain whether the leadership referred to Xiao Manli, Wang Guodong, or another official, yet this was inconsequential. His primary goal was to finalize this business transaction. The prospect of profit was one aspect, but more importantly, he envisioned himself as a supplier of gifts for the county committee's guest house. In this era, only manufacturers could supply such gifts, making an individual's provision of goods a pioneering venture and a test of the market economy. In hindsight, this may seem amusing. Yet in this unique period, It represented a groundbreaking novelty, as evidenced by Wu Guangcai's reaction. Shortly thereafter, a tall man in his 40s emerged, his sharply defined face adorned with fine stubble and a 1-inch scar on his forehead, exuding an aura of ruggedness. Xiaozhong, this is Master Zhao Guangro, our driver for this trip, Wu Guangcai introduced. Zhang Ping, taken aback, inquired, Wu, are you joining us to collect the goods? Wu Guangcai chuckled, of course. The leadership places significant importance on this endeavor. Allowing an individual to provide gifts is a novel initiative. Had it not been for my unsuitable identity, I would have insisted on witnessing the entire process myself. Zhang Ping understood that his initial suspicions were indeed correct. His reasoning led him to conclude that much of the credit belonged to Wang Guodong and Xiao Monli, and he would be sure to repay this favor in the future. Hello, Master Zhao, I am Zhang Ping. The goods we are collecting are those I supplied. I appreciate your efforts, Zhang Ping said promptly. For reasons he could not quite grasp, he felt a sense of unease around Zhao Guangrong, sensing an undercurrent of danger that made him anxious. Zhang Guangrong, somewhat unexpectedly, cast a few more glances at him, yet refrained from elaborating, offering a slight smile as he remarked, It's nothing. This is part of my professional duties, not particularly arduous. Just mention the location. Weishui Commune, Huan Village. Zhang Ping promptly stated the address without further ado. Excellent. Once we reach Weishui Commune, you shall guide me. I am unfamiliar with Huan Village. Zhao Guangrong nodded slightly and took his place in the driver's seat. All right. Wu Guangcai, standing beside, urged Xiaozhong. Let us be on our way. Get in the vehicle. The cab of the Dongfeng truck was quite spacious, accommodating 2 additional individuals without issue. And given that they were all grown men, it was hardly a concern. As the vehicle roared to life, Zhang Ping experienced his first ride since his rebirth. Despite the bumpy journey, he was overwhelmed with emotion. In his previous life, he had traveled in far more luxurious vehicles. Yet he found immense pleasure in this moment of modest comfort. He resolved to acquire a car for himself. Zhang Ping silently vowed, realizing it was already 1984. The Southern reform and opening up was in full swing, and owning a personal vehicle was no longer an extraordinary feat. He had witnessed this himself in the Shenzhen Special Economic Zone, where the demeanor of those Hong Kong businessmen, looking down upon mainlanders with an air of superiority, still left him feeling discontented. All of them shared the same yellow skin and black hair. What gave them the right to consider themselves superior? Was it merely wealth? Although Zhang Ping did not have a wealthy father, he could become the father of a wealthy man. After some time on the road, Wu Guangcai, noticing Zhang Ping's silence, suddenly asked, Xiaozhong, how old are you this year? 17, almost 18. Zhang Ping intentionally exaggerated his age, fearing he might be underestimated. Haha. Zhao Guangrong, seemingly puzzled, let out a faint chuckle. Zhang Ping glanced over, and the sharply defined features of Zhao's face bore a hint of sarcasm, making Zhang Ping feel as though his deception had been discerned, causing his cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Wu Guangcai chuckled lightly as well, yet did not express any skepticism. Casually inquiring, what made you consider venturing into business? With your intelligence, you ought to excel in school, right? Zhang Ping felt a flicker of anxiety, suspecting that he was being tested. Oh, it was unavoidable. My family is impoverished, and some issues arose recently, leaving me with no choice. Otherwise, we would struggle to find food. Wu Guangcai sighed. Children from poor families mature early. The country remains too impoverished, and the common people suffer greatly. However, things should improve in the future. Zhang Ping nodded, affirming, I believe so. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? Wu Guangcai suddenly inquired. Zhang Ping was momentarily taken aback. The question bore a certain significance. It appeared to be a casual query, yet it was laced with an exploratory intent. As a former business magnate, he immediately recognized this and became cautious. Indeed, Wu Guangcai's purpose for this journey extended beyond merely transporting goods. There must be ulterior motives at play. Oh, isn't it common to hear such reports on the radio? They often announce new policies the government has implemented. Hearing about them frequently leads to a sense of optimism. I also heard there's a special zone in the south where many foreigners are investing in factories and such. Life is surely destined to improve. Zhang Ping could only offer such an explanation. However, his words piqued Wu Guangcai's interest even further. Can you comprehend the meaning behind those reports? Wu Guangcai inquired. Yet, Zhang Ping noticed a glimmer of curiosity in the other's gaze as he spoke. Oh, I can understand a little, mostly just my own musings. Zhang Ping replied vaguely. He dared not say too much. Given his current status, uttering anything overly sensational could lead to frightening repercussions, and he could not afford to invite insurmountable troubles upon himself. As a former business magnate who had navigated the murky depths of the corporate world, these were hard-learned lessons. Haha, Wu Guangcai chuckled, refraining from pressing further. Yet that smile caused Zhang Ping's heart to race. He felt that, even if the other could not discern his inner thoughts, he had certainly recognized that Zhang Ping was not being entirely truthful. Suddenly, Zhang Ping found himself fidgeting. Well, Wu Caigo, we have met a few times, but I haven't inquired about your position at the county committee's guest house. I hope it's not inappropriate for me to address you as Wu Caigo. Zhang Ping resorted to small talk to divert the conversation. Wu Guangcai turned his head, a gentle smile gracing his face once more. I am the Deputy Procurement Director at the County Committee's guest house. So, addressing me as Wu Caigo is perfectly acceptable. Ah, I see you are a high-ranking official. I apologize for my previous ignorance. Zhang Ping had not anticipated that the other was the Deputy Procurement Director, a position that was always in high demand, with many likely clamoring for such an opportunity. Not at all. I am indeed a procurement officer, so you were not mistaken. Has Master Zhao served in the military? Zhang Ping sensed that continuing the conversation in this vein would only expose him further, so he swiftly shifted the topic to Zhao Guangrong. Indeed, I served in the military near the border of Tibet, and before I transitioned to civilian life, I also spent time in the southwest, handling firearms. I was injured a few years ago and retired. Zhao Guangrong spoke casually, but Zhang Ping could discern that this was a man who had truly engaged in fierce combat against the enemy. Regarding his time in the southwest, Zhang Ping surmised he was referring to the battlefield of the Sino-Vietnamese War. Considering your age, you cannot be much younger than my father. I shall call you Uncle Zhao. Uncle Zhao, could you share some tales from the border? I hold great admiration for soldiers. Zhang Ping sought an excuse. Yet it was undeniable that he harbored a genuine yearning for the military profession. Having never had the opportunity in 2 lifetimes, he was eager to indulge in the stories. Zhao Guangrong did not decline and began recounting tales from the Tibetan border. Snowstorms, mountain closures, avalanches, ice caves, frigid winds. Zhao Guangrong spoke continuously about the harsh environment of the Tibetan border, never once divulging any details about missions with his comrades. Zhang Ping sensed that this was not solely due to confidentiality. There were likely deeper reasons the man preferred to keep hidden. He opted not to pry further, as his intention was merely to divert Wu Guangcai's attention. Listening to the descriptions of such treacherous conditions made Zhang Ping feel grateful. Even in the face of his current hardships, Zhang Ping narrowly escaped the inquiries of Wu Guangcai, but in the village, others were concocting new schemes to deal with him. In Li Dagan's home, Zhang Daming, Zhang Yuming, Zhang Quanlai, Li Zhaohua, and Li Dagan were gathered in a room. The men were smoking dry tobacco, filling the air with a heavy haze, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Li Dagan spoke up, Uncle Daming, Uncle Yuming, we must devise a plan. We cannot allow this brat to exploit our money so easily. Li Zhaohua, more direct in her speech, added, Indeed, we cannot just watch him profit. Zhang Daming shot them a sidelong glance and replied, Then what do you propose? We can't just go over and rob him, can we? What difference would it make to rob him again? It's not like we haven't done it before. Without hesitation, Li Zhaohua insisted, Why not? Just do it again. The men exchanged glances, giving her a look of incredulity, ignoring her completely. Li Zhaohua, taken aback, asked, What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Women understand nothing. Last time there was an excuse. We took advantage of the chaos. If we do it again, it would be outright theft. Have you lost your mind? Zhang Quanlai could no longer contain himself and cursed, feeling utterly humiliated by her suggestion. The mention of being scolded made Li Zhaohua's face pale, and she fell silent. Uncle Daming, you are the one with ideas. Please think of a solution, Li Dagan implored, looking towards Zhang Daming. Zhang Daming frowned thoughtfully. This kid is no longer reckless. He has a purpose in his actions. His return with those boxes surely indicates something significant. We must keep a close watch on him. He must not succeed unless we all profit together. All right, let us proceed with that. The others chimed in eagerly. Zhang Daming grinned slyly and called everyone closer, whispering his plan. Chapter 46. The cunning old trickster. A sudden honk from a car startled the entire Hewan village. What was that noise? Li Dagan abruptly sprang up from the Kong, recognizing the familiar sound of a car horn he had heard in the county town. As he stepped out of the doorless courtyard, he saw his little daughter running in, shouting, Daddy. There's a big monster. A big monster. What monster? Li Dagan shot her an irritated glare before stepping outside to investigate. To his astonishment, a large liberation truck was parked in front of Zhang Ping's house, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. What is happening? How did that kid manage to bring back a truck? A mix of emotions surged within Li Dagan. He had wished to see Zhang Ping's fortunes decline, to keep him underfoot along with the Zhang family, as a means to vent his own past sufferings. Yet, he could not fathom that after breaking Zhang Dachuan's leg, this scoundrel would suddenly turn his life around. And the Zhang family's fortunes would not only persist, but flourish. Such injustice. While he pondered this, someone rushed over and grabbed his arm. It was Zhang Daming. Dagan, what the hell is going on? Didn't you say this kid had no connections? How did he end up with a truck? As Li Zhaohua was about to speak, she noticed them approaching and inquired, what on earth is happening? Li Dagan was equally perplexed, uncertain of the situation himself. He had clearly seen this individual setting up a stall on the streets of the county town and had not witnessed any prominent figures seeking him out. Zhang Daming, upon hearing this, felt a surge of frustration and thought to kick him. This was utterly foolish. How could one expect to see a high-ranking official in the company of such a simpleton? You are not always by their side. Imbecile. Zhang Daming scolded without restraint. What shall we do now? Is the plan we discussed still viable? Li Dagan hesitated, his confidence wavering. Zhang Daming's eyes flickered with a cold glint. We shall proceed as planned. This young man, despite his newfound wealth, cannot possibly acquire such a vehicle alone. We are not the ones who commit heinous acts. He turned to Li Zhaohua and instructed, you must go to your family immediately and inform Zhang Fu's father-in-law about Zhang Ping's newfound fortune. I will send Yu Ming to Fengshou village shortly to relay the news to Zhang Ping's aunt. Dagan, you must hurry to the cattle shed and bring that lame old man over as well. If this lad has come into wealth, I refuse to believe he can indulge in luxuries while neglecting others. Understood. The group swiftly dispersed, unnoticed by the villagers who were engrossed in the spectacle of the grand automobile. At that moment, Zhang Ping was too preoccupied to take notice, busy with loading goods. Wu Guangcai observed the dilapidated village and the emaciated villagers, feeling a twinge of sorrow. The situation at Zhang Ping's home was not much different. Alas, rural areas are indeed impoverished. It is no wonder the country seeks reform and opening up. Previously, it seemed inconsequential, but now, the stark poverty is undeniable. Reform is imperative. His curiosity about Zhang Ping intensified. It was remarkable that such a family could produce such an anomaly. He had long been aware of Zhang Ping's true circumstances, which was why he had been assigned to oversee this matter. The leadership's directive was clear, to observe the entire process and comprehend the current realities of rural life. No leader would casually approve a unit engaging in business with an individual. Even experiments necessitated certain guarantees. As exquisitely crafted boxes were transported from the courtyard, Wu Guangcai's eyes gleamed with anticipation. After inspecting some samples to ensure everything was in order, he felt a sense of relief. Zhao Guangrong remained silent, merely observing with a steely gaze, as he had other responsibilities. The beautifully designed boxes soon caught the attention of Zhang Daming, Zhang Yuming, and others in the crowd, nearly causing their eyes to bulge in disbelief. Did he procure these? Are they for sale? What could possibly be inside? Surely, it cannot be the persimmons we sold him? These items must be worth a fortune. Just look at how splendid the boxes are. Each one must be worth at least $1, if not more. How much could all of this be worth? The crowd buzzed with excitement, but Wu Guangcai, exuding an air of authority in his military coat, commanded respect. Zhao Guangrong's fierce demeanor further deterred anyone from approaching with questions. Zhang Ping and his siblings worked together to move the goods. Even Zhang Jianmin called upon his wife, younger siblings, and parents to assist, ensuring that there was no shortage of hands. Anyone who attempted to ingratiate themselves and lend a hand was promptly rebuffed by Zhang Ping, who stationed Zhang Lan at the entrance to prevent any disturbances. With so many helping hands, the 3,000 gift boxes were swiftly loaded into the vehicle. Wu Guangcai, grinning from ear to ear, retrieved a cloth bag from the passenger seat. Zhang Ping had noticed this bag earlier when he got into the car. Its appearance unmistakably hinted at its contents being money. Indeed, once Wu Guangcai entered Zhang Ping's room, he promptly handed it over. Xiaozhang. Each gift is priced at 24 yuan, totaling 3,000 gifts. Here is 7,200 yuan. Please count it. At that moment, Zhang Ying, who had been carrying hot water towards the door, nearly stumbled in shock upon hearing this. scalding her hand with the boiling water. However, she paid it no mind. Fully aware that her brother had struck a significant deal, and she was astounded by the sheer amount of money, 7,200 yuan. What a staggering sum, akin to astronomical figures. Sister, are you all right? Zhang Ping, who had been about to speak to Wu Guangcai, quickly turned at the sound. Oh, I'm fine. I just twisted my ankle while walking. I'll refill the water. Zhang Ying hastily concocted an excuse and exited. Zhang Ping, too preoccupied to inquire further, turned back to Wu Guangcai and said, I want to count the money. I trust your integrity. Wu Guangcai shook his head. A true brother should be transparent with accounts. It's best you verify it in person. Zhang Ping, eschewing pretense, opened the cloth bag to reveal 6 neatly bundled stacks of cash, each containing 1,000 yuan. At that time, the largest denomination of paper currency was 10 yuan, and each bundle comprised 100 notes, resembling the modern 10,000 yuan notes. Additionally, there was another bundle with noticeably less cash, undoubtedly the leftover 200 yuan. After a cursory glance, Zhang Ping nodded. No problem, that's just right. He then added, given our age difference, I should refer to you as uncle. We are familiar enough now. If you don't mind my imposition, I shall address you as such in the future, as I may have further matters to discuss with you. Wu Guangping jested. If I had a nephew like you, I would be quite pleased, though I fear you may not be willing. It seems you have been plotting to curry favor with your uncle all along. Zhang Ping felt a twinge of embarrassment. Well, I actually do have a favor to ask of you. Wu Guangcai shot him an amused glance. Humph. I knew that calling me Uncle Wu would be in vain. Zhang Ping chuckled awkwardly before continuing. Uncle Wu, as you can see, my family situation is quite challenging. The people in the village are not very harmonious. My father is currently hospitalized in the county hospital after undergoing surgery. I anticipate he will be discharged in a few days, but it would be inconvenient for him to return home for checkups and medication. I would like to arrange temporary accommodation in the city. Could you possibly help me find a rental? Oh, you're looking to rent a place? That is not difficult at all. I'll inquire for you. There should be options available. Wu Guangcai readily agreed without hesitation. Zhang Ping shook his head and replied, No, Uncle Wu, I am not looking to rent a house. Rather, I wish to purchase one. Please inquire if there are any transferable properties in the county town, preferably with a yard and multiple rooms, as my family is large and a few rooms would not suffice. Wu Guangcai was taken aback. You want the whole family to move to the city? Zhang Ping nodded affirmatively. Indeed, there is little future in the countryside. Merely farming provides only for basic sustenance. My younger siblings are still in school, but the educational conditions in rural areas are dismal. I hope they can receive a better education and eventually gain admission to a good university. My brother and sister are not young anymore. Wouldn't they have better prospects in the city? Zhang Ping spoke casually, even with a hint of mischief in his tone, yet to Wu Guangcai, it sounded like a thunderous revelation. This young man was remarkably ambitious, thinking far ahead. While most young men his age were preoccupied with frivolities and seeking money from their families, he was already engaged in business, contemplating how to elevate his family's living standards. Reflecting on what he knew about this young man, Wu Guangcai felt even more astounded. Uncle Wu, is it a difficult matter? Zhang Ping assumed Wu Guangcai was hesitant to assist. Oh no, I was merely distracted, thinking of something else. My apologies. Wu Guangcai replied with an apologetic smile. If you truly wish to buy a yard in the city, I happen to know a teacher from County No. 1 High School whose family once owned land. Their ancestral property was confiscated, but they have recently reclaimed 2 yards over the years. He currently occupies one and is considering selling the other. I will inquire for you, and you can come back in a couple of days. It should not be a problem. Since you intend to bring your siblings to the city for their education, you should also contact the schools, right? Wu Guangcai suddenly inquired. Zhang Ping's eyes brightened. Uncle Wu, do you have a way? Wu Guangcai immediately regretted his words, realizing he was proactively assisting this young man, who was seeking help from whom. However, having spoken, he could not retract his offer and said, Since I am helping you with the yard purchase, that teacher is from County No. 1 High School, so we can approach him regarding both matters. Zhang Ping was overjoyed, and without hesitation, he pulled out a bundle of 200 yuan from his money pouch and handed it to Wu Guangcai. Uncle Wu, one should not go empty-handed when seeking assistance. Please take this. At that moment, Wu Guangcai reassessed his impression of Zhang Ping. He was far from an inexperienced youth, but rather a shrewd and sophisticated individual. That is more than necessary. Wu Guangcai attempted to decline, but Zhang Ping insisted, "Uncle Wu, there's no need for formality. Even kin should not take advantage of each other. If I had nothing, it would be a different story, but since I have money in hand, please do not hesitate. There will be more matters for which I may require your help in the future, so let us not stand on ceremony." "Very well." Wu Guangcai ceased his objections, accepting the money and viewing Zhang Ping with even greater warmth. Chapter 47. Continuous explosions. As soon as Wu Guangcai and Zhao Guangrong departed, Zhang Ping was immediately surrounded by a group of people, including his uncle's family and other villagers. "Ping, what is in that box? Who is that person? He looks like a high-ranking official." Ping, have you embarked on a grand venture? We are family, after all. With our household in disarray, you must not forget about us." A cacophony of inquiries erupted, overwhelming Zhang Ping to the point of ear-piercing discomfort. Enough. Your incessant chatter is rendering me deaf." Zhang Ping, exasperated, bellowed to quell the clamor. "I do not wish to dwell on this matter, but I can affirm that I am indeed engaged in business. Should anyone wish to accompany me, I will not forget them. However, let me make this abundantly clear. Those seeking only to reap benefits without contributing shall not find my indulgence." Zhang Ping's serious demeanor cast an unfamiliar chill over the crowd, even causing his elder uncle to sense a slight unease. Ping, such words are uncalled for. We are family. Regardless of the circumstances, Aunt will always stand by you." Aunt Tian Shui interjected with a broad smile, her wrinkled face almost intimidating, prompting Zhang Ping to take a cautious step back. "All right. It's best you all return to your own affairs. I have matters to attend to and cannot entertain you further." Zhang Ping was thoroughly vexed, caught off guard by the unexpected commotion arising from a mere transaction. After much effort, he finally ushered everyone out, but his uncle and aunt remained inquisitive, bombarding him with questions. Frustrated, Zhang Ping resorted to claiming a headache and expressed a desire to rest, which finally succeeded in dismissing them. Once he closed the door, tranquility enveloped him. It was imperative to procure a residence in the city. Remaining at home was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. Zhang Ping felt a growing sense of distress within the household, devoid of any semblance of privacy. The lack of decorum among these individuals was disheartening. They rifled through his belongings without hesitation. He had been so startled earlier that he clutched his money bag tightly, fearing it might be pilfered amidst the chaos. At last, he retrieved the money bag, carefully opened it, and beheld 6 neatly stacked bundles of cash, igniting a fervor within him. This was his first substantial earnings, the inaugural step towards realizing his dreams. He believed that within a few short years, he would reclaim a life of abundance. Knock. While he was still immersed in his hopeful reverie, an urgent knock on the door interrupted him. "Lao San, open up. It's Zhang Gui." Zhang Ping hastily secured the money back into the bag before answering the door. Outside stood not only Zhang Gui but also Zhang Ying, Zhang En, Zhang Lan, and Zhang Jianmin, a veritable gathering. "Do you have business?" Zhang Ping queried, puzzled. "Of course we have business," Zhang Gui retorted tersely, striding directly into the room. "I haven't even had the chance to ask you what this business is all about. Why have you been so reticent, even with family?" Observing Zhang Gui's disgruntled expression, Zhang Ping felt equally helpless. "Indeed, Ping, please elucidate. You're driving us to distraction. Who is this person, and why has he entrusted you with such a sum?" Zhang Ying pressed. Sister, did he really give Lao San a substantial amount?" Zhang Gui's eyes widened in astonishment. He was perplexed, astonished that even Zhang Ying was aware of it while he remained oblivious. The displeasure etched on his face grew more pronounced. Zhang Ping opened his mouth, glanced at the crowd, and finally swept his gaze across Zhang Jianmin's face, ultimately saying nothing. "Ping, what's wrong? Is there something else?" Zhang Ying, unable to discern Zhang Ping's intentions, began to spiral into wild imaginings, fearing that perhaps this matter involved something illegal, causing her complexion to pale slightly. "Sister, please don't jump to conclusions. This business is entirely legitimate, and the money is clean. There is no issue." With Zhang Jianmin present, he could not divulge the truth directly, but he wished to quell his sister's anxious thoughts, urging her quickly. "Then do enlighten me." Zhang Ying, feeling increasingly confused, pressed him. Zhang Ping, feeling helpless, gazed at his sister, unsure of how to explain. Zhang Lan seemed to sense something amiss and gently tugged at Zhang Ying's sleeve. Puzzled, Zhang Ying looked at her and asked, "Xiaolan, why are you pulling me?" Zhang Ping found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Letting out a sigh as he turned to Zhang Jianmin, and said directly, "Brother Jianmin, it is not that I am unable to share this matter with you, but rather that I prefer you remain unaware." Zhang Jianmin was taken aback, and the others instantly shifted their attention to him. Realizing their folly in not considering the presence of an outsider, effectively cornering Ping into offending someone. Since he had already spoken, Zhang Ping continued unabashedly, "Cousin, I do not wish to conceal anything from you, but I know your discretion has never been particularly reliable. Once we return, you will undoubtedly relay everything to uncle, aunt, and our cousins. It would be one thing if you all were merely informed, but your family tends to broadcast everything. And I truly do not want the villagers turning us into a spectacle. Such scrutiny could jeopardize not only my safety, but that of my entire family. Do you understand my perspective?" Zhang Jianmin's face flushed with indignation. "I wouldn't speak carelessly. Cousin, had you declared this on the first day, I might have believed you. However, during our last trip to the county, news of my market stall reached the village the very next day, even before Li Dagan had visited. Was it not you who let that slip?" "That was nothing." Zhang Jianmin's face turned purple. "Indeed, it was nothing, so I hold no grudge against you. However, if you were to learn today just how much I earned, and then struggled to explain it to Aunt and the others upon your return, only for that information to spread, have you considered the turmoil it could bring to our family?" Zhang Ping spoke with utmost seriousness, and all present felt a sudden chill. Had he not articulated this, they might not have considered it, but once it was said aloud, the implications struck them all. In a village where poverty reigned, should any family suddenly come into wealth, it would undoubtedly incite envy. "I won't speak carelessly. I'll tell my mother to keep it under wraps." Zhang Jianmin's voice was faint, clearly lacking conviction even to himself. Zhang Ping scoffed, Cousin, do you truly believe that? No offense intended. But what secrets can Aunt keep for even one night?" However, before Zhang Jianmin could utter another word, he was swiftly interrupted by Zhang Ping. "Brother Jianmin, I believe it is better for you to remain unaware of this matter. Allow me to bear the burden of the wicked. They will never glean any information from you. Should any details be divulged, it would be from my own family, and no one would suspect you. Thus it is for your own good. Now, I shall take my leave." Zhang Jianmin, his face flushed, turned on his heel and departed without hesitation. Once Zhang Jianmin was gone, Zhang Ping's countenance relaxed slightly. Though it remained far from pleasant, it was evident to all that he was discontented. "Ping, I apologize. I did not mean to jump to conclusions and thought you might be involved in something unsavory. In my haste, Zhang Gui's face wore a sheepish expression. Feeling quite embarrassed, Zhang Ping could afford a cold demeanor towards Zhang Jianmin, yet he could not extend the same to his own siblings. With a resigned tone, he addressed them, "Second brother, eldest sister, I must admit, it is my fault for not informing you beforehand. I was merely concerned that our financial gains might attract unwanted attention. However, it seems we have already caught someone's eye. Thus, from now on, please refrain from venturing out alone and be cautious with your words. To prevent inadvertently causing trouble for our family, I shall limit our discussions about business matters. Only discuss what you know, and do not inquire further. Rest assured, I will remain silent if you do." The siblings exchanged awkward glances, aware that this situation had led to discord within the family. Nonetheless, they understood that Zhang Ping's intentions were for their collective well-being. In a world where loose lips could lead to peril, the allure of wealth might indeed attract misfortune. By the way, I have given it some thought. After the new year, Shaoan and Xiaolon shall attend school in the city. I will find a way to arrange the transfer. We shall not be residing in the village for much longer, so prepare yourselves mentally. At last, Zhang Ping dropped another bombshell, leaving everyone in a daze. What? Attend school in the city? Where will we live? What will we eat? How much will that cost? Zhang Lan exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Zhang Ping affectionately tousled her hair and reassured her, "Do not worry. I shall ensure everything is taken care of. Focus on your studies and strive to gain admission to a university." Zhang nearly leapt from his seat. He had long dreamt of studying in the city, having heard tales of the splendid school buildings and abundant resources. Previously, he could only fantasize about it, never imagining he would have the opportunity to pursue his education in the city. "Thank you, third brother." Zhang expressed his rare gratitude towards Zhang Ping. "We are brothers. No need for thanks." Zhang Ping smiled. "Ping, if Xiaoan and Xiaolon attend school in the city, where will we stay? What will we do for meals? Do our parents know?" Zhang Ying raised a crucial question. "Fear not. Our entire family will relocate to the city. That is not a concern," Zhang Ping replied casually. "What? The whole family will go there and abandon farming? Zhang Gui was taken aback. Today, one revelation after another had left the family in a whirlwind, feeling as though they were caught in a dream. It is no matter. We can return during the harvest season. If we cannot manage in the future, we can have others tend to the fields in the village. It is a minor issue. I will discuss this with our parents. Zhang Ping undertook a multitude of responsibilities upon himself. Nevertheless, it took considerable persuasion to convince his 4 siblings to accept this situation. Ultimately, he issued a stern warning that this matter should not be disclosed to anyone without his consent. At that moment, each sibling nodded in agreement, a sense of bewilderment washing over them as they realized their family truly stood apart from the others in the village, and certain matters could no longer be discussed frivolously. Second brother, third brother, I hear you've been quite busy at home lately. Why haven't you come to call on your elder brother? Am I to be treated as a stranger? As soon as the 5 siblings exchanged words, an unhappy voice echoed from the courtyard. Zhang Fu. Zhang Ping was taken aback. This voice belonged to the Zhang Fu he remembered. Why had he returned so suddenly? Confused, he followed the others into the courtyard. Brother, you're back? Zhang Gui asked with a furrowed brow. Brother, Zhang Ying echoed, while Zhang Lan remained silent, trailing behind Zhang Ying, her small face displaying displeasure at the sight of Zhang Fu and his family. Upon stepping outside, Zhang Ping beheld 4 figures in the courtyard, 2 adults, a child standing nearby with 2 white worms protruding from his nostrils, and a little girl, her face flushed from the cold, being cradled by a woman in her 20s with a gaunt face. Yet, Zhang Fu seemed oblivious to the greetings of the gathered family and frowned instead, asking, "What is going on here? You have matters at home, and didn't he inform me? Do you even consider me your elder brother?" He was short-haired, with dark, lean skin, tall stature, and bright eyes exuding a shrewdness reminiscent of the elder brother Zhang Fu from Zhang Ping's memories. Zhang Ping's expression soured instantly, as Zhang Fu scolded them. His gaze swept through the crowd until it landed on Zhang Ping's face as he emerged. "Third brother, what do you mean by this? I've heard you've been conducting a significant business at home and earning quite a sum. Why haven't you mentioned this to your elder brother?" Zhang Ping's countenance darkened. Zhang Fu had returned, immediately asserting his elder brother status and clearly targeting him. He had encountered such individuals before, businessmen who leveraged their status to exert pressure. Now it was his own elder brother. "Oh, what does my business have to do with you?" Zhang Ping's words were as unyielding as stone, devoid of any warmth. Zhang Fu was taken aback, unprepared for Zhang Ping's retort. As the eldest brother of the family, he was accustomed to being obeyed. Unless their father Zhang Dachuan intervened, he had never faced defiance from his siblings, which irked him greatly. His expectation was that upon his arrival, they would welcome him into the house, recount the events in detail, and allow him to oversee the business, with all profits ultimately flowing into his hands. But instead, he was met with a cold reception, igniting his frustration. "Third brother, what is with your attitude? I am your elder brother. Is this how you speak to me?" Zhang Fu's tone was laced with accusation and reproach. Zhang Ping coldly stated, "It is of no consequence. Do I owe you an explanation for my actions? I am your elder brother." Zhang Fu asserted his authority. "Indeed, by blood, he was my elder brother, but so what? I am not your servant." Zhang Ping's words were undeniably harsh, implying that while he may be the younger brother, he should not be regarded as a mere subordinate. "There is no necessity for me to account for my actions to you." Zhang Fu had previously attempted to assert his dominance with bluster, a tactic that had proven effective in the past, but this time it failed utterly, igniting genuine anger within him. "Third brother, are you seeking a fight?" Zhang Fu seethed. "Huh. You showed no concern when our father had his legs broken, and when our mother sought to borrow money for his treatment, you flatly refused, retreating with your wife and children. Now you return to flaunt your authority, ungrateful wretch. What gives you the right to threaten me?" Zhang Ping, who had previously lived recklessly, was appalled by Zhang Fu's selfishness, only caring for his own immediate family while disregarding their parents and siblings. He would not tolerate such arrogance. "Zhang Ping, you've really grown bold. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of our father for the trouble you have caused." Zhang Fu, his fury boiling over, charged at Zhang Ping. Zhang Gui's expression shifted instantly. He could not allow Zhang Fu to strike Zhang Ping, for he was the family's current source of income. If he were to be harmed, they would once again face poverty. Zhang An was equally incensed, recalling that their third brother was to be sent to town for schooling after the new year. If he were to be injured, how could the eldest brother, with such character, possibly send him to school? He might end up dropping out to toil in the fields. "Eldest brother, If you dare to strike third brother, I will retaliate, Zhang An declared angrily. Zhang Gui, wishing to prevent Zhang Ping from being harmed and to avoid any embarrassing family disputes, stepped forward to block Zhang Fu, saying, "Eldest brother, you truly cannot strike the third brother today. Otherwise, I will not support you." Zhang Ying, feeling anxious yet powerless, saw the eldest son of the Zhang family, Mao Dan, rushing forward and shouted, "What do you, a mere child, have to do with adult matters?" Mao Dan, unable to bypass Zhang Ying's obstruction, was filled with indignation, feeling that his uncle was showing too little respect to his father. Zhang Ping, however, smirked coldly. "Second brother, step aside. I want to see if he dares to lay a hand on me. If he does, I will ensure he understands the consequences." Zhang Ping provoked Zhang Fu. "If you possess the courage, strike me and witness how I will make you regret it for the rest of your life, with no further opportunities granted." Zhang Ping was deliberate in his actions, aiming to stoke the flames of confrontation and sever ties with Zhang Fu entirely, fearing that he might otherwise relent if their parents returned. "Zhang Ping, you have stated as much, thus I will indeed strike you today. If you do not lie incapacitated for several days, I am not Zhang Fu." Zhang Fu's rage erupted uncontrollably, and even Zhang Gui could not restrain him. There was little he could do. Although Zhang Fu was lean from farm labor, he was all muscle and possessed great strength, comparable to Zhang Jiamin, easily pushing aside Zhang Gui, who was merely a weakling. Zhang Fu charged forward, delivering a punch directly at Zhang An, who stood defensively in front of Zhang Ping. Disregarding him entirely, Zhang An's face paled in terror as he watched the fist descend upon him, only to be yanked aside by a powerful hand. The impact resounded as Zhang An was pulled away, but the blow landed squarely on Zhang Ping's back. Zhang Ping could have evaded it, yet he could not forsake Zhang An, resulting in his delayed reaction. Stumbling, he fell to the ground. "You insolent wretch, devoid of respect for your elders, even denying your own brother. I shall make you pay dearly." Zhang Fu reveled in his triumph, noting that while Zhang Ping's temper had intensified, his abilities had not improved. He remained as feeble as ever. Cursing under his breath, Zhang Fu aimed a kick at Zhang Ping. Should he connect, the blow would land squarely in Zhang Ping's abdomen, likely resulting in a brutal beating. Zhang Ping's anger flared, directed not only at Zhang Fu but also at his younger brother Zhang An for causing such chaos, which led to his current plight. However, he had learned some fighting techniques in his past life, having tussled with thugs while conducting business in Shenzhen, and later training with a martial arts master. Although his skills were rudimentary, they sufficed to handle Zhang Fu. As the kick approached, Zhang Ying and Zhang Lan gasped in horror, covering their eyes, tears streaming down their cheeks. In that moment, Zhang Ping executed a roll, deftly evading the blow by a mere 2 feet. Zhang Fu, overextending his kick, nearly lost his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Ping sprang to his feet. Zhang Gui, witnessing Zhang Ping's narrow escape, felt a slight sense of relief and exhaled deeply. Yet, the next moment, Zhang Ping coldly stated, "Zhang Fu, I never imagined you would truly strike, disregarding even the youngest brother. Since you have chosen to forsake our brotherhood, I shall no longer recognize you as my elder brother. From this day forth, I sever all ties with you. We are no longer brothers." Just as Zhang Fu regained his balance, he heard Zhang Ping's declaration, dismissing it as mere complaints and focusing solely on his desire to fight, launching another punch without hesitation. This time, however, Zhang Ping was not in the position to save anyone. He merely sidestepped, allowing Zhang Fu's fist to miss entirely. While the previous miss could be attributed to Zhang Ping's cleverness, this time, his ease in evading left Zhang Fu momentarily taken aback. In that instant, Zhang Ping countered, delivering a swift kick. Though not particularly forceful, it struck precisely at Zhang Fu's shin, a region rich with nerve endings, eliciting sharp pain. Zhang Fu's face contorted in agony, his features crumpling despite the barrier of his pants, his body bending low as he nearly collapsed to the ground. But Zhang Ping did not relent. He delivered another kick, this one landing squarely on Zhang Fu's chest. The impact sent Zhang Fu tumbling to the ground. With another swift motion, Zhang Ping kicked again, this time targeting Zhang Fu's abdomen. Zhang Fu let out a pained cry, curling into a fetal position like a shrimp. Zhang Fu's wife, He Guizhi, was rendered speechless. She had initially believed that her husband would seize the opportunity upon his return to take charge of the family's business, allowing her to indulge in the luxuries of life, consuming meat and white flour daily. However, to her astonishment, not only did her plans fail, but her husband ended up being beaten, turning him into a mere dog. Afu! Higuaiji exclaimed, attempting to rush forward, only to be restrained by Zhang Gui. Sister-in-law, the eldest and the third brother are just having a scuffle. You needn't interfere. Men will sort it out amongst themselves. Zhang Gui insisted, holding on to Higuaiji, though internally he was exhilarated, thinking, finally. I've longed to see this happen. The third brother is truly formidable. Bang! Bang! Zhang Ping mercilessly struck Zhang Fu with his feet, leaving his clothes soiled with dirt. Each kick eliciting cries of agony. After an indeterminate number of blows, Zhang Ping finally ceased, panting heavily as he berated, Zhang Fu, did you not intend to strike me? Come on, fight back. What are you even worth? You wretched creature, neglecting your parents and attempting to meddle in my affairs. Who was the unfortunate ancestor that led you to believe you could return and seize my earnings? Look at yourself in the mirror. What right do you have to claim any of Zhang Ping's money, and why should I support you? This tirade was not solely directed at Zhang Fu, but also at the individuals who had relayed the message to him. The expressions of Li Xiaohua and Zhang Quan, who were watching the spectacle from the entrance, darkened instantly, as they realized they too were implicated in the insults, having been the messengers. Finally, Zhang Ping delivered a final kick to Zhang Fu's back and spat disdainfully, Zhang Fu, I have made it abundantly clear, from this day forth, I no longer recognize you as my elder brother. Our relationship is severed, and you shall receive no further opportunities from me. Remember this. Chapter 49. The fear of a vengeful spirit. After Zhang Fu was thoroughly beaten, the village buzzed with excitement, eagerly spreading tales of the conflict between the Zhang brothers. The narrative quickly morphed into a cacophony of versions, each more embellished than the last. Some claimed that Zhang Fu sought to usurp Zhang Ping's wealth, prompting the latter's wrath. Others suggested that Zhang Ping had utilized the stolen 1,200 yuan to conduct business, and Zhang Fu was merely trying to teach him a lesson, only to be met with retaliation. There were even whispers that Zhang Ping had audaciously pilfered from Zhang Fu, leading to a fierce fraternal quarrel. Regardless of the variations, in the days that followed, Zhang Fu was utterly humiliated, hiding away on the bed, lashing out at his wife and children, while Zhang Ping strode about with unbridled confidence, showing no signs of remorse. However, that is a tale for another time. For now, let it be noted that after delivering a sound thrashing to Zhang Fu and leaving behind a resolute proclamation, Zhang Ping retreated into the house, indifferent to the scene unfolding in the courtyard, where Zhang Fu lay and Higuaiji, along with their children, wept and cried out in despair. The onlookers lingered, reluctant to disperse, but only prepared to leave once Zhang Fu's family had entered their home. Little did they know, another individual was approaching the courtyard, vociferously berating Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping, you uncouth wretch, come out here. Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Ping's brow furrowed in irritation. Why is she here as well? The voice of this individual was unmistakably familiar to him. It belonged to Li Hongmei, his aunt, who had caused quite a scene on the streets of Fengshu village just days prior due to her sister's grievances. Although Zhang Ping had little desire to confront her, he could not simply evade her when she called him out by name. What madness is this? Are you not content to disgrace yourself in Fengshu village and have now come to our Hewan village to bring further shame? As he stepped outside, Zhang Ping unleashed a torrent of scorn. When it came to relatives, even those older than him, he could not condone the despicable actions Li Hongmei had taken against Xiaolan. Upon confirming Zhang Ping's presence, Li Hongmei immediately began to berate him. Zhang Ping, I have come to settle the score with you. You have left my Zhuzi incapacitated, lying on the bed. This is far from over. Zhang Ping merely smirked at her outrage. If he truly cannot rise, given your penchant for drama, would it not have taken you several days to come and cause a ruckus? If you speak civilly, I might still regard you with the respect of calling you aunt for my mother's sake. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to make known your shameful actions in Fengshu village here in Hewan village as well. Though Li Hongmei was indeed tempestuous, she was not entirely devoid of shame. Upon hearing his words, she faltered, fully aware of the ramifications of her own actions. The thought of her deeds being exposed left her feeling vulnerable. She feared the disgrace would render her unable to show her face in Hewan village again. Li Hongmei, ever fickle, swiftly transformed her scorn into a mockingly jovial tone. Oh, dear nephew, I was merely jesting with you. Why take offense? The family members, privy to Zhang Ping's earlier confrontation with Li Hongmei, were anxious about the unfolding situation, utterly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Was this truly their aunt? Zhang Ping, maintaining his stoic demeanor, simply retreated into the house. Li Hongmei's face flushed with indignation, her anger simmering as she longed to scratch the face of that little brat, yet she had not come to instigate a quarrel this time. She had to suppress her fury and wear a smile as she approached Zhang Ping's door. As for the onlookers, she paid them no mind. She had never been one to concern herself with the opinions of others. Upon entering the house and finding Zhang Ping reclining on the bed, she quickly forced a smile. "Ping Ping, please do not be angry. I was merely teasing you. I realized that I was in the wrong, and I apologize for the distress I caused Xiaolan. It was only today that I learned the true circumstances from Zhuzi, and I rushed over to express my regrets. Please, do not hold a grudge." Zhang Ping sat up. Casting a cold gaze upon her, "Speak plainly. What brings you here today?" Li Hongmei was momentarily taken aback. His tone was rather brusque. Yet she could not afford to lose her composure. "Oh, Ping Ping, is it so wrong for your aunt to come and visit? With your parents away these days? I was merely concerned for you." Zhang Ping found her words grating, akin to the incessant buzzing of flies, and he interrupted her sharply. "Spare me the pleasantries. I just had a confrontation with the elder. My mood is far from pleasant. If you are not afraid that my temper might turn on you as well, then cease this idle chatter." Li Hongmei's expression shifted at once. Upon entering, she had heard the commotion from Zhang Fu's room, where a woman and child were crying and shouting. The realization that Zhang Ping had struck Zhang Fu made her acutely aware of the unpredictable nature of his temper, one that could very well turn against her, as evidenced by the last uproar at her own home. Cough. "Dear Ping Ping, I have heard that you have recently ventured into business. Might you consider extending a hand to your dear aunt? As you know, my household is filled with the elderly and the young, and our circumstances have grown dire. We are even on the brink of going without meals. Surely, you cannot stand idly by while your aunt's family faces starvation?" Zhang Ping furrowed his brow slightly. He truly did not wish to assist such relatives. However, his aunt was not Zhang Fu, and his mother held this sister in high regard. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards his mother. While his parents were aware of his elder brother's character, they remained oblivious to the misdeeds of his aunt. He did not want to create undue distress for his mother, caught in a dilemma. "Ping Ping, you cannot turn a blind eye to our plight. Otherwise, I may have to seek your elder sister's help." Li Hongmei, thinking Zhang Ping was still miffed from their last encounter, hastily invoked the name of his elder sister. "Li Xiaomei." Zhang Ping's brow knitted tighter as he coldly replied, "If you dare to exploit my mother's goodwill without restraint, I will sever all ties with you. From now on, anyone who secretly assists you will be cast aside." Li Hongmei immediately picked up on Zhang Ping's anger regarding her past actions, but sensed a glimmer of negotiation. She quickly responded, Of course. Rest assured. My dear Ping Ping, I have indeed made many mistakes in the past, but that will not happen again. I merely implore you to assist your aunt." Zhang Ping shook his head. "I am willing to provide emergency aid, but I cannot rescue a family of your size. It would be a feat just to ensure my own family has a warm meal. Do not expect more." Li Hongmei was not foolish. She was quite astute and instantly grasped the underlying message in Zhang Ping's words. "Ping Ping, I understand your concerns. You worry about the Wang family, correct? Do not fret. I will speak with your uncle and arrange for a separate household." Zhang Ping remained silent, merely gazing at her. "I only care about the results." "All right, understood. Your aunt comprehends." After saying this, Li Hongmei left the room with a forced smile. Internally, she cursed Zhang Ping, lamenting that he was impervious to reason and that this visit yielded no benefit. However, as she approached the kitchen, a thought crossed her mind. Zhang Yuming had mentioned that Zhang Ping's household dined on meat and fine flour daily. If she could procure a little to take home, it wouldn't be entirely empty-handed, would it? Just as she was about to enter, Zhang Ping's cold voice echoed from behind. "If you dare to step inside, you shall never hear me call you aunt again." Startled, Li Hongmei froze in her tracks, quickly turning to offer a nervous smile. "Ah, Ping, do not misinterpret. I merely wish to quench my thirst." "Very well, I shall leave." With that, she hurriedly exited through the courtyard gate. Outside, Zhang Gui, Zhang Ying, Zhang An, and Zhang Lan all wore bewildered expressions. How remarkable was the third brother, that even a shrew like their aunt would back down. Meanwhile, at the gate, Zhang Yukai wore a bitter expression, pondering, "Alas, how did I let myself be so easily swayed last time? It appears that fierce spirits fear the truly formidable. Someone like Zhang Ping is indeed a force to be reckoned with." Chapter 50. A world full of dog eyes and envious gazes. Zhang Ping spent the afternoon decisively confronting his elder brother and driving away the troublesome aunt. thus solidifying his reputation as a fierce and cunning individual. However, to his family, he remained the epitome of goodness, serving as a robust pillar of support for the household. Following this incident, no one dared to treat Zhang Ping as a mere child any longer. This individual possessed formidable combat prowess and a silver tongue, rendering him someone not to be trifled with lightly. Coupled with his previous admonishment that sent the entire village retreating in shame, the perception of the Zhang siblings shifted significantly. However, this transformation was a boon for Zhang Ping, as it would alleviate some familial burdens. Although his aunt, Li Hongmei, was undoubtedly a persistent nuisance, he felt compelled to endure her presence for the sake of his mother's comfort. Once he had dispatched everyone, Zhang Ping summoned his siblings to his room. This is the money from today's shipment, yet we still have a considerable amount of persimmons left to sell. I intend to continue until these are sold. And with the new year approaching, we must persevere a little longer. To Zhang Ping, this was indeed a laborious task. However, for the rest of the family, it hardly constituted hardship. After all, the prospect of earning money was more than sufficient motivation. Did they not notice the envy in the eyes of the villagers? How will we continue selling? Are we to set up stalls in the city? Zhang Gui inquired, though his true curiosity lay in the day's profits, which he deemed inappropriate to voice, as it was his younger brother's earnings. While Zhang Gui was not without his flaws, he had never contemplated exploiting his own family. Noticing Zhang Gui's gaze frequently darting toward the money pouch, Zhang Ping could not suppress a chuckle. No, we will venture to Guanshan City tomorrow. It is home to numerous factories, and I plan to explore opportunities there. With the new year approaching, these factories will likely distribute bonuses to their employees. If I can negotiate with several of them, the business will become far more manageable. Upon hearing Zhang Ping's intent to conduct business in Guanshan City, the others regarded him with envy. Guanshan City? I want to go with you, Zhang Gui exclaimed, brimming with excitement. He had never traveled beyond the county town, and the allure of a larger city captivated his youthful curiosity. However, Zhang Ping shook his head. Tomorrow, I will go alone. You need not accompany me. Observing the disappointment in their eyes, he added, It's not that I'm unwilling to take you, but I, too, have never been to Guanshan City and am uncertain of what to expect. Moreover, given the recent events, many eyes are envious of our family. And with everyone now aware of our newfound wealth, it is prudent for you to remain at home, second brother. Additionally, we must be cautious of Zhang Fu. One impulsive action from him could lead to unforeseen consequences. At this, everyone felt a tightening in their chests. Indeed, without a dependable man in the household, one could hardly predict what trouble may arise. Zhang Ping shared this concern, wishing his elder brother Zhang Fu were a more stable presence. Yet, it seemed he was the greatest source of uncertainty in the family, and there was no escaping that reality. No one opposed him, and thus Zhang Ping opened the money pouch, saying, This is the money collected today. I will set aside 1,000 for tomorrow's expenses. The remainder, dear sister, you must safeguard, ensure nothing goes awry. 1,000. Zhang Ying was taken aback. When had her younger brother become so audacious, so casually demanding to carry 1,000 yuan? Yet, as she opened the pouch, her eyes nearly bulged out. How much is this? She exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Ping replied nonchalantly, A total of 7,200. I will give 200 to Deputy Director Wu, who came in to handle some matters. I will keep 1,000, leaving us with 6,000. 7,000. Zhang Gui could hardly believe his ears. Having never seen such a sum in his life, he had never heard of anyone possessing such wealth. Yet here it was, right before him, and he felt as if he were dreaming, instinctively reaching out to touch the money. Zhang Yin and Zhang Lan were equally overwhelmed, hastily covering their mouths to stifle any cries of disbelief that might attract unwanted attention. Come now, this is but a modest amount. In the future, our family's earnings shall be even greater. Do not display such naivety, Zhang Ping chuckled. Zhang Ying felt somewhat embarrassed by his words, shooting him an admonishing glare. Had she not seen the world? She gently caressed the money, tears streaming down her cheeks as hope blossomed within her. She could finally envision the possibility of canceling her engagement. Had anyone suggested mere days ago that Zhang Ping could assist her in this matter, she would have scoffed at the notion, but now she genuinely believed it might be achievable. She gazed at her brother, biting her lip, contemplating whether she ought to seize an opportunity to discuss this matter with him privately. She realized that if anyone in the family could sway the outcome, it was two individuals, her father, Zhang Dachuan, and this brother of hers. However, Their father remained hospitalized and financially constrained. Her only glimmer of hope lay in this previously reckless sibling. Ping, I wish to visit our parents in the hospital, Zhang Ping suddenly declared. Zhang Ping nodded. Very well. If you wish to go, then by all means, but ensure you hide the money securely, and someone must stay at home just in case. Third brother. I want to accompany elder sister. Zhang Ping immediately chimed in. Observing his sister Zhang Lan's hesitant demeanor, Zhang Ping said, Little Lan wishes to go as well. Then let us proceed. Tomorrow, we shall leave second brother at home. Zhang Gui, resigned but understanding the necessity, recognized that the money must remain safe, especially with the elder brother potentially becoming desperate. With the arrangements in place, Zhang Ping felt a sense of reassurance. The following morning, the family awoke early. Each with their own tasks. Aside from Zhang Gui, everyone quickly finished their breakfast and departed. For the first time, Zhang Ping was headed to Guanshan City, and he could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. Naturally, his thoughts were solely focused on how to market the remaining persimmons. Carrying a tattered burlap sack filled with over a dozen gift boxes, Zhang Ping strode forth with the resolute spirit reminiscent of the volunteers crossing the Yalu River, exuding confidence. He walked 3 miles to the nearest provincial road, for only there could he find transportation to the county town and Guanshan City. After nearly half an hour of waiting, a vintage blue and white striped car finally approached, its front adorned with a sign reading Tianwang Guanshan. At last, Zhang Ping's face lit up with a smile. The vehicle was not particularly swift, and the seats were quite uncomfortable, yet he had no alternative. The journey swayed and jostled for a full 2 hours before they finally arrived at Guanshan City. Observing this somewhat unfamiliar city, he felt a wave of nostalgia. He had visited Guanshan in his previous life, albeit infrequently, and was instantly reminded of the moment he squeezed into the train station, clutching the 50 yuan he had deceitfully acquired from Wang Lizi. This recollection led him to reflect on the misfortunes of his family in that past life, stirring a profound sense of discomfort within him. As a prefecture-level city, Guanshan streets were wider than those in Fengshan City, and the buildings alongside the roads towered higher than those in the county town. Although its overall area ranked low nationally, it was still a prefecture-level city, making it impossible to explore thoroughly in one go. However, he was here on business and could not afford to wander aimlessly. After some inquiries, he learned of a large factory nearby, the Fengshan Steel Pipe Factory, and without hesitation, he rushed over with his woven bag in hand. Excuse me, could you please direct me to the purchasing department of the steel mill? He inquired. Soon, he found himself standing at the entrance of the Guanshan Steel Pipe Factory, smiling amiably at the security guard. You're looking for the purchasing department? A country bumpkin like you wants to see the purchasing department? Why not go directly to the central authorities? The guard, wrapped in a thick military coat, scrutinized him with disdain, delivering a frosty reception. Zhang Ping's smile instantly froze on his face. He did not expect to be met with such rudeness right off the bat, though he had prepared himself for such treatment. Encountering it on his very first assignment was still infuriating. He considered cursing the guard for his arrogance, but a glance at his own round, shabby coat and patched trousers made him feel like the bumpkin he was being labeled as, prompting him to simply smile wryly, cursing himself inwardly for neglecting his appearance. Zhang Ping decided to forego further conversation. He turned away and, after a casual inquiry, discovered that there was a Guanshan shopping mall nearby, where one could procure almost anything, provided one had money and tickets. He had no tickets, but he did not require any of the ticketed merchandise. He simply needed cash. And as for money, he was certainly not impoverished. Just as he was walking down the street, the sudden sound of a car horn startled him. He turned around to see a jeep screeching to a halt mere meters behind him, nearly colliding with him. Are you looking for death, you bumpkin? A voice from the passenger seat shouted angrily. Zhang Ping felt an intense surge of indignation. He was walking on the side of the road, and it was the driver who had nearly caused an accident, yet they had the audacity to berate him. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade of his own, he noticed the driver's door swing open, and a young woman, roughly his age, hurriedly emerged. It must be said, she was an exquisite beauty. The girl sported a carefree ponytail and donned a beige woolen coat, her feet adorned with elegant black leather shoes. Clearly a scion of a prominent family. I apologize, are you all right? I just began learning to drive and got a bit flustered. Accidentally pressed the accelerator instead of the brake. Her voice was melodious and her demeanor amiable, which significantly tempered Zhang Ping's irritation. One must acknowledge that physical allure serves as an excellent icebreaker. It is challenging to remain angry in the presence of someone strikingly attractive. At that moment, Zhang Ping found himself at a loss for words, opting instead to say, "Oh, it's nothing. Just be cautious while driving. Practice in less crowded areas, as streets can be perilous." Having uttered this, he turned and walked away. "Shaoan, why are you wasting your breath on that bumpkin? You didn't even hit him," remarked a young man seated in the passenger seat with a tone of disdain. "Cousin, how can you say that? We were in the wrong," the young woman retorted, visibly displeased. All right, let us hurry. We're short on time and must get to the mall before it's too late." The jeep soon roared back to life. But as it passed Zhang Ping, he distinctly noticed the young man casting a fierce glare in his direction. He understood this to be a harsh reality of society. Until he amassed sufficient strength, such encounters were unavoidable. Alas, the world is rife with narrow-mindedness and envy. Zhang Ping sighed helplessly. Chapter 51. A chance encounter with a beauty not far from Guanshan Mall. Zhang Ping quickly located it. "What a distinctly modern architectural marvel," he exclaimed, gazing at the structure before him. He couldn't speak for other reincarnators, but for Zhang Ping, encountering such era-defining edifices always stirred a profound sense of nostalgia. The building stood 3 stories tall, embodying a Republican style infused with Western elements, albeit showing signs of considerable wear. A grand sign at the entrance boldly proclaimed Guanshan Mall, evidently a later addition. As he walked through, Zhang Ping perceived this place as the epitome of commercialization. Surrounding establishments included barbershops, state-run restaurants, and grocery stores, alongside numerous makeshift vendors, reminiscent of bustling scenes from decades hence. While not overwhelmingly crowded, a steady stream of foot traffic was evident. However, his attention was immediately drawn to a jeep parked at the entrance, striking against the backdrop of this era when automobiles were a rarity. It was unmistakably the same vehicle he had encountered moments earlier, license plate unchanged. After a few glances, he entered the mall, unbothered by the presence of others. Without hesitation, Zhang Ping made his way to the barber shop. The haircut was straightforward, devoid of extravagant styles. One could opt for a buzz cut or a simple middle or side part. Yet, the styles appeared peculiar, reminiscent of secret agents from later films. An experienced barber wielding a razor was busy giving someone a buzz cut. Fortunately, the shop was not crowded, and Zhang Ping was promptly attended to. He requested the barber to give him a tousled look, with neatly trimmed sides, resembling a fresh, energetic appearance. The barber's skill was commendable, completing the task in 10 minutes. 50 cents. The price left Zhang Ping momentarily astonished. What a bargain. Having completed his payment, he strode directly into the marketplace. Although devoid of air conditioning, it offered shelter from the wind and rain, rendering the atmosphere within considerably warmer than the outside chill. Upon entering the first floor, he found no gold or silver jewelry, nor brightly colored garments. Instead, the area was delineated by a matrix of counters, separated by pillars. Yet, due to the lack of organization, various shops were haphazardly crammed together, and the air was thick with a medley of scents: smoky coal from stoves, the aroma of steamed buns, and the lingering essence of oil, salt, and vinegar, creating a chaotic ambience that made him quite uncomfortable, extinguishing his desire to browse further. Others, however, seemed oblivious to the disarray, and Zhang Ping chose to adapt to the local customs. He soon discovered a shop selling ready-made garments and entered without hesitation. Inside, a handful of other customers were present, accompanied by 5 or 6 sales clerks, indicating a bustling atmosphere. Zhang Ping did not linger over the surroundings and casually approached the racks of clothing. The sign above read Chen's tailoring shop, and he stepped inside. Oh, this marketplace is rather indiscriminate, allowing all sorts of people in, even beggars. Sales personnel, you ought to be vigilant against theft. Just as he was about to inquire about suitable sizes, a harsh voice suddenly pierced the air from a nearby counter. Zhang Ping frowned and turned to see the very young man who had been seated in the passenger seat of a jeep earlier. What unsettled Zhang Ping most was the mocking gaze directed at him, complemented by the youth's ostentatious hairstyle, exuding an air of frivolity that unmistakably marked him as a villain. Indeed, his exclamation drew the attention of everyone in the vicinity, their eyes now fixated on Zhang Ping, akin to the suspicious stares one might reserve for a thief. "Comrade, are you here to get some clothing?" A middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s and wielding a large pair of scissors, approached with a tone that, while tinged with skepticism, retained a semblance of professionalism. Zhang Ping, feeling irked, given the scarcity of clothing stores, suppressed his anger and replied, I am not here to get clothing. Huh, did you see that? A high-end ready-to-wear shop like this is hardly a place for a beggar to frequent. The annoying young man chimed in immediately after Zhang Ping's words. Casting a cold glance in the youth's direction, Zhang Ping turned to the tailor with a smile and asked, Is there a size suitable for me in that suit? The tailor glanced over, noting that Zhang Ping was referring to a sharply tailored Zhongshan suit. This one. The tailor scrutinized Zhang Ping up and down, then remarked, You are approximately around 7 meters tall. We have your size. Are you certain you wish to purchase it? Before Zhang Ping could respond, the abrasive voice of the young man rang out again. Master Chun, do you truly believe that a beggar could afford such a suit? Upon hearing this, Zhang Ping's temper flared, and he shot an unyielding glare in the young man's direction. Even a clay figurine has its limits. This individual's repeated provocations were intolerable. You spew such contemptuous words, looking down on others. Who gave you the right to speak so? Zhang Ping retorted without reservation. Everyone fell silent, taken aback by the unexpected harshness of Zhang Ping's response. You dare to insult me? The young man erupted in fury. Zhang Ping scoffed. What is wrong with cursing you? Even Qin Shi Huang faced criticism while unifying the realm. And what are you, then, that you should be exempt from disdain? I believe this is our second encounter, is it not? You have displayed nothing but arrogance towards me from the outset, and now your insolence has reached new heights. Hurling insults such as country bumpkin and beggar. Pray tell, what value do you possess? With the visage of a traitor, it is evident you are nothing more than a petty villain destined to meet a swift demise. I cannot fathom why a seemingly decent individual would willingly court such contempt. The youth, nearly beside himself with rage, turned a shade of deep crimson. He was clearly a spoiled young master, and Zhang Ping, disinterested in further banter, simply remarked with a smile, Do your parents know of your reckless behavior? If you lack the knowledge of proper conduct, it would be prudent to return home quickly, lest you provoke unnecessary concern. The world is rather tumultuous this year. There are many nefarious characters about. Though the words were harsh, they conveyed a bitter truth and held an undertone of menace. Nevertheless, the youth seemed to perceive a sense of alarm in Zhang Ping's admonition, his face morphing into a sinister grin as he retorted, Ah, clearly a fugitive who has escaped from somewhere. Master Chun, restrain him. We shall call the authorities to apprehend him. Even Master Chun furrowed his brow at this. Shao Qi, such statements should not be made lightly. One must bear responsibility for their words. The youth, now visibly displeased, shot back. Master Chun, are you protecting this fugitive? Fine, if you won't alert the police. I shall do so myself. With that, he cast a malevolent glance at Zhang Ping, declaring, You wait, before turning on his heel to depart. Zhang Ping's brow knitted in concern. He had not anticipated encountering such an arrogant scion upon entering the city. It was the early days of 1984, and with the Lunar New Year yet to pass, the crackdown was in full swing. Should he be falsely accused, extricating himself from the situation could prove quite challenging. Sigh, young man, you ought to leave at once. Master Chun, evidently seasoned and perceptive, recognized the youth's deliberate provocation and advised Zhang Ping. However, Zhang Ping shook his head resolutely. Master Chun, is it? I appreciate your concern, but I fear I truly cannot leave. If I do, I might indeed find myself in serious trouble. Master Chun was taken aback, and then could only manage a bitter smile. Alas, Master Chun, could you enlighten me regarding this individual's background? He appears quite the wastrel. Zhang Ping inquired. His father is the deputy director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau in the city's inner district. How did you manage to offend him? Master Chun could only offer a weary explanation. A second-generation official. Zhang Ping felt exasperated, lamenting his ill fortune in encountering such scum. Yet, he harbored no fear, trusting that the boy's father would not engage in reckless antics alongside him. Master Chun, might I request a suit in my size? Zhang Ping had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with the spoiled youth. He preferred to complete his purchase and attend to his own affairs. You truly wish to buy clothing? Master Chun appeared momentarily surprised. What of it? Are those garments not for sale? Zhang Ping inquired, puzzled. Oh, certainly not. It is just that they are rather expensive. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the purchase? Master Chun's expression was one of bemusement as he quickly clarified. Zhang Ping smiled and replied, If they fit well, I shall indeed buy them. This era may be rather backward, yet merchants tend to exhibit a commendable honesty. A high price is indeed a high price, and they do not arbitrarily inflate costs, particularly in the establishments of seasoned artisans. That outfit is priced at 100 yuan. It is not inexpensive. If you are truly willing to purchase it, I shall procure it for you. Master Chen reiterated. All right, Zhang Ping replied nonchalantly, while the other patrons and staff in the store gazed at him in astonishment. Could this young man truly be affluent? It was difficult to ascertain. Rumors had circulated that a thief had recently been apprehended in the outskirts, claiming to be wealthy before absconding with stolen goods. This lad, however, did not strike one as a nefarious character. Does evil reside solely on one's visage? Zhang Ping's expression darkened as he pondered the absurdity of such judgments. Uncle Chun, what do you think? Just as Master Chun was about to retrieve the clothing, a graceful young woman emerged from the back room. Her figure was curvaceous and her beauty striking, accentuated by her long legs, and her radiant smile was utterly captivating. Is it her? No wonder, Zhang Ping murmured, recognizing her as the young lady who had driven the jeep moments prior. At that moment, she donned a pristine light blue women's suit. Though it might appear somewhat outdated in a contemporary context, it was evidently fashionable at present. The tailored suit clung to her form, perfectly accentuating her outstanding physique, and coupled with her brilliant smile, she was truly enchanting, leaving Zhang Ping momentarily spellbound. Indeed, quite lovely. It would pair splendidly with a light-colored sweater, and that would be impeccable. Master Chen nodded with a smile, instructing a staff member to fetch the clothing for Zhang Ping. What brings you here? The girl suddenly noticed Zhang Ping, her face flushing with embarrassment. I came to purchase an article of clothing. Zhang Ping quickly responded. To his surprise, his heart raced uncontrollably at her gaze, his pulse quickening. Xiaowan, do you two know each other? Master Chen inquired, taken aback. Her name is Xiaowan. Zhang Ping noted. Xiaowan, somewhat shy, nodded and said, Oh, we crossed paths on the street earlier. I almost collided with her. I sincerely apologize for that near miss, and my cousin spoke rather rudely to you. I extend my apologies on his behalf. Xiaowan seemed oblivious to the earlier events that had transpired. As her words left her mouth, the onlookers exchanged peculiar glances. Upon hearing Xiaowan's account of the earlier incident, sympathy for Zhang Ping began to surface, and the prior wariness towards him noticeably waned. Just then, a staff member brought over a Zhongshan suit, and upon seeing it, Xiaowan exclaimed in surprise, You wish to buy this garment? Zhang Ping nodded, Indeed. I must attend to some matters today, and this attire simply will not suffice. After a brief explanation, he casually accepted the suit to assess its fit, and then turned to Master Chun. Master Chun, do you have a fitting room? I would like to try this on. The farthest room is my resting area. You may change there. Master Chun promptly pointed to the room from which Xiaowan had just exited. Zhang Ping nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded inside. The room was modest in size, a suite of approximately 20 square meters. At its center stood a large table, clearly a workspace for cutting fabric, surrounded by various materials and sewing machines, with people busily engaged in their tasks. Zhang Ping casually glanced around before stepping inside. The interior was quite small, merely 3 or 4 square meters, featuring a single bed that served as a makeshift resting place, rather Spartan in nature. Beside the bed lay a beige woolen coat and a distinct set of women-esque clothing, which immediately caused Zhang Ping to feel a touch of embarrassment. He recognized these as the garments worn by the girl Xiaowan. He quickly changed out of his cotton clothing, finding the fit somewhat loose due to his slender frame, as he lacked a sweater underneath. Upon exiting, Xiaowan seemed to recall that her clothes were still inside, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Yet, noticing Zhang Ping's composed demeanor, her embarrassment subsided. That outfit fits you quite well, though it feels a bit loose. A sweater would complement it perfectly, Xiaowan remarked, her eyes wide with surprise. Master Chen nodded in agreement, suggesting, Yes, you should wear a sweater underneath. That would make it fit just right. Zhang Ping replied. Then I shall purchase a sweater. I noticed some for sale at the mall. Without hesitation, he made to leave. Wait, you haven't paid yet. The attendant who had previously fetched the clothing interjected, her tone tinged with disapproval as she stepped forward, clearly concerned he might abscond without settling the bill. Zhang Ping suddenly realized his oversight, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Master Chen, my apologies. I was so preoccupied with buying a sweater that I forgot about this. He felt a twinge of regret, fearing he might be mistaken for a thief. Reaching into his inner garment, he produced a fabric pouch from which he extracted a neatly stacked bundle of bills, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Goodness, this young man is quite wealthy. 1,000 yuan. How could he possess such an amount? Could he truly be a thief? Murmurs rippled through the crowd. All eyes fixated on the money in Zhang Ping's hands. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Ping realized he had inadvertently displayed his affluence. Nonetheless, he did not hesitate, promptly counting out 100 yuan notes and handing them to Master Chun. This outfit costs 100 yuan, correct? Please verify. Master Chun, astonished that this seemingly unassuming young man carried such wealth, managed to conceal his surprise. He nodded slightly and accepted the payment. Indeed, this garment is now yours. Zhang Ping smiled, then extracted another 100 yuan, placing it in his pocket while stowing the remaining 800 yuan away. Master Chun, may I leave a few items here while I fetch a sweater? I'll also take my cotton clothing when I return. Certainly. Master Chun agreed without hesitation. Regardless of any potential issues, conducting business as usual was not amiss. Acquiring the sweater was a simple task. Zhang Ping returned wearing it, and indeed, the ensemble elevated his presence, instilling him with a revitalized air of confidence. He glanced down at his shoes, then turned around to purchase a pair of leather shoes, transforming his entire demeanor, shedding any trace of rusticity. Indeed, one is often judged by their attire. Zhang Ping chuckled softly and made his way back to Chen's tailoring shop. However, as he approached, he noticed a large crowd gathered at the entrance, causing him to furrow his brow. Officer, it's him. Quickly apprehend him. Don't let him escape. As he drew nearer, Zhang Ping was startled by a shrill voice. It was that insufferable dandy, young Master Qi. In the next moment, all eyes turned towards Zhang Ping. An officer saying emerged from the throng, with young Master Qi trailing behind. Cousin, you have gone too far. This is sheer slander. Came the indignant reprimand from Xiao Wan inside the shop. Xiao Wan, how can you betray your own? We cannot allow evildoers to go unpunished. Young Master Qi retorted without hesitation, his words seemingly persuasive but laced with malice. Indeed, as soon as the three officers arrived, they swiftly encircled Zhang Ping. Comrade, we have received reports from the public that you are a fugitive. Please accompany us for a brief inquiry, one officer stated coldly. Are you attempting to arrest me? Do you have any evidence? Zhang Ping's expression hardened. We have reports from the public. A young officer replied dismissively. Zhang Ping shot back. What if he is fabricating accusations? The young man was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by the retort. At that moment, a burly officer in his 30s interjected, We uphold justice. We will not wrongfully accuse an innocent person, nor will we let a criminal go free. If you are innocent, you will be released without issue. But if it turns out to be slander, how will you remedy the time you waste of mine? How long will I be detained? What will be the consequences? If I am found innocent, how will you compensate for my losses? Zhang Ping's unyielding barrage of questions left the officers momentarily at a loss, their expressions darkening. Without waiting for a response, Zhang Ping continued, I have matters to attend to today. While I am willing to cooperate with your inquiries, I implore you not to prolong my detainment. I shall not come to your precinct. I am concerned you may employ excessive measures. If there are questions, let them be addressed here in the presence of the public. Zhang Ping's assertive demeanor garnered admiration from many onlookers, who quickly voiced their support. Indeed, what if someone is wrongfully accused? Shouldn't we consider the implications of wasting someone's time? Law enforcement cannot act arbitrarily. Exactly. I've heard that once you enter the station, you are often subjected to a beating. Murmured voices echoed among the crowd, causing the middle-aged officer's expression to darken further. Very well, where are you from? Do you have any identification or letters of introduction? And what about all those gift boxes in your snakeskin bag? Where did they come from? Are they stolen? The middle-aged officer questioned brusquely. Zhang Ping casually retrieved a letter of introduction from his pocket and handed it over. This document was something he had prepared just in case. His father was the production team leader, and they had the necessary stationery and official seal at home. Of course, he had never anticipated needing it, and thus had not stamped it, but it served as a modicum of proof in this situation. Indeed, the middle-aged officer furrowed his brows upon reviewing the introduction letter, remarking, Zhang Ping is it? Why does this document bear only the stamp of the production team, lacking the seals of the village and the commune? Zhang Ping, unflinching, replied, Comrade, I did not intend to venture far today. It was an impromptu outing. Typically, when I travel to the county, I do not require such formalities, and thus, I did not acquire the stamps. However, if you have any doubts, feel free to investigate. The officer nodded, saying, We will naturally verify your statements. Now, could you elaborate on the gifts you mentioned? Oh, those are my own creations, Zhang Ping explained. I have prepared these gift boxes and recently supplied a batch of festive gifts for the county's guest house. I thought to bring some to the city in hopes of discussing potential sales with local establishments. Are you a sole trader? The officer inquired, his brow furrowing. Zhang Ping affirmed, indeed. Can anyone vouch for this? Certainly. My family, my fellow villagers, and comrade Wu Guangcai, the deputy director of procurement at the Fengshan guest house, can all attest to my claims, Zhang Ping stated resolutely, having no reason to conceal the truth. Excellent. We will verify this promptly. But we still need your cooperation in making a statement at the station, the officer reiterated. Zhang Ping's expression tightened. Then he glanced at young Master Qi, saying, It was he who reported me, so it would be best to bring him along. If this is a false accusation, he could be charged with defamation, which is a serious offense. What? Uncle Zhang. Young Master Qi's complexion paled, and as he sought to plead for leniency, he inadvertently exposed himself, causing the officer's expression to darken. Zhang Ping chuckled. So you are relatives. I must admit, I am a bit concerned. If we go to your police station, what if you resort to unlawful methods? You, the young officer, who had spoken earlier, was infuriated and seemed ready to lunge at him. Rest assured, I, Zhang Song, hold my uniform in high regard. The middle-aged officer glared fiercely at young Master Qi, visibly agitated. Zhang Ping fixed his gaze on Zhang Song, coldly stating, Very well. I will accompany you, but I hope this does not take too long. If I cannot return home before nightfall, my family will be frantic. My father is still in the hospital. If anything happens to them, you will bear full responsibility. Zhang Song's expression soured, yet he nodded, Do not worry. If you pose no issue, I shall release you promptly. May I accompany you as well? Just as everyone prepared to depart, Xiaowan interjected, I am Jiang Wan. My father is the director of the Fengshan steel plant, and I can attest that we have only met Zhang Ping twice. My cousin's accusations are purely malicious. Xiaowan, how can you speak so? Young Master Qi exclaimed, alarmed. Qi Wenbin, I have no cousin like you. You are utterly despicable. I do not understand why you would recklessly slander Zhang Ping. But do you realize this could have dire consequences? Are you even human? Jiang Wan seethed with fury, her body trembling with rage. Uncle Chen, do you have a phone? I need to make a couple of calls. At the very least to inform my father and my Uncle Qi about this matter, so they can address it. Chapter 53. I do not believe you. Qi Wenbin's face turned ashen, and he hurriedly implored, Xiaowan, please don't. If my father finds out, he will be furious. You fear that your father may strike you. Yet are you aware that a mere utterance from your lips could cost a life? Your behavior is utterly excessive. Jiang Wan, fuming with indignation, followed Master Chen to make a phone call, while Qi Wenbin wore a look of deep frustration, casting a venomous glare at Zhang Ping. However, the officer surnamed Zhang did not wait for Jiang Wan, but instead took Zhang Ping away without delay. Naturally, as witnesses, Uncle Chen, the owner of the tailor shop, the informant Qi Wenbin, and several patrons from the shop were also taken along to provide statements. Along with Zhang Ping's snakeskin bag and the clothes he had changed out of, it was a time of stringent crackdowns. No one dared to refuse the police's requests. Zhang Ping's assertive and eloquent rebuttal was a rarity. Ordinary citizens would not dare to act so boldly. Only someone like Zhang Ping, who believed himself innocent and possessed decades of experience from a previous life, could maintain such composure and courage. The police station was not far. 3 officers escorted a large group of people, attracting the attention of many passers-by. What trouble has arisen now? One onlooker wondered. The young man with his head bowed seemed familiar, as if he had just disembarked from a jeep. Had he gotten himself into trouble? You don't recognize him? He is the son of Qi Penghui, the deputy director of the tax bureau in Guan Nei district. He is usually quite domineering. Could it be he has truly committed an offense? As they walked, Zhang Ping overheard the murmurs of the crowd and finally grasped the identity of the troublemaker Qi Wenbin. Indeed, he was an offspring of privilege, akin to a highborn in ancient times. As for the extraordinarily beautiful Jiang Wan, she turned out to be the daughter of the factory director at Guanshan Steel Pipe Factory, another child of affluence. A sense of melancholy enveloped him. This was the reality of social stratification. Even with his rebirth, he could not surmount such societal barriers. They wielded their status to summon others with a mere word. While had he attempted to report Qi Wenbin, he would likely be disregarded and insulted, perhaps even face retaliation. The more he pondered, the more incensed he became. Yet this was the harsh truth he had come to understand in his previous life. The police station was merely 1,000 meters away, and they arrived swiftly. Zhang Ping was isolated in a room, and approximately 10 minutes later, Zhang Song entered with an officer. "All right, let us discuss your predicament," Zhang Song stated directly. Zhang Ping nodded, awaiting his words. "What grievances do you hold against Qi Wenbin?" Zhang Song inquired suddenly. "Huh." Zhang Ping was taken aback, never expecting such a question to emerge from Zhang Song's lips. "How could that be? I have only encountered him once on the road, and he insulted me a couple of times. We have never directly conversed. The tailor shop was merely our second meeting. How could there be any animosity?" Zhang Song frowned. "Then why did he claim you are a fugitive?" Zhang Ping felt a surge of frustration, thinking, "Are you out of your mind? I too would like to know why that fool is behaving this way. I do not know. As for whether I am a fugitive, a simple phone call to Wu Guangcai at the county committee's guest house in Fengxian County would provide clarity," Zhang Ping replied, striving to maintain his composure despite his exasperation. Zhang Song's expression grew increasingly grave as he stated, "We will naturally verify your circumstances. You need not instruct us in that regard. First, clarify the origins of those gift boxes. Are they not stolen? And what about the money you possess? Why do you carry such a substantial amount?" Zhang Ping could hardly restrain himself and retorted, "Shouldn't you first authenticate my identity and ascertain whether Qi Wenbin is falsely accusing me? If I am indeed being wronged, shouldn't I be released? As for the source of my money and belongings, that is my personal privacy. Are you not aware that one should not flaunt their wealth? Do you not realize that your actions pose a significant threat to my and my family's safety?" Zhang Ping's barrage of questions painted a grim picture on Zhang Song's face. He had not anticipated that this young man would be so tight-lipped. In truth, after Jiang Wan and the owner of Chen's tailoring shop, along with the patrons, recounted the events, he had already deduced that Zhang Ping was innocent. He was familiar with the Qi family and naturally knew Qi Wenbin's true character. However, Zhang Ping's earlier inquiries at the tailor shop had left him feeling quite embarrassed, and he was also curious about the origins of Zhang Ping's considerable wealth and gifts. During this crackdown, the higher-ups had mandated the completion of specific quotas for apprehending criminals, yet not a single target had been met thus far. "Come clean about your issues. If you refuse to cooperate, we have reason to suspect your possessions are of dubious origin." A younger officer expressed his disdain for Zhang Ping's attitude, rebuking him without reservation. "Huh, they say the police are the guardians of the people, but I never expected my first encounter with law enforcement to be with individuals like you. You already know I am being slandered, yet you still bring me here for interrogation. Are you intent on investigating the origins of my belongings? Should I suspect that you aim to exploit your authority for personal gain and seize my property?" "You." The young officer's face darkened with fury, his anger palpable. Yet he was at a loss for words in response. Zhang Song's expression soured further as he coldly remarked, "Zhang Ping, it would be wise for you to answer our questions honestly. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences." Zhang Ping's pupils constricted. "What? Do you intend to coerce a confession? I advise you to think carefully. Breaking the law only compounds the offense." "You." Zhang Song was on the verge of losing his temper, but ultimately restrained himself. "If you wish to inquire about the source of my finances, you must summon your superior. Frankly, I harbor doubts about your intentions. After all, the distinction between good and evil is merely a matter of perspective." Zhang Ping offered this biting retort and then fell silent. He recognized that he should not behave in such a manner, yet he could not help himself. Knowing he was innocent while they insisted on probing into his financial matters left him feeling insecure. His family was in dire need of money. This sum was crucial for launching his business and must not be jeopardized. He had no desire to become a target due to his substantial wealth. "Humph, let us depart." Zhang Song scoffed and stood to leave, while the young officer shot Zhang Ping a fierce glare before following suit. In the absence of a watch and with no windows in the room, Zhang Ping found himself oblivious to the passage of time, which felt interminable. Just as he began to drift into a drowsy state, the door creaked open, and 4 individuals entered. Leading the group was a man with a slightly receding hairline. Donned in a police uniform, his features sharp and authoritative, presumably in his 50s. Following closely behind were Zhang Song, the young officer who had previously reprimanded him, and an unfamiliar face. "This is the director of our precinct, Kong Changzhen. You may now candidly address your concerns," Zhang Song introduced. Zhang Ping cast a discerning glance at the quartet and was certain that Kong Changzhen possessed a military background. His posture was impeccably straight, exuding a demeanor reminiscent of the cold and imposing Huang Tao he had encountered earlier. "I've heard you know Wu Guangcai, the deputy procurement officer at the Fengxian County Committee's guest house." Kong Changjing inquired. Zhang Ping nodded in affirmation. I am aware that Qi Wenbin's claim of you being a fugitive is entirely unfounded, yet we must ascertain the origins of the money and gifts you possess. After all, many criminals are adept at concealing their tracks, and I hope you can understand our position, Kong Changjing stated with an even tone, imbued with an undeniable authority. Zhang Ping, however, stood his ground, asserting, this matter is quite straightforward. I have already informed Comrade Zhang Song that if you merely contact Comrade Wu Guangcai at the Fengxian County Committee guest house, everything will become clear. He is privy to the inquiries you just raised, but I would prefer you to disclose the information yourself. Kong Changjing maintained his calm demeanor, even displaying a faint smile in his eyes. Zhang Ping recognized the caliber of the man before him, but remained skeptical. I still do not trust you. I feel unsafe and am reluctant to answer trivial questions. You do not trust the police? Kong Changjing's brow furrowed slightly. No, it's not the profession I doubt, but rather the integrity of the individuals before me. Today's events have left me disillusioned. Qi Wenbin falsely accused me, and because his father is a government official, you are ready to apprehend me based on his word. If I were to claim he is a criminal, would you pursue him as well? I apologize, but I have serious reservations about your impartiality in law enforcement. What would it take for you to speak? Kong Changjing pressed further. Bring in someone I can trust to be present. Zhang Ping replied directly. Such as? Kong Changjing asked with a mild smile. Zhang Ping felt a sense of wariness. He could not fathom why these men were so interested in his money. It seemed increasingly difficult to keep his secrets. Please invite the young woman who defended me at Chen's tailor shop today. I trust her, and I believe you would not dare retaliate against her afterward. He proposed, finally offering a solution. However, inwardly, he silently apologized to the beautiful Jiang Wan. In the unfamiliar city of Guanshan, she was the only person he felt he could rely upon. Director, he is referring to Jiang Peng, the daughter of the director of the Guanshan steel pipe factory, who is related to Qi Wenbin. She's just outside. Zhang Song interjected. Kong Changjing nodded slightly. Then let us bring her in. Zhang Ping had never anticipated that Kong Changjing would truly acquiesce, and that the esteemed Jiang Wan would indeed arrive. Before long, the young officer exited, only to return accompanied by two individuals, a man and a woman, the latter being none other than Jiang Wan. The other was a middle-aged gentleman, somewhat portly, with a broad forehead and keen eyes that exuded an air of authority, clearly not an ordinary person. Director Jiang, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience of having to trouble you to come here. It is truly unavoidable. Zhang Ping was taken aback, realizing that this man was Jiang Wan's father. Chapter 54. Apologies, such a convenient phrase. Not at all. I have heard from my daughter about this matter. It indeed stems from her actions, and I should be the one expressing my apologies for the trouble this has caused your work. Jiang Peng spoke with utmost courtesy. As Zhang Ping observed the cordial exchanges, a sigh escaped him. Everyone seemed to be genuinely kind, yet he felt himself to be the unfortunate one. To his astonishment, Jiang Wan approached him to greet him. Zhang Ping, are you all right? I am truly sorry. I hadn't anticipated that I would bring you such significant trouble. Zhang Ping felt a surge of surprise and fluster, quickly responding, it's nothing. This isn't your fault. It's all due to Qi Wenbin deliberately creating a ruckus. Upon mentioning Qi Wenbin, Jiang Wan's face instantly reflected her indignation. It's all my fault. If I hadn't driven today, I wouldn't have nearly hit you. And my cousin wouldn't have seen you and carelessly spread unfounded accusations against you. Zhang Ping intended to return the courtesy, but by then, Jiang Peng had already called Jiang Wan back after the pleasantries were over. Zhang Song coldly remarked, Zhang Ping, you may now clarify the source of your assets. Zhang Ping shot him a frosty glance, but remained silent, turning instead to Kong Changjing. This expression of his provoked Zhang Song's ire. What an outright display of disdain and contempt. However, Kong Changjing merely smiled slightly and said, Xiao Zhang, this matter is fundamentally your misstep. To bring someone in based solely on another's words is hardly comfortable for anyone, is it? Kindly adjust your demeanor. Yes, Director. With Kong Changjing's intervention, Zhang Song was compelled to relent, though his gaze towards Zhang Ping was unmistakably filled with fury. Comrade, you mentioned that Jiang Wan has arrived. Now you may disclose the origin of your assets, Kong Changjing concluded, his tone brooking no dissent. Zhang Ping sighed inwardly, feeling like a mere pawn in someone else's game, utterly helpless. I am a sole proprietor. My family is quite impoverished, and circumstances compelled me to become self-employed. Zhang Ping recounted the brief history of his business endeavors, deliberately omitting any mention of Xiao Monli, instead stating that he had inadvertently crossed paths with Wu Guangcai, who inquired if he could supply goods. Upon finishing his account, he noticed a hint of admiration in Zhang Ping's eyes, while Jiang Wan looked at him with respect. Both Kong Changjing and Zhang Song appeared somewhat taken aback. So, you mean to say that in less than half a month, you have earned several thousand yuan? Kong Changjing inquired. Zhang Ping nodded slightly. One could say that. I have answered your questions. Can we now rule out the suspicion of being a fugitive? Or would you prefer to verify it by making a phone call? Kong Changjing chuckled. Hee, you are not a fugitive. We have already verified that. It was merely curiosity. Zhang Ping's expression darkened in an instant, and he retorted coldly, Curiosity? Director Kong, are you aware that your inquisitiveness could potentially expose me and my family to immense risks to our lives and property? Do you not think you are abusing your power? Zhang Ping erupted. Just because of a remark from an acquaintance of yours, you feel entitled to apprehend someone at will. Is it because my family lacks influence that you can act with such impunity? If one of my relatives were a high-ranking official, would you still dare to behave this way? Or would you, as a director, still cavalierly dismiss it as mere curiosity? Everyone was taken aback. No one anticipated Zhang Ping would explode in such a manner. Apologies. Kong Changjing's face flushed with embarrassment, especially in front of his subordinates and Jiang Peng's daughter. Hee. Apologies? Such a convenient term. A simple apology suffices for a wrongdoing. Huh? Zhang Ping sneered, his disdain evident. We genuinely regret the oversight. On behalf of the police station, I extend my apologies for the impact caused. Kong Changjing stood and ultimately bowed to Zhang Ping. Suddenly, Zhang Song interjected, Zhang Ping, it is my fault. I apologize. However, it hasn't significantly affected you. Shall we let it go? Zhang Ping self-mockingly replied, sure. Why not? You are officials, and I am merely an ordinary citizen. With the official stance, what dissatisfaction could I possibly harbor? Young man, enough is enough. One must learn to be forgiving. To his surprise, Jiang Peng spoke up. Zhang Ping turned to him with a smile. Uncle Jiang, thank you for coming today. I appreciate the trouble you took. He then turned to Kong Changjing, Director Kong. May I leave now? Of course. You are free to go at any time. Kong Changjing, eager to avoid further sarcasm from Zhang Ping, quickly agreed. What about my belongings? Zhang Ping inquired. Kong Changjing looked at Zhang Song, who promptly replied, they are being processed as evidence and can be claimed shortly. Good. Please take Comrade Xiao Zhang to retrieve them. Kong Changjing sighed softly. 10 minutes later, Zhang Ping finally emerged from the police station, feeling as if the air outside was incredibly fresh. Freedom is truly wonderful. He sighed softly. Hee, freedom is indeed delightful, but in life, one cannot escape various constraints. Young man, it would be wise to navigate life with a bit more tact, Jiang Peng remarked, speaking in a tone of a mentor guiding a junior. Thank you. Uncle Jiang, I understand. Zhang Ping quickly expressed his gratitude, acutely aware that had Jiang Peng not intervened, he might have remained inside for a much longer time. The legal framework of this era is quite inadequate, and the interrogation methods employed by the police station are notably brutal, with violence being commonplace. As for Zhang Song's attitude today, it was hardly surprising. They simply could not bear to lose face after discovering the truth, especially after being reprimanded by Zhang Ping in front of Jiang Peng. Thus they had no choice but to bow their heads and apologize. Young man, where are you headed? Let us give you a ride, Jiang Peng offered, gesturing towards a crown sedan parked by the roadside. This has indeed become a highly esteemed brand within the country, and to my surprise, Jiang Peng possesses it. A spark of fervor flickered in Zhang Ping's eyes. Naturally, this belongs to the steel pipe factory and not to him personally. However, Zhang Ping soon fell into silence, uncertain of where to go next. Dad, it's nearly noon, and today's events were instigated by me. Why don't we treat Zhang Ping to a meal? Jiang Wan suddenly proposed, alleviating Zhang Ping's awkwardness. That sounds reasonable. Let us head to the factory's guest house, where the cuisine is quite commendable, Jiang Peng remarked. Zhang Ping hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately acquiesced, half-heartedly placing the burlap sack into the trunk before joining them in the vehicle. He had not anticipated having such a close encounter with the factory director so soon, which left him in a quandary, uncertain whether to suggest his gift box. He feared that doing so might brand him as someone driven solely by self-interest, jeopardizing any future camaraderie. After their departure, Kong Changjing stood at the entrance of the police station, letting out a long sigh. I never expected this little fellow to possess such a temper. I had initially hoped to use this opportunity for that insufferable brat to gain some experience, but it has completely backfired. Zhang Song remained silent, merely gazing at the retreating silhouette of the crown vehicle, a flicker of irritation in his eyes. Chapter 55. Business transpires at the dining table inside the Jeep. Zhang Ping sat quietly, refraining from posing any inquiries to Zhang Ping, and upon entering the vehicle, he closed his eyes to rest, appearing somewhat fatigued. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan occasionally stole glances at Zhang Ping, her eyes reflecting curiosity and profound interest. Zhang Ping felt a shiver run down his spine under her gaze. Despite having lived 2 lives, he struggled to comprehend the intricacies of a woman's thoughts, and at this moment, he was utterly perplexed by the intent behind the little girl's scrutiny. Eventually, the Jeep halted at the guest house of the steel pipe factory. The trio disembarked, and they were promptly greeted at the entrance by a round-faced man, who, upon recognizing the factory director, donned a beaming smile. "Director, you've arrived. Is it for a meal, or—" "Oh, Director Chong, please arrange a standard meal for us," Zhang Ping replied, somewhat puzzled by the notion of a standard meal, and chose not to elaborate. Director Chong nodded with understanding, eagerly calling over a lovely waitress to escort the 3 to a private room, while he went off to coordinate the meal. The private room was rather modest, featuring a large round table that could accommodate a dozen individuals. At this moment, as the 3 took their seats, the space felt somewhat barren and desolate. The waitress poured tea for them before retreating. It was only then that Zhang Ping turned his attention to Zhang Ping. "Your name is Zhang Ping, correct? I just heard about your endeavors at the police station, and it truly moved me. Indeed, children of the impoverished often bear responsibilities early on." He glanced at his daughter, shaking his head slightly. Zhang Ping was uncertain of the underlying meaning, unsure how to respond. Looking at Jiang Wan, he noticed a hint of petulance etched upon her face. Zhang Ping found himself at a loss for words, yet unwilling to let the conversation lapse into silence. He chuckled and remarked, "Uncle Jiang, you flatter me. It's not that I have a choice. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to afford a simple meal. If I didn't become a small business owner, my family might struggle to survive through the new year." Jiang Ping nodded in agreement, acknowledging the difficulty of Zhang Ping's situation. "Indeed, you have my sympathy. But may I ask what your plans are for the future?" Zhang Ping's heart stirred. Was this an insinuation to guide him? However, he remained uncertain and replied, "I haven't given it much thought. I'm just hoping to make a few transactions before the new year, selling off some gift boxes to ease my family's burden." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping furrowed his brow slightly. "You're quite young. Why have you stopped attending school so early? With your intelligence, surely you could succeed in university, couldn't you?" Zhang Ping hesitated, momentarily taken aback. Since his rebirth, he often forgot his age. Were it not for such reminders, he might not have recalled that he was still a high school student. "Indeed, I'm still in high school, but my grades are average. I believe my potential for academic achievement is limited, and it would be better to earn money to support my younger siblings in their pursuit of higher education." He hastily concocted an excuse. "That is nonsense. How can you resign yourself to such a fate? Knowledge acquired is a treasure that can never be taken from you. Why should you think of others pursuing higher education instead of yourself?" The voice belonged to Jiang Wan, who had remained silent until now, her tone commanding and her expression filled with indignation. Both Zhang Ping and Jiang Ping were taken aback, their faces reflecting shock. "My apologies. I just feel your attitude is misguided." Jiang Wan quickly realized her outburst was excessive, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Thank you for your concern. But my family lacks the aptitude for making money," Zhang Ping replied awkwardly, surprised by Jiang Wan's sudden anger, feeling somewhat intimidated. Jiang Ping regarded his daughter with a peculiar expression before turning to Zhang Ping, speaking earnestly, "Young Zhang, while Wanner may have been a bit too intense, she is correct in one aspect. Knowledge gained is yours to keep, and no one can take it from you. Life is a long journey, and as the son of a farmer, the paths to alter your destiny are limited. Pursuing education and attending university is one of the most accessible routes. If you don't seize this opportunity, you may miss out on many valuable experiences. Right now, you may find satisfaction in earning a little money, but in a few years, your perspective may shift. People occupy different positions and thus have access to different circles. If you forego education, you are destined to miss higher realms of opportunity, and striving for advancement will become as daunting as climbing to the heavens. Do you understand my point, young Zhang? That does seem quite reasonable." Zhang Ping's mind felt somewhat foggy. He certainly grasped the essence of the conversation. The distinctions among individuals and their respective circles were evident. Experience had taught him that those who do not pursue higher education often find it exceedingly difficult to be accepted by the elite, regardless of their wealth. While affluence might enable one to employ intellectuals or experts, true acceptance and respect would remain elusive. Humanity tends to look upward while simultaneously comparing itself to those below. A fundamental flaw of our nature. With the wisdom gleaned from his past life, Zhang Ping comprehended this deeply. Yet, he did not quite grasp Zhang Ping's intention. If it had been his father, Zhang Dachuan, or his own uncles, or even other elder relatives expressing such sentiments, it would have seemed entirely normal. However, given that they had only just met today, his direct assumption of an elder's demeanor was truly astonishing to him. It felt as though the conversation had ventured too deeply too soon. Sensing the inappropriateness of his words, Zhang Ping awkwardly interjected, "Oh, I meant no offense. I merely believe that young people should seize the opportunity to read more while they are still young." Indeed, chimed in Zhang Wan, "My father speaks wisely. You have already earned quite a fortune. Surely it is sufficient for your family to enhance their living conditions." She quickly stepped in to alleviate the awkwardness for her father. "Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Thank you, Miss Jiang. I will certainly give it serious thought," Zhang Ping responded, albeit feeling somewhat bewildered. At that moment, a waiter knocked and entered with the dishes, effectively pausing their conversation, which relieved Zhang Ping considerably. Once the table was abundantly laden with 8 dishes and a soup, an impressive spread by contemporary standards, Zhang Ping realized what the term normal standards entailed. In the current societal context, such a feast was indeed lavish. He felt as though his worldview had been profoundly altered. Many believed that resources were scarce and that material goods were hard to come by in this era. Yet, Zhang Ping began to feel that this notion was misguided. The scarcity of resources and material wealth pertained primarily to the common folk. Those with status, power, and wealth continued to lead lives of relative ease. It appeared that despite having amassed considerable wealth in his previous life, he was merely a businessman, and his social standing was not particularly high. Historically, society has always stratified into classes of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, with the latter occupying the lowest tier. At this moment, he sensed that societal perceptions remained unchanged. In the eyes of many, merchants still held a lowly status, unless one could achieve the stature of someone like Xiao Ma. In an unexpected turn of events, he found himself stirred by an impulse to pursue higher education. "Zhang Ping, I am quite curious how you managed to earn such a substantial sum in such a short time. My father is a factory director, yet his monthly salary is merely 150 yuan, and our family savings are less than what you carry with you." The moment those words left her lips, Zhang Ping's face darkened, and he shot a fierce glare at his daughter. Zhang Ping, taken aback, thought that this little cotton-padded jacket seemed to have some holes in her reasoning. Yet, he felt compelled to respond, so he recounted his experience selling persimmons at a stall. The supply and marketing cooperative only buys them for 5 cents a pound, and you sell them for 5 cents each? How mercenary!" she exclaimed, her eyes narrowing in mock rage. Observing Jiang Wan's animated expression, Zhang Ping found her utterly delightful. Thanks to Jiang Wan's playful interruptions, the meal was imbued with a pleasant atmosphere. Once they had nearly finished eating, Zhang Ping set down his chopsticks, prompting Zhang Ping to do the same. "Xiao Zhang, it is evident that you possess a sharp intellect. You should continue your studies." However, he continued, "You mentioned that you intend to come to the city to promote your gift box of persimmons. Might I have a look at your gift box?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Ping's heart raced. After all, his original plan had been to seek out the steel pipe factory to market his persimmons. And now that the factory director was sitting right in front of him, he needed to seize this opportunity without hesitation. "Oh, splendid. The gift boxes are in the snakeskin bag, placed in the car. I shall retrieve them immediately." Zhang Ping was overjoyed and hurriedly dashed outside. As a factory manager, such an opportunity was not to be taken lightly. As long as he wasn't lacking in common sense, this could undoubtedly lead to a profitable venture. He swiftly exited the guest house, returning with the snakeskin bag in hand. He then produced 2 boxes and placed them before Uncle Jiang. "Uncle Jiang, look at this." Upon seeing the items, Zhang Ping's eyes brightened slightly. He opened one box and casually picked up a persimmon cake, taking a bite. "Ah, delightful. Quite tasty," he exclaimed. "And the packaging is commendable. Where was it made?" Zhang Ping inquired, seemingly nonchalant. Zhang Ping, however, did not dare to underestimate him. To assume that Jiang was merely asking casually would be foolish. Uncle Jiang, these persimmon cakes are prepared by farmers for their winter provisions, crafted from the finest persimmons, ensuring excellent flavor. The gift boxes were no easy feat to produce. It took considerable effort and several connections to persuade the county food factory's packaging workshop to create a batch for me. Each box cost me 0.7 yuan, while the inner plastic containers were ordered from a plastic factory at 0.8 yuan each due to the need for molds and such. I nearly fell short of funds to complete this deal, Zhang Ping recounted with a sense of nostalgia, which left Jiang Wan visibly anxious. I had no idea so much effort went into such a gift box. You are quite impressive, Jiang Wan remarked, her admiration evident. Zhang Ping deliberately inflated his costs, knowing it would make his later pricing more acceptable and shield him from accusations of being a profiteer. Yet, Jiang Peng was not easily deceived. He smiled slightly and said, "Oh, it seems you possess some skill. What price do you intend to sell each box for?" Jiang Peng casually inquired, still savoring the persimmon cake. "Well, the county guest house quoted me a unit price of 24 yuan per box," Zhang Ping quickly responded, having anticipated mentioning the Feng County guest house to prevent Jiang Peng from haggling too aggressively. Indeed, upon hearing this, Jiang Peng frowned slightly. That price is rather steep. Indeed, it is, but the costs are substantial, and the persimmon cakes are worth their value. It's just that many remain unaware of the rich nutritional content they contain. Zhang Ping hastily added, stoking the flames of persuasion. "If you were to purchase, what price would you be willing to offer?" Jiang Peng asked. Zhang Ping's heart swelled with joy. The conversation was finally progressing. Truly, the wisdom of the ancestors holds true. Business among the Chinese is conducted over a dining table. Chapter 56. Selling persimmon cakes in Guanshan City. Uncle Jiang, it's just a couple of boxes of persimmon cakes. I can offer you a few for free. I brought 10 boxes today, so sharing a few with you is no trouble at all. Zhang Ping beamed with a smile, resembling a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. Haha, quite the little trickster. I meant, what price would you offer if our factory were to place an order? Jiang Peng chided playfully. Zhang Ping, however, felt a pang of embarrassment. Haggling in front of someone's daughter felt somewhat inappropriate, especially since he had only recently left the police station due to Jiang Ping's assistance. Let us proceed by quantity. For orders below 500 boxes, the price shall be set at 24 yuan each. For orders ranging from 1,000 to 3,000 boxes, the unit price will be 22 yuan, and for orders exceeding 5,000 boxes, the price will be 2 yuan. This approach has evidently been a long-considered strategy on his part. It serves to incentivize the counterpart to place larger orders, while the ultimate selling price is of no concern to him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Peng looked at Zhang Ping with a hint of a smile and said, "Ah, Xiaozhang, my factory employs 200 workers. Are you suggesting that I would receive the price of 22 yuan per box?" Zhang Ping realized that the other party had not fully grasped the implications of his pricing structure and hurried to clarify. "Uncle Jiang, that is not quite the case. As I mentioned earlier, the pricing is tiered based on the quantity ordered. If you place an order for over 5,000 boxes, you will indeed qualify for the price of 2 yuan each." Jiang Peng expressed his confusion. "I mentioned that our factory has only 200 employees." However, he suddenly paused, as if struck by a thought. "What do you mean?" Jiang Peng inquired, his tone inquisitive. Hee, Uncle Jiang, the number of employees at your factory is somewhat irrelevant. These items can be distributed to your workers, and they can also be sold to their family members, friends, and even to other affiliated units. There should be no issue at all." Zhang Ping concluded with a smile, taking a sip of tea. Jiang Peng understood, though his eyes widened in astonishment. "You rascal, how did you come up with this idea?" Zhang Ping chuckled. "Uncle Jiang, I have a slight awareness of the current situation many factories face. Intercompany debts abound, with you owing me, and I owing him, yet none of it can be reclaimed. This leads to stockpiles, occupying warehouse space and obstructing the flow of capital, thereby hindering enterprise growth. I believe your factory's finances are not particularly ample either, correct? I imagine there are numerous employees in every factory who are merely going through the motions while being dissatisfied with their wages. You could encourage them to promote the gift boxes, which would surely allow the workers at your factory to enjoy a more prosperous spring festival this year." Zhang Ping had already contemplated this thoroughly. How many people could he possibly sell to alone? By establishing a tiered pricing strategy, he could have clients market the product for him, ensuring a continuous stream of orders from just one successful client. As for how much the counterpart would sell the items for, that was no longer his concern. That is a splendid idea. I shall place an initial order for 5,000 boxes. Zhang Ping, a seasoned factory director, made his decision swiftly. Zhang Ping nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us draft a simple agreement. Saying this, he unhesitatingly retrieved his cotton jacket from the sack and pulled out 2 copies of the contract from his inner pocket. You brought that with you? Zhang Ping was taken aback. Zhang Ping grinned. Of course, having it in black and white offers a sense of security, does it not? Jiang Wan watched in astonishment as the 2 men engaged in what appeared to be a riddle, signing contracts amidst her confusion. Although intelligent, she had not encountered many practical matters in life, particularly in business. She had not grasped much of the conversation between her father and Zhang Ping. Dad, how come you are discussing business? Jiang Wan asked, puzzled. Zhang Ping glanced at his daughter and then at Zhang Ping, and with a resigned smile, he remarked, Oh, I happen to need to order gifts for the employees at the factory for the new year. Little Zhang's gift boxes are quite nice. So I shall place an order for a batch, which will also support his business. Really? That would be wonderful. I have always felt guilty about today's events. This truly is great. Jiang Wan beamed with a radiant smile, while Zhang Ping appeared somewhat perplexed. This girl was not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted. Yet, it seemed she had been overly sheltered. At 17, she appeared to have had little exposure to the realities of life. Noticing Zhang Ping's expression, Zhang Ping offered an explanation. Xiaowan has been living at her grandmother's house in Beijing until recently. She has only been in Guangshan City for 6 months. Her grandfather has been quite strict with her, so she hasn't had much contact with societal matters. Oh, Zhang Ping realized the truth of it. It was indeed plausible. In recent years, society had been tumultuous and ever-changing. Many elders, fearing further upheaval, often shielded their younger kin from harsh realities, resulting in them becoming akin to sheltered blossoms, out of touch with the world. It seemed that Jiang Wan was one such fortunate child. As the meal concluded, Zhang Ping's demeanor towards Zhang Ping became noticeably warmer. Xiao Zhang, I will arrange a room for you to rest while I discuss matters with a few colleagues at the factory. With a grand gesture, Zhang Ping set things in motion for Zhang Ping. That sounds good. Zhang Ping nodded. Although the agreement had been signed, he had yet to receive the deposit. Until the payment was secured, the business deal could not be deemed truly successful. While Zhang Ping was indeed the factory director, the factory was not solely his. He needed to confer with several key personnel regarding matters. Before long, the driver was summoned. Xiao Wang, please return to the factory and bring Vice Director Zhao, Vice Director Sun, and Director Lin here. Oh, and remember to have Director Sun withdraw 500 yuan in cash. Not long after Zhang Ping entered his room to rest, several individuals soon followed the driver into the private room. Zhang Ping was indeed fatigued. He initially intended to lie down briefly, but ended up falling into a deep slumber. When he opened his eyes again, an hour had already passed, and Zhang Ping was standing by the bed, gently shaking him awake. Uncle Jiang? Zhang Ping nodded, a hint of concern evident in his eyes. Xiao Zhang, I apologize for disturbing you. I just spoke with a few colleagues at the factory, and they have agreed to your suggested plan. Here is the 30 deposit for the 5,000 gifts. As he spoke, he placed 3 stacks of money before Zhang Ping. 3,000 yuan. Zhang Ping's drowsiness vanished entirely. This was indeed a success. This meant he had genuinely sold the gift boxes in Guangshan City. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. His gratitude was sincere. Although Zhang Ping had other motives, this assistance would enable him to make a significant profit. Not at all. It's my pleasure. I look forward to our collaboration. By the way, how soon can you deliver the goods? 3 days should suffice. Uncle Jiang, what time is it now? Are there any buses back to Feng County? Zhang Ping noticed that the daylight outside was dim, worrying he might have overslept and missed the return bus. Let me have Xiao Wang drive you back. That works well. The 2 individuals promptly deliberated over some subsequent details, and Zhang Ping soon boarded a jeep, disappearing into the distance. Chapter 57. Yet another disgusting tactic at the very moment Zhang Ping was returning home with a beaming face. In the orthopedic ward of the Fengshan County People's Hospital, Zhang Dachuan and his wife found themselves encircled by a throng of people, all inquiring about their well-being. Among them were Zhang Ying, Zhang Un, and Zhang Lan, the siblings, alongside Zhang Fu and his family of 4, Zhang Ping's uncle Zhang Jinchuan and his wife, as well as Li Hongmei and her husband, along with several relatives who had never before visited the hospital. now showing a peculiar concern for Zhang Dachuan. At that moment, Zhang Dachuan finally comprehended a significant truth. His son Zhang Ping had indeed made a fortune, which had attracted this swarm of individuals eager to ingratiate themselves. From their words, he grasped that Zhang Ping's earnings were substantial, to the extent of necessitating a public vehicle for transporting goods, with payments being made in large bundles. He felt a sense of indignation. On one hand, he was furious at Zhang Ping for withholding so much information from him. On the other hand, he was irked by the hypocrisy of these people, who only rushed to him now that his family was prospering. In his previous role as the production team leader, these individuals had sought to associate with him, but not to this extent. However, following the trials of the past 10 days, he had come to understand his true standing in their eyes. When he was down and out, not a soul cared, yet now that he was thriving, everyone sought to benefit from him. While the others were bearable, his eldest son Zhang Fu immediately lamented, complaining about how Zhang Ping had treated him with disdain and had even beaten him, crying out in a way that was utterly tiresome. "Father, you must take our side. Zhang Ping is truly wicked. He not only treats Ah Fu poorly, but is also brutal. Just look at what he did to him. He even claimed he would no longer acknowledge his elder brother. It's outrageous." Zhang Fu's wife wept, adding fuel to the fire, which only served to incite further condemnation of Zhang Ping from everyone present. Zhang Ying, Zhang An, and Zhang Lan were so enraged that they nearly resolved to confront them physically. "Silence. As the eldest, are you unaware of your own actions? While the third brother's retaliation was unwarranted, your behavior was far worse and deserving of punishment." Zhang Dachuan scolded vehemently. "Father, how can you say that?" Higuaiji exclaimed in shock, attempting to voice her grievances, only to be interrupted by Li Hongmei, who interjected, "Let me speak, my niece. The actions you and your husband have taken are truly despicable. While we could overlook it at other times, given your father's hospitalization, you not only refused to contribute a single penny, but also fled back to your maternal home. You truly deserve a beating." "Ah, Aunt, are you really defending that scoundrel?" Higuaiji's disbelief was palpable. "Humph, you still refuse to acknowledge your faults. I believe Zhang Ping's actions were justified. A brother who behaves like that deserves punishment." Zhang Fu's face turned crimson, and overwhelmed by the collective gaze, he could no longer bear it, and hurriedly left the ward. With Zhang Fu gone, Higuaiji lost her support and was subjected to even harsher reproaches, hastily fleeing with her 2 children. The remaining individuals were all relatives, and Zhang Dachuan, feeling somewhat displeased, could only maintain a grim demeanor while engaging in polite conversation. The commotion had finally attracted Dr. Peng. "What is all this noise? This is a hospital. We must maintain silence for the sake of the patients who require rest. Everyone must leave at once to avoid disturbing others." Dr. Peng had encountered such situations multiple times, witnessing the chaos that often ensued. Having met Zhang Ping before, he felt a deep sense of sympathy at this moment. With Dr. Peng's authoritative shout, everyone had no choice but to disperse, including Zhang Ying and her siblings. Once everyone had departed, Li Xiaomei was left in tears, exclaiming, "How could Ping Ping behave this way? How could he provoke the eldest brother so?" All of them were her sons. Although the eldest was somewhat ungrateful, he was still a part of her, and now the family was in such disarray, leaving her feeling utterly helpless. Sigh. Zhang Dachuan also sighed in resignation. Zhang Ping was indeed a rascal. His hospitalization was instigated by this very boy. Yet, it was this boy who ultimately bore the weight of the entire family, which brought him a sense of solace. However, the turmoil within the household left him quite uncomfortable. Both the palm and the back of his hand were flesh. Indeed, the eldest was troublesome, yet he did not wish to see his sons quarrel to such an extent. Zhang Ping, on the other hand, exhibited no signs of displeasure. Although he had encountered the scoundrel Qi Wenbin in Guanshan City, it was this very experience that allowed him to meet a significant figure like Jiang Peng, enabling him to successfully sell the gift box. In fact, he felt a sense of gratitude towards that scoundrel. The jeep sped along the road, attracting the attention of countless passers-by. In this era, a jeep was the emblem of high-ranking officials. Common folk had no right to ride in one, leading many to speculate about which prominent figure had arrived. As the jeep entered Hewan village, Li Zhaohua, who was gathering firewood at the village entrance, was immediately taken aback. A jeep? How could a jeep come to the village? Was it yet another high-ranking official seeking out that young man Zhang Ping? With people lining the streets, the driver had to honk the horn to alert those ahead to clear the way, thus drawing even more interest. Which esteemed leader has come to the village? Oh dear, Let's take a look and see who has struck it rich. The villagers chattered excitedly, watching the jeep until it finally came to a halt on the dirt road in front of Zhang Ping's home. When the door opened, Zhang Ping emerged, clutching his old cotton coat. "Thank you, Brother Wang. Come in for a drink." The driver smiled and replied, "No problem, but I have other tasks to attend to, so I mustn't linger. Since I already know the way, I'll come by next time. You'd better prepare the goods. Don't delay matters concerning the leaders." Zhang Ping nodded. "Rest assured, Brother Wang, I will not hinder the important affairs of the leaders. However, for the next batch, I will require a larger vehicle to transport the goods. Otherwise, it will be difficult to manage." "All right, I will inform the leaders." The driver nodded and swiftly restarted the jeep, turning around to leave the village. "Is this the young man Zhang Ping? His attire looks remarkably fine," someone remarked. "But wait, he left this morning wearing that shabby cotton coat. How did he change into something so smart and presentable? What does it matter what he wears? Did you not see that he returned in a jeep belonging to a high-ranking official? Could it be that he has once again ingratiated himself with some prominent figure? Hasten, let us inquire." As Zhang Ping observed a multitude approaching, the smile on his face slightly faded. He cast a cold glance before turning to enter his own courtyard. "You returned in a jeep? Have you befriended some high-ranking official? Perhaps next time you could take our second brother for a ride?" Second brother Zhang Gui, who was tasked with guarding the house, finally regained his composure and rushed over to inquire. He felt a pang of regret for staying home today, as it could have been his opportunity to experience riding in a jeep for the first time. Zhang Ping was at a loss for words. What was so special about riding in a vehicle? He thought to himself that it was rather trivial. To be frank, the ride in the jeep was far from comfortable. The bumps and jolts evoked memories of his former vehicle, a Lamborghini Sixth Element, which offered an unparalleled experience. A mere jeep paled in comparison. Nevertheless, he refrained from dampening his brother's spirits and replied, "No problem, I will definitely take you next time." Upon hearing his brother's enthusiastic affirmation, Zhang Gui's excitement surged as he patted Zhang Ping on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Third brother, you truly have a good heart." Just as they were about to enter, an elderly head emerged from within the house. Upon seeing Zhang Ping, the elder momentarily froze, then quickly offered an awkward smile and said, "Young lad, I sincerely apologize." The elderly man lowered his head in embarrassment. Zhang Ping was taken aback. He recognized the old man as a labor reform exile who had been sent to their village. Rumor had it that he was once a high-ranking official, yet many such exiles had returned to the city in recent years. While this old man remained to tend to cattle, he recalled that when he departed the village in his previous life, the old man was still there. Later, he learned that after the land was contracted, communal dining ceased and the cattle were redistributed, leaving the old man without a means of livelihood, relying solely on the villagers' charity. However, times were tough for everyone, and he eventually succumbed to illness, reportedly just before the new year. Yet, he had heard that in the year following the old man's death, several of his children had caused quite a commotion, resulting in misfortune for many. Zhang Dachuan, who had become a cripple, was no longer the production team leader, and his family's decline spared them from repercussions. However, the village head, the commune, and several leaders from the county faced dire consequences. Alas, what a significant figure this was. Reflecting on these matters, Zhang Ping couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. He turned to his second brother, Zhang Gui, asking, "What is going on?" Zhang Gui's expression darkened as he cursed. "I have no idea which scoundrel placed this old man at our doorstep this afternoon. If I hadn't stepped out, he might have frozen to death right here. It was only with great difficulty that I managed to find a cripple to save him." Zhang Ping's expression darkened in response. Such despicable tactics were truly revolting. He was well aware of the cripple, the village's barefoot doctor, who had once advised him against going to the hospital after Zhang Dachuan had knocked him unconscious. Although he shared the surname Zhang, he was not a member of the Zhang family, having fled with his father during their youth. His father was an old traditional Chinese doctor, but the young man had only acquired superficial knowledge. Nonetheless, with a lack of doctors in the village, he managed to make a living. Zhang Ping felt a surge of anger. Had this old man perished at his doorstep today, the consequences would have been severe. Even if it were not due to the actions of their family, they remain inextricably linked to the tragedy. As for whose idea it was, it is not difficult to surmise. It is merely a handful of individuals. He pondered briefly before entering the room, where the old man, upon seeing him, appeared quite embarrassed. "Young man, I truly apologize. I did not intend to intrude. I woke from a slumber to find myself in your home, the old man lamented, his face a mask of regret. His frail, hunched figure, prominent cheekbones, and pallid complexion revealed a man at the brink of his endurance. Dear elder, please rest on the bed. It is evident that someone wishes to bring misfortune upon our family, hoping you would perish at our doorstep. Yet, it seems fate has smiled upon you. Our family is faring well, and since you have crossed our path, we cannot allow you to die so easily. If death must come, let it at least be as a well-fed ghost, shall we? Zhang Ping jested. The old man was even more uncomfortable, offering a rueful smile. How can I accept such kindness? I am truly sorry for the trouble. I would prefer to return to the cowshed and die there, where it would not matter to anyone. He attempted to rise, but Zhang Ping firmly pressed him back down. I have said it. Your presence at our doorstep is a stroke of fortune. Our family is not lacking in provisions. Your additional presence merely requires an extra pair of chopsticks. So please, stay at ease. However, Zhang Ping's tone shifted to one of seriousness. I suspect you are a person of some stature. Otherwise, you would not have been relegated to our impoverished village. You must share your story with me. He turned to his second brother, Zhang Gui, and instructed, Brother, please watch the entrance and see if anyone is lurking about, casting furtive glances towards our home. Zhang Gui felt some dissatisfaction, uncertain of what mischief his younger brother was up to, yet knowing that Zhang Ping's word held the most weight in their household. He refrained from questioning further and withdrew his hands into his sleeves as he left. Now speak, Zhang Ping urged, fetching an enamel cup and pouring a glass of hot water before placing it before the elder. The old man regarded Zhang Ping for a long moment before letting out a deep sigh. Alas, I cannot fathom my own motivations, but I shall share some of my tale. Zhang Ping learned that the old man was named Lu Hong, a native of Hebei province, who had once been a high-ranking official in the capital. A few years prior, due to historical circumstances, he had been sent to Hewan village. However, his unwavering adherence to principles led to oppression from many, and his family suffered as a consequence, ultimately severing ties with him. His younger brother, aligned with a different faction, had even reported him, resulting in the loss of contact with his children and wife. It is truly ironic. The very brother I cared for deeply has turned against me most viciously. According to you, most of those who were sent away have returned to the city. Yet here I remain. I fear this wretch obstructs my return. Unable to confront me, Zhang Ping listened with a pained expression. The national policies have shifted. Do you not wish to return? Zhang Ping inquired. What hope do I have of returning? Unless a powerful hand intervenes, it is utterly impossible. Thank you, young man. You are Zhang Ping, correct? Meeting you today and sharing these words brings me a sense of closure, the elder replied. As Lu Hong uttered these words, his spirit visibly diminished, embodying a sense of desolation. Zhang Ping felt a pang in his heart and quickly replied, Uncle Lu, I hope you don't mind my calling you that. I must ask, don't you yearn to return to the city and trample upon those who once wronged you? To release your pent-up frustrations? Of course, I desire it, but it is far easier said than done. Lu Hong's eyes flickered with a hint of anger, only to be swiftly extinguished. Zhang Ping felt a surge of hope. As long as there was anger, there was still a glimmer of hope. He hastily continued, that may not necessarily be the case. As long as one draws breath, there is hope. If you were to truly perish, then hope would be extinguished entirely. While I may not fully grasp the tribulations you faced in the past, I believe your children and family must harbor some feelings for you. Surely, you must have genuine friends as well. If you could somehow reconnect with them, would they not reminisce about old times? At last, a glimmer of light returned to the old man's eyes, confirming Zhang Ping's belief that Lu Hong had not completely forsaken hope. But I don't even know where they are. How could I possibly reach out? Lu Hong replied, a note of helplessness in his voice. There are always more solutions than challenges. First and foremost, you must regain your health. If one day you receive word of your return to the city but are unable to stand, it would be of no use, wouldn't it? Living is what grants us hope. Zhang Ping urged fervently. Living grants us hope? Lu Hong murmured the phrase, his cracked lips whispering it for some time before he chuckled self-deprecatingly. I never imagined that after living for several decades, I would require the counsel of a young lad like you. Yet, you are indeed correct. Living is what bestows hope. Thank you. I shall remember this kindness. And should the opportunity arise, I will repay you. Zhang Ping smiled gently. Uncle Lu, let us not speak of repayment just yet. Please stay with us for the next few days. You will surely find enough to eat. However, as you can see, our living conditions are quite modest. So we will be rather cramped, sharing beds among the three of us. What of it? To share a space with you young souls is a blessing for this old man. I shall refrain from pleasantries. Your family's kindness will be forever etched in my memory." Lu Hong finally smiled, a spark of vitality returning to his eyes. "That is splendid. Please rest for now. It's chilly outside, and should you catch a cold, there are no doctors in the village to tend to you." Zhang Ping jested as he turned to leave. However, Lu Hong called him back. "Zhang Ping, I haven't yet inquired about the numerous persimmons in your room. What is the story there?" Zhang Ping glanced at the towering pile of persimmons and chuckled. "I procured these from the villagers. With the nation's recent allowance for business, I am merely trying to provide for my family. Otherwise, not only would we struggle to care for you, but we might even starve ourselves." He had heard once or twice on the village broadcast about the nation's reforms and the opening up of individual enterprises, and now, witnessing it firsthand, he felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. Wonderful. The nation has truly taken this step forward. Then, he cautioned Zhang Ping. "It is evident that you are a spirited young man, but one must always exercise discretion. National policies are not immutable. Do not be too audacious." This is a kind reminder from the elder, a reflection of his life experiences, as he hopes that the vibrant young man before him does not stray from the right path. Zhang Ping, of course, is aware of the nation's broader direction, and with a smile, he replies, "Thank you for your reminder, Uncle Lu. By the way, you must be quite the intellectual. I have a younger brother and sister who are both in school, though their academic performance is rather average. If you have some time these days, could you possibly guide them? Of course, I'd be delighted to help, provided they are willing. It would bring me great joy." Zhang Ping, having successfully persuaded the elder, feels quite pleased. Having an elder in the family is akin to possessing a treasure. Regardless of whether this elder can return to the city, his past experiences and rich life insights are sufficient to bestow significant benefits upon Zhang Ping's family. There are many matters he can seek counsel on. Perhaps he has unearthed a gem in his own home. Though he does not seek reciprocity, he is genuinely pleased that the elder can lend him a helping hand. However, his request for the elder to assist Zhang and Zhang Lan with their studies was merely to provide him with a purpose, preventing the elder from feeling like a burden. Only by recognizing one's usefulness can one face life with enthusiasm. This is also a strategy Zhang Ping employs to encourage the elder. Just as he had settled matters with Uncle Lu, commotion could be heard at the door. Shouting, "How can you be as heartless as that scoundrel third brother? Didn't sister-in-law say anything you could absorb during this entire journey?" Chapter 59. Money is truly a scoundrel. As Zhang Ping stepped out of the room, he saw his elder sister, Zhang Ying, entering with Zhang and Zhang Lan, while his sister-in-law, He Guizhi, excitedly spoke while holding their youngest daughter. Zhang Fu followed behind, his head lowered, wearing a look of despondency, with villagers lingering behind, whispering among themselves. "Elder sister, you've returned." Zhang Ping greeted with a smile. "Ping Ping, you're back?" Upon seeing Zhang Ping, Zhang Ying hurried over as if she had found a savior. He Guizhi, who had been speaking, fell silent, noticing the fury emanating from Zhang Ping's eyes. Yet she dared not utter another word. Zhang Fu looked up, anger flickering in his gaze, but when he met Zhang Ping's eyes, he averted his gaze, unwilling to maintain eye contact. After the previous incident, he had developed a certain fear of his younger brother. Casting a glance at his elder brother's family, Zhang Ping addressed his elder sister, "Sister, it's cold outside. Let us hurry indoors and refrain from engaging with those with ulterior motives." He Guizhi nearly lost her composure. "Third brother, you." Zhang Ping shot her a cold stare. "He Guizhi, if you continue to be obstinate, do not blame me for including you in my wrath." "What nonsense." Zhang Ping, do not go too far. Zhang Fu, being a man, could not tolerate seeing his wife insulted in such a manner. "What? Do you wish to strike me?" Zhang Ping slightly raised his fist. "You." Zhang Fu's eyes burned with rage, yet ultimately, he relented, pulling his wife and child into their room. Zhang Ying finally freed herself from the clutches of her elder brother's family, letting out a long sigh of relief. "Third brother, I just heard from the villagers that you returned in a jeep?" Zhang Yin asked, eyes filled with envy. "Indeed, I encountered a client today, and since time was of the essence, he kindly arranged for me to be driven back." Zhang Ping replied nonchalantly. "Ah, it's true. Third brother, will you take me along next time? Aside from the cart, I have yet to ride in a car." Zhang Yin's eyes sparkled with hope. "Certainly. I'll make sure to include you when the opportunity arises." Zhang Ping replied with a smile. Zhang Lan approached, softly calling out to third brother. The little girl, having been well fed and warmly dressed these past few days, had noticeably improved in complexion. Though still slender, her face no longer bore the pallor that once characterized it. Now flushed with vitality. Daily applications of clam oil had significantly alleviated the frostbite on her hands, rendering them less pitiful. However, the healing process was not without its challenges. As the recovering skin began to scab and darken, a sight that was still somewhat disheartening, Zhang Ping reached out to gently stroke her hair and said, "Come, let's go inside." Suddenly remembering old man Lu Hong, he added, "By the way, starting today, Uncle Lu, who used to stay in the cow shed, will be living with us. Please be on your best behavior." "What? Why did you bring him home?" Zhang Ying exclaimed, her face a picture of surprise. Zhang Ping, not wanting to delve into explanations just yet, replied, "You'll understand soon enough. Eldest sister, the sky is darkening. We might experience a power outage later. So you should take a break and prepare dinner early." "All right," Zhang Ying responded, heading indoors to change out of her only somewhat presentable outfit before swiftly making her way to the kitchen, followed closely by Zhang Lan. Observing the patched cotton jackets worn by his sister and younger sibling, Zhang Ping felt the pressing need to provide the family with some new clothing. Dinner proceeded as usual. Yet for Lu Hong, it was a momentous occasion to finally enjoy white flour noodles and steamed buns after several years, overwhelmed by the attentive care of the younger generation. Tears of gratitude streamed down his face as he expressed his heartfelt thanks. Seizing the moment, Zhang Ping encouraged Zhang and Zhang Lan to learn from Lu Hong. With Zhang Ping's significant influence in the household, his words were met with agreement from both siblings. Students of this era were markedly different from those of 2 decades hence. There was no notion of feeling burdened by studies. Rather, they yearned for opportunities to learn, eagerly desiring guidance. Upon discovering that Lu Hong was a highly educated individual, their excitement reached new heights, bombarding him with questions that brought a smile to his face. The joy radiating from Lu Hong was palpable, dissolving any lingering tensions among the siblings. At the same time, Zhang Ping briefly recounted the day's events, leaving Lu Hong astonished. He could hardly fathom that this young man had managed to expand his business to such a scale, placing an order for 5,000 persimmons, amounting to a staggering 10,000 yuan, an absolute revelation to him. Although unaware of Zhang Ping's past endeavors, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Perhaps he might indeed have a chance to return to the city. If this young man could associate with such influential figures, perhaps he could also help him gather vital information for future plans. He contemplated sharing some insights with the young man. After dinner, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and indeed, the power went out. Zhang Ying lit an oil lamp and tidied up the kitchen, while Zhang Un and Zhang Gui each tended to the Kong, a traditional heated bed. Allowing the family to retire early, the 3 brothers, along with old man Lu Hong, cozily huddled together on the warm Kong, relishing the comfort of their shared warmth. Lu Hongshun casually inquired about Zhang An's academic progress and, in the dimness, elucidated some of the challenges Zhang An faced in his studies, weaving in various historical and cultural anecdotes that captivated the interest of all 4 individuals present. Ultimately, Zhang An accepted the notion of this elderly man, whimsically brought home by his elder brother, as a teacher. The following morning, Zhang Ping rose early and set out, this time accompanied by Zhang Gui. He wished for Zhang Gui to gain some exposure to business affairs, especially since his second brother had chosen not to pursue his studies. It was prudent for him to become acquainted with the realities of life outside. They made their way directly to the county town, having breakfast at a street stall. As the working populace began to venture out, they proceeded to the county committee's guest house. Upon learning that Zhang Ping had arrived, Wu Guangcai, just beginning his workday, came out to greet him. "Ah, isn't this young Zhang? So early to seek me out. I wondered why the magpies were so vocal this morning." Wu Guangcai jested. Zhang Ping felt a bit embarrassed, replying, "Uncle Wu, how can you say that? It's rather unkind to tease a younger person. Haha, come to my office, let us discuss." Wu Guangcai chuckled, ushering Zhang Ping inside, ensuring not to neglect Zhang Gui, for he was a man of considerable charm and tact. As the deputy director of procurement, Wu Guangcai had his own office. Once seated, after exchanging pleasantries, they turned to the matter at hand. "Young Zhang, the quality of the gifts last time was quite commendable. The leadership was very pleased. I wonder if it might be possible to procure some more?" Zhang Ping was taken aback. "You want to procure again?" Wu Guangcai quickly waved his hand. No, this time it's for myself. The gift boxes are red and exude festivity, with the new year approaching. I'd like to buy a few boxes to take when visiting relatives. That poses no issue. How many would you like? I can send them to you afterwards. Zhang Ping responded, pleased that it was a business transaction. Oh, not too many. Around 100 boxes, Wu Guangcai stated. Such a quantity? Do you have that many relatives? Zhang Ping queried, astonished. Wu Guangcai hastened to clarify, my family does not have that many relatives. I would only need about a dozen boxes for myself. However, my wife has seen the samples and was quite taken with them. She casually mentioned it to her family, and they would like some as well. Additionally, some leaders are interested, as everyone has relatives to visit, don't they? Upon hearing this, Zhang Ping's interest was piqued, and he smiled. This is quite manageable. Here's the deal. Uncle Wu, please gather a tally of how many others might be interested, and provide me with a total. For orders under 500 boxes, we'll stick to the previous price. For orders over 500, I'll offer you a price of 22 yuan per box. Wu Guangcai, experienced in procurement, was well aware of the common practice of kickbacks, and with current management being relatively lenient, such dealings were seldom scrutinized. Really? Wu Guangcai's eyes sparkled with excitement. This meant that if he sold over 500 boxes, he could earn an additional 20 cents per box, totaling a profit of 100 yuan. Never underestimate 100 yuan. It was more than his monthly salary of 90 yuan, a windfall indeed. Given his network, this endeavor would not be particularly challenging. All right, I shall give it a try. Thank you, young Zhang. Wu Guangcai beamed with joy. Zhang Gui sat nearby, his expression one of astonishment. Had yet another business deal been struck? He found himself perplexed, as his younger brother had hardly undertaken any significant endeavors, yet fortune seemed to smile upon him, with others eagerly presenting money. However, he recognized that this was not the moment for inquiries and suppressed his curiosity, listening attentively instead. Once the discussion concluded, Zhang Ping inquired, Uncle Wu, I wonder if there has been any news regarding the house we spoke about last time? Oh, you mentioned it just as I was about to seek you out. Indeed. There is news. Wu Guangcai replied promptly. The teacher from Yizhong, whom I mentioned previously, has agreed to sell. The property rights are clear, and it can be transferred at any time, though the house is somewhat aged. The teacher is in need of funds, so the price may be a bit steep. Wu Guangcai added, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Oh, when might you be free to take me to see it? I would like to assess the property first. If it suits, we can discuss the price, Zhang Ping responded. He was unconcerned about the cost, as he currently possessed 5,000 yuan. His primary purpose today was to meet with Director Chu of the food factory regarding orders, and he had only inquired about the house as an afterthought. How about we invite him to lunch? I could call him out for a meeting, Wu Guangcai suggested. Sounds good. I will come back to find you at noon. Zhang Ping replied, not lingering further and taking his leave. Very well. Wu Guangcai accompanied Zhang Ping as he departed, observing the slender figure with a glimmer of intensity in his eyes. Director Chu was overjoyed to see Zhang Ping arrive. The last private project had been quite lucrative, but such opportunities did not arise frequently. Just as he contemplated securing another job, Zhang Ping's arrival felt like a timely windfall. Ah, young brother. It has been far too long. With such splendid attire, I take it you have struck it rich? Director Chu teased with a smile. Zhang Ping chuckled internally, reflecting on how money indeed had the power to bridge relationships. The last time they met, he was merely a young lad. Now, he was affectionately referred to as little brother. Thanks to your support, the previous batch sold well. I had to purchase a new outfit for this outing. It cost over 100, and I felt quite pained about it. Zhang Ping replied, feigning a sorrowful expression. Everyone understood the jest, which only heightened Director Chu's delight. Chapter 60. English teacher He Jiaming. Since Zhang Ping had come to make further orders, he was clearly a valued client, deserving of the utmost courtesy. Brother, please enjoy this exquisite Xinyang Maojin tea, he said, presenting a cup to Zhang Ping. The white porcelain cup, filled with steaming tea, released a rich aroma that enveloped Zhang Ping, providing him with great comfort. Although I am not well versed in tea, this scent is truly delightful, Zhang Ping complimented. In the world of commerce, a kind word begets a kind response, leading to mutual satisfaction in business dealings. Is there anything else you wish to order this time, little brother? Director Chu inquired, his face beaming with joy, his eyes nearly squinting with delight. Indeed, I would like another batch of the same box as we discussed previously. Zhang Ping nodded after sipping his tea. How many? 10,000. Here is a deposit of 1,000 yuan. I will pay the remainder once the goods are ready. Zhang Ping, while speaking, pulled out a stack of money, and placed it on the table. Haha, no problem. You'll be able to pick up the goods tomorrow afternoon. Director Chu's chubby face beamed with an even brighter smile. All right, but could you do me a favor, brother? With so many items, could you help me find a vehicle for transportation? It's too cumbersome to carry everything by hand. Additionally, I have some other items to transport as well. I will cover the freight. Zhang Ping hurriedly mentioned the transportation issue. Although he could seek help from Wu Guangcai, he preferred not to exploit a single person excessively. If Director Chu could assist, that would be even better. Haha, it's a trivial matter, just a delivery. You can count on me. And there's no need for any freight charges. Just buy the driver a couple of packs of cigarettes later. Director Chu readily agreed without hesitation. Haha, thank you so much, brother. Zhang Ping immediately expressed his gratitude. Naturally, Director Chu was delighted at the prospect of making a profit and personally escorted Zhang Ping out of the factory. The guard, observing Zhang Ping, mumbled to himself. Is this a relative of Director Chu? He seems quite cordial. I must be cautious not to offend him in the future. Unbeknownst to Zhang Ping, he had already become someone whom the county food factory's guard felt was not to be trifled with, leaving with a cheerful demeanor. Going to the plastic factory was even simpler. This time, Zhang Ping did not hand over any money directly. He merely exchanged pleasantries, and that sufficed. With such a backlog of boxes, the plastic factory was eager for Zhang Ping to take them all away. The sales manager greeted him with a beaming smile. Although he had yet to see any cash, he still wore an expression of concern that Zhang Ping might refuse the offer, which amused Zhang Ping internally. However, this is the reality of business. Sellers wish to sell their goods, but struggle to find buyers. Once they encounter a buyer, they naturally wish to hold on to them tightly, subconsciously lowering their stance. Zhang Ping was quite satisfied. The two agreed that the goods would be picked up within the next couple of days. And the sales manager was overjoyed, fearing that Zhang Ping might change his mind. As Zhang Ping was leaving, the manager discreetly slipped him a pack of Hometown Mountain cigarettes, repeatedly praising him for his youthful achievements. Zhang Ping was momentarily taken aback, but soon accepted them with ease. He feared that if he refused, it would only heighten the other party's anxiety. Indeed, once he accepted the cigarettes, the other party felt reassured. After a brief tour, everything was settled. He had only spent a total of 1,000 yuan and received a pack of cigarettes for free, which nearly made Zhang Gui's eyes pop out in disbelief. After walking a considerable distance from the plastic factory, Zhang Gui could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Third brother, why would they give you something when they're selling goods?" Zhang Ping replied with a smile, "What do you think? When we were selling persimmons at the stall, why did we give people a few extra? To sell more and encourage them to return for future purchases?" Zhang Gui answered without hesitation. Exactly. Human nature is the same. When goods are scarce in the market, buyers plead with sellers. Conversely, when goods are plentiful, sellers seek out buyers. Offering gifts is a way to curry favor. This reflects the supply and demand dynamics in the market. Second brother, ponder this a bit more, and you'll find many situations can be understood through this lens. Zhang Ping elucidated market principles using the most straightforward language. Zhang Gui nodded, slightly confused. But that deputy director Wu didn't he discuss much with you? How did he directly request so much stock? Zhang Gui, brimming with curiosity, inquired once more. Zhang Ping, displaying no impatience, elucidated, this is quite straightforward. Do you recall the tiered pricing structure we discussed? If he only requires around 100 boxes, he is merely running errands for others, toiling in vain while incurring substantial personal expenses. However, should he manage to sell a greater quantity of gift boxes, he could retail them at the original price of 24 yuan, or even at a higher rate, thus allowing him to earn a considerable profit. If he profits 0.2 yuan per box, that amounts to 20 yuan for 100 boxes and 200 yuan for 1,000 boxes. What is his monthly salary? If he exerts himself a little more and increases his efforts, leveraging his procurement connections, selling over 1,000 boxes should not be insurmountable. Would that not enable him to earn over a month's wages in a single endeavor? So that is the reasoning behind it. No wonder. Zhang Gui is not unintelligent. He simply had never encountered such matters before and did not think deeply about them. Upon Zhang Ping's explanation, comprehension dawned upon him. Some may deem this perspective juvenile, believing that such principles are easily grasped by a child of 7 or 8 years. Yet, let us not forget that this is the 1980s, an era where literacy was scarce and exposure to the wider world was even rarer. Without mobile phones or computers, information was alarmingly restricted. a farmer's son, whose daily encounters were limited to the soil and whatever food was available, could hardly contemplate such complexities. Many external realities were beyond their imagination, and the concept of electricity and telephones represented the zenith of their aspirations. What more could they dare to covet? After the brothers completed their errands, they decided to visit the hospital. As they walked, Zhang Gui inquired about various matters, and Zhang Ping continually provided explanations, greatly enriching Zhang Gui's understanding. Previously, he had merely regarded Zhang Ping as a remarkable individual capable of generating income. However, today he came to realize the vast gulf that separated him from his younger brother. He understood that had he not been Zhang Ping's elder brother, and had he not shown concern for their family, he might have ended up with a fate akin to that of their older brother, Zhang Fu. This realization strengthened his resolve to steadfastly support his younger sibling throughout their lives. Lacking in talents himself, he resolved to align himself with someone capable, particularly when that individual was his own brother, who possessed deep familial loyalty. That was more than sufficient. He was confident that Zhang Ping would ensure his well-being. Although he had observed Zhang Ping handing money to Zhang Jianmin with fervent eyes, he was acutely aware that such generosity was reserved for outsiders. Family members need not fret over these matters. A temporary withholding of funds would surely be compensated later. With ample time remaining, Zhang Ping noticed a vendor selling pears by the roadside and promptly purchased some without hesitation. He also visited a grocery store to acquire 2 cans of malted milk, for he now possessed money and was unconcerned about such expenses. Casually, he pressed 50 to 60 yuan into Zhang Gui's hands, saying, "Elder brother, do not despise this amount. Take it for now. My expenditures have been considerable lately, and I must manage them wisely." Enough. Quite sufficient. Zhang Gui was taken aback, having just internally lamented that Zhang Ping had never given him money before this moment. He feared that Zhang Ping might be growing distant. But upon seeing the sincerity in Zhang Ping's expression, he felt reassured. "Little brother, it appears that I shall rely on you to prosper in this life," Zhang Gui remarked playfully. Zhang Ping paused momentarily, smiled, and refrained from responding. Having an elder brother as a reliable ally indeed provided him with a sense of security. 2 individuals entered the hospital room, where Zhang Dachuan was in a fit of rage. It was utterly humiliating for a grown man to remain bedridden for such an extended period, requiring his wife's assistance even for the most basic needs, such as using the restroom. "Dad, what's going on now?" Zhang Ping inquired tentatively as he stepped inside. Upon seeing her 2 sons arrive, their mother, Li Xiaomei, felt emboldened and scolded. "Humph, it's a bad habit to be spoiled. I attend to you daily, yet you still treat me with disdain." Zhang Dachuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Being reprimanded by his wife in front of his sons, while feeling utterly incapacitated, left him utterly mortified. "Oh, the 2nd and 3rd sons are here. What have you bought now?" he exclaimed, but upon noticing the expensive milk powder among the items, he found a target for his anger and shouted, "You 2 little rascals. Is it because you have a little spare money that you feel the need to show off? Buying such costly things? Take it back." Zhang Ping immediately discerned his father's feelings and replied with a chuckle, "Dad, don't be angry. I still have some money to buy you these things." Understanding that his father was concerned about their finances, especially after his injury, he quickly reassured him, "By the way, Dad, I've already earned the 1,200 yuan from before. Once you're discharged, we can pay it back." Indeed, Zhang Dachuan's eyes widened with excitement. "Really? Don't deceive your old man. Even though I'm a cripple now, I can still give you a beating." Zhang Ping found it amusing but feigned fear, saying, "I wouldn't dare. How could I possibly deceive you? Your stick hurts quite a bit." Zhang Ping felt somewhat disheartened, but Zhang Dachuan suddenly recalled that he had once struck his son with a stick, leaving him bedridden for 5 days. Regret filled his heart. "Alas, the 3rd one, you've had a tough time lately. If only your older brother could be more like you too." Zhang Ping, having learned of the previous day's events, fell silent. He could choose to disown his elder brother, but their parents would likely find it difficult to be so resolute. The 2 brothers chatted companionably, and as noon approached, they returned with a sumptuous meal for their father, leaving behind an additional 100 yuan, which sparked envy and admiration in many. As the appointed meeting time with Wu Guangcai drew near, Zhang Ping made an excuse to leave after completing these tasks, and Zhang Gui, eager to learn, naturally followed closely behind. Returning to the county committee's guest house, they found Wu Guangcai waiting for them, who had already reserved a table within the establishment. Being an influential figure there, arranging such matters was merely a matter of a few words, Banquet hospitality had always existed, and he didn't mind fulfilling this favor. The trio entered a private room, where a slender young man was already seated. Appearing to be around 26 or 27, he wore glasses and exuded a scholarly demeanor, clearly an educated individual. Come, Xiaozhang. Let me introduce you. This is the teacher from Yizhang I told you about, surnamed He, named He Jiaming. He has self-studied English and is now an English teacher. Wu Guangcai naturally introduced the two. Zhang Ping was somewhat taken aback. There were not many who understood English at that time. No wonder they possessed an ancestral estate. It appeared the family was quite well off, or else they would have had no opportunity to learn the language. Chapter 61. The Purchase of the Courtyard. So this is Comrade Xiaozhang. Although I had heard from Brother Wu, I did not expect you to be so young. It is truly enviable. Greetings, Teacher He. It is a pleasure to meet you. I did not anticipate that you also understand English. The mere sight of it gives me a headache. He knows me, yet I do not know him. Zhang Ping promptly lightened the atmosphere with a jest. Ha! In an instant, all four of them erupted in laughter. The dishes were quite impressive, with 6 in total, and 4 of them being meat dishes. The standards were certainly high. However, due to Zhang Ping's youth and the fact that everyone had matters to attend to in the afternoon, no alcohol was served. Zhang Gui was merely tagging along for a free meal, eating without concern for anything else. The other 3 engaged in casual conversation while dining. Upon learning that Zhang Ping was still a first-year high school student, He Jiaming was utterly astonished. Yet, upon hearing that he intended to drop out to start a business and support his family, he did not hold back his reprimand. Zhang Ping, your attitude is profoundly misguided. You must remember that learning should never cease, regardless of the circumstances. There will always be knowledge you do not understand, yet need to master. At your age, it is a crucial time for laying a foundation. If you neglect your studies, even if you earn money now, you will still be looked down upon in the future. While earning money is indeed significant, education is of even greater importance. If you maintain this attitude, then do not even speak of purchasing a courtyard. Zhang Ping was left astounded, utterly bewildered by the scolding. Zhang Gui and Wu Guangcai were equally dumbfounded. None had anticipated that this teacher would place such profound importance on education and harbor such disdain for uneducated students. Zhang Gui, who barely made it through middle school, dared not speak, only hoping that teacher he would not question him. There is no remedy. Those who struggle academically will always fear their teachers. It is an eternal adversary. Finally regaining his composure, Zhang Ping gazed at the slender, refined, yet presently irate He Jiaming and felt a surge of profound admiration instead of displeasure. This teacher He. It is not that I do not wish to attend school. It is merely that my family. Zhang Ping attempted to explain, but was abruptly interrupted. Those are mere excuses. If you truly desire to learn, there are no obstacles. Just tell me, do you still wish to continue your education? He Jiaming demanded angrily. I. Zhang Ping opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond. Wu Guangcai attempted to intervene. Jiaming, what are you doing? We are here to discuss business. Look at what you are doing. Little did he know that this attempt at intervention only fueled He Jiaming's anger further. He roughly shook off Wu Guangcai's hand and declared, Cousin, let me be clear today. While I, He Jiaming, may indeed be short on money, I will not sell my courtyard to a fool who lacks education. This was a rather sweeping attack. Wu Guangcai's expression darkened considerably. Before he could speak, He Jiaming turned to Zhang Ping and demanded, I ask you, do you still wish to buy the courtyard? Yes. Zhang Ping replied without a moment's hesitation. Then go to school. Did you not say you wanted your younger siblings to attend school in the county? Very well. I will ensure you are transferred to the county's first high school along with them. I will personally guarantee your brother's middle school and your sister's elementary school placements. Do you agree? He Jiaming was indeed furious, yet at this moment, a twinge of regret surged within him. He was vexed, realizing that the business he pursued had nothing to do with whether the other party attended school. However, he could not contain his temper, prideful as he was. Admitting fault was out of the question. Yet, he did not wish to forfeit the rare opportunity of finding a buyer. Hence he resorted to leveraging the matter of Zhang Ping's siblings' education as a form of coercion. Although this tactic filled him with self-disdain, he could think of no alternative. It was the only means he had to exert pressure on Zhang Ping. Teacher He, can you truly assist in contacting the school? Zhang Ping inquired eagerly, his excitement palpable. Provided that you commit to your studies at the first high school. If you agree, I will take you to view the property, and I can reduce the price by 30%. Previously a threat, This had transformed into an enticing offer. Zhang Ping, oblivious to the underlying implications, was solely focused on his siblings' education, his lips curling into a foolish grin. Great. All right then, I'll listen to teacher He. Humph. Now that sounds more like it. A teachable child. But do not think to deceive me. I will include a clause in the contract. Should you carelessly abandon your studies or fail to gain admission to university, it would constitute a breach of contract. Nullifying this transaction, I reserve the right to reclaim ownership of the property. Zhang Ping, Wu Guangcai, and Zhang Gui stared in astonishment. Was this how business was conducted? Wasn't this a form of trickery? However, He Jiaming suddenly found himself taken aback, sensing something amiss. Why does it feel like I am too immersed in this? Zhang Ping finally regained his composure, a bitter smile spreading across his face. His father had never exercised such authority over him throughout his life, yet this teacher He, whom he had known for less than half an hour, seemed genuinely invested in his well-being. Although it felt somewhat intrusive, a warmth blossomed in his heart. Reflecting on his past, he realized how reckless he had been, missing out on many good people and opportunities. Teacher He, thank you for your guidance. I have come to a realization. I shall return to school after the new year. Of course, I will continue my business, but I will not neglect my studies. Gaining admission to university will surely not be an issue. Zhang Ping quickly asserted. Humph. Words alone are insufficient. I hope you can demonstrate your commitment through actions. I will be watching you. He Jiaming shot him a displeased glance, exhaling a sigh of relief inwardly. That was close. He almost lost his composure. The unfolding events took on a comedic tone, leaving Wu Guangping and Zhang Gui utterly perplexed, unsure of the direction this was heading. However, as the atmosphere settled, they finally felt relieved. Look at you two. Can't you have a proper discussion? Honestly. Very well. Since we've finished eating, let us head to see the property. We all have things to attend to this afternoon. Wu Guangcai feigned annoyance, seizing the opportunity to change the subject. As the four exited the county committee's guest house, Wu Guangcai exchanged glances with Zhang Gui, who understood the cue and promptly approached Zhang Ping, throwing an arm around his shoulder and speaking softly to divert his attention. Meanwhile, Wu Guangcai moved ahead to quietly inquire about the situation with He Jiaming. He returned to discreetly inquire about the situation from Zhang Ping. After understanding the events that transpired, he felt a mix of amusement and irritation. These two were simply. It took him quite some time to conjure an appropriate word. However, upon reflection, he dismissed the need for concern. After all, it was a matter of mutual consent. Akin to Zhou Yu and Huang Gai, one willing to strike while the other willing to receive. He found the residence of He Jiaming to be quite accessible, situated in a prime location. Although Zhang Ping had spent little time in Fengxian County in his previous life, he had indeed visited. The courtyard was located right in the heart of the city. After its development, it appeared to have transformed into a towering 22-story commercial building, with the lower 5 floors bustling with businesses. Important enterprises from Fengxian County established their offices here, and the most popular dining establishments, cinemas, and supermarkets thrived in the vicinity, making it the commercial epicenter of the county. His esteem for the He family rose significantly. To possess such a property in the city center indicated a robust family legacy. What of the properties that had not yet been returned? The thought alone was daunting. The Vermilion Gate and the blue brick archway presented a quintessential Ming and Qing dynasty architectural style, exuding a rustic elegance that Zhang Ping found captivating at first glance. This was undoubtedly the residence of a distinguished family. He Jiaming produced a key and opened the door, allowing the 4 of them to enter. The courtyard gate was sturdy, and after years of disuse, it emitted a resonant creak, yet it remained remarkably solid. Upon entering the courtyard, they were greeted by a carpet of fallen leaves, with the ground paved in blue bricks, interspersed with sprouting weeds. Not far off, a flower bed could be seen, though half of its fence had collapsed, revealing 2 wax plums blooming red amidst the overgrowth, alongside several other plants whose identities were obscured by their barren branches. The entire courtyard comprised 2 sections, with the outer courtyard containing 8 rooms, guest rooms, side rooms, a storage area, and a kitchen, everything one could need, while the rear courtyard housed 4 separate quarters, each independent from the others. A few osmanthus and crabapple trees added to the courtyard's elegance. Once tidied up, residing here would be exceedingly pleasant. Zhang Ping estimated the entire courtyard measured around 700 to 800 square meters, certainly not small. It was a pity to see such a splendid property left in neglect. This will do, he thought, Though the house showed signs of age, it remained habitable. If you find it unsatisfactory, you may consider demolishing it and building anew, he suggested. However, the courtyard boasted a significant advantage. The restroom had been renovated to feature modern plumbing, eliminating the need for a traditional outhouse. Furthermore, a fireplace had been installed, which could be used with coal during winter, keeping the entire house warm. He had utilized it a couple of years prior and found it quite satisfactory. It should still be in good condition. As he Jiaming walked and elaborated on the features, Zhang Gui's eyes sparkled with fascination, utterly captivated. Zhang Ping felt a swell of emotion. This courtyard would be considered a remarkable property even in the capital city. Teacher He, this courtyard is splendid. Although the house is somewhat dated, it poses no risk of collapse. Wouldn't selling it now be a bit of a loss? What if it appreciates in value in the future? Zhang Ping expressed his desire for the courtyard. Yet he held great respect for his teacher and did not wish to evoke any future regrets. Appreciation for value increase is assured. However, one cannot help but wonder how teacher He will feel if he decides to sell the courtyard. At the very least, a gentle reminder could prevent future resentment. Perhaps, He Jiaming sighed, but I am in urgent need of funds. I possess another courtyard, albeit a smaller one. Are you still interested in purchasing? Zhang Ping turned to him, and Zhang nodded, expressing his desire. Does teacher He still wish to sell? He Jiaming chuckled. For 1,500 yuan. Zhang Ping laughed. I will offer 2,000 yuan. You must attend school. Of course. When shall you bring the money? We can complete the transfer directly. I have it now. Very well. I have the deed. Let us depart at once. Let us go. Wu Guangcai observed. What are these two up to? Are they buying a courtyard? It feels more like a market transaction. Why is the buyer raising the price? Old Wu felt slightly perplexed. Zhang Gui was equally bewildered. Is this truly a purchase of a courtyard in the city? Chapter 62. How old is your daughter this year? Is she beautiful? Zhang Ping was quite pleased with the courtyard. Although he paid an extra 500 yuan, he felt it was a worthy investment, especially considering teacher He's recent concern for his studies. When work hours commenced, the four of them headed straight to the government office. The process was remarkably simple. Both parties agreed to register directly at the governmental department, paying only a nominal fee to finalize the transaction. There were no cumbersome forms as in later times. It was incredibly straightforward. Even the property deed was handwritten, yet it held legal validity as long as the government seal was affixed. Within half an hour, everything was settled. The four emerged from the government office, all wearing smiles. Zhang Ping had acquired the property, He Jiaming had received 2,000 yuan, and Wu Guangcai had fulfilled his promise, resulting in mutual satisfaction. As Wu Guangcai had to return to work, he took his leave. After bidding him farewell, He Jiaming looked at Zhang Ping with a mix of admiration and wistfulness. I never anticipated that you, being so young, would possess such wealth, He Jiaming remarked, a hint of envy and melancholy on his face. Zhang Ping responded with a smile. Teacher He, your command of English places you ahead of many. The nation is rapidly developing, and your talents will soon find even greater opportunities. This sum is inconsequential in your future. He, I appreciate your kind words. He Jiaming appeared somewhat indifferent. Having resorted to selling ancestral property for funds, what future is left? Clearly, He Jiaming wished to steer the conversation elsewhere. All right, the transfer is complete. I have some free time to assist you in contacting the school. For your 3 siblings, one can enroll in the county's first high school, which is not difficult. I have friends from middle school, and elementary school should pose no problem. Results should be forthcoming in 3 or 4 days. I have another courtyard just ahead. Accompany me for a brief introduction. You may visit me again in a few days. Zhang Ping nodded. That sounds good. During their journey, He Jiaming inquired about the academic progress of the 3 siblings. Zhang Ping, of course, refrained from speaking too candidly, instead presenting a more favorable account. However, He Jia could discern that the 3 individuals were not faring well in their studies, and a slight frown creased his brow. Yet having made bold claims, he felt compelled to follow through and merely encourage them not to give up, urging them to strive for improvement. Soon, the trio arrived at the entrance of a courtyard in Cat Alley, which was significantly smaller than the previous one and lacked the imposing walls and ornate gates, appearing far more modest. As He Jia opened the door, he introduced, This is the property inherited from my family. The one I sold you is our ancestral home. Yet now it stands empty. I find no desire to inhabit such a large estate alone. Thus I deemed it prudent to sell for both safety and convenience. Zhang Ping perceived this revelation, realizing that Jia had not yet emerged from the shadows of past persecution, worried that possessing such a property might draw unwanted attention. This, indeed, was the primary reason for selling the estate. Teacher He, how can you be alone? Where are the others? Zhang Ping inquired, recalling Jia's earlier mention of being the sole occupant. Oh, my ancestors were affluent landowners, which rendered our lineage undesirable. Many did not survive the turmoil. My grandfather perished in prison, my grandmother succumbed to illness, one uncle took his own life, and another fled to America. My parents endured much hardship and passed away a few years ago, leaving me as the last of my line, Jia replied calmly. His words, though subdued, struck Zhang Ping with a pang of sorrow, revealing that there were those who had endured even greater tragedies. Yet, being a matter of history, he found himself at a loss for words of comfort. The courtyard was modest, measuring around 200 square meters, with 4 or 5 rooms. Yet it was cluttered and evidently seldom cleaned, with various items strewn about haphazardly. However, Zhang Ping noted the presence of several iron objects, old bicycle parts, and some tools. Come in and have a seat. The conditions are simple. Please do not mind. Jia beckoned Zhang Ping and his companions into the room. Inside, it was quite cold, clearly lacking a heating stove, though the absence of wind offered some relief. Much like the courtyard, the room was in disarray, with clothes carelessly tossed about. Yet, on a table, Zhang Ping spotted several electrical components and a partially assembled radio, albeit old. Teacher He, can you repair electrical appliances? He asked. Oh, I know a bit. Before the college entrance examination was reinstated, I occupied my time by studying from books I acquired and taught myself. I have gained some insights and can manage simple repairs. If you have any faulty appliances, feel free to bring them to me for repair. Zhang Ping felt a spark of inspiration, sensing a potential avenue for financial gain. Very well, I might indeed trouble you for that. He replied, not stating it outright, but voicing his agreement. Over there is the kitchen, and that area is the bathroom. While this room is for storage, Jia introduced without much reservation. I typically do not venture out much. When I am not working, I am generally at home. So you may visit me anytime. His demeanor was polite, shedding the earlier didactic tone, which made Zhang Ping feel at ease. Thank you, Teacher He. I have familiarized myself with the layout, so we shall take our leave now and return to disturb you in a few days. Zhang Ping had no intention of overstaying his welcome and bid farewell directly. Indeed, that is for the best. You should return home. I shall not keep you any longer. It is cold, so please head back early. Jia expressed concern, his face reflecting genuine care. Thank you, Teacher He. Now we shall take our leave. The two brothers stepped out, their hearts filled with a mixture of emotions, realizing that they truly owned a house in the city. Zhang Gui was particularly elated, exclaiming, Third brother, you are indeed remarkable. I never imagined our family could possess a courtyard in the city. We can finally become city dwellers. Zhang Ping smiled modestly, replying, It is nothing extraordinary. In the future, we aspire to reside in a larger city. Having a house here will simply make it more convenient for Xiao and Xiao Lan to attend school, and it will alleviate many of the troubles our parents faced living in the city. Zhang Gui wholeheartedly agreed. That is true. But we will still need to tend to the fields, which may require us to travel back and forth. Zhang Ping chuckled. Well, if we must farm, we shall. If not, we can let others do it. As long as we earn enough to buy food, that is what matters. Indeed, Zhang Gui had come to accept the third brother's perspective. Having wealth is paramount, as it allows one to acquire everything they desire. He too yearned for city life, appreciating its cleanliness and comfort, free from the constant dealings with the dusty earth. By the way, let's not inform our parents just yet. We should first tidy up the courtyard, purchasing some bedding and furniture, as well as rice and flour, so we can move in at any time, Zhang Ping suggested. Zhang Gui nodded in agreement. We also need to buy some coal, otherwise, it will be too cold inside. There are no heated kangs in the city. Indeed, I might not have the time to manage it all. I will give you some money to help arrange things. If you encounter any difficulties, you can reach out to Teacher He or Uncle Wu. They should be willing to assist, he added. As they strolled towards the hospital, Zhang Ping contemplated when he should pay a visit to Xiao Manli, as he certainly owed her for the previous business transaction. Behind them, Chun Lijuan, who had just passed by, gazed at their retreating figures and murmured to herself, It seems like those two boys. I haven't seen them for several days. One of them has even changed into a new outfit, which suggests they are truly making money. But why would they come to this area? This is a residential district. Do they have relatives here? Today was her day off, and she had returned to her family home, unexpectedly encountering the Zhang brothers. Chen Lijuan pondered. Perhaps these two young men indeed had promising futures. She considered inquiring about their circumstances. If they were doing well, she might suggest a match for her niece, who was of a similar age. Establishing a good connection could benefit everyone. At her age, with responsibilities above and below, despite having a stable job, she was acutely aware of the financial struggles she faced. Money was indeed the key to resolving issues. Others bought cowhide envelopes in bulk, spending hundreds each time, with each envelope filled with persimmons sold for at least a yuan, totaling a minimum income of 2,000 yuan. She had never encountered such a sum outside of her workplace. It was simply unimaginable. If that young man truly managed to earn such a fortune so swiftly, what did it matter if he came from the countryside? Were she not older, she would have considered pursuing a relationship with such a prosperous individual. Unbeknownst to Zhang Ping, he had caught someone's attention as he innocently entered the hospital. Zhang Dachuan had gradually accepted the current situation, and upon seeing his two sons enter, a smile finally graced his face. Have matters been resolved? He inquired. Yes, everything is settled. Father, mother, you are unaware that today, my brother and I have accomplished a significant task for our family. Zhang Gui was brimming with excitement, eager to divulge the details of purchasing a property. Zhang Ping, realizing the potential slip of the tongue, hurriedly intervened, stepping on his foot, causing Zhang Gui to grimace in pain. He quickly understood that such revelations were ill-timed. Disclosing this information would inevitably lead their parents to question the source of their funds and their decision to move to the city, an explanation that could spiral into an endless discussion. However, Zhang Dachuan had already overheard and promptly inquired, "What significant matter?" Zhang Ping chuckled and replied, "Given that you are currently hospitalized, it would serve no purpose to disclose it now. Let us maintain an air of mystery until your discharge. Only the two of us are privy to this matter, and no one else will be informed. Your inquiries will be in vain." Zhang Ping bore an expression of nonchalance, inciting an immediate outburst from Zhang Dachuan. Yet, considering that his son had spent money to ensure the preservation of his legs, he relented, shooting him a fierce glare and grumbling, "Humph. Speak or don't speak as you wish. I hardly care to hear it." The father and son exchanged playful banter, much to the amusement of those around them. "Dachuan, your sons are quite filial. They appear lively. Do they have any romantic interests? My daughter visited a couple of days ago. Perhaps you both could consider a match?" Zhang Ping was momentarily taken aback by the suggestion of courtship, as he was not yet 16. Unsure of his own thoughts, he blurted out, "How old is your daughter? And is she attractive?" The clinical uncle's face turned awkwardly pale. Zhang Dachuan quickly interjected, scolding, "Scram. Adults are speaking. What business do you have interrupting? The girl is indeed quite charming, and someone of your demeanor should not entertain such thoughts." Zhang Ping, realizing the impropriety of his comment, nervously laughed. "Indeed, father. You are right. I concur." With that, the clinical uncle recognized the inappropriateness of the conversation and fell silent. Chapter 63. The rise of a family brings many to climb, while its fall draws many to tread upon it. After some light-hearted teasing in the hospital room, Zhang Ping noted that the hour was growing late, prompting him to step out to procure meals for his parents. He understood that if he did not intervene, his mother would hesitate to spend money on meat dishes, even if they had funds available. This behavior was not mere stinginess. Rather, it was a deeply ingrained mindset born from years of hardship and fear of poverty. The following day, with nothing pressing on their schedule, Zhang Ping and Zhang Gui ventured into the city once more, but this time, their purpose was not to visit their parents. Rather, they had come to tidy up the property. They faced the task of clearing away dried weeds, fallen leaves, and dust-laden furniture. During the cleaning process, Zhang Ping discovered that the furniture was crafted from exquisite wood, particularly a set of tables and chairs made from rosewood, a testament to the grandeur once enjoyed by the He family. The table, however, had darkened with age, likely overlooked due to its unassuming appearance. After a day of labor, the brothers managed to restore a semblance of order to the yard, making it considerably more pleasant, although further meticulous cleaning would be required before it could be inhabited. Estimating that the time was ripe, the two brothers locked the door and hastily made their way to the county food factory. The packaging boxes were set to be released, and they decided to purchase a modest pack of Jinsiho cigarettes to keep tucked away. Indeed, upon their arrival, Chief Chu was already awaiting them at the factory entrance, accompanied by a liberation truck, his face adorned with a broad smile. "Ah, Xiaozhong, you finally made it. I was beginning to think you wouldn't show up. Chief Chu exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, not from the cold, but with his eyes fixed eagerly on Zhang Ping's pocket. Zhang Ping chuckled, rest assured, Chief Chu, since I promised to come today, I certainly will. As he spoke, he handed over a bundle of cash, 1,000 yuan in total, causing Chief Chu's face to light up with delight. Ah, Xiaozhong, you are indeed straightforward. I must treat you to a drink another day. He leaned in closer, adding, brother, with the new year approaching, the factory is tightening its grip. If you wish to continue, it would be best to handle everything in one go next time. Otherwise, it may prove challenging with so many eyes around. If you catch my drift. Zhang Ping nodded, understood. I will consider it upon my return. Chief Chu, beaming, patted his shoulder and said, you are truly cut out for business, my brother. Don't forget about me when fortune comes your way. They exchanged pleasantries for a while before Chief Chu instructed the driver and stepped aside. Zhang Ping took his leave and climbed into the passenger seat with Zhang Gui. The Liberation truck promptly set off, heading directly to the plastic factory to load plastic boxes. This time, not only the sales manager, but also a deputy factory director was present. Upon seeing Zhang Ping, the deputy director greeted him with a smile. I heard we had a rather young client, but seeing you in person, it's indeed true. You are quite accomplished for your age. There was no need for the two to lift a finger, for the sales manager had already mobilized the factory workers to load the truck. Zhang Gui simply counted the items, while Zhang Ping was invited into the deputy director's office for tea. My young friend, it seems your business is thriving. In such a short span, you have managed to accumulate quite a stock. May I inquire what sort of enterprise you are running? Zhang Ping raised an eyebrow, sensing the probing nature of the inquiry. With a smile, he replied, it's merely a small venture, just enough to make a living. I've been fortunate lately. Things are going reasonably well. His words were laden with vagueness, devoid of any substantial information. The deputy director was taken aback. This young man was surprisingly tight-lipped. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and said, my young friend, with the new year approaching, I'm sure you've noticed the factory situation. It is not very favorable. We wish to provide some benefits to our employees, but finances are rather constrained. Would you be able to take a larger quantity? I can offer you a discount. Zhang Ping did not immediately acquiesce, but instead inquired, what price are you offering? The deputy director felt a surge of hope. Previously, I offered you 2 dimes per piece. However, if you can take an additional 20,000 units in one go, I can give you a unit price of 8 yuan. How does that sound? Zhang Ping shook his head. Oh, that is too much. My business isn't that large. I dare not. 17. The deputy director insisted, gritting his teeth. Still too much. You overestimate my capabilities. 16. If you can take 30,000 units at once, I will offer you this price. Zhang Ping was well aware of the situation. After some contemplation, he remarked, 15 cents each. I will take 20,000 next time. Perhaps even 30,000. The deputy factory director saw a glimmer of hope. However, Zhang Ping shook his head and replied, no more than 25,000. I fear they may end up as waste if I order more. Agreed. It's a deal. The deputy factory director declared decisively, a smile spreading across his face. A pleasant collaboration. Zhang Ping promptly extended his hand. Alas, how hasty. The deputy factory director chastised himself inwardly, yet maintained a grin as he reciprocated the gesture. Once the agreement was finalized, Zhang Ping produced 2,000 yuan and placed it on the table. This is the payment for this batch. I will return in a couple of days for the rest. However, next time, I would appreciate if you could arrange for a vehicle to deliver the goods. I foresee further collaborations in the future. The deputy factory director felt a sense of relief, responding, certainly. All settled. Zhang Ping quickly departed, returning to his vehicle. He then handed a pack of Golden Monkey cigarettes to the driver, saying, thank you. The driver's countenance brightened at the sight of the cigarettes, though he initially declined. He ultimately accepted them with a smile and placed them beside him. As dusk approached, they arrived at Hewan village. Zhang Jianmin was already aware of the events unfolding that day and had brought along his father, mother, wife, and 2 younger brothers to assist. With ample manpower, the unloading proceeded swiftly. The villagers looked on, their expressions tinged with jealousy. Zhang Dachuan, despite being bedridden with a broken leg, seemed to be thriving. Why couldn't I have such a son? One villager lamented, glaring at his own son who was mingling in the crowd. Wishing to drag him out and deliver a sound reprimand. Li Dagan watched from a distance, gnashing his teeth in frustration. He was still selling persimmons. Since the Zhang brothers had ceased their stall, his business had improved somewhat, yet he barely sold a handful each day. What irked him most was when customers remarked, "Your persimmons are quite expensive compared to those three brothers." Infuriated, Li Dagan often lashed out at them, thinking, "I'm selling them for 3 cents each. How can you still call that expensive?" The outcome of his outbursts was a significant decline in his sales, as word spread that he was prone to berating customers. Consequently, sales dwindled further, leading him to forego selling that day altogether. Observing the flourishing business of others, with their goods transported by large trucks, only fueled his ire, prompting him to turn back home. Just as he did, someone patted him on the shoulder. "Uncle Daming, what brings you here?" Li Dagan inquired upon recognizing the visitor. Zhang Daming nodded, casting a glance at the liberation truck parked at Zhang Ping's entrance. "Feeling envious? That lad has likely made quite a fortune lately. Perhaps we should devise a plan." Indeed, the two men slipped away quietly. With so many hands at work, Zhang Daming found himself unable to assist, merely standing in the courtyard to direct operations. Old man Lu Hong, having regained some strength over the past few days, attempted to lend a hand. But Zhang Ping promptly intervened, sending him aside. If he were to fall, it would be quite troublesome. Zhang Ying did not take action either. Instead, she accompanied Zhang Lan and a cousin from her uncle's family to prepare a meal. It is only fitting to treat those who come to assist with a meal, regardless of one's inner thoughts. Those who can lend a helping hand are indeed commendable. Moreover, Zhang Ping had already informed her that they needed to assemble gift boxes that evening, and the quantity was substantial, necessitating additional hands. After dinner, they could get to work. As for the flour, there was no cause for concern. There remained half a bag from a previous purchase, and he had already conveyed this to Zhang Ping, who would soon procure more. Auntie was considerate, returning home to fetch some carrots, scallions, and garlic sprouts, essential winter vegetables, after moving the goods. This proactive gesture warmed Zhang Ping's heart. He was unafraid of offering benefits, but he dreaded others taking things for granted. Given Auntie's awareness, he would certainly find a way to reciprocate her kindness. Elder brother Zhang Fu and his wife stood awkwardly to the side, wanting to help but unable to swallow their pride. Moreover, no one paid them any attention, leaving them in a state of discomfort. Even a fool could discern that the third brother would undoubtedly sell the myriad items he had brought back for a handsome profit, yet they were excluded from participation, which was exasperating. He found himself regretting not having taken charge of matters with his father earlier, at the very least. He should have given his mother some money back then. Even 10 yuan would have sufficed as a token gesture. Alas, it was too late now. Zhang Ping remained silent, observing the principle of social dynamics, wherein those who prosper attract others while those who falter are trampled upon, remained ever true. Once the courteous goodbye to the driver was concluded, the doors of the Zhang family home were shut, and the two families began their tasks after dinner. Fortunately, there was no power outage that evening, allowing them to work efficiently in 2 separate rooms. The Zhang siblings were well versed in the assembly process and coordinated with their uncle's family, overseeing the work as they proceeded. With more hands, the task progressed swiftly. By just past 12, they had completed the assembly of all 10,000 gift boxes. The leftover plastic containers were set aside, and when Auntie requested 2 for storing eggs, Zhang Ping generously handed her 5, bringing her immense joy and eliciting praises for his thoughtfulness. Gazing at the mountain of gift boxes, Zhang Ping wore a broad smile. Last time, Zhang Peng had requested 5,000 boxes, promising to collect them the following day, which meant they would soon convert that into over 10,000 yuan. After deducting costs, they stood to net a profit of 6 or 7,000 yuan, a veritable windfall. He intended to settle all outstanding payments in the village the next day and also sought a moment to return the 200 yuan that his father had lost to the village, as their father, the production team leader, could no longer fulfill his role. He would leave it to the village to manage as they saw fit. After bidding farewell to his uncle's family, the siblings retired for the night. Old Lu Hong watched with rapturous eyes throughout the evening. This scene was incredibly comforting, with Zhang Ping present. No one dared to show him disrespect. Everyone was courteous. For the first time in many years, he felt that life was indeed wonderful. While others succumbed to slumber, he remained awake, reassured by the rhythmic breaths of the 3 little ones beside him, akin to his own children and grandchildren. His thoughts began to drift northward, pondering their well-being, and he murmured to himself, wondering whether they were warm and well-fed. Chapter 64. The mischievous old man upon awakening. The sun had already risen. Zhang Ping got out of bed to find Zhang Ying tidying up the courtyard. Noticing his brother's presence, she inquired, "Ping Ping, are you not going out today?" Zhang Ping shook his head, replying, "No, I shall remain at home today as someone is coming to collect goods." After contemplating for a moment, he added, "Elder sister, you should hurry and prepare breakfast. Although I will not be going out, you and Ergo must." "Me? What for?" Zhang Ying asked, somewhat perplexed. Zhang Ping glanced at the room across where their elder brother resided, choosing to speak vaguely. "Do not ask just yet. You will understand soon enough." The two of them continued tidying the courtyard. Afterward, Zhang Ying went inside to awaken Zhang Lan, while Zhang Ping entered to rouse Zhang Gui and Zhang Yin. The old man, Lu Hong, having had little sleep, was already up and chuckled, "You three youngsters are quite spirited. Do you not tire from running around all day?" Zhang Ping smiled. "Of course I am tired, but there are pressing matters at hand." The old man sighed nostalgically. Youth is indeed wonderful, brimming with energy. As the old man went out for a stroll, Zhang Ping seized the opportunity to pull Zhang Gui aside, directly handing him a stack of money. "Today, take elder sister and Xiao Lan to the city to sort out that courtyard. Purchase any necessary items as you see fit. Zhang Yin and I will manage here. Remember to buy lunch and dinner for our parents in advance. Otherwise, they will inevitably settle for the cheapest meals." Zhang Gui, eyeing the money in his hands, at least over 200, felt a rush of excitement and immediately agreed, "Got it. Don't worry. But if someone comes to collect the goods, we will need to move them. Call for help from uncle's family if that happens." Zhang Ping nodded in acknowledgement. The two brothers exchanged a few more words before heading out. After breakfast, Zhang Gui departed with his elder sister and Zhang Lan, leaving Zhang Ping, Zhang Yin, and the old man Lu Hong as the only three men at home. The house was serene, but Zhang Ping remained industrious. By around 8 or 9 o'clock, when he estimated that most villagers would be awake, he instructed Zhang Yin to go out and summon people to settle accounts. The old, worn-out Kong table was once again put to use, but this time, Zhang Ping did not sit idly to inspect the ledger. Instead, he handed it directly to the old man Lu Hong. Not utilizing such a capable person felt like a missed opportunity. The old man humorously scolded, "You rascal. You truly are not one to miss an opportunity, not even to put the old man to work. Such a capitalist spirit." Zhang Ping laughed heartily. "That's right. One cannot enjoy a free meal." The old man, unperturbed, accepted the task with a smile. Having subsisted on free meals for too long was uncomfortable for him, so he was delighted to be able to contribute. Upon opening the ledger, the old man was astonished. After flipping through 3 account books, he was left speechless. He had already held a high regard for this young man, but upon seeing the accounts, his astonishment deepened. This young man had indeed procured over 40,000 pounds of persimmon cakes. What a remarkable business endeavor. Zhang Yin returned after a brief circuit, followed closely by a large crowd of people eager to collect their payments, who would not be enthusiastic about receiving money. Soon, the courtyard was bustling with a throng of individuals. Zhang Fu and his wife had also risen, and upon seeing the crowd, they were taken aback. Learning that Zhang Ping was settling accounts, they were filled with curiosity and kept glancing in this direction. The old man was a person of considerable accomplishment. He had swiftly reviewed the accounts, adeptly retrieving the IOUs with one hand while striking through the bills in the ledger with the other, all the while counting out the money for distribution. The villagers were astonished to discover the old man's utility. His actions were executed flawlessly. Zhang Ping stood nearby, maintaining order with a cheerful demeanor, while Zhang Fu and his wife, He Guizhi, watched from their doorstep, their eyes filled with envy. They observed as stacks of money were handed out from the dilapidated Kong table, estimating that at least 300 yuan had already been distributed. "How much money does that rascal have now?" Zhang Fu quietly inquired of his wife, He Guizhi. She rolled her eyes and retorted, "It doesn't matter how much. You have no share in it, considering your past actions." Zhang Fu immediately felt a surge of anger, growling, "Isn't it your idea that I shouldn't spend any money?" He Guizhi, equally incensed, snapped back, "You're a man yet lack any initiative. If I told you not to give money, why did you do it?" Zhang Fu felt utterly defeated. Her unreasonable tirade was infuriating. After finally suppressing his temper, he asked, "What shall we do now? This kid has so much money, and we are left with nothing." He Guizhi, fuming, replied, "What can I do? You saw how it was that day. Your parents look down on you, and those little ones completely ignore us. Zhang Fu's expression turned pale as he recalled the hospital incident, where even his aunt was favored over them. After a moment of silence, Guizhi suggested, I think you should seek help from your mother. She has a soft heart. Spend more time around them. The more they see you, the more they will remember you. After all, you are their son, the eldest. I refuse to believe they can thrive without caring for you. Lacking any better ideas, Zhang Fu nodded. All right, I will go to the hospital tomorrow. Zhang Ping noticed the couple whispering at their doorway, though unable to hear their words. He could surmise they were scheming to benefit from him, a matter he chose to ignore. By noon, all debts in the village were settled, totaling over 300 yuan. The envy in Zhang Fu and his wife's eyes was mirrored by that of the other villagers. As the crowd dispersed, the old man, Lu Hong, appeared somewhat weary but asked with a smile, What shall we have for lunch today, grandson? Zhang Ping replied with a grin, I'll make it. The old man, astonished, asked, You can cook? Zhang Ping rolled his eyes, You underestimate me. It's just cooking, a trivial matter. With that, he washed his hands and entered the kitchen. Today, Zhang was basking in newfound respect. Everyone greeted him with flattering smiles, a rare occurrence that left him exhilarated. The flour was readily available, as were the cabbage and the carrots his aunt had brought last time. With a dozen eggs and some pork on hand, he quickly made a decision. What delicious dish are you preparing for the old man? The old man poked his head in to ask. Having enjoyed better days recently, his spirits were lifted, and he was in a playful mood. How about some flatbread? Would you like that? Really? I haven't had it in years. Yes, I'd love it. The old man exclaimed with excitement. This was a dish he had savored during his days of authority, but since the incident, he had not tasted it again. Often going to bed with an empty stomach, Zhang Ping was indeed skilled in cooking. He kneaded the dough with remarkable speed. The old man, initially skeptical, was finally convinced by Zhang Ping's deft technique, and he praised, capable in the parlor and adept in the kitchen, quite impressive. However, Zhang Ping, with a scowl, retorted, Old man, are you complimenting me or mocking me? That is a description for women. The old man chuckled and turned away, leaving Zhang Ping fuming, astonished by the old man's mischievousness. Chapter 65. The Life Insights of Old Man Lu in the Yard of the County Town. Although Zhang Ying and Zhang Lan had learned about their family's purchase of a house in the city during their journey, they still found it hard to believe. Upon entering the yard, they felt a sense of disorientation. Is this really our house? Zhang Ying asked with skepticism. Zhang Gui smiled. Indeed, isn't it wonderful? Of course. It's so beautiful that I can hardly believe it. Zhang Lan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Brother, this will truly be our home from now on. It's stunning. Zhang Gui nodded, certainly. It cost us a hefty 2,000 yuan. When the third brother paid, he didn't even blink. It pained me to watch. Zhang Gui sighed appreciatively. Third brother is truly remarkable. Zhang Lan beamed, radiating happiness. After many days of care, the frostbite on her face had improved significantly, though a layer of scabs still marred her appearance, reminiscent of a little girl captured in photographs after the Southwest earthquake 2 decades hence. However, Zhang Lan was evidently more fortunate, for her family was together and she could continue her studies. Watching his sisters frolic around the yard, Zhang Gui wore a broad smile. The sisters spent a good half-hour exploring every room before finally settling down. As the elder sister, Zhang Ying felt it was her duty to ensure everything was in order now that they had confirmed the house belonged to them. Gui, go buy 2 basins, a thermos, and some towels. We need to heat some water to clean the dust, and then you can tidy up the weeds over there. Xiaolan, come with me to clean each room. In Hewan Village, the 3 generations of Zhang Ping savored steaming bowls of noodles, their eyes gleaming with satisfaction. This is bliss, the old man said, unusually consuming 2 bowls today. Had he not felt full, he would have had a third. They squatted in the yard, while across from them, Zhang Fu and his wife watched enviously, their son, now understanding, salivating as he called out, Mom, I want to eat at my uncle's house. Infuriated, Zhang Fu dragged the boy inside for a reprimand. Zhang Ping furrowed his brow, but remained silent. Lu Hongrun, wise beyond his years, discerned the underlying issues but knew it was not his place to intervene, choosing to remain silent. Zhang Yin, carefree and unconcerned, only focused on his own meal, indifferent to the troubles of others. Guizhi, wishing to ingratiate herself, felt intimidated by Zhang Ping's icy gaze and dared not utter another word. The last scene of Zhang Ping violently beating Zhang Fu lingered vividly in her mind, casting a psychological shadow that was difficult to dispel. Oh, what a delightful aroma wafts through the air during dinner. As Zhang Ping held her bowl, poised to enter the kitchen, a voice called out from the gate. Accountant Wang. What a pleasant surprise. Please come in. Upon seeing the visitor, Zhang Ping quickly greeted him with a smile. Zhang En, perceiving the situation, promptly took over the bowl from his elder brother to wash it in the kitchen. Upon entering, Accountant Wang paused slightly upon noticing Lu Hong, inquiring, "Who might this be?" Zhang Ping chuckled and replied, "Oh, he is the gentleman who resides in the cattle shed in our village. A few days ago, he was quite famished, so I invited him to my home for a few meals. The country is gradually improving, and while we have never let anyone starve in the past, we certainly cannot allow it now." Accountant Wang, taken aback, quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, indeed. He turned to admonish Lu Hong about embracing the transformation of the hardworking populace. But the old man paid him no mind, instead retreating into a room, leaving Wang's face dark with indignation. Suppressing her laughter, Zhang Ping urged him to take a seat in her parents' room. Accountant Wang, my father is still hospitalized. I imagine you are quite busy today and must have matters to discuss. Zhang Ping, uninterested in idle chatter, directly broached the subject. Accountant Wang nodded, somewhat sheepishly. Nephew, I am aware of your father's hospitalization. However, official matters cannot be delayed. We received reports from the community that the settlement funds for your production team have yet to be disbursed, so the village has sent me to inquire about the situation. Zhang Ping understood. This was a matter of finances. Regarding that, I am informed, but my father is incapacitated, having just undergone surgery. Recovery from such an ordeal takes time, and I fear he is unable to handle this matter. Perhaps the village could appoint another team leader to manage it? Zhang Ping clearly conveyed her stance, implying that even if her father were to recover, he would not resume the role of production team leader. Accountant Wang sighed. Old Zhang was an exceptionally capable production cadre. It's unfortunate that he met with such misfortune. After all this time, the circumstances surrounding the incident and the identity of the perpetrator remained a mystery. He found it hard to believe that no one in the village was aware. The feigned concern from Accountant Wang irked Zhang Ping immensely. Accountant Wang, given the situation, we must devise a solution. Resolving the issue is paramount. Zhang Ping urged. Accountant Wang regarded her thoughtfully and remarked, "You are correct. Resolving the issue is of utmost importance. The village can certainly appoint another production team leader. But your family must first repay the outstanding sum of 1,200 yuan. Zhang Ping nodded. No problem. This is only right. Accountant Wang, if you could provide me with a written note and affix the village seal, I shall procure the funds immediately. I have been prepared and have been awaiting someone from the village. Accountant Wang was momentarily at a loss for words. Her directness left him flabbergasted. You wish for a written note and a seal? He queried. Zhang Ping affirmed, indeed. Otherwise, if I hand over the money, what if others come seeking it as well? This statement was somewhat cutting, implying that Accountant Wang might misappropriate funds. Indeed, his expression shifted dramatically as he retorted, Do you believe I am the sort of person who would engage in corruption? Zhang Ping, however, maintained his composure, shaking his head and responding, Of course not. My father has mentioned that Accountant Wang is diligent and dedicated, wholeheartedly serving the community with a steadfast commitment to his duties. However, while you may be clear of any wrongdoing, the village is not solely your domain. What if others harbor doubts? Without a formal document and seal, how can one clarify the situation? Accountant Wang was momentarily at a loss for words. He indeed harbored thoughts of embezzlement. But he had not anticipated that this young man would articulate his points so meticulously, leaving him with no room for maneuver. Feeling a twinge of annoyance, he replied, You have a point. I can certainly provide a note, but I did not bring the official seal. Would it suffice to write a note for now, and I can stamp it for you in a couple of days? Zhang Ping shook his head. A handover of money must coincide with the delivery of goods. Everything must be transparent. Otherwise, it would be better for Accountant Wang to make an additional trip to retrieve the seal. Ideally, it would be best to invite a village leader or another official to facilitate the direct disbursement of funds to the villagers. My father has been quite concerned about this matter. Having encountered such resistance, Accountant Wang lost his inclination to linger and rose to leave. Remarking with a forced smile at the door, Old Zhang has indeed raised a fine son. Zhang Ping's pupils constricted. This was a thinly veiled insult, suggesting that he was a source of shame for his father. After all, who was unaware that Zhang Dachuan had suffered a leg injury due to his misappropriation of funds for gambling. Thank you for the compliment. Be sure to educate your two sons well. They should learn from me. Zhang Ping retorted with a smile. Accountant Wang fumed. storming off in frustration. Lu Hong, the old man, appeared from nowhere and chuckled. You rascal. I didn't expect you to enjoy a bit of banter. In the future, perhaps you should adopt a more understated approach. It would likely reduce the number of adversaries you face. Is this meant to be advice for me? Zhang Ping was taken aback. One must endure encounters with such petty individuals. Why should I fear them? Zhang Ping pondered. In his previous life, while he was aware of the complexities of business, he typically responded to such provocations with a firm rebuttal. Although this had indeed alienated many, it had also instilled a level of caution in others. Lu Hong sighed. You must have heard the saying, the king of hell is easy to approach, but the little demons are troublesome. You have a long life ahead, and it is unlikely that you will always navigate smoothly. Such petty individuals are ubiquitous. When you are thriving, they may fear and flatter you, but once you encounter setbacks or crises, these individuals can become the final straw that breaks the camel's back. Do not be overly confident. Zhang Ping fell silent. Lu Hong's words rang true. The slow progress of his business in his previous life was not solely due to his inadequacies, but rather because of the persistent sabotage from various individuals, often arising from bizarre circumstances that led to failure. Reflecting on it now, it seemed that, as the old man suggested, it was indeed the petty people he had offended who had orchestrated these troubles. Thank you, Uncle Lu. I will take your advice to heart. Zhang Ping finally refrained from countering. Lu Hong nodded. Indeed, the young can be taught. If you can temper your temper, you will find your path more stable and smooth. One must possess sharp edges, yet also a degree of tact. There is no need to placate the petty, merely manage them, but avoid offending them. Sometimes, petty people can be more easily maneuvered than gentlemen. This was clearly a piece of Lu Hong's life wisdom, and Zhang Ping felt a warmth in his heart. Understood. I will remember that, Zhang Ping affirmed, and Lu Hong smiled, nodding before turning to gather firewood in the backyard to prepare for heating the Kong. Zhang Ping revealed a smile on his face. Indeed, the saying having an elder at home is like possessing a treasure holds true. As he watched Accountant Wang depart, Zhang Ping fixated on his retreating figure, silently calculating that it would be wise to leave the village as soon as possible. Human psychology is fundamentally alike. It is not a scarcity of wealth that troubles people, but rather an inequality in its distribution. In the past, everyone was impoverished, and although they often exchanged jests and occasionally clashed, the conflicts were not overly severe. However, once one among them suddenly flourishes, the tensions sharply escalate, drawing the ire of all. The collective sentiment of unfairness arises. They all dwell in the same meager abode, so why should one individual prosper more than the rest? With such thoughts, everyone desires to extract a little something from that fortunate soul. If one succeeds in doing so, it is deemed a testament to their own prowess. But if not, it is seen as an affront. This animosity emerges without reason, tyrannical and rude. Having lived 2 lives, Zhang Ping understands this facet of human nature well. Opposing it is exhausting. Thus it is better to maintain distance, for his own sake and that of his family. Accountant Wang returned sooner than Zhang Ping had anticipated. In less than 2 hours, he reappeared, accompanied by the village chief and the village secretary, the 3 prominent figures of Fengshuo village. Xiaozhong, I've heard your business is thriving. The bald village secretary inquired with a cheerful grin. Well, it's just enough to keep my family from starving. Zhang Ping responded, not wanting to be confrontational, smiling in reply. The old man was indeed correct. It was important to maintain cordial relations within the village, for it was wise to avoid antagonizing these local potentates. One must not forget the well-digger when drinking water. The affluent should uplift the less fortunate. And let us not forget to lend a hand to our fellow villagers. The village chief chimed in, encouragingly. Of course, I will do what is within my capacity. Zhang Ping replied amiably, leading the 3 into his parents' room, the customary space for receiving guests. Upon entering, Zhang In, feeling apprehensive in such an atmosphere, peeked in before hastily retreating. Old Lu Hong, seemingly wishing to avoid causing any inconvenience to Zhang Ping's family, also remained hidden within. Meanwhile, several villagers lingered at the entrance, whispering among themselves, speculating on the unfolding events. Zhang Ping had no choice but to attend to his guests, pouring each of them a cup of hot water before finally taking a seat. Young man, we have heard about your father's situation, and we sympathize. However, what has happened has transpired, so focus on recuperating, the village secretary stated. Zhang Ping silently cursed. These old foxes offered little substance in their words. Nevertheless, he maintained a humble smile, nodding in gratitude, Thank you, Uncle Secretary. The secretary appeared quite pleased with this demeanor, nodding in approval. However, the village chief gradually adopted a serious expression, saying, according to Accountant Wang, your previous demeanor was rather unsatisfactory. Zhang Ping felt an immediate surge of anger. Casting a glance at the village chief before turning to Accountant Wang, who seemed apprehensive under Zhang Ping's gaze, hastily avoiding it while fixating on a piece of peeling wall as if it were a captivating sight. Oh, is that so? Accountant Wang, perhaps your tone in relaying information was flawed, or you were inattentive to your demeanor. How could it lead Uncle Secretary and the village chief to such an impression? This sounded somewhat like a child reprimanding an adult. Zhang Ping's confrontational nature began to stir once more. If you, an elderly man, act unjustly, then I shall not be bound by righteousness either. Previously, Accountant Wang arrived and upon entering, asserted that my family owed money to the village, incessantly admonishing me to repay my father's debts. I found this perplexing. Are not officials supposed to serve the people? My family is also a part of the populace. Rooted as a genuine poor peasant, how could he conduct himself in such a manner? At that moment, I sought the wisdom of two uncles to discern whether it was my youthful ignorance or Accountant Wang's problematic demeanor that warranted scrutiny. Such a reprimand felt rather harsh. In China, regardless of the circumstances, the foremost consideration is one's attitude. A poor demeanor suggests impure intentions, and should a superior harbor doubts, one's position becomes precarious. Indeed, in an instant, Accountant Wang sprang to his feet, as if his behind were ablaze, his complexion paling. Zhang Ping, what nonsense are you spouting? I have no ill attitude. Do not speak with a clouded conscience. His words poured forth rapidly. His voice elevated and tinged with a sharpness that drew the skeptical gazes of the village secretary and the village head. This was disastrous. Accountant Wang's face turned an ashen hue, exacerbating his predicament. Zhang Ping feigned innocence, appearing somewhat startled, and timidly replied, "Oh, did I perhaps misremember? My apologies if I did." At this, the expressions of the village head and secretary shifted from doubt to certainty. The village secretary, whose smile had previously adorned his face, became serious. Accountant Wang, one must be mindful of both attitude and methodology in community work. Your demeanor must be amended. If it cannot improve, perhaps you should consider laboring to reform yourself. Oh, the secretary truly commands respect. Such an astute remark, suggesting one labor for self-improvement. In this era of household production contracts, with communal cooking abandoned, how could one reform through labor? One would naturally return to tilling the land. His words exhibited profound insight, indeed, impressive. Zhang Ping wholeheartedly applauded the village secretary in his thoughts. Recognizing the wisdom behind his position, he was acutely aware of his own standing, thus purposefully masquerading as a youthful fool. Knowing that a misstep or two would not raise suspicion as long as he adhered to the broader principles. After all, aren't young people often perceived as such? With the village secretary's demeanor now stern, the village head's expression softened, clearly assuming contrasting roles. The village head smiled slightly and addressed me, saying, "Young lad, your father is absent, your eldest brother has already separated, and your second brother is also away. Are you in a position to make decisions?" I promptly nodded, affirming, "I can." "Please, speak, Uncle Village Head." The village head nodded, pleased with my response, casting a disapproving glance at Accountant Wang. The latter, feeling despondent, loathed Zhang Ping in silence, yet found himself powerless, being the youngest present. The village head continued, "Since you can indeed make decisions, I shall be forthright. Your father previously withdrew the total loan for your production team, and there have been reports from villagers that it has yet to be distributed. As the new year approaches, times are tough for everyone. If it is possible to overcome this challenge, please expedite repayment. Since your father is absent, we shall distribute the funds to your production team today. Can you manage to overcome this difficulty?" Such a statement left no room for hesitation. Overcoming this challenge was imperative. Zhang Ping hastily remarked, "Of course, challenges must be faced. When difficulties arise, we must overcome them. My father entrusted me with this matter when I visited the hospital. He has already prepared the funds, which I have received. Initially, he intended to personally handle this matter upon his discharge, but circumstances have rendered that impossible. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience of requiring both of you to make the trip." The two uncles seated themselves, and Zhang Ping declared, "I shall retrieve the money immediately." His demeanor was exceedingly gracious, embodying the essence of an outstanding, dedicated youth. As he was about to exit the room, Zhang Ping turned back and added, "Oh, by the way, my father instructed me to ensure that whoever takes the money leaves a note. If it is for the village, a stamp and the recipient's signature should be affixed to prevent any future gossip." The village chief chuckled. "Ah, this is characteristic of old Zhang, consistent, stubborn, and principled. Such qualities are indeed necessary for our nation's cadre." The village secretary nodded in agreement. "Yes, a note is essential. We shall have Accountant Wang draft it shortly." Accountant Wang grumbled, "I feel like a fool. Had I known this would be the case, I would have simply drafted it and stamped it right away." Zhang Ping offered a grateful nod, casting a final glance at Accountant Wang. "How much better it would have been had you agreed sooner, rather than creating such a fuss." He internally scoffed, dismissing any concern for how Accountant Wang might struggle thereafter. His position was surely at risk. Last year, the household contracting had just been finalized, and whispers of a new election for village officials circulated. His situation was precarious. The money was readily available, nestled in a cloth bag within Zhang Ping's room. And he did not shy away from old Lu Hong. He retrieved the funds, casually stating, "Uncle Lu, please help tidy up the bag." With that, he departed. Lu Hong gaped, astonished at how effortlessly the young man commanded respect from his elders. However, upon seeing the contents of the bag, his astonishment deepened. The stacks of cash appeared to amount to 4,000 or 5,000. He nearly gasped in disbelief. Such a sum would not be considered meager even in the capital. How on earth had this young man amassed such wealth? Zhang Ping's intentions were deliberate. He aimed for old Lu to witness his financial acumen, instilling a measure of confidence in him. After all, should the old man lose faith, what could Zhang Ping do? Don mourning attire and perform funeral rites? Such a notion was intolerable. There was only one father. Upon returning to his parents' room, Zhang Ping placed the money before the village chief and the village secretary without hesitation. "Village chief, secretary, please count it and see if it suffices. This is what my father left behind." He specified this amount. Zhang Ping feigned ignorance, appearing wholly sincere. The secretary remained still, while the village chief examined the money without counting it. Instead, he placed it before Accountant Wang, saying, "Accountant Wang, please tally it and verify against the ledger." Accountant Wang felt as though he might weep, yet he mustered a forced smile to accept the task. While the two dignitaries refrained from inspecting the funds, they tasked him with doing so. Should he claim any discrepancies, he feared he would be met with greater suspicion. Fortunately, it was in the presence of 3 witnesses, so the situation was not entirely dire. The money was soon counted, and Accountant Wang's expression soured as he hesitated. "There is a shortfall of 625 yuan. The village chief extended his hand to retrieve the ledger, glancing over its contents before counting the money once more. Only then did he nod at the secretary, turning to Zhang Ping and stating, "Indeed, there is a shortfall of 625 yuan. Do you have it?" Zhang Ping promptly nodded, exclaiming, "Oh, I do." He swiftly produced a handful of cash from his pocket, all comprised of small denominations, the largest being no more than 50 cents, causing Accountant Wang to grimace in dismay. It was evident that he had intentionally prepared this meager sum in advance. While he was unperturbed by the villagers' covetous gazes, the scrutiny of the village officials could lead to considerable complications. As soon as the notes were revealed, both the village secretary and the chief's demeanor visibly softened. After Zhang Ping meticulously counted each bill and handed them to the village chief, the secretary inquired, "I hear you've been selling persimmons in the city recently?" Zhang Ping nodded, "Yes, indeed. This money is what I earned from selling persimmons." You wouldn't believe how disdainful city folks can be, complaining about hygiene and mocking my shabby attire, calling me a country bumpkin. It's quite challenging to conduct business, and I have to force a smile. It's exhausting. They both chuckled at this exchange. It seemed reasonable. If a destitute lad were to suddenly amass a fortune as rumored, it would raise eyebrows. Nonetheless, a hint of skepticism lingered, as there were whispers of many purchasing persimmons from Zhang Ping. This was an unexpected windfall. Zhang Ping had always sourced his persimmons from the villagers, who in turn shared with their relatives. For convenience, they preferred to use the villagers' names rather than their own, which certainly had an impact. However, this practice led to multiple narratives, causing the village secretary and chief to refrain from further inquiry. Given the considerable distance between the two villages, discrepancies and delays in information were to be expected. "Perfect," Accountant Wang interjected, speaking in a hushed tone. Without needing further prompting, he wrote a note for the village secretary and chief to review, signing his name with flourish. and requested the other two to do the same before affixing the official seal, thereby concluding the matter. Come, let us gather the villagers and distribute this money. Zhang Ping, you go call the villagers, in your yard, if you please. Zhang Ping nodded and called out to Zhang and before promptly stepping outside. Chapter 67. As much as you need. Upon hearing that money was to be distributed, the villagers surged forward with enthusiasm, filling the courtyard to capacity. Zhang Ping had no choice but to assume the role of order keeper. He also enlisted the help of Zhang Jianmin and his brothers to help maintain order. When he noticed Zhang Daming attempting to sneak into his sister's room amidst the chaos, Zhang Ping's expression darkened. He swiftly approached and delivered a sharp kick, shouting, "What the hell, Zhang Daming?" In broad daylight, trying to sneak into someone's room like a thief. At this, all eyes turned towards them, prompting the village chief to stride over. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "He's trying to steal something," Zhang Ping replied candidly. "There's money in Zhang Ying and Zhang Lan's rooms. Nothing must go awry." Under the scrutiny of so many, Zhang Daming turned pale, thoroughly humiliated. He hadn't anticipated that despite not having looked in this direction, Zhang Ping would come rushing over. "I just felt cold and wanted to go inside to warm up. I absolutely wasn't trying to steal anything," Zhang Daming stammered in defense. "Humph, not stealing? Then why would you want to go in so casually? This is the room of my elder sister and younger sister. You, a local villager, have visited my home countless times. Surely you are aware of this? What prompts you to intrude upon the young lady's quarters? What intentions do you harbor? I believe it would be prudent to bind you and escort you to the police station," Zhang Ping stated bluntly. "Indeed, let us take you to the police station." Zhang Jianmin added his support without hesitation. Soon, his two younger brothers joined in, voicing their agreement. In this moment, they understood that aiding kin over justice was not the way. The others merely murmured and whispered among themselves, their discussions unceasing. The village secretary observed with a cold gaze, then turned to an elder beside him and inquired, "What is this person's reputation in the village?" The elder replied candidly, "Him? Not very good. Quite slippery." Being of high seniority, the elder spoke without fear of repercussions. The village secretary's expression grew grave. It seems he requires thorough education and reform. Zhang Yuming, upon hearing this, became anxious and stepped forward, saying, "Secretary, village head, my brother must have been momentarily careless. He is not that kind of person and would never recklessly intrude into a young lady's room. It must be a misunderstanding." As he spoke, a few families closely related to Zhang Daming also stepped forward to plead on his behalf, for if Zhang Daming were apprehended, the entire family would be shamed and ridiculed. Though they cursed Zhang Daming internally, they still felt compelled to advocate for him. This reflects the reality of rural life, where kinship often prevails over justice, a remnant of the old village order. "Young man, you see, such matters cannot be approached too harshly," the village head remarked. Well aware of the truth of the situation, but also mindful of the potential for public unrest. He then looked towards Zhang Ping, the aggrieved party. Zhang Ping sighed inwardly, realizing that this approach would not rectify the behavior of those involved. He feigned reluctance and declared, "He must apologize to me before the entire village." "Very well." The village head readily agreed, pleased that a resolution could be found, for which village is devoid of its share of scoundrels. "Zhang Daming, do not hesitate. Apologize to Zhang Ping," the village head urged. Zhang Daming's complexion paled. He was loath to bow to this young lad who had yet to reach maturity, yet the current circumstances demanded it. "I apologize. I was mistaken and did not pay attention, which led me to enter the room. It was my oversight, and I sincerely apologize." His apology was reluctant. His gaze cast down, filled with resentment. Zhang Ping nodded, saying, "Very well, I shall trust you this once. Do not let me catch you again, otherwise I will certainly send you to the police station." "I mean what I say." Zhang Daming departed, leaving the task of collecting money to his 13-year-old son. The others felt a deep sense of embarrassment and hesitated to approach. The distribution of funds commenced, and Accountant Wang, wary of further complications, conducted the process smoothly. Zhang Ping collected the family's total of 2,156 yuan, supposedly calculated based on work points and headcount, though the method of calculation remained unclear. He casually placed the money into his pocket and departed, seemingly indifferent, while Zhang Fu, who had been observing, felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and seize the money. The disbursement proceeded efficiently over 2 hours. It was not due to a crowd, but rather the issue of small change, as each family possessed coins that required constant exchange. Finally, the funds have been distributed, and both the village secretary and the village chief breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Ping also exhaled a long breath, marking the conclusion of this matter. You did well, young man. Focus on your studies and make your father proud. The village chief remarked as he patted his shoulder before departing. Only Accountant Wang turned back, glaring at him with palpable resentment. Zhang Ping responded with a mocking smile, infuriating Wang to the point where he nearly turned back to confront him. Zhang Ping fell silent. This incident was the catalyst for his rebirth, the turning point for his family's fate, and a thorn in his heart. Now that the matter had been resolved, could the destinies of that family truly be transformed? He remained uncertain. What are you thinking about, third brother? Zhang inquired as he approached. Oh, nothing. Please ask uncle and the others to come in and rest for a while. The car should be arriving shortly, Zhang Ping replied. Zhang sensed his brother's distracted thoughts, but was oblivious to their nature. He merely felt that his third brother had suddenly become a different person, deep and somewhat intimidating. Zhang Fu squatted by his door, observing the scene. He was acutely aware that the money Zhang Ping had just produced did not originate from their father, but was, in fact, Zhang Ping's own. That was a sum of 200 yuan, taken out so readily. How much money did this boy possess? His mind was in turmoil. He longed to seize the money, yet fear of retribution held him back. Zhang Ping lingered under the eaves for a considerable time before finally entering the house. Old man Lu seemed to sense some of his thoughts and offered comfort. Young man, you did well today. Zhang Daming indeed harbors impure intentions. But this matter is not something he can be dealt with easily. You must seek another opportunity. Your approach with the village officials was commendable when you lack the ability. Endure and wait for the right moment. Have you heard how wolves hunt? Once they fixate on their prey, they follow it closely, biding their time until they are absolutely certain before striking. Patience is not weakness, it is strategy. This is what you must do. In life, one seldom gets what they desire. More often, it is about silently bearing and enduring. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Lu Hong nodded with a smile. You are doing well. When I was your age, I was still climbing trees to fetch birds' nests. You have already accomplished much. Ah, you did that too? Zhang suddenly interjected, astonished. Lu Hong retorted lightly, what of it? I was once your age as well. He then sighed. It is unfortunate that in the past, society was overly restrictive. It controlled everything, making it difficult for farmers to rise above their station. You are different now. You can pursue education, join the military, or engage in commerce. This is your opportunity. Seize it. If you can venture beyond this village, do so. Only then will you realize the vastness of the world and the abundance of knowledge yet to be acquired. Study diligently. It is the foundation of everything. As he listened to old man Lu's earnest counsel, Zhang Ping felt a warm glow in his heart. The old man was truly commendable, a remarkable elder. Suddenly, a car horn blared outside, startling the three of them. Outside, the third son of Uncle Men's family, Zhang Jianxing, rushed in and exclaimed, Ping Ping. A large vehicle has arrived at the entrance, and 2 people are heading straight to your home. Oh, Zhang Ping's spirit soared, and he hurried outside. Indeed, he saw 2 individuals approaching the courtyard gate, one of whom was Hu Yong, the driver who had previously driven him home in a jeep, while the other was an unfamiliar face. A liberation truck was parked outside as expected. Brother Hu, you have come. The driver immediately broke into a smile. Haha, of course. I am here to collect the goods. Are you prepared? Zhang Ping was instantly delighted. Yes, indeed. I have been waiting for you. It's quite chilly on the way. Come in and have some hot water. Zhang Ping warmly ushered both men into his parents' room, as it was the most spacious area available. Once inside, Zhang Ping poured water for them, awkwardly apologizing. I truly apologize. We have no tea at home, so we can only offer plain boiled water. Once I go to the city, I will treat you to drinks. Hu Yong, with his cheerful demeanor, laughed heartily. That sounds splendid. I shall eagerly await that treat. He then pointed to the other person and introduced him. This is Comrade Feng Bin, secretary to Director Jiang. You may address him as Brother Feng. Feng Bin appeared to be quite youthful, likely not yet 30. Although he did not wear glasses, he exuded an air of scholarly refinement. His gaze, however, was sharp as he surveyed the surroundings, particularly scrutinizing Zhang Ping multiple times. Hello, Brother Feng. It is a pleasure to meet you. We shall likely interact more in the future. I am still young, so I hope you will be forgiving of any shortcomings in my work. Zhang Ping spoke earnestly, and Feng Bin, appreciating his sincerity, replied with a smile, the director mentioned you are young yet remarkably capable. I was skeptical, but now I believe it. You are quite impressive, far surpassing me. I may need you to look after me in the future. Brother Feng, you are too kind. The three engaged in polite banter, leaving Zhang En and Zhang Jinxing, who stood aside, utterly bewildered. Zhang Ping then introduced the two boys, and Feng Bin and Hu Yong nodded casually, acknowledging them. The two youngsters, feeling somewhat awkward, swiftly exited to allow the three to converse. Zhang Ping. Director Jiang has asked me to inquire about the total quantity of goods you have. Feng Bin, evidently the main figure of the day, directly inquired. Zhang Ping felt a slight stir within and, with a look of astonishment, responded, "Didn't we agree on 5,000 last time? Why the sudden increase?" Feng Bin chuckled. "Certainly not. That seems rather insufficient. Is it possible to provide more? I can settle the payment in one go. Whatever quantity you have, I shall take." This revelation astonished Zhang Ping. He quickly laughed. "It seems Director Jiang's business is thriving. How much specifically can you take, Brother Feng? I will find a way to accommodate." Feng Bin's eyes brightened as he focused intently on Zhang Ping, thinking to himself that this lad was quite shrewd, avoiding revealing how much stock he had on hand. If you can provide 10,000, I can take them all today. But it would be best to prepare a bit more." "How much more?" 100,000. "Is that feasible? If funds are tight, we can offer a deposit." Chapter 68. The allure of wealth. Feng Bin's bold statement truly startled Zhang Ping. Goodness. To ask for 100,000 units right off the bat was akin to exporting persimmons abroad. He had to concede. The connections this person possessed were truly formidable. Within merely 3 days. It was astonishing. In retrospect, being brought into the police station by Qi Wenbin that day turned out to be quite worthwhile. Indeed, I find myself lacking in funds. While being able to pay a deposit would be ideal, are you certain, Brother Feng, that you require 100,000 copies? Zhang Ping reiterated. Feng Bin nodded. Not a single copy less. If the new year weren't approaching, I would have requested even more. Time is of the essence. Do your utmost to prepare. If you have reservations, we can sign a simple agreement first. As he spoke, he retrieved a document from his briefcase and placed it before Zhang Ping. Tentatively, Zhang Ping picked it up, and upon a mere glance, he inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "What the hell? Alas, my lack of education leads me to express my disbelief." It was no wonder Zhang Ping was taken aback. The agreement clearly stated, at least 100,000 copies. This was akin to a golden opportunity dropping into his lap. He doubted his own reading, yet upon closer inspection, he was indeed correct. Furthermore, there was a note indicating a prepayment of 30. Was this a precaution against his potential withdrawal? Not only that, but there was also a penalty clause of 10,000 yuan. This was outright coercion. Zhang Ping inwardly cursed. This Zhang Peng was indeed no easy adversary. He not only sought profit but aimed to ensure Zhang Ping made a substantial fortune, leaving him no room for refusal. The sum was too great, and the benefits too enticing. 100,000 copies equated to 200,000 yuan. The mere thought was staggering. In a year where a household earning 10,000 yuan would be celebrated, if he were to earn 200,000 in one fell swoop, he could hardly fathom the ensuing chaos. He feared that his despicable elder brother, his shameless aunt, and all manner of eccentric relatives would descend upon him like sharks sensing blood, tearing him apart. Remaining in this village was simply untenable. He would not know how to meet his demise. A cold sweat broke out on Zhang Ping's forehead. Feng Bin, seemingly anticipating this reaction, observed the changing hues of Zhang Ping's face, beads of sweat forming on his brow, and smiled subtly. This was more like it. If this young man had reacted with indifference upon seeing the agreement, he would have been hesitant to continue the business. What do you think? This deal is quite favorable, isn't it? Feng Bin inquired with a grin once Zhang Ping had regained his composure. Zhang Ping abruptly lifted his head, scrutinizing Feng Bin's face as if he were gazing upon a rare beauty. Instantly, Zhang Ping categorized this Secretary Feng among the cunning individuals. It was utterly terrifying. He had not been unfamiliar with such characters in his past life. Yet since his rebirth, he had not anticipated encountering someone of this caliber so swiftly. He found it somewhat disorienting. Who could have foreseen that a humble individual striving to earn a bit more to improve his family's circumstances would attract such formidable figures? It was a wonder he was not left in a state of shock. He rapidly adjusted his mindset. Within mere seconds, he regained his composure and forced a wry smile, saying, "Brother Feng, you truly are terrifyingly formidable. Such a substantial figure. I genuinely cannot guarantee I can manage this. Isn't this putting undue pressure on a brother? Feng Bin was also secretly astonished. This young man's mental fortitude was remarkable, having adapted so swiftly. He found it hard to believe that the individual before him was merely a rural high school student. To him, this lad appeared to be a seasoned fox, well acquainted with the larger world and incredibly shrewd. Director Jiang had indeed underestimated the young man, who should not be taken lightly. A careful approach was warranted. If he could be won over, he would undoubtedly prove to be a valuable asset. Unbeknownst to Zhang Ping, as he assessed Feng Bin, the latter had also formed a high opinion of him. Were Zhang to learn of this, he might very well be astonished. Hu Yong observed the exchange between the two with a hint of skepticism. A rough man by nature, he had accompanied leaders on numerous journeys and had gleaned insight from his experiences. Although he could not discern the particulars of their interaction, it was evident that they had already engaged in several rounds of verbal sparring. Initially, he felt Zhang Ping was at a disadvantage. Yet now it seemed that Secretary Feng was quite serious, who found himself questioning how formidable Zhang Ping truly was, to have elicited such caution from Secretary Feng. With this realization, he began to regard Zhang Ping with newfound respect. Despite being merely a driver, every man harbors dreams and aspirations, particularly for the sake of their families. He deemed Zhang Ping a commendable individual and considered the possibility of cultivating a friendship with him. In the realm of capable individuals, age is no barrier. And Hu Yong understood this truth well. The three of them each harbored their own thoughts, yet the atmosphere remained congenial. Feng Bin smiled, addressing Zhang Ping, "Brother, please do not make it difficult for me. This is merely a task assigned by my superiors. Just tell me whether you will take on this business." With no viable options left, Zhang Ping conceded, realizing that his counterpart possessed greater strength and audacity, leaving him with little recourse. "Fine, I shall accept. But I can only guarantee 100,000 units. I cannot assure you of the quantity beyond that. However, the deposit for these 100,000 units must be provided in advance." Zhang Ping compromised, striving to secure the best possible outcome for himself. He was reluctant to undertake this business, as it posed significant challenges. Sourcing the goods was a monumental task, especially with less than 20 days remaining before the new year. Feng Bin chuckled, "No problem, I have brought the funds. Besides the full payment for today's goods, I also have a cash deposit of 300,000 for the 100,000 units. You can count it on the spot." As he spoke, he opened his briefcase and began producing stacks of cash, akin to a magician performing tricks. Soon, a substantial sum lay before the three of them. Zhang Ping felt parched and overwhelmed. With each bundle amounting to 1,000, the remaining payment for the goods totaled 8,500, alongside a 30 deposit of 30,000 for the subsequent 10 orders, culminating in nearly 40,000 yuan, approximately 40 bundles. The spectacle was indeed astonishing. At that moment, not only Zhang Ping, but also Hu Yong felt as though their heads were spinning with the sheer volume of money involved. Had it not been for their formidable self-restraint, they might have been tempted to seize the opportunity and flee. This was a true test of character. "Secretary Feng, Brother Feng, next time such a situation arises, please do not involve me. I fear I might falter," Hu Yong said with a wry smile, clearly exasperated. Feng Bin laughed in response, "Do not think you alone. I too wish to avoid such temptations, yet I dare not." Zhang Ping was left speechless, caught between laughter and despair. Realizing that none among them were in a particularly enviable position, Zhang Ping swiftly turned and shut the door. Realizing that if anyone were to burst in unexpectedly and witness this scene, it could very well cost a life. As the door closed, the room was plunged into shadow, and he felt as though 4 eerie green flames were fixated upon him, an utterly terrifying sensation. He hurriedly flicked on the light, dispelling the unsettling atmosphere. Feng Bin, seemingly unable to endure the tension any longer, urged, "Hurry up and take stock. I genuinely fear I might do something reckless." This time, Zhang Ping wasted no time and promptly began counting. He set aside a deposit of 30,000 yuan and then accounted for the remaining 8,500 yuan, ensuring not a single note was overlooked. Once the counting was complete, he confirmed every penny was intact. "Brother Feng, how much merchandise are you planning to take this time?" Feng Bin's eyes sparkled with excitement. So you're telling me you have more than 5,000 units at hand? I knew you wouldn't be so straightforward. Speak up, how many do you have? I'll take them all. He leaned in. Cash payment, please. Zhang Ping, astonished, replied, You still have money on you? Feng Bin nodded affirmatively. Just tell me how much stock you possess. Zhang Ping held up a single finger. 10,000. Feng Bin erupted into laughter. Huh? You've been quite the help, my friend. I'll take every last unit. He then turned to Hu Yong, saying, Tiger, fetch the goods. This was code. Hu Yong's surname was Hu, and old Hu meant tiger, while fetch the goods signified retrieving the cash. Without hesitation, Hu Yong reached into his clothing, rummaging at his waist for a moment before producing wads of cash. One stack after another. Soon there were 10 stacks before them. Each stack contained 1,000, precisely amounting to the payment for the 5,000 units. Zhang Ping exhaled deeply. Wait a moment. He quickly grabbed a cloth bag used for groceries from a nail on the wall and began collecting the money. Once everything was secured, he smiled at the two men. Let us go fetch the goods. Brother Feng, you can count the amount. I'll call in some help to load the car. Feng Bin nodded. All right. Zhang Ping swiftly opened the door, clutching the money bag, and made his way to his own room. The old man, Lu Hong, was seated on the com. Zhang Ping thrust the bag into his hands, saying, Old man, keep this safe for me. It's my lifeline. With that, he stepped outside. The old man, drowsy and somewhat bewildered, snapped back to reality, curious about the contents. As he cracked open the bag, he was met with a sight brimming with cash, which jolted him awake, his sleep instantly vanishing into thin air, nearly giving him a heart attack. By heavens! The old man couldn't help but exclaim. He hastily tied the bag shut and tucked it under the blanket, resolutely declaring that he wouldn't leave the Kong for anything today. He was determined to stay put, no matter what. Unbeknownst to him, he had unconsciously begun to think solely of Zhang Ping's well-being, not even pausing to consider where this money had come from or how it had accumulated to such an amount. Of course, this realization was fleeting, and soon the questions arose in his mind. However, now was not the time for inquiries. He suppressed his curiosity and began to ponder and deduce the situation. Upon exiting, Zhang Ping immediately called for Zhang Un and Zhang Jinxing, saying, Go, summon your uncle to assist. We're getting ready to load the car. Zhang Jinxing had received his instructions early on and, upon hearing the command, dashed off in a flash. Zhang Un inquired, Third brother, should we summon anyone else? Zhang Ping pondered briefly before responding. Let us call upon Zhang Youtsai's family and Tian Hongwei's family. They have numerous sons, which should suffice. Zhang Un nodded in agreement and set off. Nowadays, it was evident to anyone visiting Zhang Ping's household that prosperity had graced their lives. Initially, a crowd had gathered outside, eager to witness the spectacle, but upon hearing the call for assistance, they hurriedly entered, eagerly summoning their wives and children to lend a hand without hesitation. Opportunities to assist Zhang Ping were scarce, and they were determined to seize the moment, their enthusiasm surpassing even their own self-interest. In less than 5 minutes, the three families had arrived in full force. Chapter 69, Kindred Spirits. As they began loading the goods, the summoned families exhibited an extraordinary vigor, working tirelessly and competing with one another to avoid any semblance of idleness. Meanwhile, the other villagers looked on with envy, wishing to supplant these industrious individuals. Yet they could only mutter sour remarks. They've never been so diligent even for their ancestors' graves. What a bunch of sycophants. Indeed, look at Zhang Yukai, sprinting along with his bow-legged gait, completely oblivious to the risk of a fall that could shatter his teeth. And Zhang Jinchuan, that old man, who had lived a timid life, was now strutting about, while Zhang Dachuan, too intimidated to show his face after a broken leg, was overshadowed today. The air was thick with disparaging comments, and the three families remained oblivious, their faces etched with anger. Zhang Ping directed the loading of goods while listening to the remarks, feeling not a shred of discontent, but rather a sense of delight. Such is human nature. He sought to create a rift among these onlookers. Those willing to lend a hand would be rewarded, while those unwilling could retreat far away. With a larger workforce, the task of packing 10,000 gift boxes progressed swiftly. The truck, equipped with a canopy, allowed for orderly stacking, alleviating concerns of cargo loss from jostling. In less than 20 minutes, everything was ready. Without hesitation, Zhang Ping produced 30 yuan, distributing 10 yuan to each of the three assisting families, instantly igniting envy among the gathered crowd. Goodness! This fellow squanders money as if it were mere trifles. 30 yuan just like that? Truly a spendthrift, who knows how much one could acquire with that sum. With such a reckless spender, Zhang Dachuan was surely suffering from endless misfortune. Zhang Ping remained unfazed, while the families who received the money beamed with flattery, incessantly extolling his virtues. Furthermore, Zhang Ping presented an additional 10 yuan to his uncle, Zhang Jinchuan, saying, "Uncle, your assistance has been invaluable. This is a token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Zhang Jinchuan was utterly beside himself, visibly excited and stumbling over his words. The previous 10 yuan had been shared among the three families, which hadn't elicited such a fervent reaction, but this 10 yuan was exclusively for his family, signifying their special bond with Zhang Ping. This unique treatment filled him with joy. Once as a coincidence, twice as a pattern, he believed that by supporting his nephew, Zhang Ping would undoubtedly bring prosperity to their family in the future. He intended to commend his nephew for his lack of eloquence, yet reprimanded his son with unparalleled fluency. "Jianmin, Jianhua, Jianxing, listen closely. Whenever your third uncle requires assistance, you must come immediately. Should you dawdle, I shall not hesitate to break your legs." As a father's decree, his words were naturally to be heeded. Although Jianhua and Jianxing did not receive direct monetary compensation, the gleaming 2 large banknotes in their father's possession were undeniably enticing, leaving no room for dissent. "Father, rest assured, we shall promptly assist whenever there is a need at uncle's place." The brothers readily agreed without hesitation. As for Zhang Jianmin, he had already secured 70 or 80 yuan from Zhang Ping, a secret known solely to him and his wife, and thus he harbored no objections. Before he could voice anything, his wife, Zhao Huixiang, promptly responded with a smile. "Father, you need not worry. Jianmin and I fully understand the situation. As family, we shall certainly come to help without you needing to say a word." Zhang Jinchuan, witnessing his 3 sons and eldest daughter-in-law express their intentions, felt a surge of pride and turned to Zhang Ping, saying, "Ping, if anything arises, just let me know. If your uncle does not assist you, who will?" Zhang Ping, adorned with a smile, readily agreed. "I knew my uncle would certainly lend a hand. Your support will be indispensable in the future." Satisfied, Zhang Jinchuan turned away, humming an operatic tune as he walked off. Hu Yong was busy folding the tarpaulin when Feng Bin approached and patted Zhang Ping on the shoulder, remarking, "Young man, with your skills, you have managed to win over a multitude for merely 30 yuan. Just observe these individuals. I fear that with a mere word from you next time, they will all be at your beck and call." Zhang Ping, not daring to boast before Feng Bin, quickly replied, "Brother Feng, please do not mock me. This was a matter of necessity, forced upon me." Feng Bin chuckled, "Well, the task is complete, and I shall take my leave. However, do pay attention to the subsequent matters and resolve them promptly." Zhang Ping nodded. "Rest assured, Brother Feng, I will find a way." As Hu Yong finished securing the tarpaulin and bid farewell, Feng Bin turned to his vehicle, and both departed swiftly. Zhang Ping watched the liberation vehicle exit the village, then turned to enter his courtyard. Those seeking to ingratiate themselves lost their chance, resorting to detaining Zhang and with inquiries. However, knowing little and being shy, Zhang, upon sensing the crowd, hastily fled, leaving everyone disappointed and frustrated. Zhang Ping entered his room, where the elder Lu Hong lay curled up on the kong, motionless, causing Zhang Ping to fear he had met with misfortune. He hurriedly approached. "Uncle Lu, what is the matter?" Upon hearing Zhang Ping's voice, Lu Hong sprang up, revealing his forehead drenched with sweat. Uncle Lu, what is going on?" Zhang Ping asked, bewildered. Lu Hong, in an exasperated tone, retorted, "Is it not because of you? You casually tossed a heavy bomb into my lap. How could I not keep watch for you?" He shot Zhang Ping a fierce glare, then tossed the bag containing the money to him as if it were scalding. As Zhang Ping caught the bag and realized it was filled with his own money, he felt both amused and profoundly moved. The old man had no intention of making money. Instead, he seemed utterly disinterested and merely pretended to sleep while guarding his purse. It was truly a pity for him. "Uncle Lu, rest assured, once this busy period passes, I will definitely help you reconnect and strive to ensure your swift return to the city." This was a promise made by Zhang Ping, regardless of whether the old man accepted it. "Sigh, let it be." The old man sighed, and then spoke. "Third son, wealth can easily sway the heart. You should be cautious with your possessions. I have heard that banks are now accepting deposits. It would be wise for you to store your money there." Zhang Ping nodded in agreement. "Yes, I will go to the city to deposit the money tomorrow." The room was exceedingly sparse, and as he looked around for a suitable hiding place, he hesitated until the old man spoke again. "Never mind, give it to me. I will keep it for you. Tonight, let it serve as my pillow. Haha, after living for several decades, I have yet to experience the sensation of sleeping with a purse of money. Finally, I have the opportunity. The old man's words carried a hint of self-mockery, yet Zhang Ping felt deeply touched. With the old man's assistance, he felt significantly more at ease. Meanwhile, Zhang Fu and his wife, at that moment, felt their eyes welling with tears. Sigh, just how much money did that kid make with all these boxes? Zhang Fu inquired of his wife. He Guizhi retorted, how would I know? But it must be quite a sum. Did you not see him treat money so casually? He carelessly gave away 30 yuan and handed your uncle 10 yuan. How extravagant. Even landlords were never this lavish. Zhang Fu sighed again, feeling dejected as he lowered his head and pulled out his smoking pipe, preparing to light up. In a fit of anger, he Guizhi kicked him, scolding, I must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes to marry such a useless man. That boy has earned so much money. And you don't even think of a way to benefit? If he can give your uncle 20, why can't he give his elder brother 200? Zhang Fu stumbled from the kick and, vexed, retorted, what can I do? That kid doesn't even acknowledge me. Upon hearing this, he Guizhi became even more furious and kicked him again, landing perfectly on Zhang Fu's shin, causing him to break out in a cold sweat from the pain. He Guizhi continued to berate him under her breath. You worthless man. Do you think your face is worth anything? Go kneel before him. Bow your head. I refuse to believe he would actually throw you out. After all, you are his elder brother. But Zhang Fu clutched his leg, feeling bitter, as tobacco leaves spilled from his pipe. You should go. Are you trying to drive me to my death? With each word, he Guizhi grew angrier, hitting him harder, which frightened Zhang Fu into turning and fleeing towards the courtyard gate. Just as he exited, he was spotted by Zhang Daming, who had been observing from a distance, and he stealthily approached. Zhang Fu, fuming as he left, was about to find a place to sit and smoke when someone grabbed his arm. It was Zhang Daming. Uncle Daming, is there something you need? Zhang Fu asked, surprised. Zhang Daming quickly pulled him toward his own gate and, with a sly grin, said, I heard that your third brother has made quite a bit of money. Don't you have any thoughts about it? Zhang Fu rolled his eyes and replied, no matter how much he earns, it's his. What does it have to do with me? Zhang Daming, frustrated by his lack of ambition, raised his pipe and struck it against his head, scolding, how can someone as astute as Zhang Dachuan give rise to such a useless child like you? Regardless, you are the eldest in the family. With your father absent, shouldn't the household still be under your authority? Zhang Fu quickly shielded his head and retreated, exclaiming, Uncle, please don't hit me. That lad doesn't even recognize me. You saw how he thrashed me last time. Hearing this, Zhang Daming lifted his pipe once more, prompting Zhang Fu to hastily evade. Useless. Zhang Daming berated him directly. He then beckoned. Come here. Are you certain you won't strike me? Zhang Fu asked, somewhat apprehensive. Come here. Zhang Daming firmly grasped his collar and pulled him closer, whispering, I know you are timid, but don't you desire money? Zhang Fu, with a distressed expression, replied, Of course I do, but how can we manage that? Zhang Daming shot him a knowing glance and said, I have an idea. It goes like this. Zhang Fu felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, and after hearing the plan, he quickly protested, Isn't that too risky? If someone discovers this, that lad and my father will surely beat me to death. I'm afraid my entire family will disown me. This matter is known only to us two. Heaven knows. Earth knows, you know, and I know. If we remain silent, who would disclose it? Besides, you haven't done anything wrong. You were merely present. What could they possibly hold against you? I'm a bit fearful of this. Zhang Fu hesitated. Zhang Daming, irate, demanded, Do you or do you not want the money? I do. Zhang Fu gradually resolved himself. Then let's proceed. This one venture can secure you a prosperous life. That lad may lose his money, but his skills remain intact, and he can continue to earn. What is there to fear? A tiger does not eat its cubs. That lad is sentimental. Even if something goes awry, he would never harm his own elder brother. Zhang Daming added fuel to the fire. All right, let's do it. Zhang Fu gritted his teeth. Chapter 70. A thief in the courtyard. As dusk approached, Zhang Gui returned with Zhang Ying and Zhang Lan, the trio bearing meat and sweets, their spirits high. However, upon entering, they saw their sister-in-law, He Guizhi, bustling into the kitchen with the children, and quickly subdued their excitement, refraining from further conversation. Third brother, Zhang Lan exclaimed joyfully, her heart lightened by the thought of their family purchasing a courtyard in the city. Soon, she would be attending school in the city and living in such a fine house. Unable to contain her delight upon seeing Zhang Ping, she beamed. "Lan Lan, it appears you had a splendid day," Zhang Ping said, affectionately ruffling her hair. Zhang Lan nodded earnestly, recalling her second brother's advice, and ultimately held back her words. "Eldest sister, second brother, you have returned. Come in and rest for a while," Zhang Ping cheerfully invited. Zhang Gui, ever composed, had already exhausted his excitement and appeared rather nonchalant. As the siblings entered, they noticed that the boxes in the room were missing. Zhang Ying quickly inquired, "Where have the gift boxes gone?" With a smile, Zhang Ping responded, "They have already been taken away." This ignited Zhang Gui's enthusiasm. "Third brother, have they been sold?" Zhang Ping nodded. "Indeed, there is more work ahead. They require another batch of goods, which needs to be prepared promptly. How much are they ordering this time?" Zhang Gui immediately asked. Apart from Zhang Ping, he was the most informed about the situation, well aware that a single transaction could amount to a significant sum. Zhang Ping remained silent, simply handing the agreement provided by Feng Bin to Zhang Gui. Upon perusing the document, Zhang Gui's expression shifted dramatically. He was rendered speechless by the sum mentioned, 1,010, followed by an incomprehensible figure. He was utterly taken aback. Noticing Zhang Gui's reaction, Zhang Ying took a look as well, and was immediately struck dumb. She had glimpsed the unit price, and the astronomical amount involved was beyond her wildest imagination. The thought of being sold off for a mere 200 yuan as a bride by her mother weighed heavily on her mind. Just a few days prior, she had been lamenting over that paltry sum, and now her brother stood to receive 200,000 yuan. She felt dizzy, sitting on the edge of the Kong, utterly dazed. Zhang Lan, observing her sister and older brother's disoriented states, was also startled, shaking her elder sister's arm in concern. Sister, what's wrong?" Nothing at all." Zhang Ying, regaining her composure slightly, offered a feeble reassurance. Zhang Ping gently ruffled her hair and said, "Xiaolan, it's all right. You and your sister should rest for a while. We'll eat soon." However, Zhang Ying immediately sprang to her feet, declaring, "I'll go prepare the meal." Without hesitation, she exited, feeling compelled to contribute after her brother's considerable efforts. Otherwise, she would feel utterly useless. Naturally, Zhang Lan followed her to assist in the kitchen. Zhang Gui seized Zhang Ping's arm, asking earnestly, "Third brother, is this for real?" He was referring to the agreement. Zhang Ping nodded affirmatively. "Indeed it is. However, we currently lack enough dried persimmons. We need to devise a plan. 10,000 units require approximately 20,000 gene of dried persimmons." He chuckled ruefully. Zhang Gui was momentarily stunned. Indeed, earning 200,000 yuan would not be easy. Gathering such a vast quantity of persimmons seemed a daunting task. "All right, let's take a break and prepare for dinner. I'll ponder over this later," Zhang Ping said, patting his shoulder before turning to leave. He refrained from elaborating on the money collected that day, fearing it might alarm the other siblings. That evening, the meal consisted of thin porridge made from flour, with potato chunks cooked within. However, the taste was overwhelmingly sour, evidently due to Zhang Ying's careless addition of vinegar. Yet, no one voiced their discontent, choosing to ignore it. Even the elder, Lu Hong, remained silent, merely chuckling at the sight of the children, though each sip of the porridge caused them to grimace in a comical fashion. After dinner, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and in the absence of entertainment in the countryside, everyone retreated indoors, closing the courtyard gate, and promptly went to bed. Little did they know that after they had all settled down for the night, the door of Zhang Fu's room creaked open. He feigned a trip to the bathroom, then lingered in the yard to smoke a cigarette, before stealthily approaching the courtyard gate to quietly unfasten the latch and return to bed. "Where have you been for so long?" He Guizhi interrogated, fuming. "I just smoked a cigarette. You've been complaining about the smell, so I went outside." Zhang Fu hastily concocted an excuse. With a cold huff, He Guizhi turned away to cuddle the child as she drifted off to sleep, but Zhang Fu, wide-eyed, found sleep elusive. The winter night seemed interminably long, particularly this evening, as time appeared to stretch infinitely, causing Zhang Fu immense distress. He tossed and turned, unable to find slumber, prompting He Guizhi to scold him multiple times. Had it not been for the biting cold, she might have even kicked him off the bed. It was uncertain how much time had passed, but just as he was on the verge of drifting into sleep, he suddenly heard the gate creak open. "They have arrived." Zhang Fu's heart raced with alarm, instantly dispelling his drowsiness. Soon, he discerned the sound of footsteps softly echoing in the courtyard. The rural folk, accustomed to arduous labor, walked heavily, their steps unmistakably clear in the stillness of the winter night. The sound grew more distinct as it approached Zhang Ping's room, and there were multiple figures. For reasons unknown, Zhang Fu's heart tightened suddenly. He felt a pang of regret. After all, that was his own brother. What if something truly happened? He dared not dwell on the thought. However, glancing at his wife and 2 children, who were soundly asleep beside him, his resolve hardened. What of being brothers? They had publicly humiliated him before so many. If he refused to acknowledge me, then let him not blame my callousness. Having reassured himself, Zhang Fu felt considerably calmer and lay on the bed, straining to listen to the commotion outside. Inside Zhang Ping's room, the elderly Lu Hong abruptly opened his eyes, straining to hear. His expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly covered Zhang Ping's mouth with one hand and pinched his nose with the other. Zhang Ping, caught off guard, found his breath stifled and awoke immediately. Just as he was about to struggle and shout, Lu Hong's voice hissed in his ear. Quiet. There are people in the courtyard. Zhang Ping's awareness returned rapidly, and his sleepiness vanished. Once Lu Hong released his grip, he inhaled deeply and listened intently. Indeed, several pairs of footsteps were approaching their room. Thieves. Zhang Ping had yet to grasp the full gravity of the situation, but the presence of intruders was significant enough. He scrambled to awaken his elder brother Zhang Gui and younger brother Zhangyan, covering their mouths to stifle their cries. Listen, there are thieves outside. Do not make a sound. Hurry, get dressed, and find something to defend yourselves. Being young men, they were unaccustomed to fear, and at that moment, even Zhang did not consider whether they could overpower the intruders. They were accustomed to following Zhang Ping's lead, and this time was no different. The 3 quickly donned their clothes and stealthily rose from their beds. Even the elderly Lu Hong managed to dress himself, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. With a substantial amount of money hidden in the room, Zhang Ping sought out a sturdy stick, taking it to the door, gripping it firmly in his hand. This stick, as thick as an arm and 1.5 meters long, was perfectly suited for striking. Once he saw that his elder brother and younger brother had joined him, Zhang Ping swiftly unlatched the door and burst outside. Just as he did, he came face to face with someone standing at the entrance, and upon opening the door, both were startled into silence. Without hesitation, Zhang Ping swung the stick down upon the intruder. The figure outside, taken by surprise, nearly lost their wits. Encountering someone unexpectedly in the dead of night at such close range was enough to instill fear in anyone. With a sudden blow, the intruder hesitated to charge forward, his very essence seemingly vacating him as he instinctively turned to flee. After all, who among thieves does not fear capture? This abrupt turn fortuitously allowed him to narrowly evade the descending strike, which instead struck his back, nearly toppling him to the ground. Ouch! He could no longer contain his cry. Being from the same village, that single exclamation was sufficient for Zhang Ping to recognize it as Zhang Yuming's voice. Instantly igniting his fury, Zhang Yuming, how dare you steal from my home? You seek your own demise. Zhang Ping bellowed. Second brother, Shaoan, Zhang Yuming has brought people to rob us. Attack him. Without reservation, Zhang Ping shouted, raising his stick to strike down upon Zhang Yuming. Poor Zhang Yuming, having lived over 40 years, had never been struck so fiercely. After 3 blows, he found himself unable to rise, rolling helplessly on the ground. Witnessing this, the 3 accomplices, realizing the gravity of the situation, turned and fled, bursting through the courtyard gate and vanishing into the night. Zhang Gui rushed out, incensed to see them escape, and without hesitation, kicked the prostrate Zhang Yuming. I'll teach you a lesson for stealing. I won't let you off lightly, he scolded while delivering the kick. Zhang Yuming, already incapacitated by Zhang Ping's blows, now lay there like a battered sack, curled up and enduring the punishment. Zhangyan also dashed out, mercilessly joining the fray. Striking with fervor, concerned for the possibility of fatality, Zhang Ping quickly intervened. Second brother, Shaoan, cease this at once. Go find some rope to bind him. We must not let this scoundrel escape. Only then did the 2, in a huff, relent. At that moment, Zhang Ying's door swung open, and she emerged clad in a cotton coat, inquiring, Ping Ping, what is happening? Thieves. Zhang Yuming has come to rob us. Zhang Ping replied urgently. Sister, you should return inside. It's cold out here, he implored, anxious for her safety. Yet, with such commotion, who could possibly sleep? Even across the way, Higuaiji was roused from slumber, stumbling out in disarray to assess the situation, her shock palpable upon discovering the chaos. However, She remained oblivious to her husband, who lay motionless on the heated bed, his face pale. The house is being robbed, and you won't even step outside to see? Higuaji quietly chided. Being a woman, she felt a natural trepidation in such circumstances. Zhang Fu's voice was tinged with unease. But it's all over now. There's no need to worry. Higuaji paid him no mind, continuing to peer through the door's crack. Chapter 71. Are you his accomplice? Zhang Ying returned indoors, quickly donning her clothes and re-emerging, now holding a lantern. By this time, Zhang Ping and his brothers had securely bound Zhang Yuming. As the lantern's light illuminated the scene, Zhang Gui delivered another kick without hesitation. Zhang Yuming, it is indeed you, daring to steal from my home. I shall see to your end. Yet, Zhang Ping understood all too well that matters were not so straightforward. He had distinctly seen 3 figures flee earlier, one of whom, by silhouette, was unmistakably Li Dagan. The others were of lesser concern, but Li Dagan was a particularly troublesome adversary. Harboring deep animosity towards his family, he must be dealt with decisively. Only a thief can operate for 1,000 days. Where is the vigilance that can last for the same duration? With the persistent thoughts of a certain individual weighing heavily on him, Zhang Ping felt an overwhelming discomfort. Second brother, 3 more have just fled. You must go to uncle's house and summon those from Zhang Youcai's and Tian Hongwei's families. Understood. Zhang Gui responded promptly, turning to exit. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping took the lantern from his sister's hands and approached the courtyard gate, meticulously examining the latch. He then circled the base of the wall, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. What is the matter? Zhang Ying inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Zhang Ping replied softly, I just checked. The latch is intact, and there are no signs of disturbance at the wall's summit or base. I secured the courtyard gate last night, and I'm pondering how they managed to enter. Could they have flown in? Zhang Ying asked in astonishment. Zhang Ping shook his head, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward his elder brother's room. A sudden chill ran down his spine. Could it be that a thief had infiltrated their home? It struck him that his elder brother had not made an appearance since the incident began, and even his sister-in-law had poked her head out to check, while he remained conspicuously absent. This was highly irregular. Regardless of the circumstances, they shared the same courtyard, and if a thief had indeed entered their home, his brother's lack of reaction was exceedingly strange. Where there is an anomaly, there must be something amiss. Even if his brother was not directly involved, he surely must have been aware of the unfolding events. The courtyard gate and surrounding walls were unscathed, yet the thief had managed to breach the premises. It seemed likely that his elder brother had a hand in this affair. Zhang Ping's expression darkened. He had initially hoped that following the previous incident, his brother might learn from his mistakes. If their parents ever sought to intervene, he would turn a blind eye. After all, they were blood brothers. However, today's developments had thoroughly disheartened him. As a resident of the same courtyard, his elder brother and his family likely possessed more insight into his affairs than anyone else in the village. Despite his efforts to be discreet in conversations with his elder sister and others, he could not help but inadvertently reveal hints that might provoke envy in his brother. Had it not been for Li Dagan's involvement, he might have privately resolved the matter for his brother's sake, but with Li Dagan in the mix, he could not simply let it go. Brother, blame your own misfortune. From this moment forth, our bond is severed. With this resolution firmly planted in his heart, Zhang Ping became resolute in his actions. He refrained from looking toward his brother's house or interrogating Zhang Yuming regarding the situation. Instead, he focused on the entrance. Soon, the sound of commotion at the gate heralded the arrival of Zhang Jianmin and his 2 brothers, followed closely by their uncle. Zhang Youcai and Tian Hongwei's families also arrived, as only the menfolk ventured out at night. Ping, what has happened? Shaoan said there was a burglary? Uncle Zhang Jinchuan inquired upon entering. Zhang Ping nodded, greeting them. Uncle, Brother Jianmin, Uncle Youcai, Uncle Hongwei, indeed we have been robbed. We caught 1, but 3 managed to escape. I called you all over to assist in handling the situation. Let me see who dares to steal with such audacity. Zhang Jinxing, though young, spoke with great bravado. He was particularly invested in matters of theft and rushed over with palpable excitement. As I approached the figure lying on the ground, I was taken aback and exclaimed, Zhang Yuming, is that you? Uncle Zhang Jinchuan was equally astonished and hurried over. Upon realizing it was indeed Zhang Yuming, he was momentarily rendered speechless. Yuming, how could you resort to theft? Why would you target Ping's household? Zhang Jinchuan clearly found it hard to accept. Although Yuming was distantly related, they shared a common ancestor. and it felt absurd for family to betray family. Brother Jin Chuan, I was blinded by greed and made a grave mistake, Zhang Yuming pleaded. I implore you to speak to Zhang Ping on my behalf. Just let me go this once. Bound and unable to rise, he desperately sought assistance, recognizing that these three individuals were his only hope for survival. After all, given Zhang Ping's fierce temperament, even an elder brother could face dire consequences. The onlookers were at a loss, their attention shifting towards Zhang Ping, who was now the head of the household following Zhang Dachuan's absence. Zhang Jinchuan, visibly swayed, softened his tone. Ping, consider this. After all, we are all from the same family. Let bygones be bygones. Zhang Yukai remained silent, his timid nature preventing him from speaking up, while Tian Hongwei, being an outsider, felt even less inclined to intervene, leaving the atmosphere tense and heavy. Zhang Ping scoffed, Uncle, while I wish to let this slide, I cannot help but wonder why, among so many in the village, Zhang Yuming chose to target my family. I have always treated him with respect and cannot fathom what grievance he holds against me. I demand to understand the specifics of this situation. Hearing Zhang Ping's firm declaration, Zhang Jinchuan felt a chill in his heart. This boy was now exhibiting his stubborn temperament. Zhang Yuming, in turn, was filled with dread, realizing that Zhang Ping was intent on punishing him severely. Ping, I beg you, I was wrong. I will never do it again. Before he could finish, Zhang Gui stepped forward and kicked him, exclaiming, Damn it, Zhang Yuming, who do you think you are to be our elder? You a disgrace. Have no right to claim that title. Zhang Yuming, having taken the blow, dared not harbor any resentment and hurriedly responded, Yes, I was wrong. Ping, Ague. I beseech you. I am unworthy. Please spare me this once. What should we do, third brother? Say something. Zhang Gui, lacking a plan of his own, instinctively turned to Zhang Ping for guidance. Zhang Ping replied slowly, Jianmin, Jianhua, and Tianwen, accompany my second brother to the commune to report this matter to the police. Inform them that the situation is severe and may involve serious implications. Gasps of shock erupted from the crowd. Zhang Yuming was so frightened that he lost control, the unmistakable scent of urine wafting from him. The gravity of Zhang Ping's words was clear. He was serious about bringing him to justice. Zhang Ping, I haven't desecrated your family's ancestral grave. Why are you targeting me so mercilessly? Zhang Yuming shouted in desperation. With a cold smirk, Zhang Ping retorted, Oh, now you have some spirit, yet here you are, wetting your pants. I did not. Zhang Yuming's aged visage instantly flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of liver. And even in the darkness, illuminated by the lantern, his expression was unmistakably vivid. Zhang Ping's demeanor turned icy as he interrogated, Zhang Yuming, I inquire about your companions tonight. Should I uncover the truth, how would you deal with me? I am alone, just myself. Zhang Yuming's countenance shifted dramatically, transforming from red to pale. He dared not reveal the truth. Among those three was his elder brother. They had previously agreed that should the situation be exposed, he would rather perish than betray the others, for no one would be able to save him. Observing his distress, Zhang Ping ceased his inquiries and turned to his second brother, Zhang Gui, saying, Second brother, you may proceed. This matter may escalate significantly. Stop. Just as Zhang Gui intended to lead a few men out, a thunderous shout erupted from across the room. It was Zhang Fu, finally emerging, his countenance ablaze with indignation. Zhang Ping, what are you doing? Uncle Yuming is an elder. Have you no respect? Regardless of the gravity of the situation, you cannot treat an elder in such a manner. Untie him at once. Zhang Fu's fury was palpable as he invoked familial hierarchy and moral duty. Zhang Ping's suspicions were confirmed. Zhang Fu was indeed involved in this affair, arriving to intervene. Zhang Yuming, upon seeing Zhang Fu, was filled with hope. As long as he was not handed over to the authorities, there was still room for negotiation. The utmost priority was to escape this predicament. Once he was not caught on the spot, everything could be resolved, even if it meant compensating financially. As Zhang Fu stormed towards Zhang Yuming to loosen the ropes binding him, Zhang Ping coldly scoffed and stepped forward, blocking his path, delivering a punch squarely to his face. Ouch! Zhang Ping, I am your elder brother. You dare to strike me? The humiliation Zhang Fu felt was beyond measure. After suffering a beating previously, he found himself in this predicament once again. Reluctantly, he had come out, knowing that should Zhang Yuming be handed over to the police, this coward would inevitably spill everything. If Zhang Daming were to be apprehended, that cunning old fox would certainly not spare him. Thus, he steeled himself to confront the situation, intending to free Zhang Yuming first. However, he did not anticipate Zhang Ping's blatant disregard for his dignity, showing him no courtesy whatsoever. Zhang Fu, I have told you before, we are not related. Who are you to act as an elder? I apprehend thieves, and yet you wish to release one. I must inquire, are you not also their accomplice? The utterance of these words caused Zhang Fu's face to blanch in terror, and he hurriedly retreated, declaring, Do not slander me. I merely wish to avoid you making too many enemies. After all, we must still coexist in the village. Grant others a path, and you shall find your own easier. Even if you care not, think of our siblings and parents. You wretch, how dare you accuse me? Zhang Ping's smile broadened, sending a chill down Zhang Fu's spine. As if everything had been laid bare. I appreciate your goodwill, but you would do well to keep your nose out of this matter. Do not bury yourself in trouble. Without further ado, he addressed Zhang Gui, second brother, you may proceed. I will keep watch over the house. This thief shall not escape. As he spoke, he seized Zhang Yuming and led him into his room, sparing him from the icy ground outside, where he might perish from the cold. Chapter 72, Figures of Influence. Given Zhang Ping's resolute stance, Zhang Gui naturally would not oppose him. These individuals clearly intended to steal something, and Zhang Gui, not lacking in intelligence, understood their motives were driven by greed. How could he let such a scoundrel slip away? Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and left. Zhang Jianmin, aware of the dynamics at play, recognized that his future depended on Zhang Ping's favor and thus remained silent. As for Zhang Jianhua, a naive youth lacking conviction, he too refrained from speaking, while the remaining Tianwen had no objections and followed suit. Once they departed, Zhang Yuming's spirit plummeted. He lay on the ground, despondent and devoid of hope. Zhang Jinchuan hesitantly remarked, Ping, do you think this is a bit excessive? After all, he shares our surname. Zhang Ping responded without hesitation, Uncle, we must distinguish right from wrong. This is no trivial matter. If I let them go, what if they harbor ill intentions in the future? Zhang Jinchuan hesitated, surely not? Yet Zhang Ping shook his head. Uncle, I refuse to place my safety in the hands of others' goodwill. Moreover, do you believe someone like Zhang Yuming would remember my kindness? I am not afraid of what others might do to me, but there are others in my family, my father, mother, sister, and younger sister. Can I truly remain by their side at all times? If something were to happen next time, would you take responsibility? Zhang Ping's words were heavy, but not implausible. Having lived a long life, Zhang Jinchuan, though a farmer, had seen enough to understand the gravity of the situation, and he could not offer any guarantees. Sighing, he finally conceded. Zhang Ping encouraged, Uncle, it's cold here, you should return and rest. Uncle Hongwei, Uncle Kaifeng, you two should head back. Once this matter is resolved, I will come and express my gratitude. The fact that these three families had come tonight was a gesture of respect, and Zhang Ping intended to reciprocate. Hearing this, the three men realized they could not sway Zhang Ping and, with resigned sighs, turned to leave. As elders, it was inappropriate for them to speak further. A misstep could lead to Zhang Ping's sharp retort, resulting in a loss of dignity. With the departure of the three elders, Zhang Yuming completely lost hope. He was aware that Hewan village was not far from the commune, yet it was still 5 or 6 miles away. By the time Zhang Gui and the 3 police officers arrived, 3 hours had passed, and dawn was approaching. Fortunately, Zhang Ping was mindful not to let him freeze to death. He fetched some baskets to lay on the ground for Zhang Yuming, preventing him from lying directly on the frigid earth for hours, which surely would have been detrimental to his health. The police had already gathered some information on the way, and now they sought to question Zhang Ping and the others again, as well as the surrounding neighbors, including Zhang Fu and He Guizhi, who were certainly not overlooked. Zhang Ping candidly recounted Zhang Fu's previous behavior, incensing Zhang Fu to the point where he nearly charged at Zhang Ping in fury. After taking statements from everyone, the entire village became aware of the incident and hurried to witness the unfolding drama, rubbing their sleepy eyes. Seeing the crowd, the police wasted no time and promptly led Zhang Yuming back to the police station. They were filled with immense excitement. Ever since the crackdown, there had been various quotas in place, and their area had its own target as well. However, the most significant occurrences in the countryside were merely quarrels between couples or disputes among neighbors, nothing of real consequence. This time, an opportunity had presented itself, and they were determined to conduct a thorough interrogation. After seeing off the police, dawn was approaching, and Zhang Ping could not bring himself to sleep. He instructed his sister to prepare breakfast, as he was eager to set off early. Before departing, He informed Zhang Jianmin to look after the household and took Zhang Gui with him. He carried a bag on his back, containing the substantial sum of money he had collected the previous day. He intended to deposit the money, otherwise it would be a source of great unease. The two arrived in the city at an early hour and had no choice but to wait outside the industrial and commercial bank until it opened its doors at 9 o'clock in the morning. The bank teller was taken aback to see someone entering to make a deposit as soon as the doors opened. "How much will you deposit?" they asked, handing over deposit slips. The teller remained haughty, barely glancing at Zhang Ping as they shoved a slip toward him, while another person came over to guide him on how to fill it out. Zhang Ping exhibited patience as he filled out the slip. But when the man realized the amount he had written, he exclaimed with disdain, "What is the matter with you? I told you to pay attention and not make mistakes. This is a space for 10,000, and you've written it incorrectly." Zhang Ping blinked and replied, "I haven't made a mistake. It should be written here." The man sneered, "You haven't made a mistake? You expect to deposit 10,000? Look closely, you've written 30,000. How could a mere peasant like you have 30,000? Zhang Ping intended to deposit several slips, and this particular one indeed amounted to 30,000. Unfortunately, at that time, the deposit slips were anonymous, meaning anyone who possessed them could withdraw the money in the future. Zhang Ping needed funds for purchasing persimmons and ordering packaging boxes. Hence, he could not consolidate the amount into a single slip. With an innocent nod, he insisted, "I do want to deposit 30,000. You have 30,000? The man was taken aback, a hint of panic creeping into his voice. "Yes, what's wrong? Are you refusing to accept the deposit?" Zhang Ping queried, bewildered. Without responding, the man immediately shouted to someone at the entrance, "Quickly close the door. Call the police. A peasant has 30,000. It's definitely suspicious." Zhang Ping and Zhang Gui were left dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for what to do. It was absurd that even depositing money could lead to being mistaken for a criminal. Yet, at that moment, they felt helpless. The more they protested, the more they seemed to validate the accusations against them. Attempting to flee would only cement their status as offenders. "What is going on, third brother?" Zhang Ping sighed. "We've been mistaken for criminals." The county town was indeed different. The police response was swift. Within 5 minutes, a contingent of officers arrived, not just one or two, but a full dozen. Upon their arrival, both parties were momentarily taken aback, recognizing one another. Zhang Ping looked at the lead officer with a wry smile, directorly. "I didn't expect you to come in person." He indeed recognized this individual, who was the county police chief introduced to him by Xiao Monli. Zhang Ping knew only his surname, as the man had not disclosed his full name. Director Li, equally surprised, inquired, "What brings you here, young man? What is happening?" Zhang Ping forced a smile, lamenting, "This was merely an attempt to save some money earned through business. Yet, I find myself misjudged as a recipient of ill-gotten gains by the bank staff." The banker appeared somewhat bewildered, questioning how this could involve a familiar relationship with the police chief. Was there truly a misunderstanding? "Director Li, we must scrutinize this matter closely. These two youngsters are in possession of a considerable sum." The president of the bank hastily interjected. Director Li's eyes widened in astonishment. "You have amassed such wealth?" It's merely a stroke of good fortune. I have indeed earned a bit recently. Vice Director Wu from the county committee can vouch for me." Zhang Ping responded, feeling helpless, and once again resorted to calling upon Wu Guangcai as a witness. At this juncture, Director Li was already half convinced. Yet the gravity of the situation compelled him to seek further clarity. He nodded, stating, "In that case, I shall send someone to invite Vice Director Wu for clarification." "President Kai, could we possibly find a private room to avoid causing too much commotion?" The middle-aged president, sporting black-rimmed glasses, readily acquiesced. "Of course, Director Li, right this way." Zhang Ping, clutching his money bag, was ushered inside. Meanwhile, Director Li dispatched someone to summon Wu Guangcai, while he dialed directly to the county's publicity department. "What? That rascal has resurfaced? Just wait, I am on my way." Upon receiving the call, Xiao Monli nearly leapt from her seat. The scoundrel had vanished for so long. Had it not been for her inquiries with Wu Guangcai, she would have sent out a search party. Her concern was not for his safety, but rather the need to showcase his success to bolster her husband's political standing. However, with him untraceable, she felt powerless. As the county magistrate's wife, it was unbecoming to search for him personally. Before long, the modest office became bustling with activity. The county's industrial and commercial bank president Kai, the police chief, the deputy director of the county committee's guest house procurement, the deputy director of the publicity department, and the deputy county magistrate's wife were all significant figures, making it quite an overwhelming gathering for Zhang Ping, the relatively minor bank president. Zhang Gui felt somewhat constrained, fidgeting nervously, while Zhang Ping remained composed. "How dare you show your face again? I thought you had been kidnapped," Xiao Monli chastised upon entering, yet to everyone present, it seemed more an act of protective affection. "Ah, sister, what brings you here?" Zhang Ping exclaimed, startled and quickly rising. "Humph, I heard you struck it rich, depositing several tens of thousands, far wealthier than your sister." Xiao Monli teased. Zhang Ping, with a sheepish expression, replied, "Sister, you flatter me. It is all thanks to you. I intended to visit you, but I have been excessively busy. Today, I planned to come, only to find my attempt to deposit money misconstrued as criminal activity." He looked rather aggrieved, as if he had suffered a great injustice. President Kai, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, had been aware of the mix-up since Director Li spoke. Little did he anticipate that this individual was of such importance, well acquainted with many in the county, including the deputy county magistrate's wife, making this situation all the more complicated. If he could, he would have directly dismissed the employee who had just caused this trouble for provoking such influential figures. "Wasn't this just asking for trouble? I sincerely apologize. It was an oversight on our part. I extend my apologies to this young man." President Kai hurriedly bowed, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Director Li cleared his throat and remarked, "President Kai, you must not hastily accuse someone of being a criminal. Defamation is also a crime, and we are quite busy as it is." Wu Guangcai found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that this young man had such extensive connections, even knowing the police chief, and could only stand aside in silence. Xiao Monli fixed her gaze on President Kai and cautioned, "President Kai, you must exercise greater diligence in your work. One cannot let personal biases cloud judgment, as it may lead to significant trouble for others." Yes, I will certainly be more careful in the future." President Kai nodded incessantly, bowing deeply, his heart filled with resentment towards that lobby clerk, feeling as though he were being set up for failure. After admonishing President Kai, Xiao Monli turned to Zhang Ping and inquired, "What is the matter with you?" "It's no wonder President Kai is anxious. Aren't you afraid of being robbed with all that cash you're carrying?" Zhang Ping replied with a bitter smile. "Isn't that precisely why I had to come and deposit the money? I didn't anticipate this misunderstanding." Chapter 73. Transforming into a sycophant upon hearing Zhang Ping's words. Director Li, who felt embarrassed by the blunder, suddenly found joy in the prospect of improving his image in the eyes of his superiors. He quickly asked, "Comrade Zhang, have you encountered any problems? Our police force exists to safeguard the lives and property of the people. If you are facing difficulties, feel free to speak up. At least within the confines of Fengxian County, I, Li Lacun, can assure you of that." Xiao Monli, who had previously been vexed by the situation, was invigorated by his words and immediately inquired, "Young man, are you in any trouble?" President Kai, eager to mend relations, hastily chimed in, "Indeed. With Director Li and Director Xiao present, Comrade Zhang, you need only voice your concerns." Wu Guangcai, observing the exchange from the corner, found himself speechless. While the two had genuine capabilities, what could a bank president contribute to this discourse? However, being a wise individual, he would never voice such thoughts aloud. Zhang Ping recognized this golden opportunity and was determined not to let it slip away. He feared not addressing the matter with Li Dajing. Thus, with an expression of deep sorrow, he recounted the theft incident from the previous night. Upon hearing this, Li Lacun's enthusiasm waned. He had expected a significant issue, only to find it was merely a petty theft, and his mood visibly soured. Nevertheless, having already made grand claims, he could not back down, stating, "Rest assured, Comrade Zhang, I will ensure the Wei Shui police station conducts a thorough investigation of this matter." Zhang Ping sensed the shift in tone and quickly realized that the director deemed the case too trivial. Although he had not been reborn long, he had experienced this era before and could infer Li Lacun's thoughts. Thus he decided to escalate the issue further. "Director Li, you may be unaware that I initially paid little attention to the matter at hand. However, after the events of last night, I have recalled numerous details. Among the three individuals who fled, one is named Li Dagan, a man who idles away his time, lacking in both knowledge and skills, perpetually seeking unearned gains. In the past, when my brothers and I were setting up stalls in the county town, he had followed us on multiple occasions. Given his actions last night, I fear this was a premeditated and calculated act of theft. If we do not take timely measures to curb this, I am concerned that further malicious incidents may follow. My father is still hospitalized at the County People's Hospital, leaving only my siblings and me at home, all of whom are quite young. I am genuinely worried for their safety. Li LeCun understood. Zhang Ping harbored a strong prejudice against Li Dagan. However, he found himself in a position where he could not directly intervene, as there had been no concrete actions taken against the man, thus making it difficult for him to step in. He then turned to Xiao Monli. This exemplifies the art of governance. When faced with indecisive matters, it is prudent to defer to leadership for resolution, which not only affirms the leader's authority but also reflects one's own awareness and humble work ethic, something Li LeCun executed quite adeptly. Indeed, Xiao Monli recognized this. Casting an irritated glance at Li LeCun, who feigned ignorance yet felt a surge of satisfaction. Xiao Monli, being from the publicity department, was not ideally suited to handle this matter. However, since it pertained to Zhang Ping, he felt compelled to involve her. After some contemplation, he stated, "It appears that the behavior of this Li Dagan is indeed problematic. The state is currently cracking down on crime, and addressing such nascent criminal elements promptly is paramount in safeguarding the lives and property of our citizens. Moreover, it offers a chance for reform to those who can still be salvaged, allowing them to become assets to the nation." This was sufficient. The leader had set the tone, establishing the guiding principle. It echoed the remarks made by a certain young leader who, months prior, circled over Nanyang, articulating a similar sentiment. This was the foundational directive. Li LeCun quickly received the highest instruction and immediately declared, "Rest assured, Director Xiao, as the Chief of Police in Fengshan County, I am committed to ensuring the safety of our citizens. We shall take stern action against criminals and strive to rescue any life that can still be saved." Zhang Ping, eager to solidify the matter, stepped forward excitedly and grasped Li LeCun's hand, exclaiming, "Director Li, you truly are the Iron Guardian of Fengshan." This flattery nauseated Wu Guangping, who was visibly repulsed by the obsequious display. How could this fellow be so insufferable? I had thought better of him. What a hasty judgment. Xiao Monli, too, felt a twitch in the corner of her eye, surprised by Zhang Ping's unexpected display of sycophancy, leaving her with a sense of having misjudged him. Li LeCun's expression stiffened. While the sentiment was commendable, such eagerness was somewhat overwhelming. Of course, this reaction stemmed from his limited experience. In another 10 or 20 years, he would undoubtedly have a different perspective. Yet, amidst the crowd, one individual shone with keen insight, Kai, the bank president. Upon witnessing Zhang Ping's actions, he was utterly astonished, a true talent, indeed, a paragon for our generation. He had learned a valuable lesson and resolved to cultivate a good relationship with this young man, hoping to acquire further wisdom that would prove invaluable in the future. Thus, the matter was settled, and with that, the events here came to a close. Li Liqiu promptly led his team away, swiftly making their way to the local police station at Weishui Commune. Wu Guangcai surveyed the situation and realized he had merely been summoned to serve as a backdrop, with the current proceedings drawing attention away from him. He decided it was best to take his leave, intending to inquire about the gift box at a later time. In the end, only President Kai, Xiao Monli, and the two Zhang brothers remained. Zhang Gui was utterly bewildered. He had not anticipated encountering so many people today, nor the presence of such numerous leaders. To him, Wu Guangcai appeared as a significant authority figure, yet he had just witnessed him rendered speechless, clearly intimidated. Now, looking at his third brother, he felt a sense of unfamiliarity, as if he hardly recognized him. Nevertheless, his face remained unchanged, and his gaze occasionally drifted towards him, though his mind was in a whirl, unable to grasp the situation. "Little brother, weren't you supposed to be saving money? Hurry up and get to work. I had intended to discuss some matters with you," Xiao Monli urged as the others departed. President Kai immediately stepped forward, bowing in apology. "Comrade Xiao Zhang, we acknowledge our shortcomings in our previous work and hope for your understanding. I shall personally assist you with your deposit." He then instructed his staff to bring the deposit slips and other necessary documents directly to this office, where he would handle everything himself. Zhang Ping, of course, would not offend President Kai. The respect shown to him was not for his own merit, but rather in deference to the others present, especially the lovely lady beside him. He quickly responded with courtesy, "Thank you, President Kai. I believe your staff exhibited commendable vigilance, which is commendable, even if misunderstandings arise. They are ultimately aimed at safeguarding the public's financial security, which I personally consider a positive approach that should be encouraged. President Kai, not daring to take his words too seriously, smiled modestly. Thank you for your understanding. The deposit process was swift. In total, nearly 50,000 yuan was deposited, divided into 6 deposit slips, one for 30,000, two for 5,000 each, and the remainder for 1,000 each. He did not deposit the remaining cash, opting instead to carry it with him, as he needed to place orders at the food factory and plastic factory, which would require some advance payments. Additionally, he needed to purchase persimmons, leaving no room for financial oversight. Once all was settled, Zhang Ping's wallet was nearly empty, with only a few thousand yuan left discreetly tucked away on his person, invisible beneath his thick winter clothing. In contrast, he now possessed 6 lightweight deposit slips. Upon completing the transaction, Xiao Monli nodded and stood up. Let us go. President Kai bowed as he escorted them to the door, saying, Comrade Xiao Zhang, do visit my office for tea when you have the time. We are friends. It is important to communicate. Zhang Ping was taken aback. He wondered what a humble individual like himself could possibly discuss with a prominent bank president, yet he accepted the goodwill with a smile. Certainly, as long as President Kai does not mind. The two bid each other a warm farewell, leaving Xiao Monli with a smile, thinking these two could easily make fine actors. For their interaction was quite convincing. Xiao Monli lifted her foot and walked away, prompting Zhang Ping to hurriedly follow her along with Zhang Gui. Behind them, the employee who had previously lodged the report was already pale and shaken. Upon seeing President Kai return, she cautiously confessed, President, I was wrong. I shall amend my ways. Please do not dismiss me. President Kai shot her a fierce glare and retorted, You nearly got yourself into serious trouble. Fortunately, that distinguished guest pleaded on your behalf. Otherwise, you would have been out on your ear. Thank you, President. I am eager to know who that noble guest is. I shall express my gratitude in person. President Kai replied brusquely, Who else could it be but the one you so disdainfully overlooked? What the get on with it? Notify everyone immediately, after work this afternoon. All personnel are to gather for a training session to enhance service awareness and improve service standards. Sister, what brings you here today? I truly appreciate it. Otherwise, I fear I would be in quite a predicament. On the way, Zhang Ping wore a sheepish grin, incessantly showering Xiao Monli with compliments. If it weren't for your troubles, I wouldn't have bothered to come. Xiao Monli responded, exasperated yet amused. Hee, you still care about me, sister. Oh, by the way, that coat you're wearing today is new, isn't it? The color is exquisite. It must have cost a fortune. And your hair looks wonderful, not a hint of dryness. And not a single split end. Throughout the journey, Zhang Ping continued to praise Xiao Monli in various ways, causing her to feel both amused and slightly embarrassed by the flattery. Enough of your sweet talk. Can't you be a bit more serious? Don't embarrass me. Let us sit down at the guest house to discuss. Zhang Ping quickly agreed, breathing a sigh of relief. He didn't wish to resort to this, but previously, when he had tried to persuade Li Liqiu to suppress Li Dagan, Xiao Monli had clearly been displeased. Although she had expressed support, it had felt somewhat forced. He was eager to maintain the protection of such a senior figure, and thus needed to swiftly alleviate her discontent, even if it meant resorting to such tactics. All right, I'll follow your lead. Chapter 74. Powerless to resist, the county committee guest house was not far away. As the trio entered, Wu Guangcai had just returned and sat down. Upon hearing the news, he sprang up as if scorched, eager to attend to them. After a flurry of activity, Xiao Monli merely remarked, Director Wu, you may go about your business. I need to speak to this young man privately. In that instant, Zhang Ping distinctly observed the look of resentment in old Wu's eyes, akin to that of a jilted lover, nearly causing him to burst into laughter. Wu Guangcai felt speechless. He had assumed that the leadership had come to impart important instructions, only to realize that he was merely indulging in his own fanciful notions. However, as he exited, he did pull Zhang Gui along, who was still in a state of bewilderment. Zhang Gui had endured quite the emotional roller coaster in recent days, first purchasing a house, then dealing with a burglary at home, and now witnessing the scene today. When Zhang Ping produced the money, his mind went blank. It was a staggering sum, an overwhelming amount of cash that left him utterly incapable of thought. Moreover, the presence of so many county leaders was entirely beyond his comprehension, making it challenging to digest. Outside the room, Wu Guangcai brought Zhang Gui into his office, poured him a glass of water, and inquired, Young man, tell me, what has your third brother been up to these past few days? Zhang Gui stared blankly at Wu Guangcai, taking some time to grasp what the other was saying. He held a rather favorable impression of Wu Guangcai, appreciating how he took care of his own affairs, and thus he shared everything he knew. What? This fellow has found a significant client in the city? He sold a staggering 10,000 units in one go, and there are follow-up agreements? Wu Guangcai was equally astonished, struggling to believe the news. The two exchanged glances, enveloped in complete silence. Meanwhile, in a separate private room, Xiao Monli was observing Zhang Ping with a playful smile, remaining silent, her posture somewhat languid and askew. An incongruity with her profession. Xiao Monli was undeniably beautiful. Despite her advancing years, she retained an alluring charm and an exquisite figure, which only served to accentuate her beauty. Leaving Zhang Ping too intimidated to look at her, feeling parched and restless even after living 2 lifetimes. Even with his head lowered, he sensed her gaze was piercing, scrutinizing him like a ravenous wolf eyeing a tender lamb. Zhang Ping, feeling a chill run down his spine, meekly said, "Sister, please speak properly. I am listening." "What is this all about?" Xiao Monli snorted coldly. "Oh, so you know fear, huh? Your business seems to be flourishing in just a few days. You've earned several tens of thousands, while I am still scraping by on a mere 100 a month. You can create several affluent individuals in just a few days. And yet you fear a woman like me? Sister, let us speak civilly. Your demeanor is making me uneasy." Zhang Ping thought he might cry. In such times, the crime of speculation still loomed, and if Xiao Monli truly intended to make him pay, a single word could land him behind bars. Yet, he could not fathom what this woman's sudden demeanor truly meant. "Really?" Xiao Monli inquired, sitting upright, a sly smile dancing on her lips, which sent a shiver down Zhang Ping's spine. "Of course, it is genuine. I am utterly sincere towards you, sister, with no hint of falsehood." Zhang Ping hastily swore, his earnest expression appearing quite comical. Xiao Monli could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. "Ha ha, go away. Your sister has a man. She doesn't need your sincerity. It's too much." Zhang Ping felt a wave of relief wash over him as he exhaled deeply, thinking how terrifying that had been. Why do women behave this way? He felt he might develop a psychological scar from the experience. Xiao Monli ceased her teasing, adopting a serious demeanor as she straightened her posture and said, "Young man, tell me earnestly, since our last business encounter, what have you been up to?" Zhang Ping suddenly realized that this woman had gone to such lengths to investigate him thoroughly, and her earlier antics were merely a show of power. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, but he understood that if he uttered a falsehood, she would undoubtedly discern it. Her intelligence seemed to pose a significant challenge. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to be forthright, recounting the events that had transpired. Xiao Monli was left astounded. "Goodness, what extraordinary luck you have. A trip to the city and you encounter the director of a steel pipe factory because of a little scion, and on top of that, he wants to make some extra money. He actually took your advice?" Zhang Ping spread his hands with an innocent expression and said, "How would I know? I never anticipated this initially. It was merely a casual remark. I thought the higher-ups were affluent and surrounded by wealthy acquaintances, so they might purchase several shares. Who could have foreseen that he intended to make a profit and go so big?" Xiao Monli's face once again wore that beguiling smile from earlier, causing Zhang Ping to jump up in fright. "Sister, please don't look at me like that. It sends chills down my spine." Observing Zhang Ping's wary demeanor, Xiao Monli rolled her eyes. "Sigh, I wonder why I lack your absurd luck." Seemingly lost in her reflections, Xiao Monli began to recount her own past. "I once believed that with my family background, I would lead a life free from want, basking in glory without toil. Yet, life has a way of surprising us. I don't know what I was thinking back then. I became infatuated with this man. He had talent and decent looks, but lacked a background, connections, or lineage. I chose to follow him without hesitation, facing familial reproach and even encountering sabotage along the way. Coming to this impoverished little county to work on economic development has proven exceedingly challenging. Surrounded by a swarm of self-serving individuals, no one seems interested in performing concrete work, and I wonder when we might return to the city." Zhang Ping listened intently, refraining from speaking, yet internally rolling his eyes. "When you mention returning to the city, you must be longing for the capital, viewing Fengshan County as a desolate backwater. After all these years, I finally managed to purchase a courtyard in this so-called backwater. Isn't that rather disheartening?" Suddenly, Xiao Monli snapped back to reality, realizing her outburst. Her eyes widened in admonition. Young man, you better keep today's words to yourself. If even a whisper escapes your lips, I shall break your legs. She cast a glance towards Zhang Ping's trousers, causing him to shudder and hastily clamp his legs together. Internally, he cursed. I can't afford to provoke a married woman. When they act unruly, they are beyond reason. He silently vowed to exercise extra caution around married women in the future, particularly attractive ones, for when they misbehave, it renders men powerless. Unaware of Zhang Ping's tumultuous thoughts, Xiao Monli composed herself and stated, I sought you out for serious matters. You cannot let me down. Zhang Ping nodded earnestly. Sister, rest assured. I will heed your every command. If you say east, I won't dare go west. If you say to chase a chicken, I will not pursue a dog. Xiao Monli glared at him. Enough with the flattery. Let us discuss serious matters. She continued. Your brother-in-law and I plan to invite various enterprises from the Guangshan region to host a product exhibition, hoping to stimulate local market development and expedite economic recovery. We will include both state-owned enterprises and individual businesses. Since Fengshan County is the initiator, it is essential for us to have our own representatives. The state-owned enterprises are not an issue. The county's meat processing plant, food factory, and winery can all participate. However, we lack representatives among individual businesses, so you will serve as the representative for individual entrepreneurs. Each manufacturer and individual vendor possesses a stall to showcase their wares. I harbor no further demands. All I require is for you to secure an order on-site, provided it exceeds 10,000 in value to fulfill the task. The more, the better. Exceeding the target comes with rewards. Oh dear, please do not put me in a bind. Zhang Ping immediately leapt up, envisioning the bustling crowd and how many would come to witness the spectacle. If even a single acquaintance spotted him, his family would surely face dire straits. He feared the threshold might be shattered. Xiao Monli's eyes widened in an instant, delivering a piercing glare that could cut through steel. How have I wronged you? I have assisted you twice, yet when it comes time for you to return the favor, you hesitate. What was it you just said? Zhang Ping suddenly realized he could not refuse her. Indeed, it was true what they say. One cannot repay the kindness of a beautiful woman. The gratitude from women, whether in love, friendship, or familial bonds, is exceedingly difficult to reciprocate. Very well, I concede. Zhang Ping raised his hand in surrender. It must be accomplished, otherwise, Xiao Monli threatened, casting a glance towards his groin. I assure you it will be done. Zhang Ping's instinct for survival surged forth, and he answered without hesitation. It would have been better had you behaved this way from the outset. Xiao Monli shot him a glare before rising to leave. As she reached the door, she suddenly turned back. By the way, tidy up your yard as soon as possible. In a few days, I shall arrange a housewarming celebration for you. I will send 2 people over tomorrow to assist you. With that, she sauntered away, her movements graceful. Zhang Ping then realized his back was already soaked with perspiration and could only manage a wry smile. Women are truly formidable. I shall endeavor to keep my distance in the future. Upon exiting the private room, he spotted Wu Guangcai and Zhang Gui standing outside, having just bid farewell to Xiao Monli. Observing Zhang Ping's state, Wu Guangcai burst into laughter, devoid of any sympathy. Heh, young man, have you finally grasped the terror of this woman? Zhang Ping's eyes sparkled in recognition, replying, It seems Uncle Wu has endured her wrath numerous times already, hasn't he? Upon hearing this, Wu Guangcai's previously gleeful expression suddenly froze. He longed to slap himself, regretting his loose tongue. Had he not just unearthed an old wound? Yet, the words had escaped him, and he could only manage a bitter smile. Alas, the more one speaks, the more one weeps. Men are relatively easy to handle. It boils down to money, women, and wine. Nowadays, few dare to toy with a woman's affections, and even fewer would risk their finances. Thus, only wine remains, which is hardly a challenge. However, this woman is exceptionally formidable. Her position surpasses yours, her background is robust, she wields power, and she abstains from alcohol. With such oppression, one is left utterly defenseless. Zhang Ping chuckled, a bright smile illuminating his face. Realizing that this fellow had been thoroughly subjugated by Xiao Monli's discerning eye in personally procuring gifts, he had been completely conquered. Reflecting on his recent ordeal, he felt utterly powerless, crushed beneath her relentless force.